a female student with lifeless eyes, tears mixing with smudged mascara on her desperate face. The girl stood on the ledge of a skyscraper, her shoes removed, ready for the final leap. Amidst the blaring car horns, the girl stood silently before the sunset, preparing to end her life. In her final moments, she sobbed a belated apology to her father before throwing herself down. The sneakers were left on the rooftop's edge, a silent end to a life. Breaking news. The female anchor began reporting on the case of a female student driven to the brink by school violence. The news revealed a horrifying truth. The victim was forced to wear a dog collar and eat cigarette butts. The bullies also used explicit photos to silence her, along with countless other cruel acts that were exposed. These unimaginably cruel acts were finally brought to light, shocking the entire society. Meanwhile, a man with gleaming glasses appeared, his gaze sharp and full of power. His identity was revealed. Lee Myung-jun, vice president of Hyundai Group, was the victim's father. Standing before a forest of cameras, Lee Myung-jun announced he would make an official statement regarding the punishment of those who bullied his daughter. The entire media held its breath, awaiting the powerful tycoon's declaration. And then, a shocking statement was made. He gritted his teeth. "I will forgive the students who bullied my daughter." The entire hall erupted in astonishment. The reporters couldn't believe their ears. Lee Myung-jun continued, acknowledging a father's pain yet maintaining an eerily calm expression. The reason given was that the perpetrators were still too young, and he wished to show the magnanimity of an adult. He even bowed, pleading with the court to be lenient with those children. But as soon as his speech ended, the forgiving smile vanished, replaced by a gaze brimming with murderous intent. The reporters were stunned, sensing the chilling aura and abnormality emanating from the vice president. The reporters shouted, questioning Lee Myung-jun why he was so lenient with such a heinous crime. A bodyguard intervened, declaring the vice president would not answer any more questions, despite the enraged journalists. A reporter yelled from behind, directly scolding him, "Are you even a father?" Lee Myung-jun and his stone-faced bodyguards swept past, ignoring the demands for justice for his daughter. The press conference was live-streamed, and the chat box exploded with comments from netizens. The keyboard warriors began judging, criticizing the daughter as foolish for being bullied, despite having a tycoon father. They even spread baseless rumors, claiming the girl was not his biological daughter, which was why she was treated that way. In the luxurious penthouse, Lee Myung-jun sat alone, contemplating the venomous judgments of the public. The tycoon stood up, walked to the bar, and picked up an expensive bottle of wine. His fist clenched tightly, veins bulging, ready to unleash his suppressed rage. Smash. The wine bottle shattered in his hand, wine and blood mingling. Lee Myung-jun's bleeding hand gripped the shards of glass, a testament to his inexpressible pain. The tycoon's face contorted in agony and hatred, tears streaming down incessantly. He growled, asserting that his leniency was not forgiveness, but because he disdained using that trashy juvenile law to punish them. In his memory, the image of his daughter Hyena reappeared, standing silently before the sunset, and he realized he was too late. He understood why she dared not speak, always trying to endure alone, all symbolized by her image crucified on a cross. Hyena was a child who always put others before herself, and that very fact filled her father with immense regret. A flashback showed Hyena bravely extending her arms to shield another classmate from the bullies. Lee Myung-jun, with a tear-streaked face but eyes sharp as knives, swore one thing to his daughter: "This useless father will make those beasts who tormented you pay the highest price." In the luxurious penthouse office, a subordinate entered to report to Lee Myung-jun, who sat with his back to the window. "Vice President." The muscular subordinate announced he had brought the child he mentioned, followed by a girl and another junior subordinate. Lee Myung-jun turned with a polite smile, asking the unfamiliar girl if she had gotten used to life in Korea. The blue-haired girl looked up, her eyes unnaturally wide, and a chilling smile on her face, introducing herself as Karma. Karma grinned widely, directly calling Lee Myung-jun her stepfather, confirming their complicated relationship. She continued sarcastically that thanks to his meticulous care, she was living very well. Lee Myung-jun replied, appearing satisfied to hear she was well, but the accompanying subordinate looked far from okay. Lee Myung-jun's still bleeding hand clenched as he ordered, "Now then, Karma, you should start preparing for school," Lee Myung-jun said, adjusting his tie, his expression icy. Both Karma and the young subordinate were deeply shocked. The junior subordinate frantically called out his boss's title. Karma quickly regained her amusement, a sinister smile returning to her lips as she placed a finger on her chin. Her eyes flashed red. She taunted, "In Korea, someone like me can also go to school?" The subordinate hastily tried to intervene, but Lee Myung-jun brushed him off, coldly asking back, "Why not? Isn't this a free democratic country?" He declared firmly that he would ensure Karma went to school at all costs, revealing that preparations would take about a year. Lee Myung-jun turned to instruct Karma to slowly get used to this place. He subtly suggested that she should make some friends, his gaze razor-sharp. The subordinate standing nearby broke into a cold sweat, fully understanding the true meaning of the word friends his boss had just uttered. Karma sneered, asking her stepfather to get straight to the point. Stop beating around the bush, just say it directly. Her eyes blazing red, she exposed his intention. Not friends, but toys, right? Lee Myung-jun's face darkened, his eyes also glowing a deadly red, in complete agreement with the monster he had just unleashed. 1 year later, at Unro High School, the stage for retribution was set. A blonde girl with a twisted smile called out her new victim's name. Our lovely Jiun. The entire trashy gang surrounded a weak female student. As the ringleader spoke with a hypocritical tone, "You must eat the gift I bestow upon you." The bespectacled student named Jiun trembled uncontrollably, forced to drink a special protein-rich milk. The ringleader feigned understanding, holding scissors and dropping Jiun's cut hair into the milk carton. "Ah, I get it. Missing toppings, right? That crazy Song Eun-jin, truly incurable." Song Eun-jin held the milk carton to Jiun's mouth, her voice sweet as honey but venomous as a snake. "Eat it. It'll be delicious." Jiun turned pale with fear, stammering a weak protest. "But..." The girl pointed at the milk carton, trying to explain in despair. It expired over a month ago." Jiun's eyes widened in horror as she looked closer at what was inside the milk carton. Floating in the liquid were clumps of hair and bloated dead flies. Jiun felt nauseous, and the ringleader spoke with a mocking tone. "Hey, you haven't even eaten. Why are you throwing up?" Jiun cried out in tears, pleading with the demon before her. "Please, Yoon-jin, expired milk is really not okay." Song Eun-jin began to reason like a madwoman. "Expired milk? Don't? You know how cheese is made? This isn't expired. It's fermented for flavor." She pressed her face close to Jiun, still clutching the scissors. "I only want to give you good things to eat. When will you understand my true intentions?" Her face distorted with rage, eyes bulging, she growled. "Or do I have to stab you with these scissors for you to understand?" Scared out of her wits, Jiun screamed in panic, accepting her fate. "All right, Eun-jin. I'll eat it. I'll eat it." The demon Song Eun-jin raised the scissors, preparing to commit an even more brutal act. 2 other female students in the class witnessed the scene. One said worriedly, "Hey, they've really gone crazy. Should we tell a teacher?" The other quickly covered her friend's mouth, revealing a horrifying truth. "Are you crazy? Don't you know who that Song Eun-jin girl is? She's the one who killed the tycoon's daughter and got away with it without any punishment." It turned out, the demon Song Eun-jin was perpetrator A in the school violence case involving Vice President Lee Myung-jun's daughter, a monster still roaming free outside the law. While the 2 female students were gossiping, one still naively thought the ringleader Song Eun-jin was merely a fox borrowing a tiger's might. The class president overheard, wondering whose influential child Song Eun-jin was to act so brazenly, but her friend only advised her that it's no shame to avoid a powerful foe. The victim's retching sounds and the bully's savage laughter officially annoyed the class president, and killing intent began to rise. Bang! The class president slammed the table and stood up, her face filled with killing intent, startling her friend sitting next to her. Slam! The classroom door was pulled open roughly, and the class president appeared like a descending deity. She growled sarcastically. "The teacher just left, and you're acting up again?" Your laughter echoed all the way to the teacher's office. She ordered the entire class to sit down, announcing she had something to say. The bullies were startled, quickly signaling to each other to dispose of the rotten milk carton, the evidence. The ringleader Song Eun-jin turned to the victim Jiun, whispering a filthy threat. She pressed her face close, her voice sickeningly sweet, yet full of death. "If you utter a single word in front of the teacher, your nude photos will spread everywhere." Jiun turned pale, utterly terrified by the demon's threat. Just then, the homeroom teacher entered with an unfamiliar female student, announcing the class had a new student. The entire class buzzed with excitement upon learning the new student was a defector from North Korea. Even the bullies temporarily forgot their dirty tricks to gossip. The teacher cheerfully asked the new student to introduce herself. The blue-haired girl stepped forward, flashing a bright smile. "Hello everyone, I'm Yoon Karma, from North Korea." Karma ended her introduction with a friendly wink and wave, but hidden behind it was a monster. Scene change. The junior subordinate was pale as a ghost, trying to persuade his boss, "Vice President, it's not too late. Please reconsider." He tremblingly revealed Karma's unordinary past. There was a time when people seriously discussed sending that girl to a juvenile detention center in North Korea. The muscular subordinate, Manager Baek, coldly interrupted his babbling subordinate, Manager Bake. Manager Beck turned his back, his voice icy cold as he asked his subordinate, "Do you think I just adopted a daughter?" The low-ranking subordinate hesitantly replied, "Yes," and was immediately corrected by his boss. "I didn't adopt a daughter." Manager Bake turned back, his gaze sharp as a razor. "I brought back a hunting dog." The subordinate turned pale, sweat pouring down as Yoon Karma's file flashed through his mind. The file revealed, Karma defected alone in 2018, at just 13 years old, found by patrol officers in the Han River, covered in blood. Due to biological experiments by the North Korean government, her brain suffered frontal lobe damage, and the psychological evaluation results couldn't be more shocking. Diagnosed as a psychopath. With a special note, the girl was completely incapable of feeling pain and shame. The bloodstains on the shirt she wore during her defection were extremely suspicious, and a hypnosis investigation uncovered a horrifying truth. During her defection, there was a family murder, and a total of 13 other homicides. The DNA on her shirt matched all the victims. Because she was a minor, she was only sent to a juvenile detention center for 2 years, but rehabilitation was merely a farce. Tables and chairs flew everywhere amidst piercing screams in the detention center. The file noted her extreme aggression and brutal personality. A guard screamed, "Officer Kim, stop that girl." Her madness surpassed all normal limits, making the female guards cling to each other in terror. Possessing superhuman physical strength, Karma single-handedly wiped out all the guards and inmates. After being released from detention, she was required to undergo special probation by the Ministry of Justice. Back in the classroom, Song Eun-jin and her lackeys sneered, clearly seeing the new student as a juicy prey. The blonde girl licked her lips, her face filled with perversion. "Someone interesting just arrived here." Karma responded with an even more dangerous smile. The predator's crimson eyes had locked onto its target. In the boys' classroom, a bookworm was being called out and scolded for playing games instead of gossiping. "Hey, a defector student has transferred to the girls' class." Hearing news of a pretty girl, the entire group of male students immediately went wild, shoving each other as they rushed to see her. The boys crowded outside the door of Class 6, each of them beaming as if they had struck gold. They finally spotted their target, the short, dark-haired girl standing in the crowd. "Is that her? The girl on the left?" The whole group was stunned by Karma's beauty, and one guy exclaimed, "Damn, she's insanely gorgeous." Southern girls and northern guys really are the real deal. A brown-haired female student looked disdainful, scolding the boys, swarming the girls' classroom hallway. "What are you guys doing? How pathetic." Several other female students quickly gathered to get acquainted with Karma, one of them turning to ask with a radiant smile. Her new friends asked curiously, "Karma, when you introduced yourself, you didn't have a North Korean accent at all, did you?" "The defectors I see on YouTube always have a very distinct accent." Karma offered a feigned smile, replying smoothly, "Oh, I practice diligently while watching Korean dramas." Completely convinced, one of them curiously requested, "No wonder, Karma. Could you speak in a North Korean accent for us just once?" Karma feigned a moment of thought, then cleared her throat, preparing to perform. She waved her hand, flashed a dazzling smile, and deliberately spoke in a slightly awkward accent. "Hello, South Korean students. I am Yoon Karma from North Korea." The performance was a resounding success. All the girls shrieked, finding it incredibly cute, surrounding Karma and bombarding her with questions about whether she was famous back in North Korea. Sitting nearby, the bespectacled friend could only sigh in exasperation. "It's really noisy sitting next to the new student," Karma thought to herself, amidst the circle of new friends, that with this atmosphere, blending in would be extremely advantageous. The bespectacled friend watched the scene, muttering bitterly to herself, "Ah, I'm truly envious." While the other female students were still laughing and having fun, the bespectacled friend could only wish, "If only I could laugh so carefree." Her eyes were filled with longing, a thought flashing through her mind. She secretly wished, "No, if only I could be as beautiful and popular as the new student." Just then, Song Eun-jin and her lackeys appeared, shattering the atmosphere with a sarcastic question. "What are you guys talking about that's so fun?" The bespectacled friend's face turned pale when she heard the sarcastic voice, only managing to scream the name in her head. Song Eun-jin. Song Eun-jin and her lackeys approached, offering a fake smile to welcome Karma to the south. She pressed her face close to Karma's, scrutinizing her while sneering. "You're quite handsome, aren't you? You look like a frail, pampered young master." With a sinister smile, Song Eun-jin continued her prelude. "You know, I really want to be best friends with you, Karma." She concluded with an inviting trap, luring Karma to join her group. The bespectacled friend froze, her stomach churning as she saw the new student, who had just arrived. already targeted by this devilish group. In the school world, bullies also had their own hierarchy, and she knew exactly who stood at the top of the food chain. She cursed silently. Why did it have to be that psycho Song Eun-jin? While the bully bared her gleaming white teeth. Looking at Karma's innocent face, the bespectacled friend could only shake her head in dismay, thinking, this prey is too naive. Will she be okay? The question hung in the air as the pack of wolves surrounded the young lamb, waiting for their chance to tear it apart. But in just a moment, Karma's eyes turned cold, her gaze sharp as a razor, and a crack appeared in her perfect disguise. The scene shifted, and Song Eun-jin's profile appeared. The beloved daughter of the president of Nguyen Trading Company, a well-known young lady. The subordinate began his report, confirming the identity of the first target. He pointed directly at the photo, stating clearly, this girl is Karma's #1 target. Sitting in the shadows, Karma's eyes glowed with an eerie red, and she smirked. This bitch is truly irritating to look at. The subordinate paused slightly at her attitude but quickly regained his composure and continued his presentation. The criminal record was revealed. Song Eun-jin frequently assaulted Hyena, and the victim's diary recorded brutal kicks to her stomach. The subordinate emphasized a crucial detail, an unforgivable crime. It was Song Eun-jin who devised the dog chain bullying game, and the image of her strangling Hyena amidst savage laughter appeared. Although the extent of her physical violence was recorded as the least severe, it was undeniable that she was the most malicious and active mastermind. The subordinate confirmed the location. The prey, Song Eun-jin, was at Unro High School, the sole target in Seoul for the infiltration plan. He further reported that all procedures were complete. Karma had been placed directly into the same class as Song Eun-jin to facilitate her actions. He analyzed that, given the girl's provocative nature, she would undoubtedly seek out and get acquainted with the new student herself. Karma smirked, indicating she had fully grasped the entire plan. I generally understand. Karma's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty red, and she asked nonchalantly, so if she comes to me, I should cover her body with bruises and cuts, right? The subordinate hastily stopped that brutal intention, and Karma looked slightly surprised. Manager Baek grabbed Karma, his face serious as he warned, there's an extremely important task you need to complete first. He emphasized that if Song Eun-jin actively approached her, then Karma's reaction must be to play the role of a young lamb. Karma immediately changed her demeanor, acting innocent, grinning widely at Song Eun-jin. Of course, let's be friends. Song Eun-jin seemed delighted, immediately asking, oh, so you'll join our group? And Karma replied without hesitation, yes, I'll join. The blonde girl hugged Karma tightly, flattering her that it was the right decision, while the prey maintained a completely cold expression. The surrounding subordinates began to gossip, one of them sarcastically remarking, look, Song Eun-jin is acting cute again. While the bespectacled friend looked scared, Song Eun-jin turned, her smile becoming more cunning. By the way, Karma. She began to shift her target, asking Karma if she had introduced herself to Jun, the girl sitting next to her. Jun, the new victim, turned pale with fear, while Karma merely replied indifferently that they had only exchanged a few words. Song Eun-jin smirked, suggesting a fun game to help Karma and Jun get closer. Snap! She snapped her fingers, signaling that the torture was about to begin. The lackeys chuckled, while the bespectacled friend's face clearly showed confusion, not understanding what was about to happen. Immediately, two of the subordinates held Jun tightly and forced something dark and disgusting into her mouth amidst her helpless struggles. Karma coldly asked Song Eun-jin what she was doing, while behind her, Jun was gagged and held tight. Song Eun-jin smirked wickedly, calling this sick game volunteer work for a disabled friend. She began to ramble on with a ridiculous excuse, claiming poor Jun had a vision impairment, unable to see clearly, and because of her poor eyesight, Jun had bumped into a desk and dropped her precious iPhone. For Jun's safety, we must prevent this from happening again, mustn't we? Song Eun-jin said with feigned righteousness. While her lackeys had already surrounded the victim, she came up with a crazy idea, to train Jun how to avoid desks and chairs even while blindfolded. Song Eun-jin whispered into Jun's gagged ear, mocking that she had given the girl special milk to boost her spirits. The rules of the game were set. Walk from one end of the classroom to the other without bumping into any desks or chairs. Super easy, right? But here's the main part. Every time you hit something, you'll take a blow. Song Eun-jin's smile now looked demonic. Wham! One of the subordinates shoved Jun forward, starting the death game. Jun stumbled forward in the darkness, her hands outstretched, fumbling for a path between the rows of desks. The girl continued to grope around in despair, her entire body trembling with fear. Thud! Jun's leg hit the edge of a desk. The first mistake had occurred. One! Song Eun-jin shouted. lunging forward like a predator lying in wait. One of the lackeys delivered a devastating kick to Jiun, sending her flying straight into the desks and chairs. Crash! The kick landed, brutal and merciless. Jiun fell face first onto the floor, while the bullies burst into delighted laughter at her ridiculously funny fall. The trash even counted an extra blow because Jiun hit a desk again as she fell, while the girl with glasses could only watch the scene in stunned silence. From a distance, the class president with white-framed glasses glared at them all, her eyes sharp as daggers, clearly fed up with the sight. Song Yoon-jin turned to Karma, grinning widely. Karma, it's your turn. You and I will help Jiun improve her spatial awareness together. Karma coldly planned the next game. During lunchtime, put a bag over her head and throw her into the boys' restroom. The demon Karma's eyes glowed crimson, and she burst into a sick laugh. Unable to hold back any longer, the class president sprang up, intending to intervene, but was quickly held back by a friend. Hey, you guys, that's enough, the class president growled, officially stepping forward. But Karma was faster. She snatched the bag from Song Eun-jin's hand and yelled, Stop! What are you doing to your weak friend? Even the class president froze as Karma continued her act, adopting a lecturing tone. Even a 5-year-old child knows not to bully friends. Jiun looked up with tear-filled eyes, faintly calling Karma's name as her savior. Didn't you hear me? Karma snapped. Let go of her hand right now, and apologize to Jiun. The psychopath girl screamed, playing the role of justice to the fullest. Apologize immediately. The entire class held its breath, witnessing an unprecedented scene. The new transfer student dared to confront the boss, Song Eun-jin, directly. Song Eun-jin and her lackeys froze for 5 seconds, unable to believe their eyes. What did you say, you damn spy? Song Eun-jin roared, her face beginning to contort. Thump! The boss shoved Jiun roughly to the side, having completely lost her patience. The lackeys surrounded Karma, beginning to insult her origins. Are all North Korean sluts this stupid, or is there no bullying up there? Song Eun-jin puffed out her chest and issued an ultimatum. I've already shown you who's boss here, haven't I? Either you go along with us or you get lost. Choose. So what? You want to fight? Karma retorted, with an extremely provocative question, her eyes showing no fear. Karma continued her innocent act. If you keep doing that, I'll tell the teacher. Hearing this, Song Eun-jin and her subordinate burst into insane laughter. Teacher? In North Korea, if you don't listen, do they just execute you? Song Eun-jin's face turned sinister. But what about your karma, Karma? With that said, Song Eun-jin lunged straight at Karma. The battle officially began. Wham! Song Eun-jin threw a punch straight into Karma's stomach, growling, This is how it is in Korea. Karma's memories resurfaced, recalling a crucial instruction. No matter what, never strike first. In the boxing gym, Karma innocently asked Section Chief Baek, Why can't I strike first, stepfather? With bloodshot eyes full of killing intent, she punched the sandbag, while reasoning, I'm going to beat them to death anyway, so what's the difference between striking first or later? Section Chief Baek replied sternly. There is a difference. Do you find a quick fight with a toy enjoyable? He explained that the core of this plan was to create an environment where Song Eun-jin could be continuously tormented. The stage was set. All that was missing was an excuse to throw that girl Song Eun-jin onto it. And to get that excuse, Section Chief Baek ordered, Karma, you must become an innocent victim of school violence. He instructed clearly, when Song Eun-jin approaches, pretend to be gentle. Always respond to injustice with a non-violent attitude. Karma showed her annoyance openly, muttering, Humph. Even in North Korea, I already hated this bitter pill, implying that playing the role of being gentle was truly hard to swallow. But then the demon's smile reappeared, and she whispered, But stepfather. Karma's eyes glowed, fiery red, and she asked with extreme excitement, What if I really can't stand it and my hands get itchy? Section Chief Baek was silent for a moment, his aura as cold as ice. His gaze was sharp behind his glasses, full of calculation. He gave his final answer, a single command. Just one blow. In front of everyone, take one blow first, he said, while the current image showed Karma standing before the bullies. Back in reality, Song Eun-jin smugly looked at Karma, whom she had just punched, asking sarcastically, Did you just hit me? Section Chief Baek concluded his instructions in the flashback. After that, do whatever you want. Karma raised her head, her eyes blazing blood red, a wicked grin stretching from ear to ear, and she pointed to her stomach. Before the bully's stunned gaze, Karma provoked, You hit me right here. Song Eun-jin smirked mockingly, feigning ignorance. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? A gym teacher suddenly burst in from the back of the classroom, shouting, "Class 6, hurry up and change into your gym clothes." The bullies were stunned, and Song Eun-jin cursed under her breath at the interruption. What the hell? The small fry began grumbling about the physical fitness test, while Karma stood behind them, silently observing with cold eyes. Karma recalled the crucial order. But, Karma. In the flashback, Department Head Bake gave a stern instruction. You must endure for at least a week. The key to this plan is to turn you into a victim. Department Head Bake's eyes were sharp as a razor behind his glasses. If you ruin everything due to impulsiveness, I won't forgive you. He added that this wouldn't be difficult since she felt no pain, but Karma gritted her teeth, growling in her mind. But I'm furious. Stepfather. Back in reality, Song Eun-jin sneered, patting Karma's shoulder. Karma, see you later during break time. The blonde girl leaned in close, her voice sickly sweet but laced with menace. Big sis here will pamper you to death. Karma remained silent, her blood-red eyes gleamed, her killing intent almost impossible to conceal. At the gym field, Song Eun-jin used chopsticks to pick up a cigarette, taking a drag with practiced ease. The smug girl thought to herself, skipping gym class to smoke is the best. She turned around with a sinister smile, preparing for her next amusement. It turned out she was sitting on Jiun's back, using her friend as a human chair, and calling her name mockingly. Song Eun-jin feigned sincerity. You must be so sad about being kicked earlier, huh? Big sis is sorry. To make up for it, she pressed the cigarette into Jiun's face, forcing her to cough violently in the smoke. Cigarettes were scattered on the ground right in front of Jiun, an ultimate humiliation. The other lackeys joined in, laughing at the victim's pain. We owe you for this, Jiun, haha. Suddenly, approaching footsteps made them all freeze. Song Eun-jin's lackeys flinched, hearing the footsteps, and the brown-haired one panicked. Are we caught? Put out the cigarettes. Song Eun-jin cursed, seeing who was approaching, knowing it was too late to dispose of the evidence. The boss girl quickly regained her arrogant demeanor, sneering. Oh, you startled me. The one who appeared was the class president with an icy expression, her sharp gaze fixed on them. Another lackey gave a faint laugh, acting dismissive. Hey guys. The class president growled, commanding decisively. Stop it, right now. The victim, Jiun, saw the class president as a savior, calling her name with tear-filled eyes. Song Eun-jin laughed provocatively. Hey class president, are you planning to use your authority to threaten us? Jiun cried and pleaded with the class president not to cause trouble because of her, while Song Eun-jin and her subordinates laughed gleefully. Unexpectedly, the class president calmly pulled out a cigarette, making everyone freeze in shock. Jiun was deeply shocked, stammering the class president's name. Moon Ye-jin, I thought you quit smoking. Moon Ye-jin took a drag from her cigarette, her icy gaze replying, Looking at you lot, who could possibly quit? She growled, reminding them all. It hasn't even been a year since we pushed someone to their death, you idiots. The case file appeared. Moon Ye-jin, 16 years old, was perpetrator B in the school violence case, charged with severe assault. Jiun froze, her mind blank as she realized the horrifying truth. Why? Why was the class president with Song Eun-jin's gang? Moon Ye-jin turned to the brown-haired lackey, snapping. Rumors about the new transfer student are already spreading throughout the class. The brown-haired lackey aggressively shouted, Who? I'll cut out their tongue, completely unaware of her foolish remark. Moon Ye-jin pointed her cigarette directly at her face, her voice icy. Hey, you idiot. What did I just say? Her eyes became deranged, growling each word. I told you to keep everything quiet. And you're talking about cutting someone's tongue out? Moon Ye-jin pressed her face close to the terrified lackey, her voice full of menace. Or should I cut out your tongue first? Moon Ye-jin puffed on her cigarette, her voice condescending. You're high school students now. Aren't you planning to go to college? She continued to lecture her subordinates. Do you think you can live foolishly without a future forever? With a sinister smile, Moon Ye-jin warned. This world isn't just full of fools like Hyena's father. The brown-haired lackey spoke up, setting conditions for the class president. So if you want to keep doing stupid things, don't drag me into your mess. Song Eun-jin flew into a rage, shouting, Damn it! Are you lecturing me again? Since high school, you haven't treated us with any respect, Song Eun-jin muttered in her mind, recalling the past. This Moon Ye-jin has been like this since middle school, always pretending to be innocent and pushing the dirty work onto me. A flashback appeared. Song Eun-jin screamed in terror when confronted with the class president's true face. In the past, Moon Ye-jin, with deranged eyes, pressed something into Song Eun-jin's mouth, laughing gleefully. Come on, open your mouth, you dog. Back in the present, Song Eun-jin gritted her teeth in hatred. What a disgusting bitch. I hate her so much. Moon Ye-jin suddenly called out Song Eun-jin's name, making her jump in surprise. Moon Ye-jin whirled around, her eyes sharp as knives. "What the hell are you looking at?" Song Eun-jin broke out in a cold sweat, hastily denying. I wasn't looking. Moon Ye-jin let out a contemptuous sneer, while the lackey next to her just kept her head down. Song Eun-jin gritted her teeth in humiliation, warning, "All right, just do well. Don't cross the line just because I've been a bit lenient lately." Moon Ye-jin turned away, beginning to intimidate the rest of the group. "And you lot too." Jun, the victim being bullied, could only tremble and listen. Moon Ye-jin continued, "Because you keep bullying her, it's hard for me to hold back." She grabbed Jun, face to face, her voice a deadly whisper. "You know, beating up people like you also has its disadvantages, right?" Jun froze, hearing the next threat. "Life is suffering, isn't it? If you make a fuss with the disciplinary committee and cause trouble for my school life." Moon Ye-jin's eyes became vacant, as she coldly delivered her verdict. "I will kill you." A lackey stepped on the freckled girl's hand, growling. "Understand?" Crack. Its foot crushed the victim's fingers. The girl shrieked in extreme pain. The victim cried out, pleading, "Class president, your foot! Take your foot off!" while another held a sharp object behind her back. Amidst the screams, a long-haired female student from the gang casually puffed on a cigarette, her face emotionless. The freckled girl continued to plead desperately. "I swear I won't cause trouble. I won't report it to the disciplinary committee." Suddenly, the smoking student reached out and grabbed her accomplice's foot. She mercilessly dealt with her own accomplice, kicking the brown-haired girl sprawling. A devastating kick sent the brown-haired girl flying straight into the wall. The brown-haired girl clutched her face in pain, not understanding what was happening. The smoking student grabbed the brown-haired girl's hair, cursing directly at her. "You bitch, are you serious?" She burst into maniacal laughter after beating her accomplice. Turning to the other lackeys, she put on an elder sister's air. "What kind of nonsense are you all doing?" The brown-haired girl, still resentful, growled, "Just go crazy, you idiots." The smoking student threw her cigarette to the ground, ordering, "Cut out the nonsense and get to class." Class President Moon Ye-jin appeared, adjusted her glasses, and declared, "It's your turn to have your abilities evaluated." The brown-haired girl's face turned pale as she ordered the others. "Don't come out immediately. Wait until I've left. You're smart enough to understand, right?" Moon Ye-jin turned to Song Eun-jin, who was sitting on the ground, her voice icy. "Ah, and Eun-jin, I told you to know your place a little." The scene shifted to Karma, the transfer student, sitting with her legs crossed defiantly. Moon Ye-jin gave her final order, and Karma merely smirked. "Beat her up for me." Moon Ye-jin sneered, thinking to herself, "Just watching her act makes my eyes itch." The gym teacher wondered, "What? You just transferred, so you don't have a gym uniform? You should have borrowed one from another class." Karma replied with a bright smile. "It's fine, teacher. I can just wear my school uniform." While the teacher was flustered because this counted towards grades, the teacher sighed and conceded. "All right, I'll still give you a grade even in your uniform." And Karma grinned her thanks. The teacher called after her, "Hey, put the ball away when you're done. Wait for the next turn." But Karma remained silently unresponsive. A friendly, brown-haired female student approached, raising her fist in encouragement. "Karma, you can do it." Karma stood before the ball, her gaze cold, completely focused. The surrounding students began to whisper, "Hey, is that girl really going to play soccer in her school uniform? Will she be all right?" Her brown-haired friend blushed, her hands clasped together in excitement. What to do? She looked so delicate. Song Eun-jin and another lackey approached, their voices full of sarcasm. "Why don't you just go kiss her then?" The blonde girl offered a fake, insincere apology. "Sorry, huh." But in her mind, Song Eun-jin was calculating. On second thought, Moon Ye-jin, you don't need to remind me, she thought to herself while Karma was preparing. Because I already wanted a new toy. She was fed up with bullying Sung-jin, believing that game only made her feel inferior. Song Eun-jin smiled morbidly. If you're going to raise a dog, it has to be worth training. She watched Karma warming up and assessed. Look, that girl is too perfect, she analyzed. Just thorny enough, and a defector with no connections. Truly an easy target. And above all, she was thin and weak. Whoosh! Karma unleashed a powerful kick. Bang! The ball flew like a bullet, tearing through the air. The brown-haired friend could only widen her eyes in horror as the ball shot straight towards the glasses-wearing student, who was standing as a live target in the goal. Class President Moon Ye-jin and the other female students gaped in astonishment at the sound. Song Eun-jin couldn't believe her ears either, muttering, "It sounds like a cannon. Surely some boy kicked it?" Karma growled, her eyes glowing crimson, then unleashed an earth-shattering spinning kick. The gym teacher, whistle in mouth, froze at the absurd sight. The gossiping female students could only stare wide-eyed, speechless. Karma lightly bit her lip, a trickle of blood appearing, as if she was savoring her own power. A second kick was unleashed, no less powerful, the air seemingly torn apart. The ball became a blur, hurtling straight towards the glasses-wearing student who was serving as a live target. Whoosh! Right in front of the unfortunate girl, the ball suddenly changed direction, whizzing past the students and aiming straight for another target. A female student from Song Eun-jin's gang shrieked as the ball grazed past the ringleader's face. The lackey girl furiously yelled, "You damn bitch!" It almost hit my face. Karma stood there, silently observing. Then her bloodshot eyes flashed with a wicked smile. Seeing that gaze, the lackey girl, who had been so aggressive moments ago, turned deathly pale. She stammered, advising Song Eun-jin to let it go. But the ringleader had already gone furious. "You damn bitch," Song Eun-jin roared, believing this was a blatant challenge. "Is that arrogant bitch defying me?" She gnashed her teeth, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "When gym class is over, you're dead for sure." Back in the classroom, Song Eun-jin kicked a desk and yelled into Karma's face, "Hey, you damn spy." The whole group came to pick a fight, Song Eun-jin questioning with a crazed expression. "You deliberately kicked the ball at us, didn't you? Are you itching for a beating?" Karma merely stared back silently, further infuriating Song Eun-jin. "Do you think I'll be scared when you show off that pathetic bit of strength? You're just trying to avoid a beating, aren't you?" Song Eun-jin shoved her face close to Karma's, threatening her with her family background. "Do you know who my brother is? You're nothing here, you trashy defector." The ringleader, Song Eun-jin, defiantly challenged. "Let's see what you can do, you bitch. Kick me like you did during gym class." Karma smiled back nonchalantly, replying, "I can't do that," leaving Song Eun-jin stunned by her provocative attitude. Karma's eyes flashed a deadly red as she pointed to her own head and sneered. "Because your head isn't on the ground yet, how can I kick it like a ball?" Song Eun-jin froze, sweat pouring down, unable to believe her ears. Karma continued to taunt, looking at the trembling lackeys behind her. "You must be really scared, huh, to have to drag along a whole pack of cronies." With a devilish smile, Karma sarcastically added, "And you even brought up some big brother that nobody cares about to threaten me." Song Eun-jin gnashed her teeth, her face turning pale as her sore spot was exposed. Karma concluded with a backhanded compliment. "Your attempt to act cool actually looks quite adorable." Provoked to her limit, Song Eun-jin screamed and swung her hand, intending to slap. "Shut up, you bitch." She lunged forward, but before she could touch Karma, she froze. Wham! Karma struck first, a devastating punch landing squarely on the middle of Song Eun-jin's forehead. Blood gushed like a fountain from Song Eun-jin's forehead. Her eyes rolled back, and her head snapped back in pain. The lackeys behind them froze in place, their faces turning ashen as they saw their boss taken down with a single blow. A brown-haired lackey wearing a mask also stared in horror at the blood splattered on the wall. Class President Moon Ye-jin, the one pulling the strings from behind, couldn't hide her shock, gnashing her teeth in anger. Karma grabbed Song Eun-jin's hair and yanked her head back, while the cronies screamed in terror. "She's crazy. What do we do now?" Karma looked at the chaotic scene with an amused expression. I don't know either." Hearing the screams and seeing the blood, Karma became even more excited. "Beating this girl is really fun." Karma's crimson eyes glowed with extreme madness as she whispered. "Her screams sound so satisfying." Karma dragged the desperately weeping Song Eun-jin along, only one thought echoing in her mind. "I'm sorry, stepfather." In the changing room, the lackeys panicked, seeing Song Eun-jin convulsing at Karma's feet, one of them screaming, "Damn it, call a teacher quickly." Song Eun-jin lay sprawled on the floor, her face smeared with tears, stammering a plea. Wait. Karma looked down with cunning crimson eyes, declaring, "From now on, I'll do things my way. The ball is finally in my court, isn't it?" The cronies helplessly watched their boss being tormented, one of them screaming, "She can't control her body anymore. What do we do?" Song Eun-jin could only plead in vain as the nightmare had only just begun. With a savage smile, Karma prepared to stomp on her enemy, completely dominating the game. Crunch. Karma, without a moment's hesitation, stomped her heel directly onto Song Eun-jin's face. Karma stood with her hands on her hips, looking down at her writhing prey with amusement. "Remember what you said? You told me to kick you, right?" She curled her lips into a mad grin. "I heard that in Korea, if someone tells you to do something, You have to do it. Karma's eyes flashed a deadly red glow as she stated firmly. So I won't hesitate. Karma grabbed Song Eun-jin's hair and asked in a friendly manner, how should I kick you? Curve it nicely? Or a heel kick to the nape? Seeing their boss about to be finished off, a brown-haired lackey desperately grabbed a chair, intending to ambush Karma from behind. Whoosh! The girl put all her strength into swinging the chair down, but Karma merely dodged with ease. The lackey lost her balance and fell face first onto the floor in utter astonishment. Thud! The devastating fall left her only able to groan in pain. Karma turned around, flashing a contemptuous smile. What kind of stunt are you pulling? The lackey scrambled to her feet, trembling speechless, looking as if she were doing ballet. Karma grabbed the girl's hair and growled, loyalty is good, but take your time. I'll make sure it's your turn. What's the rush? Karma's crimson eyes fixed on her terrified prey. You seem to want to die first, huh? I'll grant your wish. Snap! A horrifying sound echoed, and the remaining lackeys could only cover their mouths and scream in utter horror. Karma brushed her hair, flashing a satisfied smile. Phew, all done. Grabbing the brown-haired lackey's head, Karma gleefully declared, the no-rope binding technique, complete. Her hands bound tightly by her own hair, the girl screamed in helplessness. Let me go, you lunatic! Karma tightened her grip on the hair, causing her prey excruciating pain. While dragging the girl across the floor, Karma sarcastically asked, earlier, you were going to hit me with a chair, right? Karma's crimson eyes glowed with malevolence. That's not how you use tables and chairs. Watch closely. Karma gripped the terrified girl's head tightly. A table and a chair must be used like this. Karma prepared to smash her face straight onto the table. Crash! With a devastating blow, the girl's face was smashed flat against the wooden tabletop. Karma yanked a chunk of hair, sending the girl flying while blood gushed like a spring. Wham! Another brutal blow was delivered without a moment's hesitation. The remaining lackeys stood watching, their faces ashen, one of them screaming, save me! Another, pale as a ghost, stammered a plea, I was wrong, please stop. But Karma completely ignored them, continuing the brutal torture amidst the victims' desperate screams. Class President Moon Ye-jin stood from a distance, frozen in silence, witnessing the horrifying scene. Moon Ye-jin's eyes behind her glasses flashed with a complex expression, silently observing the situation. The minor bullies turned to the class president for help, one of them frantically demanding to call a teacher. The brown-haired girl was now just a bloody, mangled mess, lying on the floor, groaning. Karma raised her leg, preparing to finish off her prey, who was weakly gasping, save me. Wham! A merciless kick landed directly on the fallen girl. Bang! Karma launched a kick, sending the brown-haired lackey flying, while the rest could only stare, frozen in place. A long-haired girl among them, her face drained of all color, was utterly terrified. The long-haired girl swallowed hard, feeling an ominous chill as she saw Karma had finished with her prey. Karma curled her lips into a wicked smile and declared, now then. Karma's blazing red eyes locked onto the long-haired girl. It's our princess's turn, isn't it? The long-haired lackey flinched violently, stammering her denial. What? Why me? I didn't do anything. Karma sneered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Do you think I'm blind? I saw that unpleasant expression on your face behind my back. Karma's bloodshot eyes gleamed with a deadly light, and she commanded, stop your ridiculous antics and come here. Overwhelmed by Karma's aura, the long-haired girl could only stand still, trembling uncontrollably. Not coming? Then never mind, Karma said casually, then began to walk forward. Karma calmly approached, and the long-haired girl frantically backed away, screaming, don't come here! I said don't come here! In her panic, the long-haired girl tripped over her own feet and fell sprawling onto the floor. She sat down on the ground, clutching her throbbing leg, completely helpless. The girl flinched, realizing she had just sat on a utility knife, while Karma calmly recalled how the orange-hoodied girl had also fallen in the exact same way earlier. Trembling with fear, she wailed in despair. Don't come any closer. She snatched up the utility knife, brandishing it threateningly amidst her friends' screams. Come any closer, and I'll stab you. Her face was pale as she tried to act tough. Damn it, I'm not kidding. Her hand holding the knife trembled violently, her voice cracking. I'll really stab you. Her eyes wide with terror, she frantically repeated her threat like a madwoman. Karma merely smirked, completely dismissing the toy. Really? Then try it. With bloodshot eyes, Karma provocatively smirked, staring directly at the fallen long-haired girl. To cut me? The long-haired girl's face was ashen. Her hand holding the utility knife trembled uncontrollably, her mouth agape, unable to form words due to extreme terror. Karma maintained her wicked smile, watching her utterly terrified prey before her, while the lackeys behind her were also struck silent. She disdainfully mumbled, just as expected. Just empty words. Karma concluded coldly, then casually stepped forward. The long-haired girl's eyes widened in horror. She let out a piercing scream, then desperately swung the knife and lunged towards Karma. The watching lackeys frantically screamed, "She's gone mad. She's really swinging the knife. What do we do now?" Even though the long-haired girl swung the knife wildly, Karma calmly dodged with ease, demonstrating an absolute disparity in skill. The girl let out a roar and thrust the knife forward with all her might. Quick as lightning, Karma blocked the attack, firmly seizing her opponent's knife-wielding wrist. Karma's hand tightened around the girl's wrist, completely neutralizing the pathetic weapon. The long-haired girl froze, her pupils constricting in severe shock as her attack was blocked with such effortless ease. Giving her opponent no time to recover, Karma used her strength to spin around, preparing to execute a throw. The long-haired girl only realized the situation in a panic, as her body was lifted into the air. Crash! Karma threw the girl straight over her shoulder, slamming her onto the floor amidst a pile of desks and chairs. The long-haired girl's eyes rolled back, showing only whites, her mouth agape from the devastating impact. The utility knife flew from her hand, clattering onto the floor. The lackeys watched the horrifying scene, their faces pale with shock, screaming, "What was that sound? That girl's really gone crazy." Lying sprawled on the floor, the long-haired girl groaned in pain, while her friends wailed, asking where the teacher was. Smack. Karma grabbed the girl's hair and yanked her head back, making her eyes widen in horror and letting out a pathetic scream. "These Korean girls are so dramatic," Karma sneered, yanking the long-haired girl's hair. "It's only this much, and they're already screaming like they're dying." The long-haired girl's eyes were wide with terror. She stammered incoherently as Karma leaned close to her face and said, "Don't worry." Karma's eyes flashed red. She whispered, full of experience, "I know, because I've killed people before. Humans don't die that easily." The long-haired girl froze in terror as Karma commanded, "So, shut your mouth." With a savage smile, Karma declared, "Let's continue what we were doing." Karma yanked the long-haired girl's hair hard, making her scream while she tried to plead in vain. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Karma unleashed a thunderous kick, sending the long-haired girl flying straight towards the row of metal lockers amidst the piercing screams of the lackeys. The long-haired girl slammed hard into the locker, blood splattering from her head. She staggered to her feet, clutching her head, blood streaming down her face. The long-haired girl groaned in pain, her eyes rolled back to white from dizziness. Wham! Karma delivered another kick, kicking the girl directly in the face, sending her face first into an open locker. The long-haired girl was half stuffed into the metal locker, her legs flailing desperately. She wailed miserably from inside the cramped metal locker. Amidst the frantic screams of the lackeys, demanding an ambulance and searching for a teacher, Karma merely stood there, smiling contentedly. The hangers-on whispered among themselves, terrified by Karma's madness. "What kind of transfer student is she? She's terrifying." "Silence, everyone," Karma roared, cutting through all the whispers and chatter. She stood in the middle of the classroom, beside the metal locker, with the victim's flailing legs, then spoke. "Listen up, classmates. I'm not doing this to be praised." Karma placed a hand on her chest. "But wouldn't it be sad if you weren't grateful to me?" Karma pointed towards the locker. "Look here, a troublemaker disrupting the class atmosphere. I, Karma, have dealt with her for you weaklings. Don't you see?" Karma's eyes flashed with deadly red light as she chuckled darkly. "So, you weak girls should actually be grateful to me, shouldn't you?" Karma grinned widely, her eyes bloodshot, her voice full of challenge. "Isn't that right?" She called out Song Eun-jin's name, her prey sprawled on the floor, face bruised and battered. Karma sneered, mocking the girl who was feigning death. "How long do you plan to lie there? Are you scared of a bear or something?" Song Eun-jin remained still, sobbing, as Karma continued to taunt. "Are the instigator and the one who gets beaten two different people? Your subordinates are taking more of a beating." She leisurely stepped forward, lecturing with the philosophy of the strong. By tradition, the leader of a gang must take responsibility upon defeat. Karma growled with a crazed smile. "And must be executed, right?" Suddenly, she looked around in confusion. Her prey had vanished. "Huh? Where's Song Eun-jin?" It turned out Song Eun-jin had scrambled to her feet, her face pale with fear, trying to call her older brother. She shrieked in despair, "I have to call my brother. This girl is insane." Song Eun-jin bolted for the back door, screaming for help. "Brother! That lunatic wants to kill me." Click. The door was tightly locked, her escape route cut off. She frantically pounded on the door, yelling, "Damn it! PE class is over. Why is the back door still locked like this?" Song Eun-jin turned back and froze in terror as Karma lunged at her like a predator, screaming, "Open the door, you damn bastard!" Whoosh! Karma delivered a devastating flying kick, striking the blonde girl directly. Crash! Both fell sprawling in the hallway amidst the shrill screams of the subordinates. Karma grabbed Song Eun-jin's face, her voice sickly sweet. "Hey, Eun-jin." She leaned in close, repeating her old question with a savage smile. "You asked if I knew how to fight, didn't you?" Karma's crimson eyes gleamed, and she chuckled darkly. "What do you think?" Karma raised her hand, declaring, "Answer after I beat you to a pulp," even as her prey cried and begged, "Wait, don't hit me." Wham! Without another word, Karma delivered a thunderous punch to Song Eun-jin's face. Blood splattered onto the terrified subordinates, and Karma roared, "How about now?" The small fry trembled, wondering if they would get to fight, while Karma continued her torture. Song Eun-jin's arm hung limply as Karma yelled, "I'm asking you, Eun-jin." Karma flashed a savage smile, revealing sharp fangs, and growled, "Say something." Her crimson eyes rolled wildly as she continued to curse her nearly unconscious prey. "You idiot." She burst into a maniacal fit of laughter, thoroughly enjoying the violence. Karma grabbed Song Eun-jin's hair and dragged her roughly like a ragged doll. The monster's name was officially revealed, Yoon Karma. Scene shift. Department head Beck was reviewing Yoon Karma's psychological evaluation report, confirming she was an explosive psychopath. The file clearly stated, like pleasure-seeking murderers, she tends to seek strong stimuli such as fresh blood and screams. Department head Beck continued reading with an unchanging expression, seemingly already too familiar with the monster's nature. Back in the classroom, Karma suddenly stopped, seemingly drawn by something. She effortlessly hoisted Song Eun-jin's limp body onto her shoulder. The report echoed, "The thing that excites Yoon Karma the most is the face of a person who has lost consciousness." Karma stared intently at Song Eun-jin's blood-smeared face with an expression of extreme satisfaction, letting out a pleasurable, "Ah." She shrieked in morbid delight, completely immersed in her victory. Standing before the entire class, who were frozen in fear, Karma caressed her own face and praised her handiwork. "Eun-jin, you look so beautiful now." At the corporate office, the young subordinate rushed in frantically, shouting, "Vice President." Lee Myung-jun remained calmly seated with his back turned, his voice icy, barging in without knocking. Karma must have caused trouble again. The subordinate was drenched in sweat, unable to speak, his expression saying it all. Things were worse than just causing trouble. Department head Baek, his face stern, questioned the subordinate. 1 week? Wasn't the plan for Karma to play the victim for at least a week? The subordinate, his face drained of color, confessed. "Honestly, I didn't even think she'd last 2 days, let alone a week." He reported in a panic that the school had called before the second period was even over, asking his boss how to handle it. Lee Myung-jun, still with his back turned, growled, "If it's done, it must follow the plan. We can't let it fall apart right from the start." He gnashed his teeth, clearly extremely annoyed by Karma's disruption. The subordinate froze, realizing his boss had anticipated this scenario. Lee Myung-jun remained silent, his back exuding a deadly aura that made the subordinate break out in a cold sweat. The subordinate tremblingly asked what his boss intended, but received only a terrifying silence in return. Lee Myung-jun finally turned around, coldly admitting, "I suppose I've lost my patience too. I want to see those brats squirm as soon as possible." The subordinate's jaw dropped, completely shocked by his boss' undisguised cruelty. Lee Myung-jun stood up, delivering a concise statement. "What's done is done, Department head Beck. Focus on the present." He adjusted his tie while giving an order. "So, what exactly is the situation now?" At the chaotic scene, Song Eun-jin lay motionless on a stretcher, her head covered in blood, while the gym teacher had to restrain Karma tightly. Pinned from behind by the teacher, Karma still smirked with a savage and satisfied grin. Moon Ye-jin and her lackeys stood frozen, their faces pale with horror. Moon Ye-jin glared at Karma with hateful eyes, but what she received in return were crimson eyes and the smile of a bloodthirsty demon. Another female teacher ran to the scene, yelling loudly, "Where is the homeroom teacher?" The gym teacher announced the homeroom teacher was absent, making her furiously curse. How useless. The female teacher dismissed it, her face radiating killing intent. "Forget about that old homeroom teacher." She pointed directly at Karma, who was calmly sitting on a chair, and growled, "Is it her? Is this girl the one who beat our Yoon-jin to this state?" Karma glared back, her eyes sharp as daggers, making the teacher exclaim, "Oh my, look at her snake-like eyes. What is she glaring at?" Song Eunjin's mother appeared, pointing directly at Karma and screaming, "You! What do you intend to do to my Eunjin's face? If she can't get married, will you take responsibility?" Karma calmly replied with a fake angelic smile. "Mom, I believe Eunjin's personality is an even bigger flaw regarding her marriage prospects." Eunjin's mother trembled with rage, her face contorted. "You crazy girl. Even if you beg for forgiveness, it won't be enough." She turned and snapped at the gym teacher who was trying to intervene. "Calm down, you say? What did you do when my daughter ended up like this?" Karma maintained an innocent expression, as if she had no involvement. Eunjin's mother crossed her arms, beginning to flaunt her power. "You seem unaware of how terrifying this world can be. Aren't you? Do you even know who my husband is?" She arrogantly declared, an image of her husband, Chairman Song Jin Taek, sponsoring the school, appearing. "He is the chairman of Nongun Group. Has like brothers with this school's principal." She leaned in close to her face, growling menacingly. "Do you know who you just messed with? I'll show you." Eunjin's mother ordered the vice principal, who was trembling like a leaf. "Vice principal, call this girl's parents here." Immediately, suddenly, she froze, sensing something unusual in the air. Turning back, she saw Karma slumped in her seat, beginning to sob. Karma burst into heart-wrenching sobs, her eyes welling up with tears, as if she had suffered extreme injustice. All the adults were dumbfounded as Karma wailed. "Everyone is being so unfair. I am the real victim. I was only defending myself. Why won't anyone understand me?" Before Eunjin's mother could compose herself, Karma stood up, pulled open her shirt. "Look at this." Karma flung open her uniform shirt, revealing her sports bra and a body covered in marks. "Look, this is what Eunjin did as an initiation ritual." All the teachers present were stunned. A bespectacled male teacher stammered, What is that?" Karma's shoulders were covered in numerous round scars, clearly the marks of being burned by cigarettes. Song Eunjin, standing behind her mother, her face pale, hastily denied everything. "Wait, I didn't do that." Ignoring her opponent's denial, Karma smirked a devilish smile, completely in control of the situation. Karma smirked mockingly, her eyes full of derision. "Haha. You're very confused, aren't you, Eunjin? Still haven't figured it out?" It turned out it was all an act. Luckily, on the way to school, I burned myself with a few cigarettes as a precaution. Stealing the boss's cigarettes was a bit troublesome, but, the girl thought to herself, sending a message to her stepfather. "See, stepfather? This is how you create justice. Why the hell wait a week?" Her eyes glowed wildly red, a savage smile on her face. "Because this body doesn't feel pain, I just need to injure myself. And it's done." Song Eunjin froze stiff, her eyes wide and blank, her entire body convulsing from shock. Eunjin's mother grabbed her daughter, roaring, "Song Eunjin, you said you quit smoking. How dare you lie to your own mother?" Eunjin frantically screamed back, "Mom, does that matter now? That girl is putting on an act." Karma continued her tearful act. "Shay's lying. She made her friends hold me down and burn me with cigarettes." Eunjin cursed furiously. "You're lying, you bitch." Eunjin tried to counterattack, challenging. "Then you must know what brand I smoke, right? Mingsol? Or Marlboro? You don't know, do you? Answer me." Karma calmly retorted with a perfectly flawless excuse. "How would I know the names of Korean cigarettes?" Song Eunjin was speechless, stammering, unable to speak, completely cornered. Eunjin's mother changed her tactic, pointing at her daughter's face. "All right, fine. But is it normal to beat a girl until her face is bruised like this?" She continued to complain, images of two swollen-faced lackeys appearing. Sehee and Sonun, her classmates, are now getting stitches in the emergency room. As the Parent-Teacher Association president, she grandly declared, "I will convene a disciplinary meeting and punish you thoroughly." The woman turned and yelled at the trembling vice principal. "Vice principal, when will you call her parents?" He quickly replied, "Yes, I just connected them, ma'am." Karma coldly snatched the receiver. "Now you can talk to them. Give it here." Eunjin's mother snatched the phone, roaring savagely into the receiver. "Hello." A calm male voice echoed from the other end of the line. "It's a pleasure to meet you. You must be Eunjin's mother, correct?" Making her freeze. Lee Myung-jun stood behind his desk, calmly listening to the woman screaming on the phone. "That's right. I am Eunjin's mother. Do you know what state my daughter is in?" The boss coldly listened to her unreasonable demands over the phone, while his bodyguard stood solemnly behind him. "Come here immediately. Come here and kneel to apologize to my daughter at once." Lee Myung-jun replied nonchalantly, "I apologize, but that would be rather difficult." Leaving Eunjin's mother stunned, she could only utter, "What?" Lee Myung-jun coldly declared over the phone. I am a very busy man, so it will be difficult for me to come to school today. The boss shifted the topic to compensation, stating he would inform her of the date, time, and location later, completely taking the initiative. Click! Lee Myung-jun abruptly hung up, leaving Eunjin's mother speechless, unable to believe her ears. She dazedly called hello into the dead phone, while Karma and the gym teacher watched from a distance. Having lost all face, Eunjin's mother turned to vent her anger on Karma, muttering, truly speechless, utterly speechless. She went into a frenzy, screaming directly at Karma's face. Like father, like daughter. Eunjin's mother pulled her daughter closer, pointed at Karma and roared, Hey, Yoon Karma, prepare yourself. I don't care who your father is. She continued her empty threats, vowing to ensure Karma could never rise again for the rest of her life. In response, Karma's eyes glowed with a deadly red hue. The corner of her mouth curled into a devilish, challenging smirk. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the vice principal and other teachers frantically ran out of the room, leaving the battlefield to the three individuals. Karma calmly put her uniform shirt back on while the gym teacher froze, completely shocked by the girl's madness. Karma thought to herself that her stepfather seemed very angry because he didn't even give any instructions over the phone. But then the girl smirked, thinking her stepfather's method was too roundabout and not impactful enough. Karma's gaze turned towards Song Eun-jin and her mother, who were still seething, declaring she would find a better way to torment them. The scene shifted to a deserted school hallway. The sign for class 1 to 6 appeared. Inside the empty classroom, Moon Ye-jin, the class president, sat alone in contemplation by the window. She rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sharp, deeply focused on analyzing the recent situation. Moon Ye-jin muttered the name Yoon Karma, her mind filled with doubt because she sensed something extremely unusual. She recalled Karma rushing out to block Song Eun-jin's path, initially thinking the girl was just a country bumpkin who liked to meddle. But recalling Karma's insane smile, Moon Ye-jin realized a terrifying truth. This monster clearly wanted to cause trouble from the very beginning. Moon Ye-jin analyzed that Karma merely used the nerd Jen as an excuse to act, an unusually strong obsession with justice. She recalled the monster's words. It had dealt with the troublemakers, and the entire class should be grateful. The class president concluded firmly. Nothing about this is natural. In her mind, a scene appeared of Karma, smiling contentedly with Lee Myung-jun's shadow standing behind her, as if this sense of justice had been implanted in her mind by some force. Snap. Moon Ye-jin gritted her teeth and snapped the pen. The name Yoon Karma, now her #1 concern. She reviewed the mental file, a fugitive with an ambiguous identity, yet her combat skills were formidable despite her being a minor. With her bloodshot eyes and bloodthirsty smile, Karma was the perfect tool to ignite violent crimes. Moon Ye-jin froze, a hypothesis flashing through her mind. Was Yoon Karma beating Song Eun-jin today merely a coincidence? Bang! Song Eun-jin, her face swollen, aggressively kicked open the door and burst into the classroom, interrupting the class president's thoughts. Moon Ye-jin turned around, her tone casual. What's this? Not going home early yet? The blonde girl growled, her face still bitter after the brutal beating. Song Eun-jin screamed, blaming everything on the class president. Why did you take so long to call a teacher? Moon Ye-jin propped her chin and retorted sharply. Too bad. I don't have a Class 1 truck driver's license, Eun-jin. Song Eun-jin was speechless, while the class president remained unfazed. The important thing is that I called them, regardless of the reason. Isn't it? The blonde girl smirked, acting as if she had caught her opponent red-handed. Ha! Damn it. Do you want me to guess why you intentionally arrived late? Song Eun-jin pointed directly at her, beginning her accusation. You were scared. Scared your true colors would be exposed. She continued to accuse. You were afraid that monster Yoon Karma would see you bringing teachers and deal with you too. Moon Ye-jin listened in silence with cold eyes as her best friend exposed her. With your personality, you wouldn't just stand there and take it. Song Eun-jin screamed loudly, her anger reaching its peak. At that moment, your good student facade would shatter in front of the entire school. She concluded. You were hiding away while I was getting beaten because you were scared. Weren't you? But the only reply was Moon Ye-jin's sigh. Moon Ye-jin called out coldly. Eun-jin. The blonde girl was startled, shouting, What? Whack. A notebook flew straight into Song Eun-jin's face, stopping every word she intended to say. Without a moment's hesitation, Moon Ye-jin launched an extremely dangerous spinning kick, sending Song Eun-jin flying straight to the floor. Thud. She fell sprawling in the middle of the gym, without understanding what had just happened. Song Eun-jin scrambled to her feet, her face contorted in pain, only able to groan from the devastating impact. Moon Yejin grabbed her friend's hair, her voice as cold as ice. "Say that again," she growled, her eyes sharp. "I intentionally arrived late?" Moon Yejin's eyes rolled wildly, full of madness. "Someone like you dares to say that?" Song Eunjin was scared out of her wits, stammering. You're crazy, aren't you?" "My mom just left the teacher's office." Moon Yejin smirked, challenging. "Oh, really? Then call her back. Let's see what happens," she said, leaving Song Eunjin speechless, not daring to utter a sound. Moon Yejin began her lecture. "Our dear Eunjin, perhaps because you've gotten used to being a queen lately, you've forgotten that you're just a low-class nobody, haven't you?" Her eyes turned vicious, her words like daggers. "No family, no connections, you're just trash." Song Eunjin froze upon hearing such cruel words from her own best friend. Moon Yejin concluded, "You're just a pet dog we raised. Stop barking nonsense, damn it." She let go of the girl, brushing her hands in warning. "If I were you, I wouldn't cause trouble here. Instead, I'd go butter up your brother, the school's final boss." Cornered, Song Eunjin shouted resentfully, "Humph, I was just about to do that." She continued to rant. "A pet dog? You're lying. I was truly stupid to consider you a friend." Meanwhile, Moon Yejin suddenly paused, the name Lee Myung-jun appearing in her mind. Class President Moon Yejin pondered, finding Lee Myung-jun's attitude too submissive for a father who had lost his child. She muttered, "If Lee Myung-jun was truly the one pulling karma's strings, then Song Eunjin's brother's actions today would make it clear. For now, let's just wait and see. It's not too late to assess the situation and plan further." The scene shifts to Class 3-1. Ptui, a thug spat with utter contempt. He burst out laughing, pointing and mocking. "You look so ugly, haha." He continued to mock Song Eunjin's swollen face. "Is that your face, or an abstract painting, haha?" Song Eunjin shouted furiously. "Hey, big brother, your little sister got beaten and you can still laugh?" The brother snapped. "Shut up, noisy brat. Don't you know this is the seniors class?" The girl argued back, claiming that beating her was challenging his authority. The brother smirked, looking bored. "Well, you're right. But I'm just lacking motivation." His smile turned sinister. "That bitch." He leered, sticking out his tongue in a perverse way, his eyes rolling back. "Is she pretty?" Song Eunjin was speechless, her face darkening at her brother's question. The brother pointed at the phone, an eager expression on his face. "It's this girl." Song Eunjin held out the phone with Karma's picture, her voice full of provocation. "So now what? Motivated enough now?" The brother burst out laughing like a madman. He licked his lips, saliva dripping. Profile displayed. Song Jin-woo, 18. Perpetrator C in the case. His charges were listed, illegal filming and group sexual assault, with an image of him restraining hyena. Song Eunjin smiled triumphantly, thinking to herself, "Yoon Karma, you're finished. There are plenty of people tormented by my brother who didn't dare to utter a sound." She gritted her teeth, her face full of murderous intent. "You dare touch me? Just you wait, Yoon Karma." Song Jin-woo revved his heavy motorcycle, declaring war. "I'll make you regret this so much you'll bash your head against the ground." Song Jin-woo's entire gang of lackeys also arrived on motorcycles, each of their faces beaming with glee as if it were harvest season. Song Jin-woo appeared with his subordinates, patting two trusted henchmen on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Whoa, truly amazing." The entire gang, including a girl with her mouth taped shut, formed a blockade to stop Yoon Karma. The boss spoke up. "You look even better in person, don't you?" Karma merely glared back in silence with eyes sharp as knives, while they burst into delighted laughter, calling her name, Yoon Karma, the beauty from the north. Song Jin-woo licked his pierced tongue, full of perversion. "To celebrate your arrival in Korea, we'll make you feel ecstatic, all right?" Song Eun-jin, her face still bandaged, jumped out from behind her brother, her voice full of malicious glee. "Hey, you spy. Do you understand the situation now?" The younger sister and her lackeys stood watching with crossed arms, continuing to challenge. "Do you know who you just messed with, you bitch?" Song Eun-jin shrieked, her face contorted with the pleasure of revenge. "You picked a fight with the wrong person." Killing intent erupted, and Karma's eyes turned blood red. Song Eun-jin still didn't recognize the danger, continuing to yell, "Hey, you spy, do you understand the situation now?" The female student lackeys standing behind her chimed in, continuing to curse. "Do you know who you just messed with, you bitch?" Song Eun-jin's face remained filled with madness. "You picked a fight with the wrong person." Karma's bloodshot eyes remained unwavering, locking onto her target. Song Jin-woo let out a whistle, showing amusement. "Look at that." He stepped closer to Karma, smirking. Still glaring at me with those murderous eyes? The pervert licked his lips, his tone growing even more excited. That's even better, more interesting than those who cry at first sight. He casually brought up an old crime. Before, there was also a girl named Lee Hyena, just like you. I really miss her. I treated her so well, yet she went and died. Karma remained silent, and Song Jin-woo feigned friendliness. Ah, don't mind the guys behind you. His two burly henchmen stood blocking the escape route, grinning maliciously. They're just standing there to make sure you can't run away. Song Jin-woo boasted about the burly subordinates he had carefully selected to intimidate Karma. He laughed morbidly, believing Karma would be caught anyway. Karma responded with lifeless eyes, coldly suggesting they shouldn't waste each other's energy. Song Jin-woo raised his phone, yelling excitedly, preparing to begin his artwork. He ordered his subordinates, "You guys, strip her." The whole group followed suit with lecherous expressions. As the lackeys surrounded Karma, a question echoed. Can a woman, unarmed, overpower multiple men? The harsh truth was stated. The physical difference between the two genders is immense. An example was given. A match between an undefeated female world champion and an unknown male boxer of the same weight class. The result was the female boxer being TKO'd in just 2 rounds. A completely overwhelming victory for the man. Despite his far inferior career, simply because he was a man, he utterly crushed the female boxer dubbed invincible. Analysis showed that women's muscle strength is less than 60% compared to men's. Therefore, for a girl to overpower multiple men simultaneously is almost impossible. At Hyundai Corporation's office, the young subordinate asserted, "But, if it's Karma," he confidently declared to Department Head Baek. "Then it's entirely possible." Department Head Baek looked skeptical, asking how on earth that could be. The subordinate began to explain Yoon Karma's first physical ability. Wham! Karma unleashed a lightning kick, striking straight into the abdomen of an approaching henchman. The man flew backward like a ball, blood spurting from his mouth, his eyes rolling back. He collapsed, sprawling on the ground, covered in blood, officially taken out with just one blow. Song Jin-woo and Song Eun-jin's entire gang froze, mouths agape and eyes wide, unable to believe the scene that had just unfolded. The subordinate explained about berserker strength, a physiological phenomenon identified by scientist Walt Casey. This power erupts due to a sudden surge in adrenaline, and Karma, with her bloodshot eyes and smoking fists, was its very embodiment. The subordinate revealed a shocking secret. Due to North Korean biological experiments, Karma's hypothalamus had been altered, allowing her to freely control her adrenaline levels. He asserted that a punch from Karma in this state, while she casually tossed her backpack aside, possessed destructive power equivalent to a heavyweight boxer, as a colossal, muscular shadow appeared behind Karma. Song Jin-woo's 2 henchmen froze, stammering. What the hell is that? Why did it sound like a watermelon exploding from just a girl's punch? Song Jin-woo also broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe Min-chul had just been blown away, wondering if this girl was the real deal. He started to get cold feet, thinking to himself, damn it, forget avenging my sister. Maybe I should just bail? But then Song Jin-woo growled, trying to regain his composure, turning to curse at his subordinates. Hey, you damn cowards. He yelled, pointing directly at Karma. Are you guys just here to be decoration with so many of you? If you surround her, how can she fight back? The lackeys, their morale boosted, yelled, surround her, get her, then charged towards Karma. Karma merely glanced, coldly taking a stance, ready to face the entire pack. The thugs swarmed forward, but Karma was even faster. She darted away like a gust of wind, leaving after-images on the ground. She kicked off the fence, performing an incredibly agile parkour move that stunned them all. Whoosh! Karma sprang from the wall, soaring into the air like an arrow. She aimed directly at a bewildered henchman, preparing to unleash a finishing blow from above. The henchman could only look up in horror, unable to react in time. Thwack! A devastating overhead axe kick struck straight into the crown of his head, creating a powerful impact. Karma landed lightly, one hand grabbing the hair of the man who had just taken the blow, his face drooling from dizziness. Without a second's pause, she swung her arm and slammed his head straight into the ground, a brutal finishing move. Song Jin-woo's subordinates froze, utterly shocked by the lightning-fast takedown. One of them gritted his teeth, his face contorted with anger and perhaps fear. The brown-haired thug couldn't stand the humiliation, roaring, "Stop it, you crazy bitch!" then charged straight at Karma. Everything slowed down in Karma's eyes. Her second skill activated. It was dynamic vision, making her opponent's movements appear as if in slow motion. Combined with that ability, Karma calmly observed the punch slowly flying towards her, and matching it was the monstrous neural reflexes. One of Lee Myung-jun's subordinates explained that Karma had continuously used stimulants, causing her basal ganglia to develop abnormally. Therefore, the punch of a weakling would never be able to touch Karma. She gracefully dodged the attack as if dancing, making the two thugs punch nothing but air. Karma moved like a ghost, weaving through the encirclement of the lackeys. She unleashed a sweeping kick, wiping out two of them at once in a perfect spinning motion. Both thugs were sent flying, sprawling on the ground after the tempestuous attack. Song Jin-woo watched from a distance, his face pale, unable to believe this terrifying power. Karma continued her solo performance, unleashing an incredibly powerful spinning kick that slammed directly into another thug's face. Her reflexes were measured at 27 milliseconds, on par with a cat, whereas a normal person's are 250 milliseconds. 10 times faster than a normal person, Karma smirked with her glowing red eyes. Ha, you fools. Suddenly, a buzz-cut thug grabbed her from behind, shouting triumphantly, "Got her! I got this bitch!" He yelled at his comrades. "Get up, you bastards. If we don't do something, we won't win against her." While Karma merely glanced at him with disdain. One of Song Jin-woo's subordinates panted, yelling at his fallen comrades. "Someone get up, damn it." The buzz-cut thug holding Karma from behind gritted his teeth, his face etched with fury. Another thug with a parted hairstyle rushed forward, shouting loudly, "You bitch! You're dead for sure." Still held tightly, Karma gently tilted her body, dodging the punch, as if it were a joke. She smirked, then used the parted hair thug's own leg as a pivot, spinning around to deliver a devastating kick to his face. The parted hair thug lay sprawled, his face disfigured after the lightning-fast attack. "You dog!" the buzz-cut thug growled, but Karma merely glanced at him with a cold expression. Quick as lightning, her hand moved downwards, aiming straight for his vulnerable spot. The buzz-cut thug's mouth fell open. He let out a silent scream as his privates were crushed. "Damn it, my balls." Karma tightened her grip, making him writhe in extreme agony, only able to groan for mercy. The parted hair thug on the ground also woke up, stammering a plea. "Forgive me. I was wrong." Karma suddenly changed her expression, feigning weakness as she looked at another thug standing nearby, her voice trembling. "Help! Help me." The subordinate's hand clenched into a fist. It seemed he had been fooled by her act. Immediately, Karma's eyes turned fiery red, a wicked smile appearing as she revealed her true colors. The subordinate froze, his face turning pale as he realized he had just tried to save a demon, not a weak girl. The parted hair thug was in extreme panic, letting out a scream, then running away headlong. As he ran, he yelled at Song Jin-woo from a distance, "Who said this girl was just crazy? Song Jin-woo, you son of a bitch." Another thug, seeing the situation was bad, also declared he was abandoning everything and fleeing, ignoring Karma, who was laughing gleefully behind him. The sound of fleeing footsteps echoed rapidly, but escape was impossible. Karma leaped into the air, then delivered a brutal heel stomp straight onto the head of the fleeing thug. Crash! Song Jin-woo's last subordinate was slammed face-first by Karma onto a motorcycle, then bounced onto the ground. He weakly whispered in a pool of blood, reaching out desperately for help. "Save me." In response to his plea was a brutal stomp, Karma's shoe crushing his head. Witnessing the scene, Song Jin-woo and the girls behind him froze, their faces drained of all color. School boss Song Jin-woo broke out in a cold sweat, experiencing fear for the first time in his life. Karma continued to press her heel down, grinding the small fry's head under her foot repeatedly. She flashed a savage smile, whispering, "Well, now then." Karma stood proudly over her victim, pointing at Song Jin-woo. "Only the final boss brother is left, isn't he?" She taunted him directly. "Why are you frozen like that? Didn't you say you'd entertain me?" Karma's eyes glowed red. She sneered. "I hate oppas who are all talk. I've just warmed up, and you're already ruining my fun?" Her face contorted with insane excitement. She growled a challenge. "So stop standing there like a statue. Hurry up and come at me." Song Eun-jin stood behind her brother, her face pale, her mouth agape in horror. The female students huddled together, shaking Song Jin-woo, their voices fawning and flattering. "Appa! Do something. You're the school's #1 boss." Song Jin-woo cursed silently in his head. What the hell is this crazy bitch talking about? This isn't about being the best fighter in school, is it? He glanced at the monstrous Karma, who was smiling wickedly, and wondered to himself, "You want me to face that thing?" Song Jin-woo fell silent, his brain calculating the only path to survival. After a moment of consideration, the school boss made the most humiliating decision. "Run. There's no other choice. I have to run." Karma heard him. Her smile grew even more gleeful. "Running away?" She shrugged, casually, as if playing a game. "If you want to run, Go ahead and run. Unlike you guys, I really love playing tag. Karma concluded with a chilling threat. But if a good-for-nothing who can't fight thinks he's good at running, isn't that a bit too optimistic? Karma flatly declared that even if the Song siblings ran to North Korea or descended into hell, she had already escaped from such places alone. With bloodshot eyes and a devilish grin, Karma asserted, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth and beat you to a pulp. Song Jin-woo, the school's top boss, now had a face drained of all color, sweat pouring from him like a shower. Out of options, he roared in despair and lunged, throwing a punch straight at Karma's face. Don't get cocky just because you took down a few small fries. Karma's eyes widened, seemingly a little surprised by his reckless action. Thud! Karma easily raised her arm, neatly blocking Song Jin-woo's powerful punch. She stood firm as a rock, stopping the school boss's fist without a scratch. Song Jin-woo gasped, disbelieving his eyes, trying to salvage his pride. Damn it, you're nothing special either. Karma glanced at the faint bruise on her bicep, a minor mark from his punch. She smirked provocatively. Ha, boxing? Your punch isn't half bad, is it? Karma took a defensive stance, challenging her opponent on his own turf. Fine, I'll play boxing with you. Song Jin-woo gritted his teeth, thinking this girl was insulting him. Nonsense, he roared. What nonsense are you spouting, you bitch? Then swung his fist to attack again. Whoosh. Karma gracefully ducked, artfully dodging the blow, her speed far exceeding anything he could imagine. He threw a second punch, but Karma weaved away, evading it like a dancer in the ring. The third punch also missed its target. Karma moved too quickly, turning the school boss into a flailing clown. Karma's eyes flashed a deadly red as she slipped into his blind spot, unleashing a dangerous hook. Song Jin-woo immediately recognized the familiar boxing technique, his face paling. A liver punch? He knew full well that if he took this hit, it would be game over, so he quickly curled up defensively. I have to block it. Thwack! Too late. Karma's punch slammed directly into his side, a perfect finishing blow. Song Jin-woo's face contorted, sweating from the pain after taking the full force of the liver punch. He staggered backward, while Karma remained still in her stance, her gaze fixed on her prey. Karma smirked with amusement. Oh, you managed to block it? Song Jin-woo panted, sweat streaming down, secretly admitting that this girl's punching power was no joke. He reassured himself that although he had blocked it and was a bit breathless, he wasn't down yet. A foolishly confident smile began to appear on his face, thinking that if this was all she had, he still had a chance to win. The school boss began to laugh maniacally, making Karma tilt her head in confusion. Seeing Karma's questioning look, he arrogantly asked back, What? Are you asking why I'm laughing? He sneered contemptuously. I was just thinking, this is easier than I imagined. Karma remained silent, her face expressionless, letting the clown finish his comedic act. He began to boast loudly, claiming that to become this school's boss, he had to fight the boss of the neighboring technical school. He continued to brag about his achievements, recounting that his opponent was a giant, 1.85 meters tall and 115 kilograms of pure muscle, and that guy's punch was even stronger than Karma's. With an extremely smug expression, he declared, But I won. Karma coldly retorted, acknowledging that his punching power was quite impressive for his flyweight class. He continued to taunt, doubting whether Karma's stick-thin body could withstand blows like the muscular guy he had defeated. With a savage grin, he let out a roar. He yelled, I don't think so, then charged straight at Karma, attacking. Whoosh! Karma merely tilted her head slightly, neatly dodging his punch. He threw a second punch, but Karma easily raised her arm to block it cleanly. The third punch hadn't even reached its target before Karma's hand caught it mid-air, completely ending his display. Karma's expression remained unchanged as she gently raised her hand to stop Song Jin-woo's punch. The big guy's punch was stopped as easily as pie, causing no harm to the female demon. Song Jin-woo began to boast loudly, claiming that Karma's dodging speed had noticeably slowed. With a smug smile, he confidently declared, You're tired, aren't you? He continued to gloat, assuming Karma must be exhausted after dealing with the previous mob of lackeys. He prided himself on his strategy. The easiest way to deal with a tired boxer is to continuously press the attack. He foolishly believed that by continuously cornering Karma and not giving her a second to breathe, she would eventually make a mistake. And just as he predicted, Karma retreated and slipped on a scooter. Karma feigned panic, a fatal opening exposed before her enemy's eyes. Song Jin-woo seized the golden opportunity, roaring. Now, he poured all his strength into his fist, determined to deliver a finishing blow. A full power hook was swung, aimed directly at Karma's position, but the punch only cut through the air. He was stunned to realize his target had vanished. He stood dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened. Where is she? Completely disoriented, he cursed in extreme confusion. He turned around and froze when he saw Karma standing at a safe distance, as if she hadn't moved at all. The female demon just stood there, in her stance and smirking as if watching a clown perform. A notification about Yoon Karma's abilities appeared, revealing her third power. Before Song Jin-woo could even process how that girl had moved there, a fist was already right in front of his face. An analysis screen appeared, explaining Karma's terrifying speed stemmed from her extraordinary leg strength, creating explosive movements. The subordinate reported, explaining that thanks to her frenzied strength, Karma could unleash striking power comparable to a heavyweight boxer. An illustration showed Karma, despite weighing only 48 kilograms, having a maximum one-rep squat record of 250 kilograms, an unbelievable figure. The subordinate continued to analyze. If the leg strength of a girl weighing less than 50 kilograms explodes with the force of a 250 kilogram squat, what do you think would happen? The answer appeared along with Song Jin-woo's stunned face. The opponent would mistakenly believe she had just teleported. Song Eun-jin's lackeys screamed in panic, begging Song Jin-woo to recover because if he lost, they would all be wiped out too. Song Eun-jin, with tears welling up, yelled at her brother, "You bastard! You're the school's boss. How could you lose to a mere brat?" Still in shock, she continued to shout, urging him to get up and fight properly, instead of just lying there. Insulted by his sister, Song Jin-woo snapped back bitterly, "You dog! If you're so good, go fight her yourself." He staggered to his feet, his entire body trembling, unable to believe he was still standing after that devastating punch. Karma smirked with delight. "You're tougher than I thought. It's been a long time since I had such a fun toy." My heart is pounding. Her eyes turned fiery red, her smile becoming more insane than ever as she growled, "Hurry up and play with me some more." Song Jin-woo was frozen speechless by Karma's devilish appearance. He gritted his teeth, bitterly admitting to himself, "Even if it hurts my pride, I have to concede that I can't win in a one-on-one fight." A calculating glint flashed in his eyes, a new plan forming. But what if it's ground combat? He analyzed. I'm not sure, but someone in her weight class couldn't possibly have such insane punching power. He was confident in his physical advantage. 183 centimeters tall, 92 kilograms heavy. I have an overwhelming weight advantage. I need to create a situation to crush her with my weight. He assessed Karma's fighting style. Her exact fighting style isn't clear, but judging by how she strikes, she's definitely a striker. He spotted a fatal weakness in Karma's stance. If she prepares for a takedown, her center of gravity is too high. Song Jin-woo had found his only path to victory. He declared decisively, "The answer is the ground." Song Jin-woo confidently outlined his plan. "Although I'm not skilled in ground combat, I've picked up a few basic grappling moves from my gym buddies," he muttered, his eyes full of calculation. "I'll pretend to rush in with a boxing punch, then suddenly switch to taking her down." He roared and charged straight at Karma. Karma smirked disdainfully. "Oh, charging in like a moth to a flame again? Haven't you learned that aggressive fighting style is useless against me?" Unexpectedly, Song Jin-woo didn't punch, but bent down to execute a perfect takedown, catching Karma off guard. The scene shifted to a report, the subordinate said, as an image of Karma pinned to the ground appeared. "Manager Beck, you have a general understanding of Karma's abilities." Manager Beck frowned, asking with concern, "But if the fight shifts to ground combat, won't Karma be in danger?" The subordinate explained against the backdrop of Karma being held down. The nature of ground combat involves bodies entwined, so dynamic vision doesn't have as much room to operate as in standing combat. If a heavyweight like Song Jin-woo pins her to the ground, her strength will be nullified, and she'll be completely disadvantaged by weight. Song Jin-woo roared triumphantly, pinning Karma tightly. "I've got you now, you bitch." He raised his fist, his face filled with murderous intent. "You're dead for sure, you whore." The scene of Karma being pinned to the ground repeated. The subordinate's voice continued. "Manager Beck, you have a general understanding of Karma's abilities." Manager Beck still maintained a worried expression. "But if the fight shifts to ground combat, won't Karma be in danger?" The subordinate continued to analyze. The nature of ground combat involves bodies entwined, so dynamic vision doesn't have much room to operate. If a heavyweight like Song Jin-woo pins her down, her strength will be nullified, and she'll be completely disadvantaged by weight. The subordinate concluded. In such a situation, even Karma would struggle greatly, wouldn't she? While Song Jin-woo roared, "I've got you now, you bitch." Song Jin-woo prepared to deliver the finishing blow, shouting, "You're dead for sure, you whore." Back in the office, the subordinate continued his report seriously. The subordinate said to Manager Bake, "Do you know what I realized while training Karma in martial arts?" He revealed a shocking truth. Karma's martial arts talent is actually quite ordinary. However, there is one martial art. The subordinate continued his report, revealing that there was one single martial art in which Karma was a born genius. At that very moment, Karma, who was pinned to the ground, suddenly used her legs to tightly grip Song Jin-woo. Song Jin-woo's face changed color. He completely failed to understand what was happening. With an incredibly swift movement, Karma used her leg strength to toss his entire body up, reversing their positions in the blink of an eye. She immediately tightened her arms, locking down her free-falling opponent. Song Jin-woo was flipped onto his back, realizing in shock that he had fallen into a trap. "What the hell are you?" Song Jin-woo's head hit the arena floor with a loud thud. With a perfect reversal, Karma was now completely in the dominant position. Song Jin-woo was dazed, stammering in panic. "What the hell? Why am I beneath you?" Karma used her legs to clamp his neck, causing him to bleed from the nose and choke. The truth was revealed. The most effective martial art to overcome gender and weight differences is jujitsu, and Karma, with her fiery red eyes, was dominating the game. The subordinate explained that, with Karma's reflexes, an ordinary person could never have taken her down in the first place. He continued, "But if someone did succeed in taking Karma down, it was because she deliberately let them do it for fun." Karma smiled a crazed smile. Punching and kicking all the time gets boring." While tightening her grip, Karma taunted, "Appa, are you tired of boxing too?" While Song Jin-woo could only groan in pain. With an amused expression, she lectured, "You see, when you challenge someone to ground combat, it means you're ready to have a thing or two broken, right?" Song Jin-woo frantically tapped out, begging for mercy. "I surrender, you damn bitch. Surrender, surrender." Karma bared her fangs with a savage grin, asking a fatal question. "So, Appa, shall I break it?" Leaving Song Jin-woo stunned, quickly crying out, "Wait!" Before he could finish his sentence, Karma used her strength to tightly grip his arm. Crack! A horrifying sound echoed as Karma began to break Song Jin-woo's arm. Song Jin-woo let out a blood-curdling scream, his face contorted in extreme pain. Song Eun-jin's gang froze, staring at the horrifying scene, while Jin-woo shrieked, "My arm! That crazy bitch broke my arm!" Seeing the situation was dire, the girls immediately turned and fled, ignoring Jin-woo's screams. Left behind, Jin-woo furiously cursed, "You selfish bastards! Are you really going to abandon me here?" Not one of them looked back. They all ran for their lives, abandoning their older brother lying on the floor. Karma casually placed her foot on Jin-woo, sneering, "Ha! That brat Yoon-jin has no loyalty, does she?" She grinned, tightening her grip on his neck. "But calling your own sister a brat, you're no better than her, are you?" Karma stood up, looking down at the guy groaning on the ground. "Don't whine about just one arm anymore. I just had a rather good idea." With a wicked smile, she whispered, "Listen closely. My idea is to break all the remaining parts of your limbs." Karma's eyes glowed blood red, "and turn you into a plaything for others." Song Jin-woo's face drained of all color, and he pleaded in panic, "Wait, think carefully. My arm can still be healed," he yelled, trying to salvage the situation. "But break all my limbs? Can you bear the consequences?" Karma crossed her arms, feigning thought, then delivered a chilling remark. "Responsibility? I'm not very good at those things." She calmly sat down, propping her feet on a chair, and continued, "I just want to hear you scream a little more." Hearing this, Jin-woo could only cry out in despair, "No, stop. Smash." Without warning, Karma crushed Jin-woo's knee with her heel, making him shriek in pain. Crack! Crack! She continued to finish off his remaining knee and arm amidst his desperate screams. Song Jin-woo lay sprawled on the ground, all four limbs completely broken, able only to wail in despair. "My arms, my legs." Karma covered her mouth, laughing gleefully. "Look at you, Appa," crying like a child. Jin-woo could only groan curses. You psycho demon." Thud. Karma's heel landed directly on Song Jin-woo's groin, making him let out a horrifying shriek. Lying flattened under Karma's foot, Jin-woo could only groan as she declared, "In both South and North Korea, you men are always the problem." With the smile of a demon, she continued, "I heard you used this thing to do terrible things to girls." He cried out in tears, asking who she was, if she was a friend or family of the victim. When Karma mentioned that one of them had ended her own life, Karma scoffed, sneering, "Brother, how stupid. I defected here alone, what friends or family would I have?" Karma's answer left Jin-woo stunned. "This is just my entertainment." She sat on him, casually speaking of her curiosity. And I always wondered, why these strong, aggressive-looking men cry like babies when caught in this spot. Jinwoo stammered please as Karma's hand moved towards his sensitive area, and she recounted. So I looked it up on Korean Wikipedia, and found that men's testicles are similar to women's ovaries. Karma gripped his crotch tightly, continuing her sick lecture while he shrieked piercingly. Her eyes glowed crimson, and she concluded. Meaning, crushing them would cause extreme, horrifying pain, and with an insane smile, she confessed. Reading all that just made me want to crush them even more. His face drained of all color. Song Jin-woo wailed in despair. Please don't. But Karma only responded with a challenge. She ignored him, her bloodshot eyes full of expectation. I have high expectations for you, so don't disappoint me. Scream beautifully for me, Yoonjin's older brother. Crunch. Her hand tightened its grip without hesitation. Song Jin-woo's eyes rolled back, his mouth agape in a silent scream, the pain surpassing all physical limits. Under an eerie, electric-like light, Karma sat on Jin-woo's convulsing body, completely satisfied with her torture. Song Yoonjin's gang ran headlong for their lives down the deserted road. The subordinate in the orange hoodie, out of breath, grabbed Yoonjin, asking, Isn't she chasing us anymore? The long-haired girl also wondered, as Jinwoo's screams had ceased. But the other girl found this silence even more terrifying. The girl in the orange hoodie wailed in despair. Why is there no one here? There has to be someone so we can call for help. Song Eunjin's face was pale, and she mumbled an explanation. Ah, that's because. Yoonjin revealed this was the boys' private playground. They blocked the road so no one could enter when they were dealing with a girl. The girl in the orange hoodie furiously cursed. You useless perverts, so meticulous when doing such stupid things. The long-haired girl naively comforted herself. Anyway, she hasn't caught up to us yet. We must be safe now, right? Song Eunjin suddenly stopped, realizing something unusual. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Yoon Karma around lately. The long-haired girl saw her boss frozen, and asked worriedly, Eunjin, what's wrong? Song Eunjin's eyes were wide, and she repeated the question as if questioning herself. You don't see Yoon Karma? A horrifying scene flashed through Yoonjin's mind. On this wide, open road, her brother's lackeys lay sprawled everywhere. She broke out in a cold sweat, her fear surging to its peak. The boys were right behind us, but Yoon Karma has vanished without a trace. The girl in the orange hoodie still didn't understand what was happening, but Yoonjin could only utter a single word, run. The long-haired girl was about to whine for a short break, when Yoonjin yelled straight into her face, Shut up and run now, you bitch. Cursed by their boss, the whole group ran headlong again, the long-haired girl confusedly asking if someone was coming. Song Eunjin shrieked, analyzing the situation in a panic. Think about it. We've only been running for 3 minutes. She continued to explain the horrifying logic. But in that short amount of time, the girl who should have been right behind us vanished without a trace. Yoonjin had a bad feeling, yelling at her companions. I don't know what it is, but my gut tells me this is really bad. Just run for now. Whoosh! Yoon Karma glided in on an electric scooter like a ghost, blocking their path, making Song Eunjin fall backward in terror. Song Eunjin fell face first in the most pathetic way imaginable. The girl's face contorted with pain and shock, her eyes rolling back. Her entire gang froze, watching their boss writhe and scream. My leg! My shin, damn it! Yoon Karma appeared, a devilish smirk playing on her lips. Oh my, Eunjin, you say one thing and do another, don't you? Karma continued to taunt, as Song Eunjin still groaned on the ground. You said to run straight, so why did you look back? The long-haired girl stammered. Why is Yoon Karma here? Karma casually replied, Oh that? Karma explained nonchalantly. I borrowed your brother's subordinate scooter, took a detour, and just cut you off. She gripped the handlebars, emphasizing, This scooter, you see, has been modified to exceed the speed limit. Karma crossed 2 fingers, smirking. Americans call that tuning, don't they? The 2 lackeys' faces went pale as Karma continued. I thought I had already adjusted your mental state, but it seems I haven't. Karma's eyes flashed with deadly red light, and she cracked her knuckles. Well, that won't do. I'll have to teach you a new lesson. Standing before the 2 trembling girls, Karma declared, It's time for a review, my lovely little ones. Karma repeated her sarcastic remark, saying she was mistaken to think she had already fixed their brains. Her eyes blazing red, she cracked her knuckles, declaring she would teach them a lesson they'd never forget. It's time for a review, Karma told the adorable little ones who were scared out of their wits. The girl in the orange hoodie began to whimper in extreme fear. Her fear erupted into shrill screams. No, no! Karma merely sighed, showing her annoyance at the useless wailing. Truly troublesome, she muttered, tightening her grip on the scooter's handlebars. Whoosh! Karma sped off, chasing the lackey who was trying to escape in vain. The girl in the orange hoodie ran, screaming shrilly as she saw her hunter closing in. Snap! Karma easily grabbed the hair of her prey, who was trying to flee. While riding the scooter, Karma dragged the girl's face along the asphalt by her hair, creating a trail of sparks from the friction. The brown-haired girl fell limp, groaning in pain, while the long black-haired girl stood frozen, watching the horrifying scene. Karma stopped the scooter, looked down at her gasping prey, and sneered. Look at this foolish girl. Doesn't she know that things with wheels run faster than legs? With a crazed smile, Karma warned, anyone who wants me to exfoliate their skin with the pavement, just say the word. I'm willing to peel your skin off, she concluded her threat, making all the girls' faces turn deathly pale. The three bullies, including Song Eun-jin, now knelt trembling before Karma. Karma offered a chilling smile, beginning her interrogation. All right, tell me, after stripping me, what were you planning to do next? She asked, arms crossed, questioning the small fry. Song Eun-jin, the ringleader, could only hang her head, sweating profusely as if showered, not daring to utter a single word. Karma narrowed her eyes, her voice commanding. Hey, Eun-jin, give me your phone. She extended her hand, allowing no refusal. Song Eun-jin flinched, stammering to ask why she needed the phone, her face deathly pale with fear. Crack! Without a word of warning, Karma delivered a direct kick to Song Eun-jin's knee. The ringleader shrieked miserably, clutching her newly broken knee. Karma looked down coldly. Wouldn't it have been over if you had just given it to me from the start? Overwhelmed by fear, Song Eun-jin tremblingly handed her pink phone to the Punisher. Karma took the phone, scrolling through it with a devilish grin. Let's see what fun things Eun-jin's photo album holds, shall we? Suddenly, Karma's smile vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment, as she discovered a nude photo of Jiun, leaving Song Eun-jin utterly stunned. Karma questioned the ringleader. Eun-jin, are you a pervert? Why is this phone full of nude photos? Thud. Karma didn't say much, stomping her heel directly onto the stubborn girl's hand. Is it not my business? Karma sneered, pressing her heel down harder, as Song Eun-jin shrieked miserably. Karma's eyes glowed red, and she growled. You were planning to use these photos to control me, weren't you? Her will broken. Song Eun-jin cried and pleaded. Yes, take your foot off. Karma lifted her foot, a look of utter contempt on her face as her prey writhed. She mused nonchalantly. I just told her I don't like nude photos. But honestly, I don't really understand what the big deal is. Karma told herself that her brain was damaged by the experiments, so she no longer knew what shame was. And perhaps that's why she couldn't empathize. A devilish smile spread across Karma's lips as she realized. For normal people, having explicit photos exposed is a huge deal, isn't it? Her eyes flashed with a brilliant red light. A new plan, even more malicious than her stepfather's, had formed in her mind. Here, your phone, Karma offered the device, leaving Song Eun-jin utterly bewildered and disbelieving. Just as the girl was about to thank her, a lightning-fast kick from Karma shattered the phone into 100 pieces. Song Eun-jin wailed in despair as her precious item was destroyed. Karma grabbed the girl from behind, her voice morbidly cheerful. Eun-jin, I've just realized my dream. Her bloodshot eyes fixed on her prey. From today, my dream is to become a photographer. The scene shifted, Karma facing Song Eun-jin's entire gang, including the girl in the orange hoodie and the long-haired girl, all of them deathly pale. Karma smirked, beginning her speech. That means, this photography game must be a lot of fun, right? Karma held up a new phone, her eyes promising a tear-soaked good time. The entire gang of bullies were now just a flock of terrified lambs. As Karma laid out her conditions, I'm giving you two choices. Karma raised a finger, announcing the first option with a devil's smile. 1. Voluntarily strip and cooperate with my photo shoot. Karma coldly presented the second option. 2. I knock you unconscious and strip you, making the long-haired girl scream in terror. The whole group knelt, the long-haired girl clasping her hands and pleading miserably. Wait, Karma, we were wrong. Please spare us this one time. She continued to wail, her voice filled with despair. We'll do whatever you say, anything but nude photos. Wham! Karma delivered a swift kick straight to the long-haired girl's face. It seems you've chosen option 2, getting knocked out. Song Eun-jin and the girl in the orange hoodie froze in shock as their accomplice was instantly incapacitated. Karma turned to them. All right, the rest of you, make your decision quickly. Karma's eyes turned fiery red, and she smiled devilishly. If you can't decide, I'll decide for you. Song Eun-jin and the girl in the orange hoodie turned pale, sweat pouring down them as they faced the demon before them. Song Eun-jin's eyes widened, her mouth agape in silence, utterly terrified. The scene shifts to a luxurious building, where a piercing scream echoes. The young subordinate stood with his arms crossed in front of the room door, his expression extremely serious. He muttered to himself, full of annoyance. Yoon Karma finally did it. She ruined the meticulously planned scheme the vice president had set up. He recalled the original plan. Karma's mission was simple: to use her body, which felt no pain or shame, to endure the bullying from Song Eun-jin's gang for 2 to 3 weeks. Afterward, using that as a pretext, a meeting with the school violence committee would be held during the summer break. Next, the judge whom the vice president had already bribed would issue a Class 3 penalty for the Song siblings, forcing them into community service. The judge would then select a welfare facility for the disabled on a remote island as the location for their community service. And that welfare facility was, in fact, a phantom institution, secretly established. That way, the Song siblings would be completely isolated from the outside world. And there, Karma would torture them for 200 hours. The subordinate thought back with a cold expression. That was the revenge plan the vice president and I had devised. Sinking the boat on their way back would easily silence them forever. He gritted his teeth, anger clearly visible on his face. But Yoon Karma ruined everything. She messed up everything in one impulsive moment. The subordinate bitterly thought that the plan had a flaw from the start. Using an impulsive psychopath like Karma as a key pawn, he concluded dejectedly. Mission failure was inevitable. Just then, Karma casually walked in, whistling, entering the hall, and breaking the tense atmosphere. The crazy girl innocently sang a song about potatoes, completely oblivious to her surroundings. The junior subordinate's face went blank, not understanding what was happening with the North Korean propaganda song. Karma finally noticed him, grinning widely and mistakenly calling out, "Huh, Section Chief Baek." The subordinate roared, his face beet red. "Yoon Karma," while the girl nonchalantly asked, "Are you here to pick me up?" He continued to yell, questioning if she considered this a joke. Karma tilted her head, replying with a morbidly innocent expression. "Just like a game." The subordinate exploded, shouting that this was the vice president's revenge for his only deceased daughter. He yelled at her. "And yet you ruined everything on the very first day?" Karma merely smiled meaningfully, scoffing. "Come on, Section Chief Baek. Every time I see you, you're always so stiff." Her eyes flashed with a deadly red, her tone full of provocation. "You won't believe it, but I've already come up with a better plan." The junior subordinate was so furious his eyes nearly popped out, only able to yell in helplessness. "You truly are." A calm, steady voice echoed from the doorway, interrupting the outburst. "Section Chief Baek." Section Chief Baek himself appeared, ordering the subordinate, "For now, just take her inside." Before Karma entered, Section Chief Baek stopped her, his face as cold as stone. The muscular man growled a warning with sharp eyes. "Be careful once you're inside." In response to the threat, Karma merely flashed a devilish smile, her fiery red eyes showing no fear whatsoever. Slam! The door shut, concealing the tense confrontation. Karma smiled and waved as if going to a festival, loudly greeting her stepfather. "Stepfather, Karma is here." The bodyguards immediately rushed out to restrain the girl, but Karma merely asked nonchalantly, "Oh?" Inside the room, Lee Myung-jun sat with his back turned, his authoritative voice echoing after a loud thud. "Karma." The henchman pinned Karma face down on the floor, while Lee Myung-jun questioned, "I hear you caused trouble on your very first day of school?" Pinned tightly to the ground, Karma still looked up, smirking and provoking. "Don't you big shots think it's a bit much to gang up on a weak girl like this?" Lee Myung-jun stepped forward, his face cold as he retorted, "To us, you are a monster, not a daughter, even though I adopted you." The stepfather tightened his tie, his eyes resentful. "And this new father of yours is extremely disappointed." Lee Myung-jun feigned understanding, saying Karma must have had an unavoidable reason, while a subordinate handed him a box. He coldly loaded each bullet into the revolver, his tone full of hidden meaning. "Just like, I have to load this gun for unavoidable reasons," Lee Myung-jun said, his eyes blazing. He growled, repeating his old warning. "I made it clear I wouldn't forgive you if you ruined everything just because of impulsiveness." Lee Myung-jun pointed the gun barrel directly at Karma's face, inviting her in a deadly manner. "It's been a while since we talked. Shouldn't we have a little chat? Father and daughter?" Karma's eyes flashed fiery red, showing no fear, only defiance. She glanced up, completely calm in the face of the dark gun barrel. Karma spoke, her tone as if granting a favor. May I say something first? Lee Myung-jun, still holding the gun, ordered curtly. Speak. Her eyes bloodshot. Karma roared directly at him. Your plan is garbage. She reiterated Lee Myung-jun's own promise. Father, you yourself made it clear on the day we first met that whatever hyena endured, you would make them pay in full. Karma looked straight at her stepfather, asserting firmly. However, I guarantee that if we stick to your original plan, it won't amount to anything. Lee Myung-jun pressed the gun closer, growling. I don't understand. Are you saying torturing them for 200 hours isn't enough to avenge hyena? He glared, questioning. Are you implying my level of cruelty isn't enough for you? Karma smirked mockingly, even while pinned to the floor. Of course not. I'm not talking about the duration of the torture. She looked up, facing the gun barrel, without a hint of fear. I'm talking about the type of torture. Your plan lacks. Karma's eyes glowed red as she enunciated each word. Humiliation. Karma began her lecture. Think about Hyena's diary entries that you read every morning like scripture. Lee Myung-jun listened in silence as Karma asked, what did Hyena have to endure at the hands of that bitch, Song Eun-jin? In the flashback, Hyena had a dog collar put on her by Song Eun-jin, crawled on the floor, and was dragged into the boys' restroom, witnessed by the entire school. Karma stated firmly, that humiliation is the main debt Song Eun-jin must pay Hyena. Physical pain is merely the interest. Karma continued to analyze, her voice full of hidden meaning. But do you know? The image of Hyena sobbing in shame appeared amidst countless scrutinizing gazes. Humiliation shines brightest when many people witness it. Karma looked straight at her stepfather, declaring, the shame Hyena endured can only be repaid with public disgrace. She again flashed a devilish smile. But what about your plan? Lee Myung-jun and his subordinate froze in place as Karma exposed. You plan to imprison them on a remote island and let me torture them in peace? Karma mocked relentlessly, her voice sickeningly sweet. Oh, stepfather, honestly I'm a little disappointed in you. Lee Myung-jun could only silently point his gun as he heard the sarcastic words. You act as if you'd do anything to avenge your daughter, but in the end, you chose the easy way, with no witnesses. Karma looked straight into the gun barrel, challenging, will you accept such a half-hearted revenge for your daughter? Her eyes turned red again, her voice sharp. Or have you become a coward? The young subordinate behind Lee Myung-jun couldn't stand it anymore, yelling, listening to this brat is truly outrageous. The young subordinate yelled at Vice President Lee, asserting there was no need for further discussion because that girl was just spouting nonsense out of spite. He continued to press on, reasoning that if Karma truly thought so, she would have said it before acting. Vice President Lee only listened in silence, letting his subordinate advise him not to be swayed by that girl's desperate words. He suddenly spoke up, his gaze sharp and cold. Let me ask you one thing. Lee Myung-jun reiterated Karma's medical records about her brain damage, preventing her from feeling shame. He questioned bluntly, pointing the gun at Karma's face. So, how can you understand the humiliation of others? Karma, still pinned to the ground by the bodyguards, replied nonchalantly with a delighted smile. I don't understand. I merely savor it. She looked up, her smile growing even more devilish upon seeing her stepfather's puzzled expression. Karma's eyes glowed crimson as she explained the bittersweet taste of a face writhing in disgrace. Karma compared in a twisted manner. You don't need to understand the feelings of a calf to savor the deliciousness of veal. Her bloodshot eyes gleamed with madness. The logic is exactly the same. I find the distorted faces of others absolutely delicious. Karma declared confidently, her smile still on her lips. Trust me, I know how to savor the taste of tormenting others better than anyone. Her eyes flashed with a deadly glint, concluding with the ultimate condition. Song Eun-jin's revenge must take place at school. Vice President Lee froze. His gaze wavered intensely at Karma's firm declaration. After a moment of deliberation, he decisively agreed. All right. The young subordinate behind him was utterly shocked. Lee Myung-jun turned around, explaining to his subordinate that although Karma's words sounded reckless, they were extremely convincing. He approached Karma, clarifying that the initial reason for choosing the island was to deal with Song Eun-jin smoothly. Lee Myung-jun bent down, explaining that it was to pave the way for dealing with the others without obstacles. He pressed the gun barrel directly against Karma's temple, growling, So if you don't want to die, stop beating around the bush and explain. Vice President Lee pointed the gun straight, growling his question in this messed up situation. He asked how Karma intended to continue his revenge plan. While the girl's face remained stone cold despite having a gun pointed at her head, the girl began to pour out a string of explanations, her tone full of confidence. Vice President Lee listened, while the young subordinate behind him looked utterly disbelieving. Karma laughed, a mad laugh. prattling on endlessly about her plan. After hearing it, the young subordinate's face turned pale, utterly shocked by what this monster had just said. Lee Myung-jun turned to ask for the opinion of Manager Baek, his most trusted right-hand man, about Karma's plan. Manager Baek commented bluntly, stating that it didn't seem like a plan, but rather like forcing everyone to clean up the battlefield for that girl. However, Vice President Lee believed this was the best option right now, and decided they must act immediately. Manager Baek immediately pulled out his phone, suggesting they contact Song Eun-jin's parents immediately if Karma was telling the truth. No, not here. Lee Myung-jun stopped him, ordering everyone out. He declared he needed to speak with Karma alone, his eyes flashing with determination. Both Manager Baek and the young subordinate frantically tried to dissuade him. Vice President, no. Being alone with Yoon Karma is too dangerous. It's fine. Lee Myung-jun replied curtly, his sharp gaze allowing no argument. He lowered his gun, ordering decisively, "Leave us alone." The young subordinate's sweat poured down him like rain, but he dared not disobey. Manager Baek nodded in compliance, gesturing for the remaining bodyguards and subordinates to withdraw. The entire group silently left the room, leaving the space for the two masterminds of the revenge. Click. The door closed. Only Vice President Lee remained, standing opposite Karma, who was sprawled on the floor. As soon as she was released, the monster Karma stretched casually, scoffing. "The men in this house are truly inconsiderate." She continued to mock Vice President Lee about daring to brutally pin down a girl's delicate body. Lee Myung-jun got straight to the point, questioning Karma if she knew why she wasn't punished for the recent commotion. Karma smirked, guessing randomly. "Because I proposed an alternative?" But the answer was no. The vice president looked directly at her and declared, "It's because you understand the true nature of the revenge I desire more than anyone else in this house." Lee Myung-jun admitted he had learned a harsh lesson upon hearing Karma's plan. He realized a cruel truth. Even tormenting others required the skill of a professional. Lee Myung-jun officially declared, "From today onwards, all authority to devise the revenge plan will be entrusted to you, Karma." But he also laid down one final condition, stating in a strained voice, "And today is the last time you cause trouble without my permission." Karma obediently bowed her head, saying in a sweet, ingratiating tone, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity, stepfather." She continued to play the role of a good daughter. "I will do my best not to disappoint your expectations." Lee Myung-jun turned away, his eyes sharp and cold, and asked about another matter. He asked about the private task he had assigned, and Karma confirmed with a devilish smile, "Of course, stepfather." Karma handed her stepfather a USB drive, containing the results of the mission. Lee Myung-jun took the USB drive, explaining that the initial purpose was merely to record Song Eun-jin's reactions, but he admitted, it seemed the sound he wanted to hear had been recorded faster than expected. Karma raised a finger, suggesting morbidly, "I recommend file number 6. Stepfather will get to hear the pitiful shattering sound of that little Eun-jin's brother." Vice President Lee coldly ordered her to rest, and Karma obediently bowed before leaving. Click. Lee Myung-jun, without a moment's hesitation, plugged the USB drive directly into the computer to check the monster's brutal trophy. From the high-quality speakers, a chilling voice rang out. "Wail louder. That little Eun-jin's brother." Crack, the sound of something being crushed echoed. The desperate scream of a man echoed throughout the luxurious room, where Vice President Lee was sitting, enjoying the music. Standing hidden by the door, Karma flinched upon hearing the piercing scream emanating from her stepfather's office. But immediately after, the monster curved her lips into a meaningful smile. "Haha. I didn't expect that." But Karma casually stepped inside, uttering a remark as sharp as a knife. "Stepfather also has quite a perverted side." Vice President Lee paid no attention. He was immersed in pleasure, sporting a savage smile as he listened to his enemy's cries. In the hospital, Song Jin-woo, that damned older brother, lay on the bed, crying desperately for his mother. Eun-jin's mother was frantically worrying about her precious son, while her son could only moan, "Mom, my privates, my privates." In another corner, President Song Jin-taek was yelling into his phone, "Prepare the lawsuit immediately." He furiously screamed, "Our son has returned as a cripple. Nothing is more important than this." He didn't care about the cost. "Assemble the best lawyers for assault charges immediately and report back to me." Slamming the phone down roughly, he gave a decisive order as if victory was assured. As soon as he hung up, President Song turned to his daughter with an expression of extreme worry. "Oh, our daughter," he hastily asked. "Besides your face, are you injured anywhere else, my child?" Song Eun-jin sat huddled on the hospital bed, her face bruised and covered with bandages. She looked completely distraught, mumbling aimlessly, What? In Yoonjin's mind, the image of the demon Karma appeared, mumbling, I am. Karma held up the phone containing deadly evidence, smirking. Be a good girl, Eunjin. From now on, you are my puppet. In Song Eunjin's mind, the demon Karma sneered, embedding 2 words into her head. Never forget. Karma continued to sow terror. Your weakness is in my hands. Meanwhile, Song Eunjin could only cower, trying to falsely reassure herself, I'm fine. Nothing happened. Just then, President Song's phone rang, interrupting his train of thought. He answered irritably. Hello? The other end of the line spoke, causing President Song to ask gruffly in return. Is this the guardian of that demoness? After hearing the answer, the president was stunned, stammering, What? What do you mean? He fell silent, sweat beginning to pour as he realized who he was speaking to. After being completely overwhelmed, he had no choice but to bow his head in acceptance. All right, I will do as you say. President Song and his wife headed towards a skyscraper, where the fateful meeting was to take place. He arrogantly reassured his worried wife. My dear, pay no mind. This is just a cheap scare tactic. He continued to boast loudly. Meeting outside of school to settle things? What a ridiculous idea. As he walked into the lobby, he confidently declared, I am Songjin Tech of Nongun Tech. Let's see how impressed you'll be. He aggressively stepped into the hallway, shouting loudly, Just try to offer me some paltry compensation. This case will go straight to court. He declared firmly before a large door. This is war. Bang! President Song kicked the door open and stormed in, his face arrogant, ready to devour his opponent whole. But then he froze stiff, his pupils constricting in shock. Inside the meeting room, Vice President Lee Myung-jun was already seated in the chairman's chair, flanked by 2 towering bodyguards, their presence utterly overwhelming. Lee Myung-jun looked up, his voice as cold as ice. Long time no see, Eunjin's father. The final boss officially revealed himself, introducing himself in a resolute manner. I am Karma's stepfather, Lee Myung-jun. President Song and his wife froze at the door, their initial imposing aura completely vanished. His wife stammered his name, her face drained of all color upon recognizing the person in front of them. He mumbled his opponent's name. Vice President Lee Myung-jun, of Hyundo Group. Why is he here? President Song's pupils constricted in terror. He gritted his teeth, finally understanding everything. So that's how it is. Vice President Lee Myung-jun sat there, exuding the absolute aura of a superior being. President Song began to argue, his neck veins bulging. Don't you think it's too much to do this over a children's matter? He growled, pointing directly at the issue. No matter how you look at it, this is clearly an act of revenge. Lee Myung-jun replied lightly, his tone as if speaking to a child. You are mistaken, Eunjin's father. He reiterated the statement from last year's press conference, saying he had forgiven all the children. But his sharp, cold eyes told a different story. Revenge. President Song roared, unable to tolerate this ridiculous charade. Don't be absurd. Do you think I'm a fool? He pointed his finger, trying to regain the upper hand. If you want to prove this isn't revenge, then offer reasonable compensation. He yelled, spittle flying. Otherwise, he played his trump card, threatening to expose to the entire nation the matter of a major conglomerate heir. Lee Myung-jun remained silent, letting his prey struggle in despair, who had exploited a minor for personal revenge. Lee Myung-jun's gaze turned cold, devoid of any emotion. He finally spoke, his voice even. Very well. Now, I will thoroughly explain the compensation plan I propose. Lee Myung-jun began his game. First, Eunjin's father. I hear you are running Noongun Trading and wish to expand into the Southeast Asian market. Lee Myung-jun laid out his hand. Regarding this matter, Hyundo Electronics, on behalf of the group, will provide full support for your market expansion. President Songjin Taek's eyes widened, and his mouth fell open upon hearing this. He couldn't believe that a top-tier conglomerate like Hyundo would back his small company. Lee Myung-jun turned to his next target. As for Eunjin's mother, he casually spoke of her interests. I hear you are very interested in the luxury stores within our group's shopping mall. If you accept the offer, you will immediately be upgraded to VVIP status and enjoy all priority benefits. President Song's wife was stunned upon hearing this. She snorted, her face flushed as she tried to appear dignified. Do you think I'm easily swayed by such material things? Lee Myung-jun's eyes were sharp and cold. He still had a trump card. And there's more. He delivered the decisive blow, striking directly at the couple's deepest fear. I hear both of your families have a history of cancer. Lee Myung-jun pointed out a chilling detail, proving he had investigated every last detail. Especially Eunjin's maternal grandmother, who just recovered from colon cancer. He emphasized an undeniable medical fact. But cancer always carries a risk of recurrence. An image of Hyundai Group's modern hospital appeared as Lee Myung-jun introduced. Our Inang Hospital Cancer Center is renowned for its nation-leading treatment technology. Both President Song and his wife were struck speechless upon hearing the next unbelievable offer. Lee Myung-jun concluded, "We promise lifelong medical care, free of all cancer-related treatment costs for both of you, your parents, and also Eun-jin and Jin-woo." He kindly added, "Of course, we will ensure care for your son's remaining testicle, as well as cover all costs for his limb rehabilitation." Not stopping there, Lee Myung-jun snapped his fingers powerfully. Furthermore, Manager Beck and another bodyguard immediately carried 2 huge black suitcases and entered. An additional settlement sum will certainly be provided. The Song couple swallowed hard, watching the 2 suitcases being placed on the table. President Song trembled, stammering in his overwhelmed state. What is this?" The 2 suitcases sprang open, revealing neatly stacked bundles of 50,000 won bills, making him only able to wonder, "How much is all of this?" Vice President Lee coldly concluded, his tone as if bestowing a favor. "It may not compare to the pain you have endured, but after taxes, there is approximately 2 billion won in this suitcase." Both President Song and his wife's eyes widened and mouths dropped, completely shocked by the enormous sum. Lee Myung-jun delivered another fatal blow. "Besides the cash, we are also gifting a Gangnam apartment worth 5 billion won, registered under both your names." Vice President Lee's sharp gaze pierced directly into his opponent's, asking softly, "Is this compensation enough?" President Song froze, his brain unable to process this casual display of wealth. After a few seconds of being stunned, President Song began to force an awkward smile. Then he burst into insane laughter, his face contorted with delight, spittle flying everywhere. He changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper pancake, fawning. "Wow, Vice President, you are truly thoughtful," he shamelessly added. "You even took care of one of my Jinwoo's testicles." I was still worried head caused trouble. His wife turned pale, quickly interjecting, "Wait, dear," while her husband, still in extreme excitement, suggested tying up the remaining one for good measure. The wife pulled her husband aside and whispered, trying to keep him calm. "Listen to me." She tried to analyze. "Think calmly, dear. This is very strange. Why would he be willing to spend so much on us?" President Song brushed off his wife's words, acting superior. "What do women know? Do you think I'm a fool who can't think?" He confidently declared. "I already have a plan." He ordered his wife to simply remain silent and comply, leaving her with a silent, worried expression. Immediately, President Song turned back with a beaming face, asking Vice President Lee, "So, how shall we proceed now?" He fawned, gesturing towards the suitcases of money. "Shall we draft the settlement agreement right away?" As the compensated party, perhaps I am being a bit presumptuous, but, Lee Myung-jun calmly replied, "There are 2 conditions attached to this compensation." President Song's smile immediately vanished. He swallowed, asking cautiously, "What are the conditions?" Vice President Lee stated the first condition, his voice devoid of any emotion. "First, maintain absolute secrecy regarding the terms of the agreement and this entire school violence incident." President Song hastily agreed to the condition of confidentiality, deeming it obvious given his own influential standing. Vice President Lee coldly asked directly, "And the second condition?" Lee Myung-jun fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. He spoke in a commanding tone, "Karma, come in." Click. The meeting room door opened. A female student in a uniform entered, leaving President Song and his wife utterly stunned. Lee Myung-jun declared the second condition. It must be ensured that this child, Karma, can continue her studies at Unro School. He explained that his stepdaughter, Karma, had not yet adapted to life in Korea. To help the girl adapt well, Lee Myung-jun, his eyes sharp, declared that she needed a friend by her side. He delivered a final remark that made the Song couple's faces drain of color, and I believe Eun-jin can fulfill that role. Lee Myung-jun delivered another psychological strike, subtly reminding them that he knew Chairman Song was close with the chairman of Unro School's board of directors. His eyes gleamed behind his glasses, and he asked in a low, menacing tone, "Can I trust you to handle this?" Chairman Song broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling, believing this request was a bit excessive. Karma turned to face the panicking couple, beginning her act. She bowed her head, her voice deceptively docile. "I am truly sorry for harming Yoonjin and Jinwoo." Karma looked up with a devilish smile, blaming her loss of control on the unfamiliar environment. "If you two grant me this opportunity, and she continues to act out, I will do my utmost to make amends." Karma stared directly at Yoonjin's mother, making her flinch in fear. She continued to apologize for her disrespectful attitude in the teacher's lounge earlier. With a chilling smile, Karma concluded her act. Though I may not be much, I hope to become Yoonjin's best friend. Yoonjin's mother was stunned upon hearing the offer to help her daughter improve her academic record. She immediately recognized the windfall. The merit of assisting an escaped student would be a golden ticket for her daughter into university. Karma turned to President Song, continuing her act with a sweet, deceptive smile. The demoness declared that the friendship between her and Yoonjin would endure even after graduation. President Song was completely convinced, muttering about how this relationship would benefit the businesses of both families. Karma bowed her head, feigning obedience. Therefore, I ask for your generosity. The act reached its climax as Karma bowed deeply, making the Song couple visibly pleased. Both stood watching their bowing prey, completely unaware that they had fallen into a trap. President Song smirked, finally agreeing. All right, Karma. The Song couple did a complete U-turn in their attitude, smiling sinisterly and greedily as they welcomed Karma into their snare. Karma looked up, her devilish smile returning, confirming the fish had taken the bait. Meanwhile, Vice President Lee coldly calculated. It's done. I've gained the favor of Song Eun-jin's parents. But he immediately corrected himself. No. I have bought the right to torment Song Eun-jin. Lee Myung-jun saw through the greed of the Song couple, who had taken the money, and realized in his mind that this arrangement was more detrimental to them than they imagined. He smirked, knowing for sure that sooner or later, they would have to cough up that money many times over. Karma stood there, an enigmatic half-smile on her face as she observed the two fools who had just sold their daughter. The demoness thought to herself, based on their reactions, it was clear that this pair of parents knew nothing about their daughter's compromising photos. Karma's eyes flashed a deadly red. I have the girl in my grasp, and her stepfather has her parents in his. Vice President Lee and Karma, the perfect revenge duo, shared a single thought. Now, nothing can stand in our way. Elsewhere, Song Eun-jin, who was oblivious to the true depths of the world, was laughing maniacally. Song Eun-jin, her face still bandaged, smirked maliciously, confident that Yoon Karma was now crying and begging her father. She boasted that her father was close with the chairman and would definitely get that wretched girl expelled. While her brother Song Jin-woo lay motionless, she continued to fantasize about Karma's family going bankrupt to pay compensation, and that little spy being disowned by her stepfather. Her face twisted with smugness, declaring that she would be the one to have the last laugh. Cutting to reality, the devilish Karma's blazing red eyes gleamed with a deadly smile, a stark contrast to her enemy's delusions. Shifting to a dark flashback, the victim, Hyena, was sniffling, with tears welling up in her eyes. The poor girl knelt prostrate on the floor, completely broken down. Song Eun-jin, with a twisted smile, called Hyena's name, preparing for the next round of torment. She held a chain, forcing Hyena to kneel at her feet like a dog in front of the male students. Pushed to her absolute limit, Hyena trembled and let out a weak bark. Immediately, Song Eun-jin yanked the chain, brutally choking Hyena. She snarled, cursing Hyena for not barking properly. Hyena was forced to let out more desperate barks. Song Eun-jin was still not satisfied. She wanted to hear woof woof, not yap yap. Hyena could only cry and comply, her barks growing increasingly desperate. Once satisfied, Song Eun-jin waved her hand, dismissing the cowardly male students. She dragged Hyena into the men's restroom, covering her nose and complaining about the foul, pungent odor. Song Eun-jin stared at her victim with malicious eyes, declaring that once one is a dog, they must act like a dog. She ordered Hyena to lift one leg and urinate into the urinal, her hand clutching her phone, ready to record. The demon laughed maniacally, reminding Hyena how much water she had been forced to drink that morning, ensuring her bladder was about to burst. A cruel voice rang out, forcing Hyena. You're not going anywhere until you pee in there, and lunch break is still long. Cornered, Hyena could only grit her teeth and endure the ultimate humiliation. His daughter's desperate scream echoed in Lee Myung-jun's head, waking him from the nightmare. Thud! Lee Myung-jun shot up in bed, drenched in sweat. He panted, his face still etched with horror after reliving the hellish scene. Lee Myung-jun tremblingly reached for his glasses on the table. Putting them on, he muttered. That dream again. The words in Hyena's diary had turned into nightmares that tormented him every night. Lee Myung-jun clenched his fists, but he deliberately recalled these nightmares, because he believed that it was the only way for Hyena to voice her injustice. Hyena, your cries of pain. This useless father has finally heard them, he murmured to himself in the dark room. Lee Myung-jun walked, determined. Please, do not forgive me. Let me continue to live in this hell. Only then could he become a true devil for revenge. But he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. Yoon Karma appeared with a cunning smile. Oh, stepfather. Lee Myung-jun turned around, asking why she wasn't asleep yet. Karma grinned frighteningly. Her eyes glowed a deadly red as she excitedly said, "Just thinking about playing with that little Eunjin later makes my heart pound. I can't sleep." Lee Myung-jun remained silent, staring straight at the monster he was about to unleash. Karma slyly asked, "Does this excitement keep you awake too, stepfather?" And he only replied coldly, "Something like that." Lee Myung-jun remained silent, his face expressionless after hearing his stepdaughter speak. Karma called his name, wondering about the upcoming command. He ordered bluntly, "Karma, you must destroy everything of that girl." Song Eun-jin. Karma smirked, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Karma's crimson eyes glowed as she replied sweetly, "Leave it to me, stepfather." The scene shifted to the high school, where the hunt began. The girls in the class whispered amongst themselves upon seeing Karma appear. Song Eun-jin, her face pale, muttered, "Damn it! What the hell is going on?" She was furious to see Karma calmly sitting in the classroom as if nothing had happened. Yoonjin recalled yesterday's conversation, when her father hadn't explained anything clearly. She screamed in her mind, recalling her father's command. "What? I have to be friendly with Yoon Karma?" President Song, her father, casually announced he had spoken with Karma's father, and praised him as an impressive man. He continued to coax his daughter, saying that befriending Karma would be beneficial for her future, and that girl also wanted to be friends. Yoonjin froze, unable to believe what she had just heard. She growled furiously. What kind of person is that girl's father? Someone untouchable? Yoonjin couldn't understand why her father would make her friends with the one who had castrated his son. Suddenly, Karma shot up from her seat, her eyes still fixed on her target. The blonde girl panicked when she saw Karma heading straight for her. "Ah, what is she going to do to me?" Karma flashed an eerie grin, calling her prey's name. "Hey, Eunjin," the monster commanded. "Gather your little minions and meet me in front of the lockers." The whole class started whispering, seeing the bullies being called out, and Moon Yejin glanced over with a displeased expression. Song Eunjin's gang, each of them bruised and battered, stood in line, bowing their heads before Karma like a bunch of criminals. Song Eunjin forced a fake smile, her voice trembling as she asked why Karma had called them out here. Karma sneered, casually replying, "Heh heh, don't be so scared, haven't you heard what your dad said?" The blonde girl hastily confirmed, stammering that she had heard about having to get along with Karma. Perched on a desk, Karma declared, "To commemorate our truce, I've prepared a game for you all." The monster's smile turned sinister as she whispered about a game that everyone, young and old, loves. Karma held up a pink-studded dog collar and announced the game's name, Walk the Dog. Song Eun-jin froze solid, her face as white as paper, her brain temporarily ceasing to function. Moon Yejin, drenched in sweat, tried to salvage the situation. "Karma, just to be sure." Still, with that forced smile, Yejin asked again with a faint hope. "It's not the game we're thinking of, right?" Karma cheerfully denied. "No, it's not," making Yejin sigh in momentary relief. Immediately, Karma's eyes turned blood red as she growled. "It's the game where I put chains around your necks and walk you around." The surrounding students began to panic and whisper, unable to believe that Karma was crazy enough to try this game at school. Moon Yejin remained silent, her face darkening, clearly in deep shock from this humiliation. Karma picked up the collar, declaring nonchalantly, "Since it's a role-playing game, we need to assign roles properly, right?" The monster pointed at a brown-haired lackey. "Sehi, you look as hyperactive as a beagle." Next, she turned to Moon Yejin and declared, "As for Yejin, with your long face, you'll be a Doberman," making the girl choke with rage. Finally, Karma pointed her finger at her main prey, her voice sickeningly sweet. "And our lovely Eunjin, you're a Chihuahua," Karma concluded, leaving Song Eun-jin with a dazed, utterly bewildered expression. Insulted as a Chihuahua, Sehi gritted her teeth, her face pale with anger and humiliation. Unable to bear it, the girl screamed, "Damn it!" then swung her hand, slapping away the collar Karma offered. Clatter. The pink, spiked collar rolled across the classroom floor. Karma casually remarked, "Oh, that's expensive," which enraged Sehi even more, making her roar, "Shut up, you bitch." Sehi continued to rant, claiming Karma was pretending to be friendly and threatening to tell her father. Karma feigned distress, saying she truly wanted to make amends, but Sehi just cursed back, "Stop with the bullshit, you psycho." Suddenly, Karma coolly declared, "All right, if Yoonjin doesn't want to, then so be it." Sehi froze. Thinking she was safe, Sehi hesitantly asked, "Really?" Karma smiled brightly, raised her phone, and replied, "Of course. I never force my friends to do what they don't want." But, Karma smirked with a twisted smile. Unjin being so cold makes me sad, the monster continued. So I need an emotional boost to deal with this. Sehi's face turned pale, sensing something ominous. Sehi tremblingly asked, "What do you mean by emotional boost?" Karma casually explained. Korean girls often relieve stress through social media. Especially, Karma's smile grew even more sinister, by posting lots of interesting photos. Right? Sehi was stunned, speechless. Her face drained of all color. Karma continued to press. "Come to think of it, Yoonjin, I have a whole bunch of our memorable photos right here." Karma's eyes turned fiery red, and she asked in a deadly innocent tone, "Can I share your photos?" Smack. Sehi frantically swung her hand, trying to snatch Karma's phone. The girl burst into tears, pleading desperately, "Karma, please, don't do that." Karma feigned surprise. "Huh? Not that?" Karma sat cross-legged on the chair, her gaze as cold as ice, questioning. "Hey Yoonjin, why do you oppose everything I want to do? You don't really want to be friends with me, do you?" Karma growled. "My patience has run out." Karma launched a fatal psychological attack, threatening to release compromising photos online if Sehi didn't play along, making the girl turn pale with fear. Karma smirked disdainfully, making it clear she stood no chance. The monster pulled out a gaudy pink dog collar studded with spikes, a new toy for her prey. Karma held the collar out in front of Sehi, smiling sinisterly as she suggested they play walk the dog, an undisguised humiliation. The scene shifts to a golf driving range, a pristine white ball waiting to be smashed. Whoosh! The golf club swung down with immense force. At the golf course, President Song Jin-taek had just executed a perfect swing, praised profusely by a subordinate. "Boss, what a beautiful shot." Old President Song boastfully showed off his new club, complacently stating that the last shot was unbelievable. Yoonjin's mother stood beside him, her face pale, muttering to her husband that expensive items truly do pay off. She hesitantly called her husband, trying to choose her words carefully so as not to enrage him. Yoonjin's mother began to feel uneasy about the enormous sum of money received from Vice President Lee. She admitted she was also blinded by money, but the more she thought about it, the more something felt wrong. President Song remained silent, his face as cold as stone, ignoring his wife's worries. His wife continued to be troubled, not understanding why a powerful figure like Vice President Lee would give their family such a large sum of money. Her husband still said nothing, only swung his club, decisively hitting the golf ball away. The ball rolled across the grass, signaling a game that had already been set. Yoonjin's mother sighed deeply, unable to shake off her anxiety. She turned to her husband, her voice full of doubt. "Honey, you said you've read the school violence reports of the other perpetrators besides Yoonjin, right?" His wife looked at her husband searchingly, waiting for an answer. President Song casually replied, "Of course I have. When the joint response team was formed, we went through everything with the lawyer, didn't we?" Yoonjin's mother asked her husband, "After reading all the reports, what was the first thing you thought?" President Song smirked, his voice full of disdain. What Yoonjin did was utterly insignificant. He swung his golf club, confident in his judgment. Thwack! The sound of the ball being decisively hit away. He casually explained, "Compared to those others, Yoonjin's antics were just harmless pranks." He even compared, "That bullying group made the hazing in my military days look like child's play." He shuddered at the thought of the true target, a red-haired demon appearing behind him. Especially Representative Cha's only daughter. "That girl is not human." His wife still didn't understand, her voice full of worry. "Honey, what on earth are you talking about?" President Song clicked his tongue, disdaining his wife's slow comprehension. Tsk. Truly an idiot. He began to analyze like a pseudo-strategist. "The reason the vice president gave us money is because he wants something from us." He swung his club, stating firmly, "Think about it. Lee Myung-jun's ultimate target is definitely Representative Cha's daughter." He continued to ramble about complex relationships. "But Representative Cha is no ordinary man, right?" he asserted. "No matter how powerful Lee Myung-jun is, he's facing an opponent too formidable to handle alone." His eyes gleamed with self-proclaimed intelligence. "In such a situation, what does that money mean?" His wife finally realized the scheme. "Isn't it to make us allies in his revenge?" President Song sneered, self-satisfied. "I've known the families of those other perpetrators for a long time, so they definitely think they'll use me as an inside spy." His wife was now completely convinced, her eyes gleaming with greed. "I understand. So that's it. We just need to profit while playing both sides." She flattered her husband. "Of course, you've calculated everything, haven't you?" While her husband boasted, "Darling, have you ever seen me make a mistake?" He gripped his golf club tightly, declaring confidently, "Just wait and see." By now, Yoonjin and Karma must have already started. He prepared for a decisive swing, unaware that he was merely a pawn in someone else's game. Karma smiled contentedly, holding the leash and leading Song Eun-jin, who was crawling miserably on the floor, sarcastically remarking that they would surely be best friends. In the middle of the hallway, Karma leisurely walked her pet dog Eun-jin amidst the murmurs of the crowd, while the cowardly lackeys only dared to raise their phones to record. Two female students watching shook their heads in exasperation, commenting that this group was truly insane and this school would never have a peaceful day. Song Eun-jin thought despairingly to herself, wondering if anyone would dare defy the monster Yoon Karma's orders. Another female student smirked, whispering to her friend, "Honestly, don't you find Song Eun-jin annoying?" The two friends nodded in agreement, believing that the girl would get her comeuppance sooner or later, especially since she started relying on her older brother. Hearing the gossip, Song Eun-jin gritted her teeth, her face darkening with anger and humiliation. The girl spun around, growling in her throat. "You bastards! I'll remember every single one of you who dared to disrespect me," she screamed hopelessly. "Just wait until my brother recovers. Then all of you will pay." Snap! Karma yanked hard on the leash, cutting short Yoonjin's cheap threats. Pulled unexpectedly, Song Eun-jin fell sprawling onto the floor with a cry of pain. Karma leaned down, her tone full of mockery. "Oh, Yoon-jin, why are you barking where your friends are studying? Do you need me to get you an anti-bark collar?" Suddenly, Karma glanced at one of the lackeys. "Huh? Sahi, what's with that face?" Sahi, who was holding her phone to record, flinched, stammering in denial. "No, I'm just a little worried." When Karma threatened, "If filming isn't fun, or do you want to be the dog instead?" Karma turned back to the crowd, acting genuinely. "Classmates, don't misunderstand. I'm just experiencing a Korean TikTok challenge as someone from North Korea." She patted Yoonjin's head like a pet, smiling brightly. "This is a filming session with the consent of all parties involved. Isn't that right, Yoonjin?" With a wicked smile, Karma ordered, "Don't just stand there, get up and walk. Chihuahua Yoonjin. We still have a long way to go." Karma's lips curved into a terrifying smile as she thought, "At this rate, will we make it to the boys' classroom before the break ends?" Song Eun-jin's eyes widened in horror upon hearing this. Song Eun-jin frantically screamed, "What did you say? The boys' classroom? You never said that." But Karma only replied with a cold, Karma sneered mockingly. "If just walking around in front of the classroom is what you call a stroll, then I wouldn't have bothered dragging you out." Song Eun-jin was yanked by the leash, stammering in terror. Then, as Karma declared they had to complete a full circuit for it to count as a walk, Karma feigned innocence. "What's wrong, Yoonjin? This is still within limits, isn't it?" Karma's eyes turned fiery red, and she laughed maniacally. "I'm not leading you into the boys' restroom like some people would." That remark struck a nerve, leaving Song Eun-jin stunned, her face drained of all color. She trembled, asking in extreme panic, "How do you know about that?" Wham! Karma kicked Yoonjin squarely in the back, sending her face first onto the floor. Karma yanked the leash hard, coldly ordering, "Dogs don't ask questions," she yelled, urging her terrified prey, "Hurry up, Chihuahua Yoonjin," while the girl could only scream in despair. Song Yoonjin was dragged roughly along the hallway, screaming and begging Karma to spare her, not to go to the boys' classroom. A group of male students standing in the hallway froze when they saw the scene before them. Karma proudly walked past, leading her pet dog Eun-jin, who was crawling on the ground, followed by two pale-faced lackeys holding their phones. The male students watched with wide eyes and open mouths, one of them wondering, "What the hell is this? Have girls' TikTok trends gotten this crazy now?" Another, more perceptive one, immediately realized, "What are you talking about? This is clearly bullying. Girls are really scary. This game is insane." Stared at by all the boys, Song Eun-jin was so humiliated that she could only cover her face, muttering through tears, "Please don't look, don't look." The crowd only grew more excited, laughing at the pathetic state of the girl who was once the school's queen. Suddenly, a blonde bully and his subordinates blocked their path, asking, "What kind of game is this?" Karma looked up, replying nonchalantly, "Can't you see?" she said, looking directly into the bully's eyes. "I'm walking my dog," causing the guy to burst into delighted laughter, thinking it was just a joke. Karma turned to her prey with a deadly smile, ordering, "Yoon-jin, say hello." The blonde bully introduced himself. "This is my first male friend in Korea, Park Min-woo." Song Eun-jin's face went pale, recognizing the name Park Min-woo, the boss of the first-year boys. Both Karma and Park Min-woo bared their teeth in a wicked grin, sending shivers down Song Eun-jin's spine. Park Min-woo asked Karma with interest. Karma, can I try walking her? And Karma nonchalantly agreed. Song Eun-jin screamed in panic. What? Karma, wait. This isn't right. Yanked by the leash by Park Min-woo, Song Eun-jin fell to her knees, yelling, Hey, who are you to dare pull this crazy stunt? Let go. Park Min-woo looked down with contempt. What the hell is this? A talking dog? Is that for real? Song Eun-jin could only remain silent, her hand clutching the leash in humiliation. Karma narrowed her eyes in warning. You'd best not provoke my posting instinct. Hearing the threat of the video being released, Song Eun-jin's face turned completely white with fear. Park Min-woo yanked the leash hard, tightening it around Song Eun-jin's neck, making her choke. He and his subordinate burst into delighted laughter as they watched Song Eun-jin cough violently. Oh, now you really sound like a barking dog. Catching her breath, Song Eun-jin tried to threaten, How dare you? Do you know who my brother is? Park Min-woo sneered, his eyes wide. Do I care? If you're a dog, then your brother is just a mongrel. Ha. His smile vanished, his gaze turning cold. But you know what? The more I look at this girl, the more she annoys me. Song Eun-jin remained kneeling on the floor, completely bewildered by what was happening. Park Min-woo roared, his hatred erupting. Weren't you the one who made your brother constantly discipline us, you bitch? Exposed, Song Eun-jin stammered for an excuse. That's because... Karma placed a hand on her shoulder, cutting her off. Look here, Eun-jin. Now isn't the time for excuses. Do you see the line of people behind you? A group of male students, their faces bruised and eyes blazing, appeared from behind, all of them victims of her older brother. Karma put her arm around Song Eun-jin's shoulder, grinning widely. See? I told you to be good, didn't I? Karma's eyes glowed crimson, and she smirked. Instead of monopolizing all the fun, in practicing the spirit of sharing, Karma waved her hand, signaling the eager male victims. All right, everyone, line up. Karma held up a finger, announcing the new rules. Each person who pulls Eun-jin's chain, once, will cost 1,000 won. Song Eun-jin froze, realizing she had been turned into a pay-per-play toy. The male victims eagerly pushed and shoved, one of them yelling, Get out of the way, I'm first. Just thinking about what this bitch did makes my blood boil. The boys shoved each other, threw money, and took turns pulling the chain, ordering Song Eun-jin to perform tricks like a dog. One of them snapped when Song Eun-jin didn't obey. I told you to play dead. Why aren't you acting like a good dog? Karma smiled contentedly after the torture session ended. Well, that was a satisfying stroll. Dragging Song Eun-jin, who was crawling on the floor, Karma asked, Isn't that right, Eun-jin? Song Eun-jin looked up, her eyes empty but still burning with a flicker of resentment. Karma suddenly looked amused, pointing towards the classroom. Huh? Look, Eun-jin. Inside the classroom, Moon Ye-jin, the class president, was sitting and studying, appearing completely unaffected by the chaos outside. Moon Ye-jin turned around with a cold expression, while Karma taunted, Oh my, what a truly exemplary class president. So worthy of emulation. Karma turned to Song Eun-jin, her voice full of hidden meaning. Eun-jin, they say even a dog that's been in school for 3 years learns to recite poetry, don't they? Song Eun-jin's eyes were wide with horror, sensing something ominous was about to happen. Karma dragged Song Eun-jin to Moon Ye-jin's desk, ordering casually, Now, bark. Karma's eyes again glowed with a deadly red hue as she leaned down and whispered her final threat. If you dare to bark half-heartedly, I'll make sure your photos are widely publicized. Song Eun-jin utterly broke down. In front of Moon Ye-jin, who was calmly writing, Song Eun-jin began to bark humiliatingly. Song Eun-jin, her face contorted, howled desperate barks. Moon Ye-jin closed her eyes, muttering to herself to ignore it, while the barking echoed, pushed to her limit. Song Eun-jin was barking and crying, looking utterly pathetic. All the surrounding students froze, their eyes wide and mouths agape at the public humiliation. Song Eun-jin growled maniacally, her barks now mixed with anger and helplessness. Moon Ye-jin finally looked up, her emotionless eyes flashing with murderous intent. Snap! The pen in Moon Ye-jin's hand snapped in half, unable to endure it any longer. Moon Ye-jin slammed her hand on the desk and stood up, growling at Karma. Hey, who do you think you are? Karma flashed a bright, challenging smile. I'm this dog's owner. Moon Ye-jin flew into a rage, yelling directly at Karma. What the hell are you doing? Karma replied nonchalantly, with an innocent expression. Walking the dog. Moon Ye-jin was speechless, while Karma continued to provoke. Don't worry, class president, my dog doesn't bite. Karma sat perched on the desk, still holding Sehi tightly, and said casually, If Eun-jin makes a mess, we'll clean it up. No need to worry. We'll even give her heartworm shots soon. Moon Yejin gritted her teeth, muttering, crazy bitch, then turned her back and walked away, deciding not to get involved. Watching Moon Yejin's retreating back, Karma thought to herself, it's best not to get involved with us. Karma covered her mouth, giggling, a truly devilish smile. Moon Yejin walked down the hallway, her mind analyzing at lightning speed. Of course, Lee Myung-jun is definitely behind Yoon Karma. She realized the harsh truth, and cold sweat broke out, and her next target is me. In her mind, Moon Yejin clearly saw herself having to confront both the monster Karma and the tycoon Lee Myung-jun. She understood that she had to make a plan. A fleeting image showed Karma being choked by a collar with a bell, symbolizing that she too was merely a controlled hunting dog. The flashback began. Hyena lay sprawled on the floor, choked by a chain like an animal, her breath ragged. Blood and saliva spilled from her mouth as she gasped, asking the scum, "Do you guys find beating people up so much fun?" A sadistic smile appeared on the tormentor's lips as they suggested, "Sometimes we should try something new, shouldn't we?" Moon Yejin, the two-faced class president, sat perched on the desk, looking down at the victim with sick eyes. "Don't you think so, Hyena?" Hyena gritted her teeth, enduring as Moon Yejin began her insane lecture. She held a cigarette between her fingers, casually explaining, "You know, the lethal dose of nicotine in cigarettes is even lower than that of cyanide. In other words," she continued, "what I'm smoking right now is even more toxic than cyanide." Moon Yejin sneered, bringing her face close to Hyena's. "But isn't it strange? I'm still perfectly fine, even though I'm smoking." Hyena coughed violently, unable to understand what this demon was babbling about. What the hell are you talking about?" Moon Yejin narrowed her eyes, her glasses glinting with a deadly light. "I'm saying that comparing the lethal doses of cigarettes and cyanide is a flawed comparison." She continued her pharmacology lecture. "Nicotine absorption through smoking occurs very slowly, in extremely small doses. But what if it's ingested?" She thrust the cigarette towards Hyena, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Moon Yejin reassured her falsely. "Oh, don't be too scared. They say eating one cigarette won't kill you immediately." Hyena was utterly horrified upon hearing the next explanation. "Nicotine will cause vomiting, so you'll throw it up before you die." The class president demon's expression darkened. "Of course, if you can't throw it up, then you'll die." In another moment, Moon Yejin sat with her legs crossed, looking annoyed at her subordinates. That Moon Yejin, pretending to be a know-it-all to get into medical school, is truly irritating. Returning to the torture session, she sneered at Hyena. "But, Hyena, those idiots actually have a point. How utterly empty can mere textbook knowledge be?" Hyena's eyes were wide with horror, as Moon Yejin declared, "So today, I'm going to conduct a live experiment on you." Moon Yejin turned and ordered Song Eun-jin, who was standing nearby. "Hey, Song Eun-jin, hold her down so she can't move. I'm going to try stuffing the cigarette into her mouth." Moon Yejin coldly urged her subordinates who were standing by. "You idiots, don't you see the audience waiting?" Threatened with having a cigarette forced down her throat, Song Eun-jin turned pale with fear, stammering out immediate compliance. Hyena screamed desperately, pleading in despair, Please don't do it." But it was useless. Her mouth was forced open, and the half-burnt cigarette was shoved right in. With a sick smile, Moon Yejin whispered, "Hyena, open wide. Here comes the nicotine airplane." The target profile appeared. Moon Yejin, daughter of the Taewon Hospital director and class president of first-year Class 6. In the meeting room, the young subordinate began reporting on the next target. He pointed at the screen displaying Moon Yejin's photo and declared her Karma's new prey. The subordinate reported, "This girl is notoriously cruel, having beaten and tortured Miss Hyena with paper, newspapers, and cigarettes." He continued, accompanied by a flashback image of Moon Yejin subtly tormenting Hyena. "However, despite her cruel nature, she is extremely discreet, acting without other students knowing," the subordinate concluded. As a result, very few people still know about Moon Yejin's bullying behavior. Department Head Baek interrupted disdainfully. "To be precise, Department Head Baek. That's not caution, that's cowardice." The young subordinate fell silent, quickly admitting his mistake and promising to correct it. He continued reporting on the target's weakness. She intended to pursue a sports career, but was forced into medical school by her father, leading to immense academic pressure. The subordinate suggested, "We can exploit this point for the revenge plan, but currently, Karma holds the final decision." All eyes turned to Karma, who sat eerily docile, waiting to hear her opinion. Karma smirked devilishly. He. If that's her personality, Karma has a re-education method she's eager to try. Her eyes flashed with insane red. She leaned back in her chair and asked her stepfather, "Do you permit it?" Karma rested her chin on her hand, feigning a terrifying cuteness, her eyes full of promise for an upcoming torment. At the same time, at school, Moon Yejin sat in class, completely unaware that she had become the prey of a true monster. Karma rested her chin on her hand, staring wide-eyed at her target with feigned innocence. In the classroom, Moon Yejin closed her eyes, trying to ignore the new student's unsettling presence. Throughout the lesson, Karma never took her eyes off Moon Yejin, the smile on her lips growing increasingly bizarre. Moon Yejin's blood began to boil. She wondered, 4 periods already. What kind of trick is this crazy girl pulling every break? Slam! Moon Yejin couldn't take it anymore, slamming her hand on the desk to assert dominance. She snapped at Karma. "If you have something to say, just say it directly. Stop bothering others." In response to that anger, Karma merely smiled mysteriously. Moon Yejin was furious, veins bulging on her forehead. "What the hell, you bitch?" Karma finally spoke, a smile full of hidden meaning. "Class president, have you noticed that it's just the 2 of us left in the classroom now?" Moon Yejin startled and spun around, realizing Karma's words were true. The entire spacious classroom was now empty, with only the 2 of them remaining. Moon Yejin snorted coldly, trying to appear calm. "Humph, you caused a ruckus, so everyone ran off, didn't they?" Karma waved her hand, nonchalantly replying, "Class president, you're overthinking it. Everyone just went for lunch." Moon Yejin yelled, losing all patience. "What the hell are you trying to say?" Karma leaned closer, her gaze as cold as ice. She whispered a fatal sentence. "After killing someone, you're still interested in books?" Moon Yejin froze, her pupils contracting in shock at the direct accusation. But immediately after, she regained her composure, her glasses glinting with a cold light. "You seem to have misunderstood something. I didn't kill anyone." Moon Yejin curled her lips into a savage smile, revealing her true nature. That idiot just brought death upon herself. Karma smirked devilishly. "Oh ho." She began her philosophical taunt. "Is suicide a form of indirect murder, or a choice made from free will? Is this a philosophical debate?" Karma feigned insane admiration. "Truly, the class president is different." Moon Yejin growled, clearly annoyed. "You're so flashy, just like your appearance. Think whatever you want." Seeing Yejin about to leave, Karma called out sweetly, "Where are you going, class president? Let's debate, shall we? You're preparing for important impromptu interviews, aren't you?" Moon Yejin spun around and walked away, ignoring the annoying girl behind her. Karma merely chuckled morbidly, her eyes flashing red, and her antics continued afterward. 2 female students in the class began whispering, "Hey, do you think Yoon Karma is really in love with the class president?" Another replied, pointing towards Karma, who was clinging to Yejin. "She's been like this for 5 periods straight. Even during class, her eyes are glued to the class president." Karma rested her chin on her hand, looking at Yejin with a terrifyingly infatuated gaze. "Class president, if you study too much, your eyesight will worsen." Moon Yejin tried to focus on her books, telling herself to ignore this crazy girl, while Karma continued to prattle. "Karma is so lonely. Play with me." Yejin persistently ignored her, highlighter in hand, underlining lines in her biology textbook. Suddenly, another red pen appeared right next to Yejin's hand, poised to vandalize. Karma, with a look of delight, used both hands to scribble furiously with 2 pens all over Yejin's book. Her patience snapped. Moon Yejin flew into a rage, holding up the defaced book. "Damn it. Seriously." Karma flinched, feigning innocent surprise. "Oh, I was just helping your hand. Class president, don't your hands get tired from underlining so much?" Moon Yejin screamed in helplessness, her face flushed crimson with anger. "Stop it, seriously." "Ah!" Yejin stormed off, but Karma clung on relentlessly. "Where are you going, class president?" Karma wants to come too, making Yejin yell, "Don't follow me, you damn brat." The 2 gossiping female students continued their discussion. Did the class president do something to provoke Yoon Karma again? The other replied, "I don't know." The brown-haired student mused, leaving a sentence hanging with hidden meaning. "But you know," Moon Yejin revealed her true nature when angry, making a female student exclaim, "The class president looks terrifying when she loses it." The scene shifts to the school's secluded, covered trash can area. Moon Yejin's rage peaked, and she let out a string of continuous curses. Thud! She vented her anger with a direct kick to the recycling bin. Panting, Yejin stormed off, her anger still unquenched. Reaching a secluded spot, she cautiously looked back, thinking, "It didn't follow me here, did it?" Yejin muttered in annoyance. "That damn brat has been irritating me all day today." Recalling Karma showing off the defaced book, Yejin wondered how she could pick the lock of her locker like a thieving cat. She tried to reassure herself. Well, at least she's not bullying me like Song Eun-jin, right? But Yejin immediately dismissed that thought, gritting her teeth as she realized, no, this is clearly just the prelude. In Yejin's imagination, karma was putting a dog collar on her, and she knew that sooner or later, she would meet a more tragic end than even Song Eun-jin. Yejin bit her nails, resolving, above all, I must stop that Yoon karma from dragging my past into the light. But how? The rumor that she single-handedly wiped out Song Jin-woo's gang still persisted. Confronting such a monster was unthinkable. Suddenly, a light flashed in Yejin's mind. Her frightened expression vanished, replaced by a terrifyingly smug smile. Heh, what the hell am I thinking? It's true I've been out of practice for too long. Yejin burst into maniacal laughter, believing the absurd rumors about karma's strength couldn't possibly be true. As a former athlete, she told herself with a disdainful look, I can confidently say that's nonsense. Yejin analyzed the physiques of Song Jin-woo's gang, asserting that given karma's weight class, taking on so many large opponents was completely illogical. She presented her hypothesis. Since Lee Myung-jun is behind this, it must have been professional bodyguards or hired thugs who did it. Yejin concluded that spreading rumors was just a diversion to elevate karma's status in school, and Song Eun-jin was cornered, unable to refute it. Yejin smirked, deciding on her plan. No need to overthink it, just deal with her like I did with Hyena. In Yejin's mind, the old scene reappeared. Using force to subdue, taking photos to grasp the opponent's weaknesses. Her plan was to use those weaknesses to turn Yoon karma into a spy, making her betray Lee Myung-jun himself. Yejin confidently pulled out a cigarette, asserting firmly, if it were me, subduing Yoon karma by force right here at school is entirely possible. She took a self-satisfied drag from her cigarette, thinking, after all, how many high school girls in Korea can take me on solo? Meanwhile, in Lee Myung-jun's office, Manager Baek turned to his subordinate and asked, you said Moon Yejin used to be an athlete, right? The young subordinate confirmed with a serious expression, beginning to report on Yejin's skill level. He revealed that 2 years ago, at the World Junior Taekwondo Championship held domestically, the winner of that tournament set an unprecedented record in history. In a flashback, Yejin, in her Taekwondo uniform, stood tall in the ring, leaving a knocked-out opponent behind her, winning the gold medal by complete KO. The subordinate further explained that if it weren't for having to inherit her family's hospital, Yejin would almost certainly have had a spot on the national team. Her most terrifying weapon was her kicking power. So strong it was considered a lethal weapon. Returning to Yejin, she flashed a cunning smile. Oh, all right then. Get ready, Yoon karma. Yejin held the cigarette between her fingers, her eyes full of challenge and arrogance. I'll use these legs to break you. The scene shifts to a school hallway, just outside the restroom area. Inside, sniffling and whimpering sounds echoed from one of the stalls. It turned out to be Song Eun-jin, huddled on the toilet, crying miserably. Eun-jin punched the wall, cursing herself. Damn it. Because of that Yoon karma, I have to hide in the restroom, crying like a loser. She wailed in despair, tears streaming down her face. In the end, I have to go for a walk again today. Eun-jin recalled the humiliating scene when karma forced the bookworm Jiun to put a collar on her and declared, today, Jiun is your master. Don't resist, or you'll die. In the flashback, Song Eun-jin was led around like a puppy, while the small fry held up their phones, filming and mocking. Our Eun-jin is going for a walk again? She furiously thought that being filmed while being led around humiliatingly was no different from having compromising photos leaked. Eun-jin growled angrily, briefly considering tattling to her parents. But then she sat helplessly on the toilet in the restroom, sinking into silence. She quickly dismissed that idea, telling herself that she couldn't let the compromising photos be exposed at any cost. Eun-jin shivered as she remembered that Karma's stepfather was Lee Myung-jun, a true kingpin, and tattling would only make things worse. Wham! She punched the wall, desperately wailing. Damn it, so what am I supposed to do now? She bitterly cursed Lee Myung-jun, thinking he was overreacting. I didn't kill his daughter, did I? Eun-jin began listing those who were even more evil than her. First, Moon Ye-jin, the two-faced class president of the school. Next was Kang Ah-hyun, another one who had fled far away to Busan. Then came Bae Doa, who had transferred schools to Gwangju to escape punishment. And finally, Cha So-hyun, who had just returned from abroad not long ago. Eun-jin cried out in indignation. There are 4 devils 1,000 times worse than me. Why am I the only one who has to suffer this walk? She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she declared, I don't accept this. I didn't do anything to deserve this. She decided to shift the blame to someone else. If you want to cause trouble at this school, then target Moon Ye-jin. Creak. The girl's restroom door creaked open, and a voice rang out, full of exasperation. Ugh, seriously. As Song Eun-jin stepped out, she overheard two other female students gossiping. What's wrong with that Yoon Karma? I'm so scared I don't even dare to come to school anymore. The two girls continued to lament, one saying, How did a crazy person like that get into our school? There's never a peaceful day. The black-haired friend replied dejectedly, Our school is like it's cursed, full of crazy people. Hearing someone say they had never seen anyone crazier than Song Eun-jin, she immediately spun around, her eyes burning with hatred. That bitch. In the restroom, a female student applying powder casually declared, Oh, Karma? She used to be my crush, you know. Her black-haired friend was speechless, retorting, Are you kidding? That's disgusting. The brown-haired friend continued dreamily, What do you mean? Karma is super pretty, isn't she? While her black-haired friend only reluctantly admitted it, the black-haired friend rested her chin in thought, confessing, But honestly, when Yoon Karma taught Song Eun-jin a lesson, I found it quite satisfying. Another girl in the restroom, who was Song Eun-jin herself, overheard, gritting her teeth bitterly as they gloated. Exactly. Even though we were scared, everyone felt satisfied, right? The black-haired friend nodded in agreement that Song Eun-jin deserved what she got, but then wondered, But why pick a fight with the class president? The brown-haired friend chimed in, sounding defensive. Exactly. Our class president didn't do anything wrong to deserve this, did she? She even looked annoyed, suggesting that beautiful people should stick together, which made her friend awkwardly agree. As soon as she heard the two girls pitying the class president, Song Eun-jin kicked open the restroom door and burst out, yelling, What the hell? Pitiful class president? What the hell do you guys know to say that? She pointed directly at the two girls, shouting, You know nothing. That Moon Ye-jin is much worse than me. Song Eun-jin began to expose her secrets, her voice full of resentment. The one who shoved cigarettes down Lee Hyena's throat was Moon Ye-jin. The one who suppressed Se-hee and Yoon was also her. She challenged, yelling, If you don't believe me, go ask that useless Jun. Yoon-jin, sniffling, protested resentfully. I only did what she told me to do. That trick of leading Hyena around like a dog was originally Moon Ye-jin's idea. She screamed in helplessness, her face contorted with rage. Why do I alone have to suffer this? Song Eun-jin left crying, leaving the two gossiping friends frozen in place. The two female students looked at each other, their faces pale, unable to believe what they had just heard. Meanwhile, Moon Ye-jin walked down the hallway, a vicious plan beginning to form in her mind. All right, it's time to clean up. I'll call that Yoon Karma to the abandoned laboratory. Her eyes were sharp as a knife. The plan was clear. Lock the door, subdue her, then torture her to extract information. She smirked, calculating her next move. After that, I'll take nude photos to gain leverage, turning her into a double agent against Lee Myung-jun. Her ultimate goal was, that way Karma won't bother me anymore. Pulling open the classroom door, she smiled triumphantly, thinking that all risks concerning her past would vanish. As soon as Moon Ye-jin entered the classroom, her sharp gaze swept across the students huddled together, gossiping, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. All the girls' faces turned pale, and the air suddenly became eerily silent, as if haunted. Ye-jin frowned, her mind immediately raced. What's going on? Why is the atmosphere so tense? She muttered, her intuition telling her something was wrong. I knew it. Something smells fishy. A girl with her hair in a bun was chattering incessantly to her friend. I told you, the class president is just pretending to be innocent. With eyes as sharp as knives, it'd be strange if she wasn't a tough girl. The girl with the bun still hadn't realized death was near, and continued to declare confidently, just by looking at her face, you know she's not to be trifled with. Hey, a friend sitting next to her frantically signaled, whispering, The class president is standing right behind you. Moon Ye-jin stood towering behind her, her face as cold as stone, making the gossiping girl choke on her words. She flashed a chillingly fake smile. Ha ha ha. What's wrong, everyone? Why did you stop so suddenly when you were having fun? All the students were scared out of their wits, silent as clams, and could only stare at Ye-jin with terrified eyes. The smile on Ye-jin's face vanished. She growled, completely shedding her facade of an exemplary student. You bastards. She thought to herself, seeing the class reaction, she knew it was over. It seems it's too late. Someone must have blabbed about my past. Ye-jin gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. Which vile traitor dared to expose my secrets? Her gaze swept over Yoon Karma, who was sitting alone in the corner of the classroom, her first suspicion falling on her. Yoon Karma? But Yejin immediately dismissed it. No, it's not her. Someone who hasn't even finished middle school here. How could she possibly make the whole class blindly believe such ridiculous rumors? She analyzed further, knowing full well these small fry wouldn't dare to make such a big move. More importantly, they wouldn't end this game of tormenting me with my past so easily. A deadly realization flashed through Yejin's mind. That means, Yejin's gaze locked onto a familiar back, sitting trembling in the distance. Song Eun-jin sat huddled, her entire body shaking uncontrollably, knowing she had been discovered. Yejin ground her teeth audibly, identifying her target. Song Eun-jin. Moon Yejin grabbed Song Eun-jin by the hair and slammed her onto the floor. The girl only managed a single, desperate scream. Held tightly, Song Eun-jin's eyes were wide with panic, unable to breathe. Yejin growled through gritted teeth. Song Eun-jin, I warned you clearly, didn't I? She pinned the girl to the floor, her eyes blazing. I said I'd kill you if you dared to drag me into this. Yejin roared, her face filled with murderous intent. But instead of just dragging me in, you started a whole wildfire, you piece of trash. Yejin delivered a devastating knee strike. Wham! The knee strike landed directly on her face, making Song Eun-jin scream in pain. After finishing her business, Yejin stood up and declared, Brace yourself. I'll take care of that Yoon Karma soon enough. Her eyes turned maniacal. And the one I'll deal with right after her. Yejin raised her leg, aiming directly at her prey lying on the floor. Is you. Thud. A hammer-like kick came down. Without holding back, Song Eun-jin lay sprawled, her eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth after the finishing blow. Yejin dusted her hands off, muttering, blaming all her troubles on her new enemy. Come to think of it, it's all because of that Yoon Karma. She gritted her teeth, her suppressed hatred building. Yoon Karma. Yoon Karma. Yejin resolved with a crazed expression. I will kill you. The school bell rang, signaling the end-of-day cleanup duty. Yejin and Yoon Karma walked together down the hallway. Karma spoke up, asking, Class President, where are we going? Karma smirked meaningfully. That's strange. I don't recall the teacher giving any instructions about this. Yejin snapped, trying to hide her intentions. Who would tell a lunatic like you every little detail? Karma replied coldly, taking the initiative. Shut up and follow me to the laboratory. Then turned and walked away decisively. Creak. The heavy science lab door was pushed open. Moon Yejin led the way. Yoon Karma followed with a meaningful smile. Both entering the gloomy room. Karma glanced around, her tone sarcastic. Oh, is this a lab? It looks a lot like a place I used to be, doesn't it? Slam. Yejin slammed the door shut behind them, and the atmosphere became stifling. Click. She locked the door, officially turning the room into a sealed cage. Karma turned back, asking with feigned innocence. What now, Class President? While Yejin glared back with knife-sharp eyes. Yejin began to command, her voice full of authority. First, put those baskets from the floor onto the table. She continued to instruct. I'll rearrange the chemicals on the shelf. And Karma obediently replied. Understood, Class President. Yejin pretended to struggle with the task, but was actually stealthily approaching a pre-prepared weapon. Her hand snatched a bottle of concentrated hydrochloric acid, a deadly liquid with hazardous warning symbols. Karma, still carrying the basket of tools, asked casually, But Class President, which table should I put this box on? At that very moment, Yejin spun around, acid bottle in hand. Whoosh! Without a word of warning, Yejin swung her arm, splashing the acid bottle directly at Karma's face. Karma only had time to squint her eyes against the insidious attack. At the same time, Yejin launched a lightning-fast roundhouse kick directly at Karma, who was still restrained by the basket. Crash! The basket shattered, and glass lab beakers flew everywhere. Karma, quick as lightning, raised both hands to neatly block the kick, her face still expressionless, merely letting out a soft, "Oh." Yejin smirked, full of self-satisfaction. I thought you'd dodge the acid, but I didn't expect you to block my kick too? She explained her trap. That's why I made you hold the box, to tie up your hands and feet. Karma licked a streak of blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes sharp. Not bad, huh? Yejin chuckled triumphantly. This is more fun. Ending it too soon would be boring. Moon Yejin puffed out her chest, pointing at herself defiantly. Come at me, you rat. Karma lowered her head, letting out a savage laugh, blood still oozing from the corner of her mouth. Yejin frowned, unable to understand why this lunatic could laugh in such a situation. Karma bent over, pointing at the wound on her hand and growling. What the hell are you doing, you bitch? Oh, are you talking about this? Karma's eyes flashed with insane red. She was utterly thrilled. Finally, class president is willing to play with me. How could I not laugh? I'm having so much fun, Karma declared, looking like a true demon. Yejin silently observed, beginning to seriously analyze her opponent. This stance. Could she be a boxer? Yejin muttered to herself. She recalled Karma's first day of school, when she took down Song Eun-jin with just a lightning-fast straight punch combo. Yejin smirked confidently. I don't know her skill level, but if she can't block my kicks, then I still have the upper hand as a former martial artist. Karma remained still, asking, Hey, why aren't you coming in? You told me to come here first, didn't you? Yejin sneered, sarcastic. Just now you were so eager to play with me, but now that the battlefield is set, are you scared? All right then, if you won't come. Yejin finished her sentence, lifting her foot off the ground. Then I'll come to you. She lunged forward with terrifying speed, surprising even Karma. Whoosh! Yejin launched a lightning-fast roundhouse kick aimed directly at her opponent's head. The kick spun incredibly fast, creating a blue streak of light in the air. The reason Moon Yejin was called a monster was because of her insane attack speed, exceeding 130 full-power kicks per minute. A physics formula appeared, explaining the terrifying momentum generated from speed and length. Moon Yejin's long, slender legs, spinning at dizzying speed, created a deadly attack. Moon Yejin's kick possessed a spine-chilling power, but Karma managed to raise her hands to block it. The impact force was so strong that it sent Karma sliding across the lab floor. Karma showed surprise, realizing this opponent was no pushover. Furthermore, Yejin's footwork was incredibly elusive, constantly changing distance, making it difficult for her opponent to predict. The subordinate reported that in terms of physical strength alone, Yejin couldn't compare to Song Jin-woo. But in terms of combat skills, Moon Yejin was on an entirely different level, she asked smugly. How is it? Hard to figure out, isn't it? Yejin continued to taunt, mocking Karma for looking cute while struggling to defend. However, Yejin secretly thought that despite her bravado, this girl wouldn't be an easy opponent. Karma's eyes glowed with a deadly red as Yejin admitted that her opponent's reflexes were too good, and not a single one of her attacks had truly landed. Yejin began to sweat, realizing that if this continued, she would be the one to run out of stamina first, and considered switching to using punches as well. At that moment, Karma smirked. Hehe, you foolish child. Karma stood still, questioning Yejin. Who stops attacking after cornering an opponent? With blazing red eyes, Karma read Yejin. Or have you realized your kicks aren't as effective as you thought? Are you scared? Karma's provocative question stunned Yejin, her face changing color. Losing all composure, Yejin roared, What the hell are you talking about? And lunged forward, throwing a punch. Thwack! The punch was thrown at dizzying speed, but Yejin only punched the air, her eyes wide with astonishment as her target vanished right before her. What? Yejin completely failed to understand what had just happened. She froze, realizing Karma had appeared right in front of her, without her even noticing. Karma leaned close to Yejin's face, whispering eerily with a wicked smile. Class president. Karma grabs Yejin's fist, smirking as she declares, Now it's my turn. Yejin's eyes widen in horror, completely bewildered by the situation. Whoosh! Karma throws a punch that grazes Yejin's face, who is still frozen in place, only managing to let out a scream. Karma's punch creates an incredibly powerful gust of wind pressure, swirling violently through the entire room. Yejin collapses onto the floor, face pale, not understanding what just happened. What was that just now? Thunder? She realizes her mistake, and sweat begins to bead on her forehead. No, it was the sound of glass rattling in the cabinet from the pressure of that monster's punch. Yejin's eyes widen, extreme fear clearly visible. Realizing her opponent is on a completely different level, Yejin quickly retreats, intending to create distance to assess the situation. But Yejin suddenly freezes when she sees a figure already standing in front of her. She looks up, stunned to see Karma already standing there, with a cold, expressionless face. With glowing red eyes, Karma sneers. What you're seeing is just my afterimage. What? Yejin doesn't have time to finish her sentence when a fist lunges from behind. Wham! Karma had circled behind her and delivered a devastating punch to Yejin's nape. Yejin flies straight forward like a puppet with severed strings. She lets out a pathetic scream as her body is completely out of control. Yejin stumbles, trying to regain her footing after the blitz attack. Meanwhile, a subordinate reports. However, no matter how skilled Moon Yejin is, in the end, she's still just human. Karma stands before the exhausted Yejin, asserting, Against superhuman physical strength, skill is meaningless. Karma smiles with amusement. Wow, class president. Even though I warned you, You still managed to block that attack. Truly surprising. Karma acknowledges, and in that instant, you kicked me to lessen the impact. Moon Yejin scrambles back to her feet, gritting her teeth in frustration. Damn it. What kind of insane punching power is this? She realizes the problem is even more serious. No, it's not just the punching power, but also her dodge before the second attack. In Yejin's flashback, Karma vanishes right before her eyes, as if teleporting. Karma stands in a defensive stance with glowing red eyes, making Yejin tremble as she wonders, "What the hell are you, really?" With a smug smile, Karma rests her chin provocatively. "Well, class president." Karma stands in the middle of the lab, looking at Yejin in her defensive stance, and asks, "Now you're the one backed into a corner, aren't you?" Karma continues to taunt. "Why did you choose such a cramped place to fight? This is a death trap for Taekwondo." Moon Yejin curses in frustration, realizing she had made a rookie tactical mistake. Yejin sweats profusely, thinking to herself, "I'm screwed. I underestimated her too much." Could the rumor about her defeating Song Jin-woo be true? Karma maintains her cunning smile, as if everything was part of her calculations. Moon Yejin clenches her fists, trying to calm herself, refusing to be cornered by mere words. Yejin analyzes the situation, realizing the obstacles have limited Karma's attack path to a single straight line. She regains her confidence. "As long as she can't attack from my blind spot again, everything is still under control." Yejin focuses all her concentration, determined to counter half a beat faster the moment she senses the slightest movement from Karma's shoulder. Swish! Moon Yejin launches a powerful spinning kick aimed directly at her opponent's head. But the kick only slices through the air. Karma swiftly ducks down, perfectly dodging the attack. Karma remains in her crouched position, looking up at Yejin with cold, expressionless eyes. Moon Yejin is stunned, realizing the situation has changed. Our straight attack speed is comparable, but, with a sinister smile, Yejin realizes her advantage. "My reach is longer." Karma takes a defensive stance, fists clenched tight, her eyes as cold as ice. Moon Yejin is no pushover either, bending her knees to gather momentum, preparing for an all-out fight. The two glare at each other, the air thick with tension, ready to clash at any moment. Karma maintains her defensive stance. Her torn uniform shoulder doesn't bother her. Yejin starts to become overconfident, thinking she has figured out her shorter opponent. Karma's gaze never leaves her target, highly focused on finding an opening. Yejin launches a kick aimed directly at Karma's head, thinking her reach advantage would decide the match. Shh. Karma raises her arm to neatly block the kick, her face clearly showing annoyance at being kept at a distance. Yejin sneers, her voice full of sarcasm. "Ha ha ha, you're dying to get close, aren't you? What are you going to do now, Yoon Karma?" The class president continues to boast. "Push this 80 kilograms lab table? You wouldn't even have time to do anything before my kick sends you sprawling. And if you lose patience and climb onto the table?" Yejin calculates smugly. "It'll give you a sweeping roundhouse kick that'll send you face planting." Yejin's face shows extreme triumph, convinced victory is hers. "How does it feel, Yoon Karma? I have the upper hand, don't I?" She laughs maniacally, planning to slowly wear Karma down with long-range chipping attacks. Crash! Instead of charging in, Karma delivers a devastating kick to the metal cabinet beside her, turning it into a giant projectile. Moon Yejin freezes in shock, mouth agape, not believing her eyes, all her calculations turning to trash. Karma's eyes turn glowing red, emitting an overwhelming killing intent. The true demon has awakened. Thud! The metal cabinet slams directly into Yejin, the impact sending her flying like a ragged doll. Karma stands there, her fist still smoking, ending her opponent's premature boasting with just one blow. The demon Karma smirks, her blood-red eyes full of contempt. "Idiot. Do you like showing off your long legs so much?" Moon Yejin is crushed flat by the cabinet, completely motionless, while Karma delivers her final words. "What right do you have to provoke me?" Karma looked down from above at Moon Yejin, who was sprawled out on the ground, and scornfully asked, "Do you think I'll play your pathetic little game?" Karma warned her prostrate prey, "Raise your guard, class president." Karma bent down, saying with a loaded tone, "You just felt it, didn't you? If you don't block a punch." With her crimson eyes, Karma declared a harsh truth. "One serious punch from me, and you're dead." Moon Yejin's eyes bulged, drenched in sweat, as she realized this girl wasn't making empty threats. Utterly terrified, only one thought raced through her mind. "If that hit me, I'd be dead for sure." Her survival instinct kicked in, and Yejin frantically screamed in her mind, "I have to run." Just as she was about to turn and flee, Karma mercilessly grabbed her by the collar and yanked her back. Wham! Karma delivered a devastating uppercut to her jaw, sending her flying backward like a toy. Karma clicked her tongue and sauntered away while Yejin was still dazed. Who's being dramatic here? You promised to play until the end, and now you're trying to run? Karma turned back with a devilish grin, approaching the laboratory door. Watch closely, class president. Karma's crimson eyes gleamed with madness as she promised, "I'll show you something fun." Karma casually placed her hand on the metal padlock of the door, an act no one anticipated. Snap! This monster broke the metal padlock with her bare hands, as easily as if it were nothing. Moon Yejin's jaw dropped, unable to believe the illogical sight before her. What in the world? She stammered in her mind, utterly defeated. She broke the padlock with her bare hands? Karma held up the broken padlock and smirked. Ta-da! Now, no one can escape the laboratory. The demon declared the torture session was prepared. The room was now just for the two of them. With crimson eyes and an eerie smile, Karma clasped her hands together. Come on, now let's really have some fun together. Karma finished her deadly invitation, while Moon Yejin sat slumped on the floor, her face drained of all color. Class president. Karma smirked, provoking her flattened prey. Get up, class president. I know you can still move. Cornered, Moon Yejin forced herself to stand up and roared with indignation. Deciding to put up a fight, she gritted her teeth, realizing the desperate situation. Damn it, it's really over. Karma merely sneered, for the torture was only just beginning. This was no longer a simple suppression. Moon Yejin broke out in a cold sweat, only one thought remaining in her mind. This is a fight for survival. To survive, she caught sight of a glass bottle on the floor, the only weapon within reach. A desperate glint flashed in Moon Yejin's eyes. She decided to go all in, for there was no turning back now. Snatch. She grabbed the glass bottle, deciding to counterattack. This unexpected action made Karma's red eyes return to their normal blue. It seemed this demon was slightly surprised. Swish! Karma lightly tilted her head, dodging a swing by a hair's breadth. Karma's blue eyes gleamed with amusement at her prey's struggle. Ah! Moon Yejin screamed, frantically swinging the glass bottle to attack. Whoosh! The glass bottle flew straight towards Karma like a bullet, but no matter how hard her prey tried, it was useless. Karma dodged the blow, as if it were nothing. Moon Yejin gritted her teeth, furious that her desperate attack was completely useless. Rip! Not giving up, she tore off her outer uniform shirt. She quickly wrapped the fabric around her fist, creating a makeshift weapon. Rah! Moon Yejin let out a final roar, charging forward with her reinforced fist. Crash! The glass bottle shattered into pieces as it hit the glass cabinet behind, while Karma merely watched. Karma stood still, her eyes full of curiosity, wondering what trick her prey would pull next. With her fabric-wrapped fist, Moon Yejin lunged forward in a final effort. She threw a punch straight at her face, but Karma merely raised her hand. Thwack! Karma easily blocked the attack, unflinching. But that was just a feint. Moon Yejin unexpectedly splashed water from a cup into Karma's face. Pfft! Karma spat out the mouthful of water, seemingly a little surprised by her opponent's dirty trick. A puddle of water spread on the laboratory floor. Karma smirked, her eyes cold. All right. The class president frantically grabbed 2 chemical bottles, growling, I'll let you struggle all you want. Keep trying. Her hands trembled as she gripped the 2 bottles containing dangerous liquid. Moon Yejin raised the 2 dangerous bottles, preparing for the finishing blow. The labels on the bottles clearly read, hydrochloric acid, a deadly weapon. Die! She screamed, her face contorted with hatred. Click! She twisted open the cap of one acid bottle, ready to throw. Whoosh! A stream of concentrated acid flew straight towards Karma. The class president screaming, Bitch! Karma reacted with animalistic speed, tilting her body to narrowly dodge the stream of acid. Swish! The deadly liquid grazed her shoulder, flying past her. All the acid splattered onto the metal wall. Karma glanced at the small tear on the shoulder of her shirt, where a few drops of acid had just grazed her. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out and snatched a nearby stool. Karma used the stool as a shield to neatly block the second stream of acid. The stool's surface immediately hissed and smoked. Sizzle! Acid burned a patch of Karma's skirt, and smoke billowed up. A few drops of acid grazed Karma's face, but the monster's eyes merely glowed crimson, without a hint of wavering. Moon Yejin frantically poured more acid from 2 bottles, determined to fight to the death. The class president's eyes widened, unable to believe her target was still standing after being hit by the chemical. Moon Yejin's pupils constricted. The confidence of a martial arts champion had completely vanished. Wham! Moon Yejin hastily raised a chair to block Karma's lightning-fast counterattack. Karma smirked savagely. Oh my, what a cheeky brat. With a deranged smile, she taunted. Are you done playing with water guns? Moon Ye-jin raised her hands in surrender, her voice trembling. I never thought you'd be so dirty. Wait, how about we talk first? Karma lunged like a predator, roaring. Talk? Go talk to your great-grandmother in hell. Moon Ye-jin gritted her teeth, her face hardening as she cursed under her breath. You filthy bitch! The class president unleashed a kick, sending the stool flying straight into Karma's face as she lay on the floor. Whoosh! The chair shot like a bullet, aiming directly for her opponent's head. Karma merely lifted her eyes slightly, her expression terrifyingly calm. Giving her opponent no time to breathe, Moon Ye-jin grabbed another chair, raising it high above her head, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Crash! She swung the chair down with all her might. The poor stool flew off, spinning wildly in the air. Unexpectedly, Karma caught the chair leg with her bare hand, stopping the attack, much to Moon Ye-jin's astonishment. Crack! Karma's eyes went blank, red energy streaks flashing around her as she tightened her grip on the chair leg. System analysis showed that Karma's ulna and several ribs were broken, yet her body seemed to feel no pain. System analysis showed that Karma's collarbone was shattered. Moon Ye-jin was stunned. She clearly felt the impact just now. When I hit her, I felt it. She flashed a savage smile, confident that she had broken her opponent's bones. Karma stood there, unfazed, while Moon Ye-jin told herself that with a broken collarbone, it would be impossible to throw a punch. The class president smugly declared, I win. But immediately after, a shadowy hand lunged forward, freezing Moon Ye-jin. Huh? Thwack. Karma, ignoring her broken bones, delivered a devastating punch straight to her face. Moon Ye-jin took the full force of the punch, flying backward and screaming in pain. Blood gushed from her nose. That punch was clearly no joke. Moon Ye-jin lay sprawled on the floor, clutching her face in agony, while Karma still stood firm like a monster. Karma looked at her arm with a puzzled expression. Huh? Why is my arm moving like this? It feels unnatural. She suddenly recalled, this feeling is exactly like when I broke my collarbone bench pressing 180 kilograms. Karma's eyes turned crimson, and she growled, How dare you break my bones? Moon Ye-jin's face turned pale with fear, stammering, This bitch. She can still punch like that with broken bones? Terror was evident on the class president's face as she realized what she was up against. Karma, with bloodshot eyes, questioned, Doesn't she feel pain? You've played enough dirty tricks, from splashing acid to wielding weapons. Her eyes widened, her patience completely exhausted. I can't take it anymore. Karma advanced, declaring she would crush her, making Moon Ye-jin scream in panic. No, don't come near me, Moon Ye-jin wailed in despair. I told you not to, you bitch. Arg! Bang bang. The room door was pounded hard from outside, with someone shouting, What's going on in there? Outside, a female teacher stood before the lab door, irritably growling. Are these brats fighting during practical class? The door was locked tight, and the teacher pounded on it, demanding it be opened immediately. While inside, Moon Ye-jin's face was drained of color, startled by this sudden appearance. The class president broke out in a cold sweat, reassuring herself that this was a golden opportunity, her top priority being to escape the monster Karma. Moon Ye-jin made up her mind. She just needed to buy time until the teacher could break open the door, and she would be saved. Karma turned, a meaningful smirk on her face. I originally intended to torment you thoroughly, but what can you do? Karma's bloodshot eyes gleamed, and she declared, Given the situation, I'll finish this in one blow. Moon Ye-jin sneered, trying to act tough. Ha! Always acting like you can end the fight. Karma replied nonchalantly, Because I absolutely can. Karma's red eyes flashed with brutality as she explained. But you know, it's hard for a tiger playing with a chick not to kill it. Moon Ye-jin tried to delude herself, thinking Karma was just bluffing and that a punch from someone with broken bones would surely have reduced power. She continued to bolster her spirits. The fact that I'm still alive after taking a punch from that lunatic is the clearest proof. The class president clenched her fists, deciding to switch to an all-out defensive strategy to buy time. Moon Ye-jin growled. Her goal, now not victory, but survival at all costs. Karma merely smirked faintly, completely unconcerned by her opponent's plan. Karma reiterated her declaration, her gaze full of mockery. I said I'd finish it in one blow, but it seems you don't believe me, do you? Moon Ye-jin retorted, her neck veins bulging. Looking at how much you're talking, it seems like you're the one who's scared, isn't it? She continued to taunt with a deranged expression. And hey, what's so great about a broken bone anyway? Karma remained silent, her cold gaze fixed on her prey, who was struggling in despair. Karma smirked again, her tone full of danger. Hey class president, do you know something? Karma's crimson eyes glowed, and she delivered a fatal line. Boxing isn't my specialty. Karma smirked devilishly, her tone like she was lecturing a child. Listen closely, class president. She slowly lifted her leg, continuing casually. My true specialty is kicking techniques. Karma's eyes flashed crimson as she unleashed a straight kick. Moon Yejin froze, her eyes wide with disbelief at what she had just heard. Whoosh! Karma's kick tore through the air, hurtling forward at astonishing speed. Moon Yejin raised her arm in time to block Karma's kick firmly. The class president paused, a puzzled expression on her face at the kick's unexpected lack of force. Moon Yejin grabbed Karma's leg, scoffing internally. What is this? Such a weak kick, and she dares to act tough? But immediately, she noticed something amiss in Karma's eyes. The class president snarled, deciding to use a leg grab and takedown to end this farce. Gathering all her strength, Moon Yejin intended to yank Karma's leg, hard to break her stance. But the unexpected lightness left her bewildered. Too late. Karma had already actively sprung up, completely neutralizing her counterattack. Using her captured leg as a pivot, Karma spun in midair and unleashed a brutal hook kick straight to Moon Yejin's face. Moon Yejin was utterly bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. She jumped? She suddenly realized, waking up to the fact that she had fallen into a spectacular trap. Could it be that she was waiting for me to grab her leg from the start? Giving her opponent no time to recover, Karma reached out and tightly grabbed the class president's hair. Slam! Karma used her full strength, smashing Moon Yejin's face straight into the floor without an ounce of mercy. The class president's eyes rolled back, the sudden surge of pain preventing her from even letting out a scream. Thud! Moon Yejin's entire body collapsed onto the cold floor like a puppet with severed strings. The match ended. The former world taekwondo champion was completely wiped out after just one combo. Karma smirked cunningly, explaining her strategy to her fallen prey. I lured you into catching my kick to expose your face. In her daze, Moon Yejin only faintly heard her enemy's taunt. This is me returning your first blow in my own way. Don't be disappointed, class president. Bang bang. The laboratory door was pounded hard from outside, a teacher's voice yelling, Hey, you kids, open the door right now. Inside, Karma listened calmly. While the teacher was annoyed that the door was too sturdy and sent someone named Chanwoo to get a crowbar, Karma smirked to herself, looking amused. Well, it seems breaking down the door is taking longer than expected, isn't it? Her eyes turned blood red as she looked down at the unconscious Moon Yejin and thought, in that case, perhaps I should entertain myself a little with this new toy? Moon Yejin lay sprawled on the cold floor, completely unconscious after the finishing blow. A moment later, her eyelids twitched slightly, a sign of her impending awakening after the knockout. The class president slowly opened her eyes, the first image to greet her being shattered laboratory beakers on the floor. Moon Yejin jolted awake, her mind reeling. What? Did I pass out? Because Yoon Karma hit me? She realized something was wrong. Her current position was completely different from where she had fallen. Moon Yejin frowned, her eyes scanning the silent room. Where is Yoon Karma? A rustling sound, right behind her neck, made the class president jump. Karma peered over her shoulder with a chilling smile. Oh, class president? You're awake? Moon Yejin's eyes widened in horror, screaming, What the hell? What are you doing on my back? The class president was in utter panic, sensing something terribly wrong was happening. Moon Yejin realized her hands were tightly bound behind her back with a piece of white cloth. Losing all her arrogance, she roared like a cornered beast. Damn it, get off me right now. Do you think you'll get away with this? Karma completely ignored the curses, her crimson eyes cold as ice, watching the struggling class president with an indifferent expression. Swish. Without a word of warning, Karma's hand slipped under Moon Yejin's gym uniform. Class President Moon Yejin's eyes widened in terror as she felt her enemy's perverse action. Karma coldly spread her hand, revealing razor-sharp shards, while the class president shrieked, Wah! What the hell are you doing? With a demonic smile, Karma sprinkled the shards onto her own forearm as if for amusement. Then she casually sprinkled the rest onto Moon Yejin's bare back, who was lying prone. Crunch! Karma pressed the shards firmly into the class president's skin with her hand. Groan! She used her entire body to press down hard, grinding the shards into her prey's back. Moon Yejin couldn't believe her eyes. Her brain went numb from this unimaginable torture. Karma flashed a devilish smile as she heard the class president let out a pathetic scream. Damn it! The class president struggled in vain, screaming in extreme pain as Karma used her body to grind the shards. Karma continued to use her weight to torture, the crunching sounds of bones and shards echoing. Moon Yejin cried and screamed in agony, tears and snot streaming down her face. Despite the pain, she still tried to curse. "You crazy bitch, I'll kill you!" But Karma only looked down with indifferent, bloodshot eyes. Wham! Karma grabbed her hair and slammed the class president's face onto the floor mercilessly. She pressed down hard on her prey's back again, leaving her only able to whimper in pain. Karma whispered sarcastically, "Class president, you're quite tough, aren't you?" She leaned close to her ear, her voice full of mockery. "By now, you should be kneeling and begging for your life, yet you still have the strength to curse?" Karma continued her monologue. "Or is it because you're the pampered daughter of a doctor's family that your survival instincts haven't developed properly?" Finally, Moon Yejin's stubbornness crumbled, and she began to plead miserably. "Ah, I understand. Please get off me so we can talk. Please." Karma slightly lifted herself, giving the class president a glimmer of hope. Slam. She pressed down hard again, grumbling irritably. "Tisk, why is this thing so persistent?" Outside the lab, the supervising teacher frantically tried to break down the door. "Mr. Kim, don't you have a bigger crowbar?" The security guard replied helplessly. "This is the biggest one we have." Pinned face down on the floor, the class president Moon Yejin screamed in her head. "These idiots can't even break down a plywood door?" Karma grabbed her victim's hair, laughing gleefully. "Hear that outside, class president?" The teachers seemed to be having a tough time. She smirked devilishly, whispering that sooner or later, they would break through the door. Karma glanced at the battlefield in the room. Broken glass, chemicals spilled everywhere, then continued. "And when they see this, our academic records will be ruined." She shrugged, feigning indifference. "But I don't really care what happens to my academic record," the class president growled, trying to maintain her last shred of dignity. "What the hell are you talking about?" Karma sneered, her face shrouded in shadow. "What I mean is," she continued to press down on Moon Yejin amidst the wreckage. "No matter how filthy the floor is, shouldn't we at least clean it up a bit?" Karma's eyes flashed with a deadly red as she proposed a crazy idea. With this human skin rag I'm holding, Moon Yejin's eyes widened, her brain finally processing the monster's intentions. Karma leaned in close, stroking the class president's cheek in a twisted manner. "Oh, our adorable class president." She continued with her backhanded compliment. "I noticed it the first time we met. Your facial skin is so smooth and fair." Moon Yejin froze, utterly horrified by the sick compliment. Karma concluded with delight. "Surely it'll clean up this mess perfectly, won't it?" The class president stammered in fear. "Wait, just a moment. Damn it, don't do that," Karma growled, reminding her of the old debt. "Huh? Weren't you the one who sprayed that chemical water gun at me?" Moon Yejin burst into tears, pleading desperately. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please don't do it." Crash, Karma said no more, grabbing her hair and slamming the class president's face directly onto the floor littered with shards. Moon Yejin let out a piercing scream. "Ah, damn it." The horrifying sound echoed outside, and the teacher startled, shouting, "What was that noise? What's going on in there?" Moon Yejin, in extreme agony, screamed for help in vain. "Help me, please save me." Karma sneered at the class president's screams, mocking. "Huh. Snitching is one thing, but lying isn't cool, class president." With crazed, bloodshot eyes, Karma growled, "I'm just cleaning up," then continued to press Moon Yejin's head into the floor amidst her victim's desperate screams. Moon Yejin screamed in despair as her face was ground against the floor. "No, don't press any more. Scratch." The gruesome sound of skin scraping against glass shards echoed, and the class president could only beg in vain. "Please, no." The extreme pain left the class president only able to open her mouth and scream senselessly. Bang! The lab door was kicked open, and the gym teacher, leading a group of teachers, burst in shouting, "Stop! What the hell is going on here?" The gym teacher froze, his eyes wide with shock at the scene inside. Before the teachers lay a battlefield, and Karma was pressing the helpless class president down onto the water-stained floor. Moon Yejin, her face distorted with fear, continued to scream, "Save me!" The gym teacher didn't hesitate, rushing forward to grab Karma's shoulders and pull her off the class president. The teacher immediately recognized the familiar face, growling, "Yoon Karma? It's you again?" Karma merely clicked her tongue in disdain, infuriating the gym teacher who yelled, "Don't you dare click your tongue at me, you brat." Moon Yejin immediately went into full acting mode, tears welling up as she denied, "I was just helping her up," but the teacher cut her off. "Don't lie. We heard you screaming for help, didn't we?" The vice principal and another teacher stood speechless before the wreckage, muttering, "Good heavens. Did a storm just sweep through here?" The entire lab looked like nothing more than a pile of scrap metal, with overturned chairs and tables, and shattered equipment. The chemical storage cabinet was also in pieces, Sharp shards scattered everywhere like daggers. The vice principal gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face in anger. He pointed at the chaotic mess, yelling, "You brats! The lab equipment was just upgraded less than a semester ago. Do you think the school's budget is endless?" The gym teacher grabbed both Karma and Moon Yejin, declaring bluntly, "Both of you will be disciplined." Questioned, the class president Moon Yejin turned pale, timidly revealing her name. The vice principal and the bespectacled teacher were stunned to realize this was the school's top-ranked student in the mock exam. The bespectacled teacher confirmed that this was indeed the prodigy the school was pouring resources into to get into medical school. Hearing this, the vice principal immediately changed his stance, pointing and asserting confidently, "Then Yejin must certainly be the victim." The gym teacher turned to grab Karma, growling as he demanded her name and class. Karma merely looked up, her expression nonchalant, as if asking, "So what?" The vice principal suddenly paused, finding Karma's face eerily familiar. Karma smirked meaningfully, subtly reminding him, "Don't you remember me, sir? We've met in the teacher's lounge before." The girl confidently introduced herself. "I am Yoon Karma, the new transfer student." Both old teachers froze, especially the vice principal, whose face visibly changed color as memories of Karma's formidable background flooded back. Instantly doing a complete 180, the vice principal fawned over Karma, asking about her stepfather's health. His sycophantic attitude couldn't be more obvious. Moon Yejin, still sitting on the floor, stared wide-eyed, unable to believe this instant change of allegiance. The gym teacher spoke up irritably, thinking this was no time for idle chatter. The gym teacher still tried to follow proper procedure, suggesting they take both students to the hospital and then inform their parents. "Shut your mouth, Mr. Chanwoo," the vice principal snapped, scolding the gym teacher for being tactless and not understanding the situation. The old vice principal turned to order the bespectacled teacher. "And Mr. Kim, why don't you go outside and manage the students?" The bespectacled teacher immediately turned to the door, yelling to disperse the students who were gathering to eavesdrop. The vice principal clicked his tongue, feigning annoyance at the children, while Karma stood beside him, smirking triumphantly. The old vice principal put an arm around Karma's shoulder, casually dismissing everything as a prank, and Karma played along, offering a perfunctory apology. The gym teacher's jaw dropped as he heard the old vice principal chuckle, brushing it off. "It's fine. It's fine. Kids this age are like that." The old vice principal turned to order the two teachers to keep this incident quiet, absolutely not allowing the students outside to make a big deal of it. His gaze shifted to Moon Yejin, who was sitting slumped on the floor like a defeated puppy. The old vice principal declared, "You should have been disciplined, but since you are an asset to the school, I'll let it slide this time." Then he growled, pointing at Yejin to warn her, "But if you dare to bully our Karma again, don't expect forgiveness." Moon Yejin was speechless, completely shocked, but still had to mumble her obedience. "Yes, sir." After dealing with the class president, the old vice principal turned to instruct the gym teacher. The gym teacher froze upon hearing the order. "After school, you stay and clean this place thoroughly." The gym teacher tried to resist in vain, while the old vice principal had already put his arm around Karma, sweetly inviting her to leave because the place was full of dangerous debris. Being directly oppressed by his superior, the gym teacher could only grit his teeth in resentment. Karma and the old vice principal left, chatting happily, abandoning a battlefield for the gym teacher and Moon Yejin, who had just fallen from heaven to hell. The gym teacher looked at Moon Yejin dejectedly, uttering a helpless remark. "Yejin, why don't you just quit teaching and do whatever the hell you want?" Moon Yejin was stunned, her mind screaming with regret for having sold some coin that forced her to return to this damned school. In the hallway, the old vice principal was still prattling on beside Karma. Karma suddenly turned her head, her sharp gaze fixed on the rear. She flashed a wicked smile, her finger pointing directly at her own neck. A slicing motion across the neck. Karma's eyes glowed with a deadly red, a warning that couldn't be clearer. Moon Yejin, still sitting in the ruined room, her face pale, her eyes wide with horror as she understood the message. The curtain fell on the act. Moon Yejin officially became a new plaything, beginning her first day in Yoon Karma's hell. The scene shifted back to Sunhwa High School, where the drama had just concluded, but its aftershocks still resonated strongly. The homeroom teacher stood in class, her saccharine voice announcing the end of cleanup time and praising the class for their hard work. She squinted and smiled meaningfully, clearly intending to mock someone. And the targets were none other than Karma and Moon Yejin. She deliberately emphasized, "Karma and our class president, you two must have worked hard, haven't you?" Finishing her words, she closed her notebook, smiling brightly as she dismissed the class and advised them to go home carefully, as if nothing had happened. Students began to stir and leave, the sound of desks and chairs shifting echoing. Amidst that scene, Karma sat with her legs crossed on the desk, hands clasped behind her head, an extremely nonchalant and carefree attitude. In stark contrast, Moon Yejin's face was ashen, and she trudged past without daring to lift her head. Suddenly, a timid female student wearing glasses cautiously approached Karma, wanting to thank her and invite her to eat tteokbokki. The friend generously asserted, "It's on me," clearly showing her intention to get acquainted. Karma smiled and politely declined, saying she couldn't go today, which left the other girl feeling a bit disappointed. Karma acted mysterious, further explaining that she had an appointment with someone after school. This statement was like a heavy blow to Moon Yejin's psyche. The girl's face instantly changed color. Moon Yejin began to panic, with only one thought in her head. Damn it. Is that lunatic planning to follow me all the way home to cause trouble? Her fear continued to escalate, as she imagined Lee Myung-jun's bodyguards waiting to deal with her. She wrung her hands and pulled at her hair, utterly bewildered because she still had to go to cram school today, muttering, "What if I get kidnapped on the way?" The thought of calling her boyfriend flashed and then faded. She was afraid of dragging an innocent person into this quagmire. The scene shifted to the bully gang's lackeys. Si-hee's face was ashen, and she bit her nails, trembling. Damn it, damn it. The whole group turned pale with fear, worried about what hellish thing would happen on their way home today. Song Eun-jin broke out in a cold sweat, thinking of her parents being away on a business trip, with no one to protect her if she got caught. While panicking, she suddenly remembered something. She suddenly recalled Karma taunting Moon Yejin during cleanup, a glimmer of hope sparking in her mind. What if I'm not the target today? The girl began to mumble prayers for good luck, to smile upon her. In another corner, Moon Yejin was also clenching her fists, secretly hoping today's prey would be someone else. Both ringleaders were trying to push the ticking time bomb onto each other, one hoping Karma would pursue Moon Yejin, the other hoping she would take down Song Eun-jin. With a bang, Karma sprang to her feet, nonchalantly declaring, "All right, I've decided who I'm going with." She flashed a cunning smile, preparing to announce the unfortunate victim, and it was Eun-jin's lackeys. Upon hearing this, Song Eun-jin's face went utterly bloodless. Se-hee and the long-haired girl beside her were petrified, their faces as white as paper. Karma waved her hand, signaling to the two small fry. "What are you still standing there for? Come here," she declared curtly. "Today, you two will be my companions on the way home." Song Eun-jin saw the situation was dire, stammering Karma's name, raising her hand as if begging for her life. She tremblingly asked, What about me?" Karma smirked, her voice full of sarcasm. What's wrong, Eun-jin? Are you sad I didn't invite you along?" Song Eun-jin frantically waved her hands, vehemently denying. "No, absolutely not." She grabbed her bag and bolted, abandoning her subordinates. All right, I'll head home first." Karma watched the boss girls fleeing back, sneering. Eun-jin is as heartless as ever, isn't she?" Moon Yejin, sitting behind, witnessed everything, her face thoughtful and puzzled. What the hell? Why did she choose those small fry instead of me or Song Eun-jin? Moon Yejin secretly wondered what those small fry had to do with Hyena, while the other two female students hugged each other, crying, knowing they were doomed. The class president clicked her tongue, deciding this was none of her business. Moon Yejin slung her bag over her shoulder, deciding to ignore everything and go to cram school for her own peace. Karma merely observed in silence, her eyes devoid of clear emotion. Suddenly, Karma smirked meaningfully and then called out, "Hey." She approached the two trembling targets, taunting. "How long are you two going to rub shoulders? Are you conducting a static electricity experiment?" With a hunter's smile, Karma ordered the two of them to prepare to follow her, as she had many questions. The two female students turned pale with fear, only able to cling tightly to each other. Karma led her two lackeys to a secluded corner behind the schoolyard, preparing for the interrogation. The two girls stood there, their entire bodies trembling uncontrollably. Karma stood with her hands on her hips, casually asking, "Why are you shaking so much?" "I'm not going to eat you," she smiled, declaring that the reason for calling them out here was simply to ask a few things. Se-hee frantically asked if they would be spared if they answered, to which Karma switched to a sarcastic tone. "Do you really think I'd actually kill you?" The girl fearfully continued, asking if they would be beaten into cripples, which made Karma begin to lose patience and growl, silencing her immediately. Karma stated curtly, "All right, I'll start asking now." The first question was posed. "You two also attended So-Oh Middle School, didn't you?" And received a mumbled confirmation. Karma's eyes narrowed sharply, preparing to deliver the decisive question. Karma asked directly, "Then, you must surely know the girl named Lee Hyena, right?" Which stunned the two into realizing she was the corporate heiress who had jumped from a building last year. One of them timidly asked why Karma mentioned that person, completely unaware that they had stepped into a trap. Karma commanded in an unmistakable tone, "From now on, answer me truthfully." Karma got straight to the point, her gaze sharp. "Are you two involved in Hyena's death?" The two small fries' faces drained of all color. Sei frantically denied. "What? We had nothing to do with Lee Hyena." Yoon quickly chimed in, stammering that she had never even been in the same class. Karma growled, clearly not believing them. "Huh? I told you to answer truthfully." The two pleaded profusely, swearing that they weren't lying, and begging not to be tortured. Karma lost all patience, her voice as cold as ice. "Are you really going to lie to the very end?" Karma revealed her hand, pointing directly at Sei. "I don't know about Yeon, but Sei, weren't you and Jin's best friend since first grade?" Sei was startled. Karma delivered another psychological blow, smirking. "Furthermore, I know you're also close with another bully, Kang Ah-hyun." Sei broke out in a cold sweat, hastily explaining, "Who's spreading such rumors? It's true, I was close with Yoon Jin when we were little. But ever since she joined up with Cha So-hyun, I haven't even dared to speak to her." She continued to deny, insisting she had no connection with Kang Ah-hyun, only exchanging polite greetings because they were from the same hometown of Busan, while the haunting silhouette of the red-haired demon appeared. Sei confessed that she was scared to death of that crazy girl, describing Kang Ah-hyun as a martial arts monster on par with Moon Ye-jin but much more deranged. Karma grabbed Sei by the collar, threatening to recreate the previous beating if she kept lying, which made the girl cry and plead, insisting she was also terrified of Kang Ah-hyun and Cha So-hyun's gang. Karma silently observed, while the other two continued to swear that they always stayed away from those bullies. After a period of observation, Karma secretly concluded, "They don't seem to be lying." Karma mused that since Manager Baek already had compromising photos of them as leverage, there was no need to dig any further. The past of these two small fry was nothing worth looking into. Karma feigned regret, thinking to herself, "Tisk, what a pity. If these idiots were also involved then." Karma's eyes flashed blood red, and she gritted her teeth with an insane expression. "I would have had more toys to play with." Yoon turned green with fear, timidly speaking up, "Hey, Karma, could you please not make that scary face?" Karma turned to glare at Yoon, asking what face she was talking about, which made the girl stammer to describe the face of a homicidal maniac, and she was immediately silenced by Karma's threat. "Yoon, do you want a beating?" Karma sighed in exasperation, waving her hand dismissively. "Humph, fine, whatever." Karma declared she would believe the two of them, but before Sei could joyfully ask again, she was cut off by a "but." Karma sneered, revealing that they had to run an errand for her. She confirmed this was the main reason for calling them out, not to listen to their excuses. Karma announced a crazy plan. "I'm about to focus on tormenting the class president. Therefore, she would be too busy to deal with Song Eun-jin," something Karma declared was unbearable. Karma crossed her arms and made air quotes, announcing her decision to outsource the bullying of Eun-jin for these two to handle. The two small fries' faces drained of all color, and they stammered, trying to refuse this outrageous task. Karma looked exasperated, sarcastically wondering why they would protect the one who had mercilessly abandoned them. Karma coldly pointed directly at one of them, her voice full of murderous intent. She delivered a fatal blow, reminding them, "Have you forgotten that I'm holding compromising photos of you to use against you?" which petrified both of them. Karma set a condition, demanding they obediently run errands throughout this semester. In return, she promised to delete all the compromising photos by the end of the semester, an offer that made the two immediately change their tune, eagerly agreeing and promising to do their best. Karma added another command. "Oh, and one more thing. Forget about what we talked about regarding Hyena," Karma ordered, but the two acted deeply, pretending not to know who Hyena was, and were immediately snapped at by her. "Cut the childish games." Karma announced she would text detailed instructions tonight and demanded they always stay alert for orders. Finishing her words, Karma turned her back and walked away decisively. "I'm leaving now." Karma walked away, telling herself that this was enough to complete the mission her father had assigned. The scene shifted to the past. Vice President Lee recalled, his voice somber. "Karma. Hyena was always surrounded by people. In his memory, Hyena was radiant among her friends. A sociable girl who always exuded positive energy, easily befriending everyone." Vice President Lee's voice rang out bitterly. "But when Hyena became their plaything, everyone turned their backs on her." The flashback continued with a scene of Hyena huddled alone in bed. And so, Hyena died in solitude, far from home. Despite the extreme pain, Hyena gritted her teeth and endured, without a single cry for help. Vice President Lee blamed himself, She bore everything alone, to protect this useless father and the entire Hyundo group. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Solitude. I truly want to introduce that brat Eunjin to the feeling of being abandoned by the entire world, just as Hyena had to endure. The scene shifted. Song Eunjin walked into the classroom, grinning widely, and not noticing the strange atmosphere. Hey guys, why are you suddenly acting so strange? Seeing her two lackeys, Sehi and Yoon, coldly turn away, she still innocently asked, "Why are you treating me like I'm invisible? Is it because I left early yesterday?" Song Eunjin still tried to make amends, forcing a laugh. "Come on, yesterday on the way home, you said it was fine. Today I'll treat you to snacks. Forgive me, okay?" She held out her hand, but only received deadly silence in return. Smack! Sehi swatted Song Eunjin's hand away, her face burning with rage. "Damn it, I'm serious," Sehi roared, without holding back. "Stop your nagging, you annoying brat. Do you want to die? It's because of you that we got dragged into this mess. And yet yesterday, you abandoned us and ran off." Song Eunjin froze, stammering as Sehi unleashed her pent-up frustration. "Say Sehi, are you serious?" Yoon crossed her arms, her eyes filled with disdain. "From now on, don't act like you know us anymore. Just go your own way." Yeun delivered another fatal stab, just like you did on the way home yesterday. Song Eunjin was stunned into silence. Tears began to stream down as she realized she had been abandoned by all her lackeys. She ground her teeth, her bewilderment transformed into absolute rage. "Are you guys crazy?" Song Eunjin screamed, grabbing Sehi's collar. "Do you think you wouldn't have run away if you were in my shoes?" She yelled at the two who used to be her lackeys. "You're cutting ties with me just because of one incident? You truly are a bunch of ungrateful trash," Sehi growled, exposing Song Eunjin. "You even filmed me being dragged away like a dog just because Yoon Karma ordered it. Unbelievable, you damn bitch." Song Eunjin cried and screamed in despair. "Get the hell out. I don't need people like you. Don't ever talk to me again." Cornered, Song Eunjin frantically pushed Sehi away, while Yeun stood by, arms crossed, watching with disdain. Two gossiping female students nearby started whispering. "Wow, did you just hear that?" The gossips continued to chatter, mockingly. "Song Eunjin just got dumped, haha. That's all the loyalty bullies have." Moon Yejin glanced at the crowd with a disgusted expression, thinking to herself, "Maybe I should try befriending poor Yoonjin? Haha." The class president muttered to herself, extremely annoyed. "Damn it, I just got back to school and already have to witness this garbage, but I can't drop out." Moon Yejin weighed the risks. If she caused trouble, her family's long-standing hospital could become the arena for Lee Myung-jun's bloody revenge. She imagined a scene where her family would readily throw her to Lee Myung-jun to protect their hospital's legacy. Moon Yejin tore at her hair, knowing full well her cold-blooded father would certainly do so, as he had almost disowned her during the hyena incident. Her eyes turned sharp with determination. "I have to find a way to resolve this myself." Moon Yejin calculated. "Yesterday, I punched and broke two of that girl's ribs. She should at least be absent from school for a day." She reassured herself, believing that in a school without Yoon Karma's presence, she would find a way to survive. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the classroom door, making Moon Yejin, who was sitting at her desk, startle and look up. Yoon Karma confidently walked in, waving with a wide grin as if there had been no separation. "Karma's here, baby." The entire class, including Moon Yejin, unanimously turned to look, all speechless at this unbelievable appearance. Moon Yejin was frozen stiff, her eyes behind her white-framed glasses wide with severe shock. Karma sauntered in, wondering, "How strange, right? Manager Baek said there's a really hot trend in Korea these days, didn't he?" She flashed a meaningful smirk, dismissing the trivial matter, preparing for the next act. Karma loomed right in front of class president Moon Yejin's desk, calling out provocatively. With bloodshot eyes and a devilish grin, Karma bluntly declared, "From today, I'm your desk mate." This devil even nonchalantly boasted that she had already gotten permission from the teacher. Moon Yejin froze solid, screaming in her mind, "This lunatic." The class president broke out in a cold sweat, realizing Karma was planning to torment her right during class. Karma casually placed her red backpack on the desk, saying, "Oh, here it is." She grinned widely, introducing it as a gift to celebrate them becoming desk mates. Moon Yejin looked at the backpack, her face contorted with suspicion. "What the hell is this?" Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror, screaming in her mind, What the hell is this?" The red backpack on the desk was moving unusually, as if something alive was squirming inside. Karma smirked sinisterly, urging the class president. "Open it, class president." The devil continued to entice her, promising it was a special, surprising gift, making Moon Yejin even more panicked. Moon Yejin froze, silently observing the squirming backpack. She firmly affirmed in her mind that she was not mistaken. Not only was the backpack moving, but it also emitted a familiar, horrifying stench. Moon Yejin muttered, though she didn't know what was inside. It was definitely something disgusting. Seeing Karma's gleeful, expectant face, Moon Yejin was seething with rage at being provoked. She ground her teeth, her eyes sharp with determination. "You think I'll open it? No way in hell, you damn bitch." Karma still maintained her bright smile, continuing to coax. "Class president, aren't you curious what's inside? Open it." Moon Yejin's eyes wide, she resolutely refused. "Absolutely not." Karma fell silent, her eyes cold as if saying, "Let's see how long you can hold out." The devil sneered. "If you won't open it, I will." Then casually placed her hand on the backpack's zipper, making Moon Yejin scream in horror. "What?" Before Moon Yejin could stop her, Karma yanked the backpack's zipper open. Splash! A stream of water splattered out from inside the backpack. Clicking, thin, spiky legs slowly emerged from the water. A creature with horrifying, bulging eyes lifted its head, staring out. Karma curled her lips into a wicked smile. Ta-da! The lunatic pulled out a huge, live young duck snow crab, still alive and struggling, introducing, "Meet my pet." The entire class was stunned into silence, everyone's eyes wide and mouths agape at the unbelievable sight. Moon Yejin's face pale, sweat drenching her, unable to utter a word. Only one thought remained in the class president's mind. She's truly crazy. She couldn't believe her eyes as the crab was still wriggling vibrantly. Karma nonchalantly began her insane speech about animal diplomacy, claiming that giving pets was the best way to make friends. She even proudly boasted that she had named the crab Krant, a twisted portmanteau of crab and ant. Moon Yejin muttered in utter shock, doubting her opponent's sanity. "Krant? Are you insane?" Regaining her composure, Moon Yejin narrowed her eyes, her contempt and wariness reaching their peak. She growled, trying to reason with the madwoman. "Pet, my foot! Don't you know crabs are aquatic animals?" Moon Yejin pointed out that this was animal cruelty, and the crab would die soon, but Karma just grinned and replied, "What is the class president saying? It's wriggling so vigorously." Karma smirked, beginning her lecture. "It seems the class president doesn't know, but crabs can also live on land." Moon Yejin was deeply shocked, stammering a retort as Karma mocked her ignorance. Karma leaned in close, delivering a fatal psychological blow. "Someone who specializes in tormenting others is now preaching about animal cruelty. Don't you find that ridiculous?" Moon Yejin was speechless, her face darkening as Karma hit a nerve. Losing the argument, the class president grumbled and changed the subject, demanding Karma put the crab away immediately because it smelled fishy. Karma remained unfazed, still holding the crab, and asked in return, "And how did I manage to bring it here?" Without a word of warning, Karma swung her arm, embedding the sharp crab pincer directly into Moon Yejin's thigh. Moon Yejin's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe the sudden and perverse attack that had just occurred. She let out a piercing scream, the searing pain from the crab pincer embedded in her flesh driving her mad. The crab pincer was deeply embedded in her thigh. Blood began to seep out, making Moon Yejin shriek in extreme agony. Moon Yejin clutched her thigh and yelled at Karma, "What the hell are you doing?" While Karma coldly pulled the crab pincer out. "You're a complete lunatic!" Moon Yejin screamed. But Karma only remained silent with an expressionless face. Karma flashed a sinister smile, beginning her insane lecture. "Class president, do you know this? The word cancer in Western languages originates from ancient Greek, meaning crab." Karma continued her twisted discourse. "They say the reason crab became the word for cancer is because tumors, when they spread, look very much like crabs." Karma's smile grew even more eerie, but according to some other stories, the pain from cancer is also unbearable, just like being tightly clamped by a crab. Karma's eyes glowed a deadly red as she concluded, and in that sense, this crab is intimately connected to why a girl we know decided to jump. Moon Yejin froze, stammering incoherently at Karma's insinuation. She quickly regained her composure, narrowing her eyes to analyze. "This bitch knows something, but how much?" Karma smirked, still holding the crab. "I'm sure you've guessed what today's game is, haven't you?" She announced the twisted rules of the game. This crab will hide under the desk and diligently pinch the class president's thigh. With an eerie smile, Karma posed a challenging question. Can the class president overcome the pain to focus on studying? Karma concluded with a teasing tone. "This is a hidden camera experiment." Moon Yejin remained silent, her face hardening, completely unfazed by her opponent's antics. She cursed silently in her head, thinking Karma was a true idiot. Moon Yejin confidently thought, There's no way she'd dare to pull this dirty trick during class. I just need to tell the teacher, and it'll be over. She felt even more confident, remembering that the first period was English with her homeroom teacher, with whom she had a good relationship and who wouldn't blindly favor karma. Moon Yejin's eyes gleamed with a sharp coldness. She had seen through the plan's weakness. Looking at the crab foaming at the mouth and dying, Moon Yejin calculated. I just need to endure one period, and it'll turn into boiled crab meat. Moon Yejin growled in her mind, full of defiance. Let's see if everything goes according to your plan, Yoon Karma. In response to her opponent's confidence, Karma merely flashed a delighted smile, her eyes glowing a mesmerizing red. The English class began, with the homeroom teacher lecturing about sentence 26 on the board. The teacher explained the meanings of the words guts, courage, and expiation. Atonement. While Moon Yejin was diligently taking notes, Karma sat beside her, propping her chin and observing with amusement. Karma glanced at Moon Yejin, the smile on her lips growing even more sinister. Pinch! The sharp crab pincer unexpectedly clamped tightly onto Moon Yejin's thigh, right under the desk. Moon Yejin flinched, her face turning pale from the pain as the crab pincer tightened its grip. Unable to bear it, she pulled her chair back and shot up, making the entire class turn to look, including Karma, who remained unfazed. The homeroom teacher noticed, asking, Class president, what's wrong? And Moon Yejin immediately seized the opportunity. Teacher, I have something to say. Moon Yejin solemnly accused. Karma, who is sitting next to me, is attacking me with the pincer of a live young duck snow crab. The teacher froze, her face blank from how absurdly ridiculous the reason was. Still unable to believe her ears, the teacher stared at Moon Yejin as if the girl had just escaped from a facility. The teacher's gaze shifted to Karma, who was sitting obediently with the smile of an innocent angel. Karma subtly shrugged, feigning innocence. The teacher was utterly speechless, unsure how to handle this ludicrous situation. Assuming Moon Yejin was playing a trick, the teacher sternly said, Yejin, stop joking around, sit down, which stunned the class president. Moon Yejin screamed internally, unable to believe she was being deemed untrustworthy. She reassured herself that it must be because the teacher couldn't see the crab hidden under the desk. Losing all patience, Moon Yejin unleashed a kick, violently sending the desk flying. She jumped straight onto the desk, pointed at Karma, and yelled, Look, teacher, please, just look. Moon Yejin shrieked, exposing the demon disguised as a student. Don't. You see this lunatic, Yoon Karma, holding a crab? And at that very moment, the enormous snow crab appeared on Karma's thigh. The teacher finally saw the crab, her eyes wide, her mouth agape in horror. Her entire processing system short-circuited, leaving her standing utterly motionless. Awkwardly regaining her composure, the teacher said to Karma, Karma, save your jokes for break time, okay? Karma grinned widely in response. I'll do my best. The teacher turned to Moon Yejin and nonchalantly said, You heard her, right? She said she'd try her best, so go back to your seat. This utterly devastated Moon Yejin. Moon Yejin froze, her mind unable to process the teacher's actions, her face contorted, completely unable to comprehend what on earth was happening. Meanwhile, Karma calmly sat there with the crab, shooting her opponent a challenging look. The little demon smirked cunningly, reveling in the chaos. The scene shifted to a flashback, where the vice principal was holding an urgent meeting with all the teachers. Attention, all teaching staff, he announced. The school board is paying close attention to our new transfer student, Karma. As she is a defector, we must ensure her time here doesn't become a public issue, the vice principal emphasized. He continued slyly. Furthermore, the school has recently received significant support from Karma's new father, so we have promised to provide comprehensive assistance for her to adapt to life in Korea, he instructed. Therefore, even if Karma causes trouble during class, please be lenient and overlook it. The final order was given. Back in the present, Moon Yejin froze as she realized the bitter truth. Could Lee Myung-jun have manipulated even the teachers? Karma's eyes flashed with a deadly red glow, her smile growing even more sinister as she saw her prey had understood the situation. Karma raised the crab, its claws clicking, ready for battle. She thrust the crab directly at Moon Yejin's face, who was frantically recoiling. Moon Yejin screamed in fear, Don't come near me, get away from me, quickly. Losing all reason, she threatened. I'll crush your crustacean, I'll break its shell. Karma burst into delighted laughter, challenging, Does Krant's armor look that weak? If you think you can do it, then try, Karma challenged. If you can smash it, I won't bother you anymore. Provoked, Moon Yejin screamed and lunged, throwing a direct punch at the crab in Karma's hand. Moon Yejin froze as she realized she had fallen into a trap. Her punch missed the crab and was instead caught by Karma, lightning fast. Karma used her leg to clamp tightly around Moon Yejin's neck, executing a perfect submission hold. Locked down, Moon Yejin screamed in helplessness as her entire body was neutralized. Unable to move, Karma laughed gleefully, pressing the crab against the gasping class president's face. How's that, class president? Caught in my leg lock. There's no escape now, is there? Karma's blazing red eyes shone with cruelty as she whispered sinisterly, "Now I can pinch you to my heart's content." Karma continued her psychological torture, bringing the crab's 2 claws close to Moon Yejin's face and taunting, "Hey, class president? Want me to start pinching?" Moon Yejin utterly panicked, stammering a plea. "Wait, don't pinch my face." Too late. A crab claw pinched Moon Yejin's cheek with a snap. Fact check. The pinching force of a young duck snow crab can reach up to 10 kilograms. This force is equivalent to the corner of a metal microwave pressing down on one's hand. With the small contact area of the claw tip, the pressure exerted on Moon Yejin's cheek was exponentially more intense. That pressure was 20 times stronger than a clothespin, causing Moon Yejin to let out a desperate scream as the crab claw dug deep into her flesh. Amidst Moon Yejin's cries for help, the homeroom teacher nonchalantly turned her back and wrote on the board as if nothing was happening. Inside her head, Moon Yejin frantically screamed, "Why isn't anyone stopping that girl? This is gross negligence." The class president's scream was just a desperate sound in an utterly silent classroom. A flashback began. The homeroom teacher had once questioned her superiors, concerned that karma might cause trouble and affect other students' learning. The vice principal stood with his back turned, coldly denying that he would ignore the girl. He turned around and ordered, "If you can't teach, then send both karma and the troublemaker out into the hallway. Those are the orders from above." Back in the present, the homeroom teacher growled, carrying out the order. "Both of you, out into the hallway and raise your hands for me." Karma growled an order. Immediately, pressing the crab close to Moon Yejin's face, who was screaming in pain. Expelled to the hallway, Moon Yejin resentfully knelt, with her hands raised as punishment, while Karma sat beside her, still holding the crab with a delighted expression. Moon Yejin gritted her teeth and endured, the bruise on her cheek still visible. The class president's mind was full of doubt. Isn't Lee Myung-jun going a bit too far? Even as a tycoon, does he think there won't be any problems doing this in broad daylight? Nevertheless, Moon Yejin decided to grit her teeth and bear it, her eyes clearly showing resentment. Moon Yejin turned and snapped at Karma. "Why aren't you raising your hands?" Karma replied with a sinister smile. "What are you talking about, class president?" The crazy girl calmly raised the 2 crab claws. "I am diligently raising my hands, can't you see?" Karma continued to taunt with a wicked smile. "And class president, you have a surprisingly innocent side, don't you?" Karma delivered a final remark that left Moon Yejin speechless. "Anyway, no one's watching, so why bother raising your hands so seriously?" Moon Yejin realized she was making a fool of herself, bitterly wondering, "Why do I even have to do this?" The class president irritably lowered her hands, thinking to herself that being with that crazy Yoon Karma was making her weird too. Immediately, a sharp crab claw clamped tightly onto Moon Yejin's hand. Karma leaned in from behind, her tone both sarcastic and threatening. "Oh dear, when solving problems one must avoid traps, class president." With blazing red eyes, Karma declared, "Who said no one's watching? Crab friend and I are watching right here." Moon Yejin flushed red with anger as Karma lectured her for not taking the punishment seriously. Karma's eyes blazed red with madness as she declared she would properly enforce the punishment in the teacher's stead. Moon Yejin frantically pleaded, her voice trembling, "Wait, that's enough. Truly enough." The crab, foaming at the mouth, charged in to attack, and Moon Yejin's piercing scream echoed throughout the hallway. The school bell rang, signaling the torture in the hallway had ended. Karma began to act dramatically, shaking the crab and yelling, "Friend crab, wake up, friend crab." She turned to Moon Yejin, her face panicked as she reported, "Class president, friend crab isn't moving anymore." Moon Yejin sneered, lecturing with an air of superiority about biology. "Idiot. Crabs can only live 2 to 3 hours on land. Foaming at the mouth means it's about to kick the bucket." Karma feigned a cry. "Why didn't you say so sooner? I told them they were aquatic animals." Moon Yejin continued to mock. "Ha, how unfortunate for you, Yoon Karma. Did your pet die?" She added a highly provocative jab. "Why don't you take it home and make crab soup?" Haha. Karma remained silent, her sharp cold gaze fixed on her opponent. Moon Yejin smirked smugly, calling Karma an idiot, as she watched the girl quietly return to her seat. Karma merely curled her lips into a meaningful half-smile, signaling that the real fun had only just begun. Karma's eyes glowed with a deadly red hue, her smile growing even more sinister. Suddenly, the entire classroom began to buzz, as students covered their noses due to a pungent, foul odor emanating from somewhere. Moon Yejin also froze, realizing the disgusting smell was coming from her own school bag. Inside the bag was a horrifying sight. The decomposing crab carcass lay sprawled amidst a slimy mess of belongings. Moon Yejin was stunned, her mind unable to process it. "My bag, my notebooks," she screamed in despair as she realized her wallet and the birthday gift from her boyfriend were also submerged in the crab's waste. Moon Yejin roared furiously, pointing a finger at her opponent's face. "Yoon Karma, you filthy wretch." Karma stood casually with her hands on her hips, her tone teasing. "Oh, class president, did you finally see it?" This crazy girl smiled gleefully, declaring, "It's the funeral scene for dear friend Crab." Karma explained nonchalantly that she had used the class president's school bag as the most ideal urn for the crab. Karma smirked provocatively. "How do you like it, class president? Not having fun?" Moon Yejin gnashed her teeth in anger, her face filled with murderous intent. The crazy girl thought gleefully to herself, "Hee." She's trembling with rage. She continued to taunt. "Did you think I didn't know the crab would die? I deliberately pretended to surprise you." Karma winked meaningfully. "But there's an even bigger surprise. Class president, that's the cold torture formula that my stepfather is developing for you is almost complete." Karma envisioned Department Head Beck and his subordinates as chefs preparing a deadly dish. She smiled contentedly, thinking to herself, "Even though father said to save it for the Last Supper, I'll just tease you a little for now." Suddenly, Moon Yejin snatched the rotten crab, swinging her arm to shove it directly into Karma's face. "If you wanted to hold a funeral for friend Crab, you should have said so sooner." While holding her opponent tightly, Moon Yejin lectured, "Did you know, Karma? Crab guts are very good for the skin." The class president smirked sinisterly, thinking she had the upper hand. "Instead of my bag, why don't you let your face enjoy it?" Moon Yejin roared, pressing the crab close to Karma's face. Crack! Karma firmly grabbed Moon Yejin's wrist, easily blocking the filthy attack. Moon Yejin froze, unable to believe her opponent's strength. Whoosh! Karma spun around, completely reversing the situation in an instant. Karma's eyes turned fiery red as she threw a straight punch without hesitation. Moon Yejin could only widen her eyes in horror before the fist slammed into her. Wham! The devastating punch landed squarely on the class president's face. Crash! Karma slammed Moon Yejin into the wall, causing it to crack open, demonstrating her absolute overwhelming power. Moon Yejin was pinned down, completely helpless against the monster gripping her neck. Karma growled, her eyes still bloodshot. "Class president, you're a strange girl. Why don't you stop playing games?" With her bloodshot eyes, Karma began her psychological lecture. Normally, after taking so many hits like this, Moon Yejin sneered defiantly, despite her bruised face. "Do you think I'm a cowardly newbie like Song Eun-jin?" The class president continued to taunt, asserting that Karma couldn't do anything to her, no matter how sweet she tried to be. Yejin growled, showing her stubborn attitude. "Just try to mess with me again, you psycho. I won't give you the reaction you want." Karma flashed a predatory smile. "Ah, I originally just intended to play for a while, but it seems that won't do." Karma leaned close to Moon Yejin's stunned ear, whispering a chilling warning. "Get ready, class president." Karma's fiery red eyes gleamed with a deadly glint as she uttered a threat. "Soon, it'll make your eyes cry red tears." Suddenly, Karma did a complete 180-degree turn, yelling loudly with a panicked expression to attract the attention of the entire class. She pointed at the shattered blackboard, placing all the blame on the class president. "If anyone asks, just say the class president did it." With that, Karma coolly turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Moon Yejin and the entire class stunned. Moon Yejin watched Karma's retreating back, her gaze shifting from astonishment to deep calculation. Suddenly, the class president burst into maniacal laughter, showing no signs of breaking down. In her mind, Yejin confidently analyzed the situation. "As expected, you can't hit me." She had seen through the game that Karma knew very well that if she caused a big scene in public, it would be game over. Yejin recalled the ridiculous crab prank and concluded that Karma could only act within the limits that the school could cover up. Realizing that Karma tying herself to the school's rules was essentially digging her own grave, Yejin sneered. She deduced that Lee Myung-jun wanting to deal with her at school had inadvertently become a safe shield for herself. With her eyes flashing with a malicious glint, Yejin decided this was her last chance to counterattack. "Just you wait, Yoon Karma." Yejin silently declared war. "Let's see who gets the last laugh." Two female students standing nearby could only gape in astonishment at the ultimate battle of wits and verbal sparring. Moon Yejin smirked triumphantly. This scheme was truly solid. The dismissal bell rang throughout the schoolyard. Students poured out of the gates, beginning their journey home. Amidst the crowd, Moon Yejin walked with an extremely satisfied expression. She thought to herself, "It's been a long time since I felt this refreshed. Even though I had to clean my bag." Seeing Yoon Karma's trembling face was worth every penny. Yejin pictured Karma unleashing her anger on Song Eun-jin, making that girl her horse to ride. Truly a bunch of stupid girls. She confidently analyzed. "You made a mistake, Yoon Karma. Exposing the teacher bribery was shooting yourself in the foot. The moment your connection with Lee Myung-jun is revealed, my counterattack will begin." Yejin's plan was to gather evidence of Karma's actions and Lee Myung-jun's personal revenge, then release everything to the media. With a wicked smile, Yejin thought to herself, "Heh, I even know the exact perfect place to leak this news." Her trump card was none other than Bae Doa, who had transferred to an art school in Gwangju. Bae Doa's grandmother was the director of the major television station HBS, a place too perfect to ignite this news bomb. Yejin knew well that HBS was not just a traditional television station, but also managed countless YouTube channels. From exposing scandals to clickbait gossip, Lee Myung-jun's back appeared in Yejin's mind as she challenged. "Let's see if you can still throw your weight around when the media targets you, Lee Myung-jun." Yejin was about to decisively declare war. "Just wait and see," when she suddenly froze. Her gaze fell upon a familiar male student walking amidst the crowd. The serious face of the brown-haired male student was clearly visible. Yejin was stunned, exclaiming in her mind, "Chelman? What is he doing at my school?" She quickly glanced around, checking if anyone was nearby. Seeing no one around, Yejin breathed a sigh of relief, pushing up her glasses with a cunning smile. She changed her demeanor in an instant, deciding to play the role of a doting girlfriend. "It's been a while. How about I act a little spoiled with my boyfriend?" "Honey." Moon Yejin switched to her sweet and innocent facade, greeting Chelman and wondering why he was here on a weekday. She pouted playfully, saying if she had known he was coming, she would have dressed up and worn contact lenses to look pretty. Chelman ignored her act, asking Yejin directly, "What happened to your face?" Yejin flinched, quickly fabricating a story about being scratched during physical education class. Chelman remained silent, his eyes clearly showing disbelief in that absurd story. Yejin tried to change the subject, asking Chelman if he had a break from practice and inviting him to karaoke. Chelman growled, cutting off her invitation. "Moon Yejin." He looked straight into Yejin's eyes, asking a fatal question. "Are you a delinquent?" Yejin was speechless, her face changing color when asked directly, stammering denials. "What are you saying? Me? A delinquent?" Chelman coldly replied that his friend's younger sister attended the same school and had told him everything. He recounted the stories of the crazy battles between students that made the school terrifying. Chelman emphasized that the ringleader of those rumors matched all of Yejin's information, from her name, class, to her middle school. His eyes narrowed, full of scrutiny, the pressure skyrocketing. He stared at Yejin, who was frozen, exposed. "Do you have anything to say to me?" Yejin was completely silent, unable to utter a single word of defense. Chelman gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his neck as he yelled at Yejin that he hated delinquents and bullies. He roared, unable to believe his girlfriend was that kind of person, then threw out the final piece of evidence. "They even said, you made others eat cigarette butts." Chelman pressed his face close to Yejin's, his expression a mix of hope and disgust, pleading for a denial. "It's not true, is it, Yejin?" he begged in despair, wanting to hear Yejin say that it was all just a misunderstanding. Having no way to deny it, Yejin switched her acting strategy, whimpering and crying. "Honey, why are you saying such harsh things?" Moon Yejin began her performance, reproaching Chelman for treating her so cruelly based only on rumors, while her boyfriend insisted he only wanted an explanation. She sobbed, pleading with Chelman to give her a chance to tell the truth. Swoosh! Yejin suddenly pulled down her gym pants, making Chelman freeze. She pointed to the numerous bruises and skin tears on her thighs and declared, "See, honey? These are the scars from being bullied today." Chelman was stunned, speechless, unable to believe what he was seeing on his girlfriend's legs. Yejin continued her psychological attack. "Do you think these are wounds from a fair fight, or the result of one-sided bullying?" Her boyfriend stammered Yejin's name, and she began to lament that she was being bullied by the delinquents in her class. Yejin fabricated a story that she became a target because she stood up to protect a student named Jiun. With tears welling up in her eyes, she cried out that those bastards were deliberately spreading rumors to ruin her college future. Yejin concluded her act with a resentful statement. They are truly such terrible people. Chilman completely fell into the trap, his face turning pale as he realized he had doubted his girlfriend while she silently endured to avoid affecting his tournament. Guilt surged within him. Chilman rushed to embrace Yejin, apologizing profusely and asserting that she could never be that kind of person. Embraced in his arms, Yejin glanced slyly and asked if he still believed the rumors, to which Chilman hastily swore he would never make that mistake again. Now completely manipulated, Chilman's blood boiled, growling a vow to take revenge for Yejin, while she rested her head on his chest with a triumphant expression. But in her mind, Yejin was screaming because the rumors were spreading too fast, and she had to act immediately. She gritted her teeth, telling herself that a handsome and strong boyfriend like Chilman was her only escape from her rotten family. Yejin's eyes turned fiery red. She swore fiercely that if the rumors made her lose Cheolmin, she would kill Yun Karma and then end her own life. Ironically, right on the branch above, Karma, with bloodshot eyes, had been watching and recording the entire act with 2 phones. The scene shifted to a karaoke bar named Coin Shin. The door to room number 08 was closed, signaling a new round of fun was about to begin. Inside the karaoke room, Moon Yejin and Cheolmin were passionately kissing. Yejin completely took the initiative, pinning her boyfriend onto the sofa, not giving him a second to breathe. After a while, Yejin finally let go. Her face flushed, and she was panting. She feigned regret. Sigh. If I didn't have to go to school, it'd be doing this all day, making her boyfriend agree. With a sly smile, Yejin added, but having you here has already helped me release all my stress. Cheolmin silently watched her, and Yejin suggested he should visit her unexpectedly, more often. Suddenly, Cheolmin became serious. Yejin, now that I know you're being bullied at school, I can't just stand by anymore. He aggressively demanded to go confront them, but Yejin immediately played the role of the helpless victim, stopping him. Honey, they're not the type to get scared by a few words. Cheolmin still insisted he couldn't ignore it, so Yejin added, they have very powerful backing. She acted deeply, her face darkening as she pleaded, no, please, don't get involved in this. Yejin continued her act, hugging Cheolmin and saying she didn't want him to be in danger because of her problems. Immediately after, a cunning glint flashed in her eyes. She smirked secretly and reassured him not to worry. I already have my own plan, Yejin declared confidently, leaving Cheolmin stunned. She raised her hand to caress Cheolmin's cheek, her voice full of enchantment. There's only one thing I need your help with. Yejin's eyes turned wild as she commanded. No matter what happens, you must trust me. She pressed her face close, enunciating each word. Don't listen to anyone else. Understood? Yejin asked decisively, and Cheolmin looked as if he had been hypnotized. The infatuated boy nodded without hesitation. Of course, and Yejin pulled his head down again. In Cheolmin's mind, an image of a happy couple in wedding attire appeared. He seemed to have taken this promise as an eternal vow. The beautiful bride's face smiled, calling out a sweet my love, showing that Cheolmin had been completely led on by Yejin's act. Vice President Lee stood before his late wife's portrait, monologuing that she had passed away too soon. But fortunately, Hyena had grown into a good child. He reminisced about his daughter, who had a warm heart, just like her mother, a filial child even during her rebellious years. In his mind, Hyena was an angel, the most precious person in his life. A wave of pain struck him, and he slumped against the wall, tormented by his inability to protect his precious daughter. He consoled himself that now, his wife and daughter were probably reunited in heaven. His hand gently touched the photograph, a gesture filled with regret and sorrow. But then, he clenched his fist, shaking off that weak thought. No, that's not it. His face turned ruthless, declaring that he no longer believed in heaven, because this world was too corrupt. That's right. My love, he whispered to his deceased wife, his eyes burning with madness. Instead, I've chosen to believe in hell. His veined hand pressed against the portrait, a vow being made. Therefore, for you and Hyena, I will surely prove that hell is real. And an image of Karma, like a demon tormenting the bullies, appeared, revealing her as his instrument. Manager Beck entered, interrupting his thoughts. Vice President. The subordinate reported that the background investigation of student Karma, as requested, was complete. Lee Myung-jun coldly ordered, Good. Continue to update me on the progress like this. He growled, his eyes streaked with blood, asserting that this was entirely his own revenge. The screen lit up, and the subordinate began reporting on the new target, Shin Cheolmin, a senior student at Ain High School. The subordinate emphasized, preparing to reveal the most important information about this young man. He is Moon Yejin's boyfriend. The subordinate pointed at the screen, confirming the crucial connection. The subordinate summarized Cheolmin's profile. In short, he's the dream guy. Chalman's profile was indeed impressive. A promising tennis player, handsome, good grades, kind personality, and girls swarmed him like ants. The subordinate continued his report, revealing Shin Chalman's fatal flaw. However, according to close friends, he tends to be easily swayed and indecisive. The subordinate concluded with important information. Shin Chalman and Moon Yejin have been dating for a significant period, for 2 years. Vice President Lee listened, while Karma sat beside him, sneering. Heh heh, Yejin, that sly one. I thought she was just a bookworm, but who knew she'd been up to all sorts of tricks? The subordinate admitted he was also surprised by this relationship, so he delved deeper into their first meeting. It turned out that Moon Yejin and Shin Chae-min first met at the closing ceremony of the National Youth Sports Festival. 2 years ago, amidst the festive atmosphere and fireworks, 2 athletes from different sports quickly got acquainted and seemed to hit it off very well. According to sources from Moon Yejin's training gym, her doctor family forced her to abandon her athletic career, and she relied heavily on Shin Chae-min to stabilize her mental state. And even now, while stressed about the entrance exams, her boyfriend remains her sole emotional pillar. Vice President Lee lost his patience, growling, "Get straight to the point." He stared intently at his subordinate, his gaze sharp. "Why are you introducing this kid Shin Chae-min to me?" Karma stepped out of the shadows, her voice sinister. "Heh heh, let me explain, stepfather." The little demon smirked, declaring, "Shin Chae-min is a key pawn in my plan." Her eyes gleamed with ruthlessness, an uncompromising project designed to completely destroy Moon Yejin's mental state. Karma raised both hands, announcing the project's name with a twisted expression. "The project's name is NTR." The subordinate froze, breaking out in a cold sweat, stammering, "Where did you learn these terms?" But Vice President Lee, on the contrary, merely smirked with great interest. "Interesting." The boss confirmed the plan. "You want to steal Moon Yejin's boyfriend from her?" And Karma cheerfully replied, "Exactly, stepfather." Karma continued to explain with glowing red eyes. "Recently, I heard you're preparing a peculiar meal that, if 2 people eat it together, one will die." She grinned, revealing her madness. "But until the main course is ready, I can't just sit still." Karma's smile became more sinister than ever. "Before Moon Yejin gets that, there must be an appetizer." Karma smirked with a devilish grin, declaring, "I will shatter her spirit with a scandalous affair scheme." Vice President Lee growled with seething rage, determined not to let those scumbags who harmed his daughter enjoy their youth. The mastermind officially gave the green light for the revenge plan, ordering, "Execute the cuckolding project immediately." The scene shifted to a bustling street, signaling a new act was about to begin. Moon Yejin and her boyfriend Shin Chae-min were holding hands on a date in the street like a normal couple. They both looked quite affectionate, Yejin beaming brightly as she walked beside Chae-min. Yejin happily said that it had been a long time since they had such a wonderful weekend date, but her joy was short-lived. Her face immediately fell because the date only lasted exactly 1 hour. Shin Chae-min worriedly advised Yejin to tell her father to skip cram school, as being bullied, and then having to study for 10 hours was too much. Her boyfriend directly asked if her father knew about the bullying, making Moon Yejin evade the question hesitantly. She made an excuse that she didn't want to worry her father, but Chae-min only sighed, saying that she was always too kind, only thinking of others. Chae-min continued to advise her to think of herself first, but Yejin only remained silent, not responding. Moon Yejin started to sweat profusely, thinking to herself, "Damn it, if he keeps asking like this, he'll eventually discover the truth." She gritted her teeth, worried about something even more terrifying than being exposed. Yejin was utterly terrified at the thought of her psychopathic father finding out. It would be disastrous. Shin Chae-min still didn't give up, continuing to plead with Yejin to tell her father the truth today. Yejin brushed him off, bitterly replying that he couldn't possibly understand what kind of person her father was. She explained that her father was the kind of person who, even if she were in the hospital from a car accident, would still make her study, which utterly shocked Chae-min. Moon Yejin remained silent, her eyes filled with a complex and resolute expression, determined to hide her secret to the very end. Moon Yejin hugged Shin Chae-min tightly, quickly changing the subject. "Oh, forget it. Let's talk about something else. I don't want this rare date to be ruined." She looked up, playing the role of a pitiful victim. "As long as I'm with you like this, I don't care about being bullied." Completely taken in, Shin Chae-min could only accept, while sweat still streamed down his face. "All right, Yejin." Moon Yejin glanced at her phone, hurriedly finding an excuse to leave. "Ah, it's time for cram school. I have to go now." Her smile became full of hidden meaning. "So, darling, next time we meet, remember to leave your dorm room empty, okay?" As she turned away, she winked provocatively. I'll help you relieve all your stress after your tiring workout. Shin Chelman immediately blushed crimson, his head steaming from her sweet words. Moon Yejin turned back to tease the naive boy. Kia, your face is all red. What are you thinking about? You get embarrassed so easily. It's really cute. She waved goodbye, ending her perfect act. Well, I'm off. See you next weekend. Shin Chelman was still dazed, waving back at his girlfriend. But as soon as she was out of sight, his expression immediately turned serious, thinking to himself, Shay's definitely just pretending to be okay, isn't she? Watching Yejin's retreating back, he blamed himself. I can't believe I suspected such a thoughtful girl of being a bully. I must have been crazy back then. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Even though Yejin told me not to do anything, as her boyfriend. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him, interrupting his train of thought. Chelman Appa. Startled, Shin Chelman turned around to see Karma standing there, exuding the aura of a predator. He was completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Chelman's eyes widened to their fullest extent, utterly shocked by the sudden appearance of a stranger. Immediately, his mind raced. Whoa, she's gorgeous. Truly a stunning beauty. Chelman quickly shook his head to clear it. No, what the hell am I thinking? I already have Yejin. Karma approached with a friendly yet dangerous smile. Hello, Chelman Oppa. Yejin has told me so much about you. Shin Chelman hesitantly greeted her back, guessing she was Yejin's classmate. Karma sneered, her eyes sharp, scrutinizing her prey, wondering who this guy was. Karma's eyes turned fiery red, and she whispered, sowing doubt. Aren't you curious about Yejin's past? Chelman froze, Karma's question striking directly at his blind spot. Her boyfriend snapped awake, his mind raced, and he roared, accusing Karma of being the one bullying his girlfriend. Karma pouted, beginning her act of playing the victim. Oh, how unfair. Actually, I'm the one being bullied here. She pointed to her cheek, pretending to have a scratch, but Chelman brushed her off. Don't be ridiculous. Yejin already told me everything. He continued his chivalrous rant, cursing Karma as someone who spreads baseless rumors to slander others. Chelman spoke with increasing fervor, claiming Karma was no ordinary bully for daring to seek out her boyfriend to cause trouble. The guy pointed directly at Karma and ordered her away. Get out of my sight right now. As a boyfriend, Chelman boldly declared he would do everything to make all the bullies pay. He turned his back and walked away after uttering his threats, while Karma just stood still, her face expressionless. Karma thought to herself, Section Chief Bake's information was completely wrong. This guy is far more decisive than rumored. She analyzed. Either he was easily manipulated, or Yejin's psychological manipulation was too effective. Karma's eyes sharpened. She decided she couldn't let her prey go so easily. The seduction plan could wait. Karma clicked her tongue, realizing she had to use a decisive blow to deal with this guy. Chelman was walking when he suddenly stopped. A sentence from behind him made him freeze. Karma laid her cards on the table, casually admitting, That's right. I'm the one who bullied Yejin, which utterly shocked Chelman. With a wicked smile, Karma delivered the fatal blow. That artwork on your girlfriend's thigh? I did that. Chelman completely lost control, lunging forward and grabbing Karma by the collar in a fit of rage. Chelman growled, his face filled with murderous intent. What game are you playing with me? Karma smirked devilishly, her eyes glowing crimson. I'm just suggesting we talk for a bit. The demon laid her cards on the table, threatening him directly. If you ignore me today, my artwork won't stop at Yejin's thighs. Karma pressed on. Isn't a few minutes of small talk at a cafe a small price to pay to save your girlfriend's life? Chelman was speechless, finally relenting. Fine. Take me to the cafe. The knight still tried to salvage the situation. But if you say anything nonsensical about her, I won't let it slide. Karma flashed a triumphant smile. Her prey had completely taken the bait. At the cafe, Karma casually slurped her cold drink. She seemed to thoroughly enjoy it. Ah, this is exactly the taste. Karma made a casual compliment, but Chelman immediately recognized her North Korean accent. Karma suddenly changed her demeanor, beginning her act. I apologize for speaking harshly earlier. She explained that she had to provoke him to be heard. But Chelman had lost his patience. Stop the nonsense, get straight to the point. The young man still naively asked, What do I have to do for you to leave my Yejin alone? Karma uttered a cryptic remark. I think you're misunderstanding something, she declared. I'm here to tell you the truth, which only infuriated Chelman further. Karma delivered a fatal psychological blow. It's certainly hard to accept that the girlfriend you've loved for 2 years is a bully. The devil began her Oscar-worthy performance, feigning pity. But please calm down and listen to Yoon Karma's sad story. Chelman was about to snap when Karma sealed the deal. revealing her identity. You must have recognized it from my voice. I am a defector from North Korea. Karma continued her tragic story, recounting the hardships she had endured. She began to paint a picture of a benevolent stepfather who took her in, setting the stage for an elaborately staged play. Karma continued her act, recounting a sincere father-daughter relationship, while Chelman remained skeptical. She shifted to a tragic tone, mentioning how her beloved stepfather had suffered every night. The reason was revealed. He lost his only daughter, Hyena, due to school violence. Karma pointed the finger, declaring that the devil who stole that angelic daughter was none other than Moon Ye-jin. Chelman couldn't take it anymore, roaring, "Stop that ridiculous game." Chelman's shout made everyone in the cafe turn their heads. The two patrons at the next table also flinched. Karma shushed him with her lifeless eyes, coldly reminding him, "Don't be loud and rude in a cafe." Her eyes turned crimson, warning that they might be kicked out. "Before I finish my sweet chocolate smoothie." A deadly contrast. Chelman still hadn't calmed down, growling, "Didn't I make it clear I wouldn't let it slide if you talked nonsense?" Karma smirked mockingly, her voice full of sarcasm. "Do you think I came here empty-handed?" She reached into her leather jacket, preparing to play her trump card. She pulled out a folded document, declaring it a copy of the original court ruling. Karma placed the paper on the table, her crimson eyes explaining that her stepfather had received it as the victim's family. Chelman froze, staring intently at the document placed before him. "Read it carefully," Karma ordered. "Since it's the original, the information about the perpetrator is quite detailed." Her crimson gaze was sharp as a razor, as she emphasized, "Among the perpetrators." Chelman tremblingly picked up the paper to read, while Karma concluded, "The personal information and criminal acts perfectly match your rumored girlfriend, don't they?" The young man fell silent, every word in the verdict like a knife stabbing into his beliefs. Chelman's eyes widened in horror, and he stammered in extreme panic. "Are you kidding me?" Chelman argued vehemently, claiming the paper was just a fake, that anyone who knew the format could make it. Karma simply remained silent, her eyes filled with contempt, watching the clown in front of her trying to act. "I knew you'd bark like that," Karma sneered, pulling out her tablet. "I've prepared something else." On the screen was the court's case lookup page, listing a series of accomplice names, including Moon Ye-jin. The devil woman smirked, explaining that this was South Korea's public court lookup service. She emphasized that even here, the defendant Moon Ye-jin's name was clearly visible. Chelman broke out in a cold sweat, desperately yelling, "Photoshop! Anyone can make this with paint." Karma snapped, crushing his hopes. "This is the official court website, not some picture. If you know the case number and the defendant's name, you can look it up yourself." Unable to argue further, Chelman pulled out his last reason, his voice strained. "It's a name coincidence," he stammered, trying to convince himself that it was just someone with the same name as his girlfriend. He continued to babble about conspiracy theories, claiming Karma had forged the personal information on the documents to match her story. Karma was speechless, secretly wondering how Moon Ye-jin had brainwashed this guy to be so blindly loyal. "A name coincidence? Don't you see how stupid that reason is?" Karma attacked him psychologically. She continued to press, "I understand you want to believe your girlfriend, but it's time to accept the truth." Chelman clutched his head, screaming in madness. "No, Ye-jin isn't like that. We've been together for almost 2 years." Suddenly, an idea struck him, a twisted smile forming. "That's right. I just need to ask Ye-jin directly," he said, then pulled out his phone, intending to call. Karma's eyes widened, not out of shock, but because her prey had walked right into the trap. Whoosh! Karma swiftly grabbed his wrist tightly, preventing the call. Chelman struggled. "Let go, you bullying bitch." Karma threw out a fatal question, cornering him. "If she's innocent, why wouldn't you want to call? You could expose my lies right here, couldn't you?" Karma sneered, pressing Chelman. "Then why are you stopping me? You must have a guilty conscience. Look at yourself right now." She sarcastically called him a fanatical devotee of Moon Ye-jin, refusing to listen to a single word, while he yelled for her to let go of his hand. Chelman tried to pry Karma's hand off but was powerless. He was deeply shocked by her terrifying strength, and became even more convinced that she was truly a thug. Karma realized she had been too careless. If she let this lovesick fool contact Moon Ye-jin while he was so heavily brainwashed, things would only get worse. Her eyes gleamed with determination. There was no other choice. She had to play hardball. Crack! Karma used 2 fingers to crush Chelman's phone screen right in front of him. Enraged, Chelman grabbed Karma's hair in retaliation. Crash! Karma didn't bother to dodge, using a spectacular wrestling move to throw both him and the nearby table, scattering everything. The entire cafe erupted in chaos. Karma landed safely while Chelman was still dazed amidst the mess. Chelman froze, staring blankly at the phone that had become a pile of scrap metal in his hand. He cried out in despair, "My phone!" Karma refused to be outdone, acting just as dramatically as she shrieked, "My chocolate smoothie!" The cafe owner couldn't take it anymore, his face grim as he roared, "Get out, all of you!" Kicked out of the cafe, both stood sullenly, glaring at each other. Karma began to provoke, "It's all your fault, Appa. I hadn't even drunk half my smoothie yet." Chelman snapped, "Shut up and get out of my sight." He laid down a condition. "Don't talk to me again unless you replace my phone." Karma casually replied, "If you want, I'll buy you one from every brand." Karma flashed a wicked smile, leaned closer, and whispered, "But, Chelman Appa, be honest with yourself." Her eyes glowed with a deadly red, her voice full of enchantment. "No matter how you pretend, aren't you deeply curious inside?" Chelman was speechless, Karma's question hitting a nerve. About the rumors surrounding Yejin, Karma simply remained silent, her sharp gaze fixed on him, certain that her prey had completely fallen into her psychological trap. Karma smirked, sealing the deal. "All right, let's play it this way." With bloodshot eyes, she ordered Chelman, "Tomorrow, 4:20 p.m., 20 minutes before Unro school closes, come to the back gate." Karma pressed him, her voice full of authority. "Even if you have to sneak out early, you must come. If you trust me this time." She smiled confidently, asserting firmly, "You will witness Yejin's true face with your own eyes." In the classroom, Moon Yejin sat silently, her face as cold as stone. The girl's expression began to frown, clearly extremely annoyed. Yejin stared at her phone, muttering, "Chelman Appa is ignoring my messages." A series of read but unanswered messages appeared, and Yejin began to panic. "Why? Did I bother him too much?" She wrung her hands, trying to reassure herself. "No, Chelman Appa isn't like that. This has never happened in 2 years." Yejin began to suspect, her eyes sharpening. Why so suddenly? Pushing thoughts of her boyfriend aside, Yejin suddenly noticed another anomaly when she glanced at Karma, who was sitting completely silent. Yejin wondered, why is Yun Karma so quiet? It's certainly more peaceful, but, she continued to deduce, it's almost lunchtime, and she hasn't done anything all day. How strange. A lightning bolt struck Yejin's mind as she pieced things together. Wait, Yun Karma stopped bothering me. At the same time, Appa disappeared. Yejin's face changed color, a terrifying hypothesis forming in her mind. Could it be? Caught peeking, Yejin flinched when Karma turned around and innocently asked, "Class president, what are you looking at? Is there something on Karma's face?" Yejin stammered, snapping to hide her embarrassment. "Quiet, mind your own business." Trying to appear calm, Yejin told herself to focus on her studies, ignoring the crazy girl beside her. Karma just sat there, chin in hand, watching Yejin with a sinister smile, her eyes glowing red as if enjoying a play. The scene shifted to a lunch tray, where a spoon was scooping a large amount of white powder that looked like salt or sugar. Song Eun-jin, once the school's top bully, was quietly scooping a spoonful of rice mixed with the suspicious white powder. In the middle of the cafeteria, she chewed her rice with a vacant expression, looking utterly pathetic. The resigned expression of someone who had lost everything, merely chewing and swallowing to get through the meal. Wham! A strange hand suddenly shoved a whole handful of rice directly into her face. Splat! The entire tray of leftover food and dirty soup was dumped directly onto Song Eun-jin's head. Dirty water streamed down her face, and the girl could only stand frozen, enduring the abuse. It turned out the culprits were her 2 former lackeys, Se-hee and Yeon, standing there with triumphant expressions. Song Eun-jin hung her head, bitterly thinking to herself, "Damn it, this is truly too much." Yeon lectured her condescendingly. "Lighten up. At least today you're eating human food." Se-hee delivered another fatal blow, recalling the humiliating past. "This is still better than crawling on all fours to eat dog food, isn't it?" Yeon even feigned kindness. "We were even kind enough to mix in some corn cakes for you, so don't hold a grudge." Song Eun-jin froze, suddenly realizing why she had found that dog food strangely delicious. Se-hee commanded with an undeniable tone. "Oh, and, after you're done eating, drag yourself to the dump," Se-hee instructed, leaving Song Eun-jin utterly bewildered. Se-hee smirked, uttering the name of death. "Yun Karma wants to talk to you. She said if you don't come, she'll kill you." The final threat was delivered. Song Eun-jin trembled uncontrollably, her face drained of all color. She groaned in despair, unable to believe her ears. With tears welling in her eyes, she sobbed, pleading in vain. "Please, can you spare me?" At the desolate dump, Song Eun-jin looked up and saw Yun Karma perched on the rooftop, waiting like a demon. Song Eun-jin froze, her mind unable to process seeing her opponent sitting on the rooftop. Damn it. How did she climb up there? Yoon Karma jumped down, smirking as she asked, "You're here, Yoonjin? Did you enjoy your meal?" Song Eun-jin mumbled. Yes, but Yoon Karma immediately saw through her. "I can tell from your voice that you didn't enjoy it." The crazy girl began her act, her voice saccharine. "Oh, why is our poor Yoonjin so sad? Karma is very worried about her friend." Yoon Karma continued to taunt, calling her opponent her favorite punching bag, making Song Eun-jin curse inwardly. Damn it, is this psychological manipulation? With that said, Yoon Karma gently landed on the ground like a cat. She crouched, gathering momentum, preparing to close in. Song Eun-jin flinched and let out a piercing scream, making Yoon Karma wonder. "I haven't done anything. Why are you screaming so loudly?" Yoon Karma looked straight at her prey, her voice full of feigned sympathy. "Hey Eun-jin, you've been living a miserable life lately, haven't you?" Yoon Karma's eyes suddenly turned fiery red, and her smile became sinister. "I have a way to help you suffer less." Song Eun-jin froze stiff, and Yoon Karma smirked as she asked. "Interested in hearing it?" Song Eun-jin trembled as she asked again, suspecting it was a trap where death would end her suffering. But Yoon Karma dismissed it. "No, it's not like that, you fool." Yoon Karma stated firmly. "I'm serious about making a deal with you." She laid out her conditions, in a voice that brooked no refusal. "Listen carefully. This afternoon after school. If you do as I say, then I won't bully you anymore." The offer made Song Eun-jin's eyes widen, unable to believe her ears. Her mouth began to stammer from shock and joy. I will," she screamed as if she had found a lifeline, accepting immediately. "I'll do it, Karma, I'll do it." Her face completely transformed, looking both excited and deranged. "I'll try my best to do anything you say. Just leave it to me." Yoon Karma smiled with satisfaction, her eyes gleaming with calculation as she heard Song Eun-jin ask again. "So what do you want me to do after school?" Yoon Karma's eyes flashed a deadly gaze, signaling a brutal plan was about to be executed. Yoon Karma, with fiery red eyes, ordered Song Eun-jin, "Provoke the class president and let her beat you half to death." Song Eun-jin's face went blank. Her brain hadn't processed the information yet, and she stammered as she asked again. "Huh?" Yoon Karma replied coldly. "You heard me." Yoon Karma explained the plan with a sinister smile. "After school, meet the class president and say something that drives her crazy." Yoon Karma's red eyes gleamed with cruelty as she emphasized, "Hit her where it hurts the most." "And get thoroughly beaten by her," Song Eun-jin screamed, her face pale with horror. "No way." Song Eun-jin yelled in protest. "Admit it. This is just another form of bullying, isn't it?" Yoon Karma replied nonchalantly. "Of course it's different, you fool. I said get beaten half to death, not actually die. Did I?" The blonde girl, still afraid of death, wailed. "If her kick hits a vital spot, it'll really be gone. You don't know how terrifying Moon Yejin is when she gets angry." Yoon Karma narrowed her eyes, her voice challenging. "Are you saying that Karma, standing right in front of you, is too weak to be scary?" Song Eun-jin quickly waved her hands, her voice fawning. "Oh no, of course you're much scarier, Karma." But she still tried to argue, screaming in despair. "But getting hit by a truck or a car is the same thing. Dead is still dead." Smack. Yoon Karma, tired of her babbling, grabbed Song Eun-jin's throat and squeezed tightly. Yoon Karma lifted her prey off the ground, her face emotionless. "You talk too much, it's annoying." Song Eun-jin could only gasp in pain. Yoon Karma leaned in close, her voice sarcastic. "Hey, you fool. Don't you know the survival rate for being hit by a car is higher than by a truck?" Yoon Karma's eyes were icy cold as she declared decisively. "Negotiation time is over. Now it's an order." Yoon Karma issued an ultimatum. "If you don't do as I say after school, a rather unpleasant photo exhibition will take place at this school." Song Eun-jin was utterly terrified. Yoon Karma held out her hand, smiling devilishly, and adding as a bonus. "And as a bonus, you'll know how painful it is to be hit by a truck. Your answer?" Cornered, Song Eun-jin trembled, tears welling up in her eyes, and stammered her acceptance. I'll do it. I'll do it." Yoon Karma let go. Song Eun-jin fell face first to the ground, coughing violently. Yoon Karma chuckled, her eyes narrowed. "He. Just as expected from my beloved classmate, Eun-jin." Yoon Karma turned and walked away, leaving a final remark while Song Eun-jin still lay flat on the ground, groaning in despair. "Well then, I'll be looking forward to the show after school." Sehee wept bitterly, her face contorted with horror. A piercing scream echoed from the school grounds. The scene shifts to another school, seemingly a school for elites. Shin Chelman, a serious young man, arrived at Moon Yejin's school gate after using preparing for a competition as an excuse to leave early. He pondered, wondering if what he was doing was right. An image of a vulnerable Moon Yejin appeared in Chelman's mind, and he felt guilty for doubting his girlfriend, especially when she was being bullied. He told himself he had to be a strong support for her. Standing alone in the schoolyard, Chelman was still thinking hard. Finally, he shook his head decisively, concluding, "No, on the contrary, this is what I must do." Chelman recalled the threat that the bully girl, Yoon Karma, wanted him to be here. Otherwise, she would use that as an excuse to do something to Moon Yejin. He clenched his fists, deciding to temporarily play by her rules, then find a way to deal with the bullies later. As Moon Yejin's boyfriend, Chelman resolved to put an end to this mess. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Well, Chelman Appa." Yoon Karma suddenly appeared with a smug smile. "You really came, just as you promised." Shin Chelman wondered, "Why are you out of school? Shouldn't you be in class at this hour?" Yoon Karma replied nonchalantly. "Just like you, I also snuck out early to prepare a few things." The girl smiled devilishly. "I've found a perfect spot to watch my naughty Yejin, a great place for us to hide and observe together." Her eyes gleamed mischievously. "I'm here to lead you there, Appa." Chelman remained silently vigilant, and Karma added, "So don't misunderstand." Yoon Karma turned and walked ahead, ordering, "Let's go, follow me. We need to get into position early." Yoon Karma looked back with a devilish smile and blood-red eyes. "It's time to face the truth." Shin Chelman silently followed, his face stern and full of vigilance. Ding dong! The dismissal bell echoed throughout the schoolyard. Students swarmed out like a disturbed beehive, chattering about all sorts of things. On the rooftop, Karma and Chelman were in position, observing the crowd from above. Karma rested her chin on her hand, her face full of anticipation. "Ah, it's almost time." Chelman began to feel restless, secretly wondering if that girl Song Eun-jin would mess things up. The serious young man glanced over, asking Karma, "Hey, by the way, what is that thing you're holding?" Chelman pointed at the object in Karma's hand, while the girl still smiled sinisterly. "Oh, this?" Karma held up a fancy video camera, showing it off. "It's a high-resolution camera I prepared for this secret investigation." Chelman's jaw dropped, screaming in his head, "How can this situation be fun for you? I'm not asking because I don't know it's a camera." He continued to question in a panic. "If you were going to film it anyway, why drag me here? You could just show me the video later, couldn't you?" Karma signaled for silence, cutting off Chelman's grumbling. "Shush, quiet now. Look." Moon Yejin appeared in the schoolyard below, her face scowling, clearly looking for trouble. Chelman gripped the railing, bitterly realizing he could do nothing but watch. "Damn it. What the hell is going on?" Moon Yejin approached Song Eun-jin from behind, her voice full of sarcasm. "Oh, Song Eun-jin, quite bold, aren't you, daring to call me out after school?" The black-haired girl sneered, repeating her old threat. "I told you I'd deal with you after I was done with Yoon Karma, didn't I? Don't tell me you forgot?" Song Eun-jin still stood with her back turned, while Moon Yejin jutted out her chin. "So, what is it? Do you have something to say?" Song Eun-jin remained silent, the atmosphere growing as tense as a stretched string. Swish! Song Eun-jin suddenly spun around, startling Moon Yejin, who didn't understand what was happening. Song Eun-jin gritted her teeth, her voice trembling as she tried to utter a curse. The girl screamed. "You bastard! Am I such trash in your eyes?" she shrieked, provoking wildly. "If that's true, then come at me, you dog." On the rooftop, Shin Chelman was bewildered, not understanding anything. Meanwhile, Karma covered her mouth, chuckling with delight, her efforts in staging this not in vain. Moon Yejin froze, her eyes wide at her prey's sudden change of demeanor. She gaped, "Huh?" But inside, Song Eun-jin was sweating profusely. "Oh no, I overacted. This is really messed up." She trembled, thinking of the consequences. "Moon Yejin will kill me. She'll kick me into oblivion." Contrary to expectations, Moon Yejin merely narrowed her eyes, silently observing. She began to analyze. Why is she suddenly acting out like this? Song Eun-jin continued to play the scared role, while Moon Yejin thought to herself, "There's no logical reason or timing for this." Moon Yejin squinted, realizing something was off. She doesn't look crazy or out of her mind, she concluded. This girl seems fully aware of what she's doing. A terrifying silence enveloped them. Moon Yejin had begun to sniff out a setup. Swish! Moon Yejin suddenly turned her head. Her gaze swept up towards the building, as if sensing someone was watching. On the rooftop, Karma calmly continued filming, while Shin Chelman flinched upon being noticed. Moon Yejin stood in the schoolyard, looking up with a face full of suspicion. She muttered, "This situation definitely has a problem. It feels extremely fake." Song Eun-jin broke into a cold sweat. A predator's intuition told her not to get involved in this farce. Moon Yejin merely glared back in silence, her eyes sharp as if telling her to get lost. Decisively turning her back, Moon Yejin decided to ignore the ridiculous act, leaving Song Eun-jin stunned. Song Eun-jin hastily called out again, but Moon Yejin merely curled her lip in disdain. "If you want to die, go find Yoon Karma. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving," Moon Yejin declared, abandoning Song Eun-jin, who was panicking as the script had completely fallen apart. Strangely, Song Eun-jin let out a sigh of relief. Deep down, she felt relieved not to have to face Moon Yejin's wrath. She told herself she had tried her best, hoping that director Yoon Karma up there would make allowances for this failure. As soon as she looked up, she was petrified to see director Karma's eyes, and audience member Shin Cholman's gaze fixed directly on her from the rooftop. Karma's eyes flashed with deadly red, clearly displeased that her pawn was messing up her plan. Song Eun-jin was scared out of her wits, realizing that if she displeased that demon, she would literally be wiped out. Looking at Moon Yejin's retreating back, she frantically schemed, "I have to think of something. I need to find a decisive move so that girl won't suspect anything anymore." Song Eun-jin's brain began to operate at full capacity, sifting through every memory to find her trump card. Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind. She had found a spectacular way to turn the tables. Song Eun-jin gritted her teeth, her face full of determination, preparing to unleash her final psychological warfare move. She screamed from behind, throwing a word directly at Moon Yejin. "Hey, murderer!" Moon Yejin froze, spinning around with a stunned look, not understanding what that crazy girl was up to. Song Eun-jin continued her act, questioning, "What do you mean by that? When Hyena jumped, she didn't do it herself, did she?" Her face was full of indignation, perfectly embodying someone seeking justice. She screamed, delivering the final blow. "You and Cha So-hyun dragged her up there and forced her to jump, didn't you?" Hearing this, Moon Yejin's face darkened, and fury began to flare in her eyes. Moon Yejin froze on the spot at the accusation. "You're a murderer." She was completely stunned, sweat beginning to pour out at the shocking accusation. On the rooftop, Karma frowned in confusion, wondering what the hell that girl was babbling about. The original plan was for Hyena to commit suicide, thinking she had stress-induced stomach cancer. So how did a murder case suddenly appear? Moon Yejin regained her composure, her eyes sharp, and growled, "Hey, Song Eun-jin." A palpable killing intent emanated from her as she interrogated her prey. "Where did you hear that from?" Song Eun-jin, seeing her opponent take the bait, was overjoyed and sneered. "Humph. Do you think I'd tell you?" She continued her act of innocence, shouting, "Go turn yourself in at the police station, you thwack." Before she could finish her sentence, a devastating high kick from Moon Yejin landed squarely on Song Eun-jin's jaw. The force of the kick was terrifying. Song Eun-jin flew like a kite with a broken string, her hair roller flying off her head. Whoosh! She slid across the ground while Moon Yejin maintained her striking posture, observing coldly. Song Eun-jin lay sprawled, only able to let out a cry of pain. On the rooftop, Shin Cheolman gaped in horror. He couldn't believe it, muttering, "There's no way Yejin would do something so cruel." Moon Yejin slowly approached, her voice as cold as ice. "Yes, Eun-jin, I am a murderer." She bent down, her eyes full of menace. "But do you think picking a fight with a murderer is a good idea?" Song Eun-jin only then realized she had poked a hornet's nest, her face pale, and stammered, "Wait, Yejin." Smack! Moon Yejin gave her no chance to explain, clamping her hand over the girl's mouth. "Eun-jin, your problem is your mouth," Moon Yejin said, her eyes gleaming with a deadly glint. She raised her fist, preparing to teach Song Eun-jin a lesson about her reckless words. "That filthy mouth of yours." Moon Yejin squeezed Song Eun-jin's mouth tightly, growling, "I'll make sure you can never use this mouth again." Slap! A thunderous slap sent Song Eun-jin's face snapping to the side. On the rooftop, Shin Cheolman froze while Karma grinned widely, raising her camera to film the entire dramatic scene. Shin Cheolman gaped, unable to believe the continuous slapping sounds. His eyes widened, the image of his gentle girlfriend completely crumbling. Moon Yejin had turned into a demon, furiously slapping Song Eun-jin's face repeatedly, sending blood splattering onto her own hands. Horror was evident on Shin Cheolman's face. He was completely frozen. Crack! A cracking sound echoed in the young man's mind. All the beautiful memories of a gentle, cheerful Moon Yejin shattered into pieces before the brutal scene of violence. A can of soda flew out, rolling around on the blood-stained rooftop floor. Song Eun-jin collapsed, clutching her mangled mouth with both hands, blood continuously pouring out. Moon Ye-jin coldly looked down at her prey and decreed, "Eun-jin, don't come to school starting tomorrow. I already warned you, didn't I?" She leaned in close, her eyes wide and filled with killing intent. "If you ever appear before me again, you'll be clinically dead." Moon Ye-jin grabbed the girl's collar, her voice hissing through clenched teeth. "Understand?" Thud. Without another word, a direct hook punch landed on Song Eun-jin's stomach. The terrifying force of the punch sent Song Eun-jin flying backward. Crash. The girl fell face first to the ground, lying motionless like a rag doll. Blood from Song Eun-jin's face began to spread across the tiled floor, her eyes wide and lifeless. Looking down from above, Shin Chol-min only saw Moon Ye-jin's cold back as she walked away, leaving Song Eun-jin lying there. He broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he uttered a desperate phrase. "No, no way." Shin Chol-min was sweating, his face drained of all color, and stammered, "Was that really Ye-jin?" While her boyfriend was still utterly shocked, Karma stood behind him, smiling devilishly with the camera in her hand. She smirked, pointing the lens directly at herself. "Heh, thanks Song Eun-jin, for being a punching bag. Thanks to you, I got a pretty useful video clip." The camera screen clearly showed Moon Ye-jin's emotionless face, her blood-stained hand delivering a devastating punch, accompanied by Karma's narration. "This video will play a crucial role in the Last Supper." After hearing that, Shin Chol-min collapsed to his knees, completely losing all strength. Karma remained standing, observing coldly. He could only gape in horror. "Oh my god." Shin Chol-min clutched his head and screamed, his mind in chaos, murder, and forcing someone to jump off a building. What exactly are these incidents? His eyes widened in extreme fear, questioning himself in despair. Who have I been dating all this time? What kind of person is the Ye-jin I know? He collapsed, realizing a harsh truth. The past 2 years of my life have all been a lie. Damn it. Karma silently observed from behind. Karma watched his reaction, thinking to herself, "What the hell? I knew the shock would be big, but is he even more fragile than I imagined?" She muttered, her eyes gleaming with calculation. "I have to finish him off today." Scene transition. Introducing Yoon Karma, a girl who defected from North Korea, extremely fond of sweet chocolate smoothies. Since coming to South Korea, this girl had developed various hobbies. Among them, a particularly bizarre hobby was browsing Namawiki. For a naturally curious person like Yoon Karma, the world through Namawiki's lens was full of wonders. Despite the butler beside her grumbling, "Does young miss really have to watch it looking like that?" Yoon Karma drew a lot of inspiration for her revenge plan from Namawiki, while the butler shouted, "Clean your room." And one thing Karma learned from Namawiki was that the pain of a betrayed victim far exceeds the imagination of those who haven't experienced it. The feeling of witnessing your lover, your life partner, the person you've trusted and relied on for years, fall into the hands of another. According to research, the psychological trauma it leaves behind is extremely horrific. This pain of betrayal is as devastating as a veteran's PTSD, and that's why Yoon Karma initiated the betrayal project as soon as she learned Moon Ye-jin had a boyfriend. Shin Chol-min completely collapsed, clutching his head and screaming that no one in this world could be trusted anymore, feeling as if he were living in a reality TV show. He couldn't believe he had been deceived by such a person for 2 years. While Yoon Karma observed from a distance with a camera, Karma coldly analyzed the situation. In his current state, how could she seduce Chaelmin Appa? She thought of the easiest option, taking off her outer jacket, using a direct honey trap. Since she didn't understand the concept of shame, Karma was confident she had no problem seducing Chaelmin stark naked. But the problem was, her eyes sharpened as she calculated. For an innocent guy like him, such a cheap trick could backfire and make him even more disgusted. Moreover, Karma also thought that some supernatural force might censor her actions. She frowned, genuinely troubled by the question, how exactly should she entice him? Shin Chol-min suddenly turned around and called Karma, who stood there with a feigned, bewildered expression. He questioned in pain, "Are you so proud? Do you feel relieved after exposing the truth?" With tears welling up, he screamed that she should have just let him remain ignorant. He yelled at Karma, asking if she knew how terrible it felt to face the ugly truth about the person he loved. Yoon Karma remained silent, her emotionless gaze fixed on him, letting her prey pour out his heart. Completely exhausted, Shin Chol-min slumped down, pleading, "I beg you, please leave." He just wanted to be alone, but at that moment, Karma began to take off her uniform polo shirt. She draped her shirt over Shin Chol-min's shivering shoulders, a calculated act of comfort. Shin Chol-min looked up, his swollen eyes filled with bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. Thump. Karma sat down right beside him, her voice calm yet authoritative. "I'm sorry, Appa, but I can't leave you alone." Yun Karma began her manipulative speech. "Didn't you hear what those trashy people said?" Sister Hyena also ended her life on the rooftop. She continued with an emotionless expression. "I may not be her biological sister, but she is still family." Shin Chelman could only listen in silence as Karma posed a rhetorical question. "So how could I abandon someone drowning in sorrow on a rooftop?" Karma bowed her head, her tone full of remorse. "I sincerely apologize for dragging you into my revenge, Appa. But I must do everything to avenge Sister Hyena." She firmly asserted that, whether she approached Shin Chelman or not, he would certainly be hurt during the course of her revenge. Shin Chelman remained silent, and Karma concluded her apology act. "So, I hope you understand that I bear no ill will towards you." She turned away, continuing her speech. "However, even though it was unavoidable, I still feel responsible for your sadness." Karma turned back, her eyes full of sincerity. "So, to comfort you, I will tell you a private story." Shin Chelman looked up, tears still welling in his eyes, his face full of confusion and not understanding what was happening. Karma began to reminisce, telling of a happy childhood in North Korea, with the image of a cheerful little girl with pigtails raising her hands to the sky. She explained that the reason for that happiness was having a very kind father, as the image of a gentle, middle-aged man wearing glasses appeared. With the image of her father holding his tiny daughter in his arms, Karma recounted that even though life wasn't prosperous, her father's love made her not envy anyone. She created a false sense of empathy, comparing her affection for her father to Shin Chelman's feelings for Yejin. "To me, father was my whole world." Karma's voice turned cold. "Until that day came. My father was a party scientist, specializing in biological experiments on guinea pigs. The act reached its climax with a chilling twist, and that guinea pig was me." The image of young Karma held tightly on the laboratory table, horrified as she watched the needle pointed at her. Little Karma's eyes in the flashback widened in horror, brimming with tears as she realized she had become the perfect candidate for a party research project. Her father's face appeared under the lab lights, cold and emotionless, ready to experiment on his own daughter without a moment's hesitation. Karma exposed her father's true face, a cold-blooded man willing to use his daughter as a sacrifice to gain recognition from the party. 10-year-old Karma screamed in agony as she was injected with toxic drugs, feeling as if every blood vessel in her body was melting. Karma continued her act, her eyes bloodshot in the flashback as she screamed, "I experienced all the pain and suffering of an entire lifetime during that period." The flashback shifted to young Karma locked in an iron cage, her voice chillingly narrating, "The time I was imprisoned as my father's guinea pig lasted for 3 years." Back in the present, Karma sneered at Shin Chelman, beginning her intimidation. "The drugs injected into me were so potent that if I clench my fist for 10 seconds right now." She flexed her arm, and dark, sinewy scars immediately bulged on her arm like a monster, proving her words. Shin Chelman's mouth hung open, his face pale with horror at the grotesque sight before his eyes. His eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just seen and heard, muttering, "Oh my goodness." Karma played innocent again, while Shin Chelman stammered with sympathy. "It must have been so painful." Karma smirked inwardly. The fish had taken the bait. "Heh, you really are." She cast a suggestive glance, her voice full of innuendo. "Even though you still hate me so much right now, why are you already pitying me?" Karma's eyes gleamed with calculation. She continued her act. "You truly are." Shin Chelman blushed furiously, completely manipulated as he heard Karma conclude, "A kind person." He awkwardly scratched his cheek, stammering a denial in embarrassment. "Oh no, I mean..." Karma ignored him, concluding her empathy act. "In short, I also experienced similar pain to yours." The image of Karma's father appeared, a seemingly gentle, loving North Korean intellectual. The image of the beloved father I once had. Immediately, that image transformed into a mad scientist in a blood-stained lab coat, holding a syringe, with a savage smile. Nothing more than an illusion. The scene of young Karma locked in a cage, surrounded by scientists taking notes like an experimental subject. After losing my entire world overnight, I thought everything was over. Then came the scene of Karma, covered in injuries, escaping and looking towards the lights of an unfamiliar city. But somehow, I found a new world called South Korea. The image of Vice President Lee Myung-jun appeared, majestic and powerful, and that's how I met my current stepfather. Karma flashed another mysterious smile, ending her tragic story with a calculated flourish. She turned to Shin Chelman with a radiant face, as if nothing had happened. "Thanks to him, now I can drink all the chocolate smoothies I want." Shin Chelman's face flushed, and his heart pounded after hearing Karma's story. Karma began to conclude her act. "In short, What I want to say is, with a half smile, she continued her speech. Even if the world you once knew collapses and everything seems to end, she strode confidently, preaching. As long as you have enough courage to keep going, even if you don't know where. Karma turned around, giving a meaningful glance. Then you, just like me, will be able to find a new world. Shin Chelman was completely captivated, his face bewildered by Karma's words. The guy muttered to himself, his mind racing. A new world? Karma explained innocently. My original plan was to seduce you to make Yejin furiously jealous, but seeing how innocent you are, my conscience wouldn't allow it. She added a crushing line, flattering her prey immensely. You're a good person. You'll definitely find someone much better than Yejin. Shin Chelman froze, clutching his shirt when Karma told him to use it as he pleased. I've bothered you enough. Sorry. With that, Karma turned her back, preparing to end the play. Shin Chelman panicked, hastily calling out, Wait a minute. Karma turned back, her eyes glowing red with a wicked grin. The fish had completely taken the bait. She thought to herself with a sarcastic tone, It seems a tragic story is all it takes to hook this innocent guy. She quickly resumed her angelic act, tilting her head and asking, What's wrong, Appa? Shin Chelman called her name, and Karma replied sweetly, Do you have something to say to Karma? The guy suddenly became serious, getting straight to the point. You still haven't replaced my phone, you know. Karma froze, an incredulous expression on her face. Are you kidding? You're going to trade a school shirt for my phone? Shin Chelman was unfazed, continuing to press. Didn't you say you'd buy me a brand new one? He sealed the deal. It seems we'll have to go to the bustling district together now. Shin Chelman nonchalantly declared that this district was full of dating spots, making Karma freeze. The guy turned the tables, repeating the saying about using one girl to forget another, and concluded, All right. He flatly declared that he would use Karma to heal his broken heart, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Shin Chelman's face was slightly flushed as he made a seemingly fair condition. So, you two, make full use of me for your revenge plan, he said while Karma was still processing. Immediately, a wicked grin appeared on Karma's face. The prey had willingly walked into the trap. Her eyes glowed with a deadly red hue. Her voice sweet as honey. So, shall we go on a date? Both were present at a brightly lit mobile phone store. Shin Chelman gleefully took photos of the brand new phone, his face looking quite satisfied. Karma gave him a sarcastic look. Hehe, that happy? The guy replied nonchalantly. Well, it's better than my old one. All right, Karma smirked. Consider your phone replaced by me. She took a step closer, growling. Now, can we officially start our date? Making Shin Chelman flinch slightly. The guy quickly regained his confidence, replying with a smile. Certainly, that sounds good. Let's go have some fun in the downtown area. Karma feigned innocence, looking up and asking, Do you have any plans for the date yet? She chuckled to herself, thinking, Hee, I already have the final stage planned. But outwardly, she still played the role of a good girl. But until then, I'll follow your lead, Appa. Shin Chelman was completely unsuspecting, acting like a true man. Great, then follow me. He extended his hand, grinning invitingly. First, I'll take you to a place with delicious food. Karma stood opposite him, her eyes glowing red with the smile of a predator certain of victory. The scene shifted to a luxurious restaurant, where the act was about to reach its climax. Karma's eyes sparkled, her face beaming as if she was about to devour the whole world when the plate of spaghetti was served. Shin Chelman, the innocent guy, smiled and raised his phone to capture his prey's cute moment. Karma continued her good girl act, smiling with squinted eyes, feigning happiness, while in her head, she had already planned every step. After finishing their meal, both headed to a Coin-Shin karaoke bar for the second round. Karma held the mic, performing wildly like a true idol, regardless of where her pitch went. The naive Shin Chelman gaped, his eyes sparkling at the spectacular performance of his new acquaintance. The karaoke screen displayed a perfect score of 100, along with a teasing caption. A true singing king, defying both rhythm and pitch. Shin Chelman clapped thunderously, completely captivated by Karma's performance. Leaving the karaoke bar, Karma pointed at a sticker photo booth, her face full of excitement. Let's take some commemorative photos, Appa. Shin Chelman, without a hint of suspicion, nodded profusely, completely falling into the trap. Both stood next to each other, looking exactly like a young couple in the early stages of dating. Inside the photo booth, Karma actively put her arm around his shoulder, poked his cheek, and struck intimate poses, making Shin Chelman only able to give an awkward laugh. A strip of photos was printed, perfect evidence of a dream date. The next destination was the thrill ride area, specifically the infamous Disco Pang Pang ride. Both, along with others, were violently shaken by the spinning ride, but still pretended to be happy. The ride operator wearing sunglasses smirked wickedly, declared he would go all out, then pressed the max power button directly. The ride spun at a frantic speed, tossing Karma into the air, a fleeting look of surprise on her face. While Shin Chelman was trying to hold on, Karma landed directly on his lap unintentionally. Shin Chelman's face flushed crimson. His body stiffened from the unexpected contact, his brain unable to process it fast enough. Karma turned back to look at him, giving a meaningful and triumphant smile. The fish had officially taken the bait. Shin Chelman's face was beet red, his mind unable to process the jarring impact. The ride operator chuckled gleefully as the ordeal concluded, ignoring the youths soaring like birds behind him. As night fell, Karma and Shin Chelman strolled down the bustling street, ending their date. Shin Chelman thanked her for the enjoyable outing, while Karma mused to herself, "So, this is what a date feels like. It's quite fun." With a devilish grin, Karma declared, "Well then, shall we continue? To the final act we've been waiting for?" The words startled Shin Chelman. Completely smitten, Shin Chelman eagerly responded, "The final act? I'm curious about it too." Karma smirked, her eyes gleaming with deadly red. Where could it be? The scene shifted to a hallway plastered with university exam prep posters, all featuring taut, high-pressure slogans. It turned out the final act was a cram school named Doable Academy. A teacher began the class, announcing a literary work that had appeared twice in the 2010 exam. The bookish teacher began analyzing the work, recounting the lives of 30 residents near Cheonggaechon in the 1930s. He continued his lecture, emphasizing the arduous lives of women at that time due to marriage, customs, and the concubine system. In class, Moon Yejin completely ignored the lecture, biting her nails in frustration as she stared at her phone. She fumed internally. "Damn it, Chelman. Are you really going to do this? Why haven't you contacted me yet?" Yejin reassured herself, thinking that even if his phone was broken, he'd have plenty of time to go to an internet cafe and message her. But then a dark thought flashed through her mind. Or has something truly terrible happened to him? Lost in thought, Moon Yejin jumped when someone called her name. The teacher stood before her, questioning, "Why aren't you focusing today? Are you planning to stare at your phone for the entire class?" The teacher sneered. "Or are you too complacent after ranking first in the last mock exam?" Making Yejin furiously curse internally. "Damn it, what the hell does this fat nerd know?" Moon Yejin stared at the book page, but her mind was elsewhere. She told herself to push the demon karma out of her head and focus on her studies to get it over with. Just then, her phone chimed, signaling a Kakao Talk message. Yejin jumped, her eyes lighting up with hope. "Kakao Talk? Is it Chelman?" She smirked smugly, thinking Chelman would never ignore her for so long, and hastily opened the message. The smile on Yejin's face froze, her eyes wide with profound shock. The message wasn't from Chelman but an unknown number. "Class president, look out the window right now." Moon Yejin frantically whipped her head towards the window, sensing something ominous. And there, on the rooftop of the building opposite, Yoon Karma stood, waving with a devil's smile. Yejin stammered Karma's name, unable to believe her eyes, wondering if she was hallucinating from too much stress. She gritted her teeth, furiously wondering how that girl had managed to find her all the way at her cram school. More horrifyingly, standing right next to Karma was Shin Chelman, his face blank and utterly dumbfounded. Yejin gaped, her entire body trembling at the unbelievable sight. The teacher roared, "Moon Yejin, are you going to keep fooling around?" But she was deaf to him, only muttering her boyfriend's name. The entire class began to murmur, curious about what drama outside the window could make their class president so distraught. All the students turned their gaze to the rooftop, where Karma and Chelman stood. Suddenly, Karma grabbed Chelman and possessively locked lips with him. The students in the class erupted, the girls screaming that the scene was too romantic, while the boys looked utterly disgusted. They began to chatter, recognizing the boy's uniform, and ignoring Yejin, who stood frozen in place. Wow, they look so good together, like the main couple in a web drama. These whispers pierced Yejin's heart like daggers, her face turning ashen like a corpse. After the deep kiss, Karma provocatively smirked while Shin Cheolman was still in profound shock. With blazing red eyes and a wicked smile, Karma whispered, "Cheolman, I thought you were just a sweet guy." Cheolman gasped, his face flushed crimson, and Karma continued suggestively, "But it turns out you have a very aggressive side too, don't you?" The monster grinned widely, declaring, "All right. So now, it's my turn to attack." Karma suddenly pushed Cheolman straight in the chest with both hands, leaving the boy no time to react. Thwack! Cheolman fell backward, his back hitting the rooftop floor hard. The boy was bewildered, still not understanding what the hell had just happened. When he glanced down, Cheolman froze in terror, realizing he was lying precariously right at the edge of the rooftop. Just a little more, and he'd fall to his death. The boy let out a desperate scream, sweat pouring off him like rain. Karma casually called out, "Don't be scared, Chelman." As soon as she finished speaking, Karma sat right on top of Chelman, pinning him down, and asked, "Have you ever heard of the suspension bridge effect?" She continued her psychological warfare lecture. "Your heart is pounding, not because you're up high, but because I'm on top of you." Karma smirked, her bloodshot eyes full of possessiveness. Chelman was completely manipulated. His face flushed, his heart racing wildly by the devilish girl's words and actions. Giving her prey no time to collect himself, Karma leaned down and continued to overwhelmingly force a kiss on Chelman. From the classroom's perspective, the scene on the rooftop looked no different from a romantic movie scene, completely concealing its cruel nature. In class, Moon Yejin had completely collapsed, her eyes welling up with tears, her entire body trembling uncontrollably, while her friends around her tried to call her name. The students began to whisper worriedly, not understanding why Yejin was acting so strangely. One of them asked, "Oh my god, is that the person she likes?" Suddenly, Yejin's phone rang loudly, breaking the tense atmosphere. The screen displayed Chelman. Yejin tremblingly brought the phone to her ear, her voice faltering. "Hello?" Moon Yejin froze, hearing the smacking kiss sounds coming from her phone. Tears began to stream down, and she completely collapsed before the cruel psychological torture. A wetter kissing sound echoed. Yejin's face darkened, her eyes wide and bloodshot from shock and fury. On the other end of the line, Karma smirked maliciously, casually saying, "Class president." The demoness with blood-red eyes continued to rub salt into the wound. "The kiss with your darling was truly sweet, wasn't it?" Karma provoked, lying atop Chelman, whose soul had already left his body. Karma delivered the finishing blow, declaring bluntly, "Your darling is mine now, class president." Moon Yejin officially exploded, letting out a frantic scream, her face smeared with tears. The surrounding classmates tried in vain to intervene, advising her to calm down. Brushing aside the small fry, Yejin slammed the table, stood up, and stormed out of the classroom like a wounded beast. She ran frantically down the stairs, her breath ragged with fury. Running and grinding her teeth, Yejin snarled her enemy's name. "Yoon Karma. I'll kill you!" Yejin screamed, rushing off at terrifying speed, determined to settle the score. From the rooftop, Karma and Chelman looked down, clearly seeing Yejin sprinting towards their building. Karma chuckled faintly, showing amusement. "Haha, the class president seems truly angry now. Look at how she's charging towards us." "I should get ready to leave too," Karma muttered, knowing that with those taekwondo legs, Yejin would be up here in a flash. Karma turned to threaten Chelman, who was pale with fear. "You've seen how terrifying an enraged class president can be, haven't you?" Suddenly, Karma tightly gripped Chelman's trembling hand. Then, Karma smirked devilishly, saying, "Let's make a quick escape." Chelman was dragged along, his face still bewildered, completely caught up in the demon's game of escape. Rapid footsteps echoed in the stairwell, Moon Yejin panting heavily as she charged up. Bang! The rooftop door was kicked open, and Yejin burst out with a murderous expression. She rushed out into the empty space, her eyes darting wildly, searching for her target. Yejin's face contorted with rage, grinding her teeth like a wild beast. "Yoon Karma, Shin Chelman, you bastards. I'll kill both of you," Yejin shrieked. Standing on the roof of another building, Yejin continued to scream frantically, witnessed by the students below. Shin Chelman stood frozen, thinking to himself, "Is that Yejin's voice? It sounds like a prehistoric flying lizard." The young man broke out in a cold sweat, telling himself, "That's terrifying. From now on, it's best to never get involved with that girl again." Karma suddenly appeared beside him, laughing gleefully. "Haha, this chase game is quite fun, isn't it?" The dark blue-haired demoness smirked, her eyes mischievous. "I just realized something. Is this what people call eloping together?" Karma asked, making Chelman freeze. Chelman blushed, his heart pounding, deluding himself that her words surely held a deeper meaning. He reassured himself that for Karma, this was merely an act of revenge for her deceased sister. But then, Chelman blushed again, admitting to himself, "But my feelings are slowly." He gathered all his courage and called out, "Hey, Karma." The demoness turned back with a curious expression. "What's your ideal type?" Chelman blurted out a question that couldn't be more foolish. Karma looked surprised. "My ideal type? Why ask so suddenly?" Chelman stammered an explanation. "Well, I just wanted to know more about you, Karma." Karma glanced at him, casually assuming it was pure curiosity. But then she smirked meaningfully, repeating, "My ideal type, you ask?" Karma smirked devilishly, her eyes flashing red as she answered the question about her ideal type. If I had to choose, my preference would be a strong man. Her words were illustrated by an image of Manager Bake, deadlifting like a monster in the gym. Thud! He dropped the heavy barbell to the floor, the impact shaking the entire gym. Vice President Lee Myung-jun walked in, calling out to Manager Bake, who was wiping sweat after an intense workout. Lee Myung-jun turned to ask his young subordinate why he, a man with 100,000 tasks, never skipped training. The inexperienced subordinate could only offer a cliché answer. To maintain physical strength to keep up with your busy schedule, right? Manager Bak dismissed it. Absolutely wrong. When you train, your senses become sharper. He continued to lecture, clenching his fist. Strength training enhances cognitive abilities and improves mental capacity. With fiery eyes, Manager Bake growled, revealing his ultimate purpose. It's a habit to keep me in the best mental state, to nurture my hatred for them. The young subordinate fell silent, only muttering about enduring hardships to try and grasp his boss's philosophy. Vice President Lee got straight to the point, asking Manager Bake, "So, how is the partner-stealing project progressing?" The young subordinate reported clearly. Yoon Karma successfully seduced Shin Chelman today. He continued. After a series of dates, they went straight to Moon Yejin's cram school and provoked the target by displaying passionate affection in front of everyone. Vice President Lee nodded, asking about Moon Yejin's current condition. "I will report Moon Yejin's current status," the subordinate replied professionally. According to the undercover surveillance team nearby, Moon Yejin is currently causing a ruckus on the rooftop and has been screaming for the past 15 minutes, currently being restrained by building staff. Vice President Lee was extremely satisfied with the results. Excellent. Truly excellent. The young subordinate humbly bowed. "Thank you, Vice President." Lee Myung-jun turned away, his voice filled with regret. "If only I had entrusted Hyena's protection and supervision to a capable assistant like you sooner." The young subordinate blamed himself. "It was my foolishness to entrust Hyena to those incompetent people." He bowed his head, admitting to the vice president that even if he had been there, the outcome wouldn't have been any better. He explained that facing such a situation, with a monster like Karma, no one could have protected the target. Manager Bake, drenched in sweat after his training session, cut in. "By the way, the muscular man asked where Karma was, and was informed that she was on her way home after eating noodles at Shin Chelman's house." The young subordinate continued his report. "And she said she has an urgent matter to report directly to you, Vice President." Hearing this, Manager Bake immediately decided to return. Manager Beck ordered decisively, "Prepare the car, we're leaving immediately." Night fell upon a modern, luxurious villa under the full moon. Inside, Karma heard a sound, and a sly, eager smile immediately spread across her lips. Karma waved excitedly as Vice President Lee, Manager Bake, and the subordinate entered. "Stepfather. Welcome home, everyone." The young subordinate couldn't maintain his composure, shouting her name, "Yoon Karma." Karma looked at him with a bored, teasing gaze. "Manager Appa. Be honest. You really like yelling at me, don't you?" He flusteredly denied it, snapping, "That's not it. How many times have I told you to get your arm casted?" He continued his nagging, saying that no matter how incredible her recovery ability was, the fracture would worsen without a cast. Karma smirked, ignoring the warning. "Oh, but a cast is so uncomfortable, I can't stand it." "It's always been fine until now." Manager Bake interjected, his voice authoritative. "Karma, even if it's minor, a fracture is still a fracture." Vice President Lee concluded the matter. "No more arguing, just listen to Manager Beck." Immediately, Karma became obedient, bowing her head in compliance. "Yes, stepfather. I'll wear a cast to school starting tomorrow." The young subordinate could only fume in silence, annoyed that the girl only listened to the CEO. Vice President Lee Myung-jun got straight to the point. "Anyway, you said you had something to report directly to me?" Karma looked up with a world-weary expression, feigning attention. "Go on, I'm listening." She remained silent for a moment, her eyes still holding that annoying indifference. Karma began her report. "Today, I overheard a conversation between Song Eun-jin and Moon Ye-jin. She dropped a bombshell. It seems Hyena's death was a murder." Lee Myung-jun froze, his eyes behind his glasses widening in shock. The young subordinate standing nearby shrieked. "What? What do you mean, murder?" He pointed, his voice filled with panic. "This isn't something you can just casually say, it seems. Has it been confirmed?" Karma replied nonchalantly. "Although not yet verified, I definitely heard the phrase forced her to jump from the building." She added, her voice firm. "It was recorded on the camera given to the surveillance team, so it can be confirmed later." Lee Myung-jun swayed unsteadily, his muscular body staggering. With a thud, he fell backward, and the subordinate frantically cried out, "Vice! Vice President!" Karma swiftly rushed forward to support her stepfather, preventing him from falling to the floor. She looked him straight in the face, asking calmly, "Stepfather, are you all right?" Lee Myung-jun gritted his teeth, the shock giving way to fury. "Just as I thought. My intuition was not wrong." Killing intent emanated from the man as he growled. Our hyena was not the kind of child to end her own life. The young subordinate could only remain silent, his face pale as he witnessed the CEO's rage. Karma looked at her stepfather, her tone suddenly changing. "Stepfather, this question might not be appropriate right now, but I'll take the liberty to ask it, hoping it might make you feel a little better." She hugged him tightly, whispering, "Tonight, before I get my cast." Karma's eyes flashed with a deadly red glow as she asked an unexpected question. "May I use the kitchen?" Lee Myung-jun repeated Karma's request. "The kitchen, huh?" Then he ordered, "Very well. First, let's repay her debt, little by little." He explained to the deeply shocked subordinate that when she was alive, Hyena had owed Moon Ye-jin a lot of money for meals. Clutching the handkerchief in his hand, Lee Myung-jun growled, officially giving Karma the green light to use the kitchen. His gaze was as sharp as a dagger. "So tomorrow, make sure Ye-jin eats her fill." Karma flashed a wicked smile, her eyes glowing red, and replied concisely, "Leave it to me, stepfather." The young subordinate could only gulp, swallowing hard at this conversation filled with killing intent. Karma rolled up her sleeves, smiling sinisterly. "Well then, I'll begin." She pulled out a pair of pliers, her bloodshot eyes gleaming with madness as she prepared the ingredients. The scene shifted to a flashback of a dark past in a hidden corner of the school. Hyena was gagged, tears streaming down her face in pain and humiliation. She vomited profusely, expelling a pile of cigarette butts, the result of a brutal torture session. One of the bullies, wearing red sportswear, laughed gleefully at the disgusting sight. The lackeys joined in, mocking Hyena as she choked and coughed on the floor. "Are you throwing up worms? How gross." Moon Ye-jin, the ringleader, approached with a twisted smile, holding a pair of chopsticks. "Let's see. Let's count if you've gotten everything out, shall we?" She used the chopsticks to pick up each cigarette butt and count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ye-jin cheered morbidly when she saw the full amount. "Excellent. You've thrown up an entire pack of cigarettes." She turned to Hyena, her tone like a mad scientist. "This proves that nicotine has an emetic effect. Hyena." The lackeys cheered for Ye-jin like a madwoman, while Hyena could only collapse in despair. Suddenly, Hyena lifted her head and called out, "Hey!" With eyes full of resentment, she challenged a surprised Moon Ye-jin. "Who do you think you are, doing this?" Even when crushed, Hyena growled, questioning, "Does bullying others make your life more glorious?" With tear-filled eyes, she screamed the harsh truth. "Ridiculous. You're just a coward." Hyena continued her psychological attack. "You're too afraid to stand up against those you truly need to confront." Moon Ye-jin froze, exposed, only able to curse. "What the hell are you babbling about, you idiot?" Hyena smirked contemptuously. "Even in this pathetic state, I've never once regretted standing up against trash like you." Her eyes blazed. "Living a proud and unashamed life. That's how I fight back against people like you." Hyena delivered a fatal blow, striking directly at Ye-jin's weakness. "Ye-jin, instead of taking your anger out on me, why don't you try standing up to your father?" Struck at her core, Moon Ye-jin lost control, lunging at Hyena like a mad beast. "What the hell do you know, you brat?" The scene abruptly shifted. The present-day Moon Ye-jin, with long hair and bandages on her face, jolted awake. She gasped for breath, eyes wide, cold sweat pouring down after the nightmare. Still unsettled, Ye-jin clutched her face, trying to calm herself after being haunted by the past. Sitting up abruptly in bed, she muttered irritably, "Damn it, that old dream again? Why now, of all times?" Ye-jin gritted her teeth. This memory was too vivid, the emotions too real, impossible to wash away. She stepped out of bed, beginning a monologue to the empty air. "Yes, Hyena, I admit it," Ye-jin casually confessed in the empty room. "All the pressure I endured from the old man, I took it all out on you." With a sneer, she continued as if Hyena were right there. "But Hyena, you know, don't you?" Ye-jin stood before a mannequin dressed in Hyena's uniform, coldly declaring, "I'm not the one who killed you." She began listing her perverse actions as if they were achievements. "I always calculated the force of my blows, the strike locations, and even the dosage and ingredients in the food I used to torture you." Staring at the mannequin, Ye-jin admitted, "Lee Hyena, you were truly tough. You could endure my bullying." Ye-jin's face twisted into a savage smile as she reached a crazy conclusion. So, I got to relieve stress, and you got to enjoy a sense of moral superiority. A perfect exchange. Moon Ye-jin continued to ramble with a distorted smile. It should have been mutually beneficial if it had only been a temporary amusement. The bitch began to blame. But Cha So-hyun ruined everything. That demon went too far. An image of So-hyun pointing at a collapsed hyena appeared. Ye-jin clutched her head, screaming in panic. The rooftop incident. I only followed Cha So-hun's orders. Do you think I dared to defy her? She frantically denied guilt. What big deal did I even do up there? It was all Cha So-hun. It was all her fault. After a period of self-brainwashing, Ye-jin calmed down and concluded, yes, your death wasn't my fault. Ye-jin looked in the mirror, saw an illusion of karma standing beside her, then growled. So go deal with your damn little sister. The scene shifted to a luxurious house, beginning a flashback. Moon Ye-jin, in her uniform, trudged down the stairs, her face heavy with dread. She flinched, startled to see someone in the living room. Ye-jin's father was sitting, reading the newspaper, glancing at his daughter with a scrutinizing look. Caught off guard, Ye-jin bowed her head and mumbled an apology when her father asked, Are you planning to be late even on your university entrance exam day? Ye-jin's mother quickly interjected, Darling, don't be so harsh on her. Ye-jin just ranked first in school on the mock exam. Her father brushed it off, his voice full of disdain. What's there to boast about being first in school when the goal is medical school? He turned to taunt his wife. Of course. For someone who got into university with family money like you. That's commendable. Her father called his daughter's name, and Ye-jin could only answer with a fearful yes. He placed his hand on a Bible, beginning to preach. God always teaches us not to have weak hearts, to restrain temptations from within. He stood up, approaching the trembling Ye-jin. That is especially true for someone who has committed a grave sin like you. His face contorted with anger. School violence, really. I'm still not satisfied. Ye-jin trembled as she heard her father's threat. I wanted to erase your name from the family register, but your mother stopped me. He roared, his glasses glinting with murderous intent. I taught you taekwondo to train your health, not for you to become an athlete. The father roared into the terrified Moon Ye-jin's face. And you used it to bully those brats. He brushed aside his wife's pleas. Always remember that. The institute director pressed his face close to his daughter's, his voice full of contempt. I heard about the commotion you caused at the center yesterday. Your eyes are still as insolent as when you bullied others. He glared, growling. If you tarnish my honor one more time. He grabbed the sobbing Ye-jin's shoulder, delivering his final threat. Then that will be your end. Cornered, Ye-jin screamed like a wounded animal. I need to use the restroom. Then dashed away. Slam! The restroom door slammed shut. Click! The door was opened. Ye-jin forcefully lifted the toilet lid. Overwhelmed by pressure, Ye-jin vomited violently into the toilet. The bell echoed across the schoolyard, signaling the start of a new school day. In the classroom, the atmosphere was eerily silent, and students began to whisper. A female student with her hair in a bun whispered to her friend, Hey, the atmosphere in class today feels a bit tense, doesn't it? The whole class noticed Moon Ye-jin sitting alone at her desk. The narrator continued. Earlier, I briefly saw the class president. The other friend asked curiously, the class president? And was told that Ye-jin had been trembling and crying. Looking towards the empty desk, they realized Song Eun-jin had been missing since the first period. One student even joked darkly, maybe we should put a flower on her desk, just in case? But the most terrifying thing was that Yoon Karma had also been absent since the beginning of the day, and the clock was nearing 10 o'clock. The female student with the bun broke out in a cold sweat, sensing something ominous. What the hell is going to happen? Moon Ye-jin remained motionless, her back to the class, lost in her own world. She opened her phone. The lock screen showed a photo with her boyfriend, but her eyes were completely vacant. Moon Ye-jin was steeped in despair, tears welling up. My life is ruined because of that Yoon Karma. My final exam is also a disaster. If Dad finds out, he'll disown me. In a flashback, an image of her kissing her boyfriend Shin Chelman appeared as she bitterly admitted, even my only support, Chelman Appa. I lost him in the worst way. Burying her face, Ye-jin was completely broken, with no way out. My life is already over anyway. Snapping her head up with eyes blazing with fury, Ye-jin made her final decision. Then I'll kill Yoon Karma, and then end my own life. Swish! The classroom door was suddenly pulled open. Yoon Karma confidently strode in with both arms in casts, grinning widely and posing like an idol. Ta-da! Casted Karma makes her debut. The entire class froze, staring wide-eyed at the unbelievable scene before them. Moon Ye-jin saw her enemy, her rage erupting as she roared. Yoon Karma ah. Karma turned, flashing an impossibly mischievous smirk. My dear class president. Approaching Yejin, Karma whispered with a devilish expression. I just learned a new Korean slang word. Want to hear it? With a sinister smile, Karma leaned close to her opponent's ear and provocatively uttered, Your boyfriend. Widening her eyes in a feigned, innocent manner, Karma delivered the fatal psychological blow. Was quite amazing, wouldn't you say? Moon Yejin stiffened, her entire body trembling violently from shock and anger. Unable to bear it any longer, Yejin grabbed Karma's collar, screaming a challenge. Fight me, you bitch. Karma merely smirked, completely unfazed. Then follow me. To the indoor arena. The arena doors swung open, revealing a vast and deserted space, ready for a death match. The arena was empty, with only the two of them and a few packs of bottled water prepared up front. Karma stood in the middle of the court, smirking smugly. Heh heh, this place probably suits the class president perfectly, doesn't it? Her eyes turned cold, her voice full of sarcasm. But the class president is really stubborn, getting beaten to a pulp like that and still wanting a rematch? Moon Yejin strained her neck, screaming, her reason completely gone. Ha! There's no way I'd lose to a one-armed fighter. Moon Yejin confidently declared that in this open space, her kicking techniques and attack range were limitless. Her face filled with murderous intent, she screamed that she would beat Karma to a pulp and send her to hell. Karma responded coldly, and Moon Yejin stomped the floor, frantically screaming that she would die with her opponent. Completely deranged, Moon Yejin charged straight forward, screaming for a fight to the death. Moon Yejin's scream died in her throat as she was kicked back by an incredibly powerful force. Whoosh! Karma unleashed a lightning-fast kick, sending Moon Yejin flying like a bowling ball. Moon Yejin lay motionless in the middle of the arena after taking the full force of the devastating kick. Her body convulsed in pain, completely losing the ability to resist. From a distance, Karma watched indifferently, her voice full of sarcasm as she saw Moon Yejin groaning. Karma's strength was revealed. Her maximum squat capacity reached 250 kilograms. That foundation of strength came from her specialty martial art, Muay Thai. Karma smirked, beginning her psychological warfare. Class president, there's something I'm a little curious about. Since when did you delude yourself into thinking this Karma was a boxer? Moon Yejin could only lie convulsing, mumbling incoherently at the harsh truth. Karma leisurely walked closer, explaining that in the lab, she was just practicing punches for fun, and Yejin naively believed they were evenly matched. With a wicked smile, Karma pulled out her sports bag and declared the real reason she lured Yejin here. Swish! She opened the bag. Inside were not gloves or protective gear, but packs of bottled water. Karma picked up a bottle of water, her voice sickeningly sweet. Of course, it's to treat you to a special nutritious meal. Karma's eyes glowed crimson, and she morbidly licked her lips, saying that just imagining this liquid entering Yejin's stomach was enough to make her entire body tingle with excitement. With crimson eyes and a crazed smile, Karma wondered if the class president would leave this place alive after consuming this meal. Moon Yejin, flattened on the floor, her face ashen with extreme terror at the threat. Karma held up the murky black bottle, smirking as she declared, Now, it's time for a taste, class president. Moon Yejin could only stammer curses in despair. You bitch, she screamed, asking Karma what monstrous thing she intended to make her drink from the bottle. Moon Yejin tried to push herself up, determined not to let that strange liquid enter her stomach. She trembled, summoning all her strength to stand up and escape the perilous situation. But Yejin's efforts were futile. Her body, shattered after the devastating kick, made her collapse onto the floor once more. Karma casually warned, Don't waste your energy. You won't last long after taking a kick from this Karma. The demon continued to sow fear. But if you keep struggling like this, I'll have to force this meal down your throat. Karma declared she would tie Yejin up and began reaching for the bandage on her arm. Moon Yejin's eyes widened. She couldn't believe this lunatic intended to use her own arm bandage to tie her up. Rip, rip. Karma quickly tore off the fake bandage, muttering that Manager Bake would probably scold her. But then she told herself that for the greater good, he would surely understand. Karma held out the bandage like a noose, approaching as Yejin frantically screamed, Stay away, you crazy bitch. Moon Yejin's desperate screams echoed throughout the gym as she was tied up. In a flash, Moon Yejin was tightly bound like a sticky rice cake, screaming in helplessness. Untie me, you lunatic. Karma casually licked the bottle cap, feigning regret. I intended to wrap you up like a mummy, but the bandage is a bit short. Yejin cried out in pain as Karma yanked the bandage tight, beginning the brutal torture. Karma dragged Moon Yejin, who was tightly bound like a sticky rice cake, despite the girl's screams to be released. Thud. Moon Yejin was thrown straight onto the floor, only able to silently endure the torment. Meanwhile, Karma casually rummaged through her bag, muttering, "Where did I put it?" Moon Yejin's eyes widened in horror as she saw what Karma was preparing. It was an array of plastic bottles filled with murky black liquid, looking no different from sewage. Karma exclaimed gleefully, "Ah, found it!" She tightly gripped the utensil for the class president's meal today. A rubber tube. Karma's eyes glowed with a deadly red. Moon Yejin screamed in panic. "A rubber tube isn't an eating utensil, you psycho." But Karma coldly ordered, "Shut up and listen." Karma smirked, explaining that with Yejin's stubborn nature, even 1,000-year-old ginseng would be vomited out. So, to prevent you from throwing up, Karma raised the rubber tube. "I'll shove this tube straight down your throat." Moon Yejin was petrified. Karma sneered, taunting, "Just consider it a free gastroscopy, class president." Yejin could only curse the demon before her under her breath. Moon Yejin pressed her lips together, bracing herself defiantly. "Don't even think about it. Why would I be stupid enough to open my mouth?" The girl confidently believed that as long as she kept her mouth shut, she would be safe. "I'll never open my mouth, you bitch." Wham! Karma wasted no words, delivering a devastating punch straight to Yejin's stomach. Moon Yejin gasped for air, her mouth agape, eyes rolling back from the extreme pain. Seizing the opportunity, Karma swiftly shoved the end of the rubber tube straight into the girl's mouth. Moon Yejin mumbled in despair as Karma held the tube firmly, coldly saying, "Oh, you won't stay still?" With bloodshot eyes, Karma growled a warning. "If you don't behave, it'll tear your esophagus apart." Moon Yejin trembled, desperately trying to resist, as the rubber tube was pushed deeper into her throat. The girl's eyes rolled back, tears streaming down her face from the extreme disgust and pain. The greenish tube poked straight into her stomach wall, a feeling that couldn't be more repulsive. Moon Yejin flinched, her eyes wide with horror as the tube reached the very bottom of her stomach. Karma casually taunted, "Oh, does it hurt? It must be because the tube is poking your stomach wall." Karma continued her psychological torture. "Don't worry, class president. It'll make sure Karma's specialty fills your belly." Karma flashed a wicked smile, holding a funnel connected to the tube and a bottle of water, declaring she would make sure the girl's stomach would no longer be poked by the tube. With a crazed look in her eyes, Karma stared directly at the terrified Moon Yejin. "Come on, class president, eat up," Karma whispered, beginning the feast. Without further ado, Karma began pouring black marbles from the bottle into the funnel. The marbles rattled down the tube, heading straight into Moon Yejin's stomach. Moon Yejin could only mumble in horror as she felt the foreign object sliding down into her belly. The pitch-black marbles cascaded into the girl's stomach. Moon Yejin convulsed, her eyes rolling back as a horrifying sensation overwhelmed her entire body. Moon Yejin's stomach began to swell, and the girl frantically realized something was rapidly filling her stomach. Moon Yejin thought in fear, wishing she could taste it to know what it was. But beyond the sensation of being stuffed with something hard, she knew nothing more. Moon Yejin screamed in silent, utter horror. "What the hell are you stuffing into me?" Moon Yejin's stomach distended, making gurgling sounds. The girl groaned in pain, tears streaming down her face. "Ugh, I'm too full." Moon Yejin felt her stomach was about to explode. Karma still didn't stop, continuing to pour the black marbles into the funnel. With a wicked smile, Karma casually remarked, "Oh, the first bottle is already empty?" Moon Yejin's eyes widened in horror when she heard Karma say she would load the next bottle. The girl mumbled pleas to stop, but Karma merely sneered. "Don't worry, class president." Karma pointed to the remaining 5 bottles of black marbles, leaving Moon Yejin petrified. What's more, Karma also showed off a pack of purified water she had prepared, making Moon Yejin scream in despair. Karma gripped the rubber tube tightly, preparing for the next round of torture. Her eyes blazing red, Karma smirked. "Shall we move on to the next bottle?" Ignoring Moon Yejin's desperate screams. A loud sound echoed from within Moon Yejin's body. Moon Yejin's entire body was thrown into the air, and the chair was overturned. The girl convulsed on the floor, her body writhing in extreme agony. Moon Yejin cursed the madwoman Yoon Karma under her breath, realizing this torture had exceeded her limits of endurance. 6 bottles of black marbles had been forced into her stomach, and Moon Yejin horrifyingly admitted that even when she tortured Hyena, she hadn't been this cruel. The girl realized she was also forced to drink 2 more 1.5-liter bottles of water, her stomach already 3 times beyond its capacity. Utter terror washed over her. Moon Yejin thought she was truly going to die from her stomach rupturing. Completely broken, Moon Yejin could only whimper in despair. "Please, save me." Karma smirked with a devilish grin, holding the greenish rubber tube firmly like a deadly toy. With a swift motion, the tube was shoved straight into Moon Yejin's mouth, leaving the girl just enough time to gasp in horror. Karma showed delight upon hearing the choking coughs, sneering, "Heh, class president." Bound tightly, Moon Yejin writhed in pain and fear, growling, "What the hell did you stuff into my stomach?" Karma's eyes flashed with a deadly red glow, and the smile on her lips grew even more savage. Karma leaned in, her voice like she was narrating a horror fairy tale. "Class president, do you know?" Karma began her twisted lesson. Dried seaweed, when it encounters water, can expand up to 14 times its original volume. She continued to explain with relish. If you look at the packaging, even a small packet is enough to make 40 servings of seaweed soup. Karma gave her first example, about a young man at home snacking on dried seaweed. The result was that he had to be hospitalized for emergency treatment, vomiting uncontrollably. The second example was even more horrifying. A starving North Korean man ate dried seaweed he found on the beach. The consequence was that his stomach exploded, and he died on the spot in extreme agony. Karma stared directly at Moon Yejin, her eyes burning red as if to say, "You'll soon be just like him." She asked in a feigned innocent tone, "Now, based on what I just told you, can you guess what I made you eat, class president?" Moon Yejin trembled uncontrollably, her face pale, extreme horror clearly visible in her eyes. The answer was revealed. What Moon Yejin had swallowed wasn't ordinary seaweed, but a specially compressed version. A specially engineered weapon designed to easily pass through a tube. The personal invention of the demon Yoon Karma. Its name was the dried seaweed pellet. Karma leaned close to Moon Yejin's face, whispering the final question that would break her spirit. "Now, I dare you to guess what will happen when 200 servings of dried seaweed expand inside your stomach." A teacher entered the classroom, ordering the class president to announce the preparation for the lesson. He looked around, then frowned in confusion, wondering, where is the class president? The teacher realized the classroom was unusually empty, with many vacant seats. Two of the gang's subordinates exchanged glances, unsure how to explain the situation. Sehi, the brown-haired girl, quickly raised her hand and spoke up. "Teacher, please allow me to explain." She fabricated a story that Song Eun-jin, who was curled up in bed, was severely injured yesterday and requested leave. As for the class president and Yoon Karma, Sehi claimed that both of them were tired and had gone to the infirmary. The teacher snapped, immediately exposing her lie. "Do you think him that easy to fool? I just went down there to get medicine, and there wasn't a single soul." Exposed, Sehi was speechless, sweat pouring down like rain, stammering incoherently. The girl panicked, thinking to herself, "Oh no, Yoon Karma told me to come up with a good excuse." The teacher's blood boiled, feeling his authority trampled by these trashy students. "They dare to openly skip my class now?" he roared, reminiscing about the old days. "If only it were the old days. If this happened, I would have beaten them black and blue." But then, he stopped short. A detail suddenly flashed in his mind. The teacher turned to Sehi and asked again, his voice full of suspicion, "Wait a minute. Did you just say Yoon Karma also went to the infirmary?" Hearing the name Karma, the teacher suddenly fell silent, his face changing from furious to ashen. He swallowed hard. His previous anger completely vanished, replaced by a thoughtful expression. After some deliberation, he decided to keep quiet and pretend nothing had happened. He cleared his throat, changing the subject. "All right then, everyone open your books and let's start the new lesson." The teacher began lecturing about seismic zones and volcanic regions, places frequently experiencing earthquakes. And as he mentioned areas with volcanic activity, the scene shifted to Moon Yejin, tightly bound, with a giant seaweed mass erupting from within her. Tightly bound, Moon Yejin craned her neck upwards, her body rigid as if about to explode. Her stomach churned violently, swelling abnormally. Moon Yejin's face contorted, her eyes rolled back due to the horrifying nausea rising from her stomach. Splurt. A stream of dark liquid shot out from her mouth, forming a disgusting river on the floor. The seaweed volcano had erupted, leaving behind a greenish mess. Moon Yejin trembled uncontrollably, her body convulsing after the uncontrolled discharge. She groaned in pain, tears and snot streaming down her face, looking utterly pathetic. Karma stood there, calmly observing her handiwork with a devilish grin. Moon Yejin screamed in despair, not understanding why she couldn't stop vomiting. The vomiting continued to torment her, driving her almost insane. A cold notification appeared. Moon Yejin has vomited 56 times in just 3 minutes. Karma cleared her throat, her expression calm as if nothing had happened. The demon began to speak, her tone both innocent and deadly. "Hey, class president, do you know?" Karma's eyes glowed crimson as she began to reveal her hand. In Hyena's diary, the phrase vomiting was recorded a staggering 101 times. "You know?" Karma sneered, her gaze sharp as a knife. You're making such a fuss after only 50-something times. You're still so green and naive, kid, she declared bluntly. I will make you vomit out every single debt you owe hyena, principal, and interest. Hearing this, Moon Yejin froze. Absolute horror clearly visible on her face. Karma smirked, delivering her verdict. So keep on vomiting, class president. Karma's bloodshot eyes bored into her victim. Unless you want your stomach to explode and die. Moon Yejin's stomach churned once more, signaling the hellish cycle was about to restart. Moon Yejin continued to vomit violently, spewing out a fountain of seaweed. She screamed in despair, not understanding why this damned seaweed kept refilling after she vomited it out. Horror was evident in her eyes. She realized this loop would never end. Moon Yejin knew she was in a death game. If she vomited slower than the seaweed expanded, she would die. The thought of her stomach exploding terrified her, but continuing to vomit was an even greater living hell. Completely broken down, Moon Yejin wondered what the hell she was supposed to do now, as she was going insane. Suddenly, the nausea stopped, leaving her bewildered and unsure what was happening. Karma stood there, her face impassive, watching Moon Yejin struggle, feigning curiosity. Suddenly, Karma reached into Moon Yejin's mouth and began pulling out an incredibly long strand of seaweed. The demon flashed a cunning smile, declaring the answer was Jack and the Beanstalk as if playing a riddle game. While Moon Yejin was choking, Karma muttered to herself, wondering if it should have been a mung bean sprout instead. Moon Yejin realized in horror that the strand of seaweed had hardened and was stuck in her throat. She couldn't breathe anymore, her airway completely blocked. The sensation of impending suffocation made Moon Yejin's eyes bulge in absolute terror. In the darkness of despair, Karma appeared like a demon strangling her, declaring death by suffocation. Amidst the hallucination, Moon Yejin horrifyingly saw the ghost of hyena hovering before her. The image of hyena was inverted, blood streaming from the corners of her eyes, hauntingly asking, "Are you here to take me away?" Moon Yejin, now completely out of her mind, stammered, begging for salvation from her own victim. Her eyes began to roll, her body convulsing with her final gasps. Thud! Moon Yejin collapsed onto the floor, unconscious amidst the slimy mess. The torture officially concluded. Moon Yejin staggered, her mouth spewing out the disgusting seaweed Karma had forced her to swallow. Karma stood there, her gaze cold, her pupils glowing red, signaling that the torture had only just begun. Without a moment's hesitation, Karma unleashed a gut-crushing kick straight into Moon Yejin's stomach. Moon Yejin's eyes widened, feeling as though her internal organs were about to spill out. A stream of greenish liquid shot out, and Karma merely curled her lips into a sneer. Wiping the grime from her face, Karma feigned a cough, then sickly reassured her. "Relax, class president. I'm not planning to let you die yet. At least, not yet." Hearing that, Moon Yejin's face went deathly pale. Bound tightly, Moon Yejin collapsed to her knees on the floor, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Karma, I understand my mistake. I swear I won't cause trouble again." With tears and snot streaming down her face, she cried out desperately, "Please save me, Karma, save me." Karma scoffed contemptuously, repeating her opponent's taunts. "Huh? Yejin, didn't you just boast about killing me and then committing suicide?" Karma's glowing red eyes gleamed with extreme disappointment. "I thought you had the spirit to die. Turns out you're just all bark and no bite." Moon Yejin could only moan in despair, having completely lost all dignity. Amidst her fits of vomiting, she tried to scream for an ambulance, but Karma only replied with a sarcastic smile. "Fool." Karma cruelly explained the rules of the game. "Do you think going to the emergency room will help? They'll just stand by and watch you suffocate. Ultimately, the only way for you to survive," Moon Yejin looked up in horror, "is to vomit everything out." Karma lunged forward, delivering another kick amidst Yejin's piercing scream. Moon Yejin held her breath, her cheeks puffed out, and her body convulsed violently. Splatter! A shower of seaweed splattered onto the gymnasium ceiling. Collapsed on the floor, Moon Yejin looked pathetic, able only to cry in silence. The arena was now a slimy battlefield, with Karma standing at its center, while Moon Yejin lay motionless like a rag doll. Cold statistics appeared. 382 times in 35 minutes, Moon Yejin lay flattened amidst the seaweed battlefield she herself had created. Karma stood with her hands on her hips, sneering at her handiwork, and sarcastically remarking that someone might mistake this for a seaweed farm. With a devilish grin, she asked Yejin if it seemed like she had vomited out both the principal and the interest. Moon Yejin, looking utterly pathetic, thanked Karma in a trembling voice for giving her a chance to repay her debt. She naively asked, her voice full of hope, "So now that I've paid off all my debts, you'll let me go, right?" Karma curled her lips into a smirk, shattering her praise illusion. What nonsense are you talking about, class president? Her eyes turned a deadly crimson, and she growled. You still have a mountain of debt to repay, you know? Moon Yejin froze stiff, stammering a question, as Karma had just said Shed paid everything, but only received a judgment in return. Fool. You've only paid off your vomit debt. Karma laid her cards on the table, questioning her about the debt of causing Hyena stomach cancer, and the debt of pushing her off the rooftop. Moon Yejin was utterly horrified, unable to comprehend how Karma knew about the rooftop incident. In a hazy memory, she recalled that day, when she stood looking down from the rooftop, and then the image of Karma appeared in her mind, standing there with a 4K camera, a devilish grin on her lips. Returning to reality, Karma casually slung her sports bag over her shoulder, preparing to leave. She smiled and announced, Debt collection specialist Karma is clocking out now. She threw back a chilling warning, telling Yejin not to worry about not being able to repay the remaining debt. Karma's blood-red eyes shot out a deadly glare. She vowed she would collect every last bit, no matter what. Moon Yejin could only scream and cry in despair, her mouth agape, tears streaming down her face. She was completely crushed by Karma's threat. Before leaving, Karma didn't forget to remind Yejin to clean up her own battlefield. The young class president could only sit there, completely collapsed as Karma's shadow faded away. Moon Yejin's eyes were wide, her face drained of all color, as she realized her fate had been sealed. She gritted her teeth, tears streaming down, desperately mumbling, No, it can't be. Left alone and bound tightly, Moon Yejin let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the gymnasium. Meanwhile, Karma walked and called her stepfather with a cunning smile. Stepfather, have you arrived safely? She casually strolled across the school grounds, reporting nonchalantly, On my way back, I just completed a praiseworthy deed. On the other end of the line, Lee Myung-jun stood on a golf course, confirming he had watched the video of Karma's achievement. He commented cryptically on the brutal torture. Those dried seaweed pellets certainly made for an excellent dish. Karma giggled, showing satisfaction at her stepfather's praise. But immediately, her eyes gleamed a deadly red, and her tone became dangerous. But stepfather, how can that compare to the Last Supper formula you painstakingly developed? Lee Myung-jun declared that it was time to end this prelude at Unro School. The full-scale plan was laid out, the Personality Eradication Project, aiming to completely crush the spirits of the Song siblings. Next was the Last Supper Project, a special feast prepared exclusively for Moon Yejin. Lee Myung-jun's face hardened, his voice as cold as ice. It's time to put an end. Karma curled her lips into a sinister smile, finishing her stepfather's sentence. To the lives of the scum who caused Hyena's death. Suddenly, Manager Baek called out loudly from a distance, interrupting the conversation between the stepfather and stepdaughter. Lee Myung-jun, walking with a woman on the golf course, told Karma that he had to hang up. He declared decisively, his eyes sharp, We must implement the plan now. The scene shifted to a luxurious hotel, the headquarters for the Revenge Faction's next move. Inside the VIP room, Lee Myung-jun ordered Manager Baek, and another subordinate waiting at the door. The door isn't locked. Come in. Click. The VIP room door opened, and President Song entered with a fawning expression. Oh, Vice President, did you rest comfortably? Vice President Lee sat grandly on the sofa, like a true boss, and coldly invited. Don't just stand there. Have a seat. President Song sat down and began his cheap flattery, boasting about how much better his golf game was today than usual. He continued to fawn, praising Vice President Lee's golf skills as having reached a professional level. Vice President Lee merely listened in silence with an impassive face, not bothering to acknowledge the empty words. President Song still chuckled awkwardly, completely unaware that the atmosphere had turned ice cold. Vice President Lee finally spoke, cutting short the comedic act. Unfortunately, I have some unpleasant news for you, President Song. With sharp eyes behind his glasses, he delivered a chilling statement. Our corporation's decision to support your trade routes has been cancelled. A fatal blow was struck, leaving President Song utterly stunned. He stammered, his face paling. What? Vice President Lee explained casually, as if discussing the weather. We have assessed your company's finances and concluded that it is not stable enough for investment. Section Chief Baek and his subordinate stood behind him like two statues, adding to the pressure. He concluded, investment in developing the trade routes will be postponed indefinitely. President Song broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of all color. He growled angrily, unable to believe it. So you called me all the way to Thailand just to tell me this? Vice President Lee maintained his terrifying composure. Please don't be too disheartened. His eyes gleamed with calculation. On the contrary, I am here to offer you a better proposal. President Song, shifting from despair to bewilderment, saw a glimmer of hope. He hastily asked, like a drowning man clutching at a straw. A better proposal? Vice President Lee looked directly at his opponent, preparing to set the final trap. That matter, as you well know. Vice President Lee began to lay his trap, mentioning the Hyundai Corporation's branch located in Thailand. His sharp eyes gleamed with calculation. And recently, we have been looking for a local company to supply goods to that branch. President Song's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He stammered, asking again, unable to believe his ears. Are you implying? Vice President Lee addressed his prey directly. Mr. Song. He went straight to the point, striking at his opponent's weakness. How long do you intend to operate with low profit margins by simply reselling other people's products? Lee continued to bait him, planting a lucrative idea in his mind. Why not produce them yourself at a factory and supply them directly to our branch? President Song froze. This bait was too tempting. He was speechless, only managing to stammer. That. President Song was overjoyed, grinning widely. That's incredible. Isn't this every merchant's dream? But then he was sober enough to realize the problem. But to produce and supply here requires an enormous amount of capital. He probed, his tone completely drawn in. How much? How much should I bear? Vice President Lee calmly confirmed. Indeed, the necessary amount is not small at all. He began to list the exorbitant costs: land acquisition, equipment, legal procedures, plus all other expenses. It will require approximately 20 billion won. Upon hearing the figure, President Song's face turned ashen, completely shocked. Vice President Lee delivered the decisive blow. Here's the deal. I will personally invest 10 billion won into your trading company. He made an offer that couldn't be refused. So, Mr. Song, if you can invest the remaining 10 billion, we will split the profits 50-50. Lee emphasized that although the amount was large, the profits he would receive would be far greater than the initial deal. He concluded, his eyes sharp as knives. This is an opportunity to continuously supply goods to the Hyundai Corporation's branch. You won't be disappointed. President Song Jin-taek broke out in a cold sweat, trying to reassure himself. I assure you. But his tone betrayed him. He clenched his hands, sweat pouring down, admitting in his mind, it's true. Song Jin-taek recalled information about the Hyundai Corporation's branch in Thailand. A golden goose, a growth chart appeared in his mind, proving it was a top-tier company even when the entire corporation was struggling. He told himself this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a lucrative deal he couldn't miss. But then, a drop of sweat rolled down his temple, and the core problem emerged. Where will the money come from? Song Jin-taek hesitated, calling out, Vice President? While Lee Myung-jun and Section Chief Baek stood there like two stone statues. He waved his hand, forcing a laugh. Your proposal is very appealing, but I'm afraid my company isn't capable enough to manage such a large amount of capital. Still with a fake smile, he confessed, I'm sure you already guessed as much from the financial assessment results. Song Jin-taek bitterly admitted that even if he squeezed every last penny from his company, he could only gather a maximum of 5 billion won. Lee Myung-jun, without a trace of emotion, coldly stated, Then let's do this. Song Jin-taek looked bewildered, not understanding what trick his opponent was about to pull. Lee Myung-jun unleashed a dangerous move, his eyes chillingly sharp. I will introduce you to a reliable private financial company. Just use your Gangnam apartment and your house as collateral to borrow the remaining 5 billion. Song Jin-taek's face went pale, and he stammered in protest. Ah, no. Even though he knew private finance companies were loan sharks, he was utterly terrified, wondering if this was the right decision, or a step into hell. Lee Myung-jun began his psychological manipulation. Think carefully, Mr. Song. From the very beginning, I did this to support you. He continued to lead him on, his voice full of sincerity. I could have partnered with another company, but I came here because of my promise to you, because I believe in your capabilities. He pointed to the contract, delivering the final blow. If there are any financial issues, I promise to provide my full support. Lee Myung-jun ordered. This detail was also in the previous contract, so please check it again. Song Jin-taek began to delude himself, thinking that if this deal fell through, Vice President Lee would also suffer heavy losses, so there probably wasn't a trap. Chairman Song told himself that Vice Chairman Lee spending 10 billion in personal cash was surely to draw him to his side. He thought to himself, the Gangnam apartment wasn't even his to begin with, and with nearly half the capital being free, it was truly a gamble worth taking. Lee Myung-jun sat there with a stone-cold expression, while Chairman Song reassured himself that this wasn't gambling, as a reputable supplier was already secured. His eyes gleamed with greed, believing this was a heaven-sent opportunity, and he decided to seize the moment. Lee Myung-jun and his subordinate maintained poker faces, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Chairman Song thumped his chest, declaring confidently, "I, Song Jin-taek, if you trust and entrust me, I will play this to the very end." Vice Chairman Lee replied calmly, "Good. Then please review the contract thoroughly one last time." Old Song sneered, flipping through the contract dismissively. "Haha, I'm sure the vice chairman has drafted it perfectly. There couldn't possibly be any issues." Suddenly, his eyes paused as he read an unusual clause. He hesitated, calling out and pointing to the issue. But Vice Chairman, regarding this clause," he pointed at the contract, his voice filled with worry. "If the investment funds are used for purposes not stipulated in this contract, regardless of the amount, double the initial investment capital must be compensated." Sweat began to pour, and he stammered, "This seems harsher than standard penalty clauses. Why did you set it so strictly?" Vice Chairman Lee began his act. "Ah, that clause stems from a shameful stain on our corporation." He continued his performance, his voice deepening. "As you know, our corporation experienced a large-scale embezzlement scandal last year. A blurry image appeared, showing the silhouettes of 3 senior executives of the corporation. Lee Myung-jun recounted that from executives and affiliated companies to partner companies, all were involved in a major corruption case linked to a political party. He recalled having to testify before the National Assembly, facing a barrage of questions alone. He continued the tragic story. "After the betrayal by thieves lurking both inside and outside the corporation, I began inserting severe penalty clauses into every contract." Lee Myung-jun showed resolve. "Compared to standard prohibitive clauses, the high penalty amount is because I am determined not to let such an incident happen again." He concluded with a sharp gaze, both reassuring and threatening. "This is not because I doubt you. Consider it my caution as a businessman." Chairman Song burst out laughing, trying to appear relieved after hearing Vice Chairman Lee's act. "Ah, so that's it. I was wondering, please don't take it to heart." Old Song immediately flattered, praising Vice Chairman Lee's achievement in revitalizing the corporation that was on the brink of crisis. Vice Chairman Lee only replied with feigned humility. "Indeed, last year I also had to put in effort in many aspects." Vice Chairman Lee appeared impatient, urging, "If you've finished reviewing it, please sign it." Chairman Song began to feel uneasy, sensing that this penalty clause was as if the vice chairman was waiting for him to fall into a trap. But then he dismissed it, telling himself not to overthink it, no need to complicate matters. He reassured himself that as long as he didn't violate the contract, there was nothing to worry about, then put pen to paper and signed. Vice Chairman Lee's eyes glinted coldly behind his glasses as he saw that the fish had officially taken the bait. Chairman Song solemnly handed the signed contract to Vice Chairman Lee. Vice Chairman Lee took the contract, his mouth still playing the role of a good person. This must have been a difficult decision. "You've worked hard." Old Song began to feel something was wrong, his face stiffening when he heard Vice Chairman Lee tell him to return to his residence and rest. Sweat began to pour down Old Song's face, his intuition telling him something bad was about to happen. A young subordinate spoke up, calling Vice Chairman Lee with a serious expression. Vice Chairman Lee looked directly at Old Song, speaking bluntly. "I suppose you found it difficult to say, so you haven't spoken yet," he continued, his voice full of authority. "But I already understand everything." Old Song looked bewildered, not understanding what the old fox was talking about. He suddenly realized that Vice Chairman Lee was referring to his hidden hostility, and quickly explained, "I fully understand the significance of you granting such a great opportunity." He bowed his head, showing absolute loyalty. "To someone like me, whom you might secretly resent. Just give the order, and I will serve you with all my might." Vice Chairman Lee merely remained silent, his sharp, cold eyes behind his glasses, seemingly seeing through the duplicitous old man's heart. He waved his hand, subtly dismissing him. "I understand your intentions. You may leave now." Old Song could only nod obediently and promptly departed. After Old Song left, Vice Chairman Lee signaled his subordinate to close the door, his mouth still politely offering a sarcastic wish, "Have a good evening." The young subordinate openly showed contempt, believing Old Song had delusions of grandeur by thinking he was chosen by Vice Chairman Lee as a confidant for revenge. Vice Chairman Lee turned his back, his voice icy. "There's no misunderstanding, Section Chief Bake." He looked out the window, his gaze sharp, affirming that Old Song was a necessary pawn for his revenge. The scene shifts. Sehi was huddled on her bed, her face bruised and covered in bandages, looking utterly pathetic. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, making her jump. Sehi was in extreme panic, wondering what freak would come at this hour. The call delivery from outside jolted her awake. Sehi was overjoyed, realizing it was the self-defense spray she had ordered to protect herself against Moon Ye-jin and Yoon Karma. She rushed to the door, already imagining that with a weapon in hand, she wouldn't have to be afraid when alone at home. Throwing the door wide open, Sehi crowed loudly, challenging, "Moon Ye-jin, Yoon Karma, come at me if you dare." A delivery person wearing a blue cap that almost completely covered their face flashed a sinister smile. "You finally decided to open the door. Karma is here." The demon disguised as a delivery person lifted their face, blood-red eyes and a savage smile freezing Sehi in place. Karma casually tossed the cap onto the table, then calmly sat down as if it were her own home. Sehi froze on the spot, sweat pouring down her like rain, her brain unable to process the situation. Her mind reeled. Damn it, why is Yoon Karma sitting so comfortably in my kitchen? How the hell did she find my address? Realizing she was at a disadvantage, Sehi tried to appease the monster, thinking she had to treat her like a valued guest if she didn't want to be wiped out. She tremblingly held a bottle of orange juice, stammering, Sis Karma. My house doesn't have much to drink." Sehi tried to pour a glass of orange juice, but her hands trembled so much she couldn't control them. The entire glass of orange juice spilled all over the floor, while Karma just sat there silently, her emotionless eyes watching her prey collapse on its own. Karma sarcastically mocked the trembling Sehi. "Are you planning to make me lick that mess on the floor?" Which made the girl shriek. Karma sneered, rejecting the apology, and declared coldly, "No need. Unless it's a chocolate smoothie. Otherwise, I won't drink it." Sehi frantically offered to order a smoothie, but Karma coldly commanded, "No need. Sit still and behave." Trying to appear calm, Sehi changed the subject. "By the way, Karma, why are you wearing a delivery uniform?" Karma smirked, showing amusement at the question. "Oh, this?" The devil calmly explained that she was afraid the timid Song Eun-jin would see her face through the camera and then lock the door like a fortress. Sehi was speechless after hearing this, thinking to herself, "Damn it, she sounds like a professional criminal." Sehi stammered, asking if her package had been intercepted, to which Karma teased, "You seem really eager for your delivery, huh? If it were valuable, I might have already snatched it." Sehi blurted out in panic, "It's not valuable at all. It's just bear spray," which left Karma dumbfounded. Realizing she had spoken out of turn, Sehi could only silently utter, "Oh no." Karma narrowed her eyes suspiciously, questioning why such a weapon would be needed in a safe country like Korea. Karma's eyes turned fiery red, her voice filled with murderous intent. "Unless you plan to use it on me," which terrified Sehi to her core. Sehi quickly waved her hands, trying to cover up by saying it was just a joke because the atmosphere was too awkward. Karma smiled again, pretending to believe the fabricated story about Korean traditions, claiming there was still much she didn't know. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, interrupting the clumsy charade. A voice from the intercom announced a package requiring a signature, making Sehi turn pale at the unexpected twist. Without a moment's hesitation, Karma reached out and pressed the answer button on the intercom screen. Karma casually replied, "Yes, I'm home, but I don't recall ordering anything." With a mischievous smile, she pressed the delivery man. "Could you tell me what item is being delivered?" The delivery man's voice rang out clearly, confirming the package was labeled bear spray, completely exposing Sehi's lie. Karma turned back from the intercom screen with a challenging, puffed cheek expression, clearly enjoying the drama. Sehi froze, her face as white as if she'd seen a ghost, her entire body trembling as her lie was exposed. Click. Karma hung up, grinning widely as she told the delivery man, "All right, just leave it at the door." Sehi shrieked. In her extreme panic, she blurted out another name. Eun-jin. Immediately, Sehi collapsed, clasping her hands and begging Karma through tears. "I'm sorry, Karma. I was wrong. Please forgive me." She continued to wail miserably, pleading abjectly, "Please don't kill me." Suddenly, Karma gently placed a hand on Sehi's head, soothing her panicked prey. Sehi looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening, while Karma smiled gently. Hey, it's all right, Eun-jin. Don't be scared." With an angelic smile, Karma declared, "Karma understands everything. You must have been very stressed to order something like that." Karma continued her act, still stroking Sehi's head and reassuring her. "I won't hurt you. Don't worry." Karma got straight to the point, her voice sweet as honey. "Why didn't you come to school today? Are you really afraid the class president will kill you?" Psychologically manipulated, Sehi mumbled in admission. "Yes," while Karma chuckled to herself. "Haha, in that case there's no need to worry." Karma posed like an idol, cheerfully announcing, That violent class president. Karma has already taken care of her, so don't worry. Sahi stammered, her face still dazed. Taken care of? How? But Karma only smiled mysteriously. Hey, don't try to know the details. Karma pulled Sahi closer, whispering like a close friend. Anyway, you won't have to worry about being bullied at school anymore. From now on, Karma will be good to you. Karma's eyes turned fiery red, her smile becoming sinister as she concluded. So, remember to come to school. Sahi froze, her pupils contracting as she realized that the seemingly caring words were actually a deadly command. No, never. Sahi sprang up, pushing Karma's hand away in a fit of rage and extreme fear. Sahi screamed at Karma. How stupid do you think I am? Do you think he'll believe you again after you said we'd be friends and then put a dog collar on me? Completely losing control, Sahi cried and wailed, threatening to call the police. Get out of my house. Leave me alone. Karma changed her tone, feigning sarcastic concern as she saw Sahi trembling. Oh my, is our Sahi so scared? The devil continued her performance, asserting confidently. But this time, you really can trust Karma. Sahi looked blank, her brain temporarily shutting down at her opponent's incredibly swift reversal. Karma played her trump card, revealing a scene from the past. Your father is finalizing a business deal with my stepfather today. Vice President Lee and Sahi's father were sitting opposite each other. Karma explained the simple logic to the simple-minded girl. Our families are partners now, so if I bully you, my stepfather will deal with me. Sahi, a true naive pawn, began to waver and asked hesitantly. Really? Sahi began to analyze, her brain working at full capacity. Thinking about it. This Yoon Karma has no reason to be kind after breaking into my house. Sahi's train of thought continued. She knows my parents are away on a business trip, and that I'm home alone until tomorrow. Sahi realized this was a golden opportunity for Karma to torment her all day, yet she wasn't doing anything. Karma looked straight at her, and Sahi finally concluded. It's not that she isn't bullying me, it's that she can't bully me. Sahi beamed with pride, thinking of her powerful father. My dad truly is something else. He must have secured a massive contract with Lee Myung-jun. Karma smiled meaningfully. The naive fish had completely taken the bait, completely manipulated. Sahi gleefully agreed immediately. Yes, Karma, I'll go back to school tomorrow. Karma put on her hat, adopting a boss-like demeanor. Of course, I'll also tell the other lackeys not to bully you anymore. Karma turned and left, waving goodbye, while Sahi obediently bowed at the door. As soon as the door closed, Sahi's expression changed, and she thought to herself, haha, fine. Being Yoon Karma's minion this time is acceptable. I used to be Cha So-hyun's dog after all. Sahi sank into delusions of grandeur, recalling a scene where she led another victim like a dog, and growled. With Karma backing me, I'll be number 2 in school again. I'll crush those who look down on me, even Moon Yejin. Sahi's face became maniacal with the prospect of power. Queen of Unrohai, Her Majesty's return. While reveling in her delusion, Sahi jumped when Karma unexpectedly called her name from outside the door. A sinister smile appeared on Karma's lips as she concluded, and am really curious about what will happen next. Karma held the bear spray in front of Sahi, a sinister smile on her face. What if I tried spraying this on you just once? Sahi was terrified, her face pale as she heard Karma plead. Just this once. This will be the last time I bully, I promise. Sahi was completely broken down, her eyes welling up with tears, with no will left to resist. Karma casually walked away, calling her stepfather to report. Haha, stepfather. I'm on my way back after convincing that girl to come to school. Lee Myung-jun on the other end of the line, his voice flat. Well done, Karma, he inquired. You convinced her in a friendly and gentle manner, didn't you? Karma grinned widely into the phone, feigning innocence. Well, actually, she confessed. I just played a tiny trick. As an image of Sahi crawling and crying on the floor appeared, Lee Myung-jun growled, clearly losing his patience. Karma, he yelled. Couldn't you restrain yourself a little this time? But Karma only replied with an indifferent apology. Lee Myung-jun gripped the phone tightly, his voice full of fury. Karma, you know better than anyone why this final act of revenge must take place at school. The scene shifted to a dark memory, where Song Jin-woo, with a twisted smile and a pierced tongue, was welcoming the crowd. He excitedly announced, Welcome, welcome. Opportunities like this don't come often. He introduced his work at Song Jin-woo's art studio, featuring the most amazing model ever. It turned out, the model was Hyena, sobbing uncontrollably in his arms. A group of male students gathered to view the displayed photos, and a notification appeared. Lee Hyena's photo exhibition is now open. One of Jinwoo's lackeys exclaimed in awe. Wow, this album is truly legendary. That body looks insane, doesn't it? Two others were collecting entrance fees, 70,000 won per person, brandishing baseball bats to intimidate. Another muscular guy appeared even more perverse. I'd rather see the real thing than just photos. Song Jinwoo whispered into the trembling hyena's ear, preaching garbage philosophy. The paradox of viewing photos while the real person is right in front of you stimulates the viewer's imagination. Song Eun-jin yelled at her brother, demanding an exhibition for the girl who dared to badmouth her. Song Jin-woo scorned his boring younger sister, criticizing the other girl for looking like an orc, and declaring that if he wanted to strip someone, he had to choose someone with market value. He turned to the sobbing hyena, licking his lips perversely. Meanwhile, look at our hyena. Absolutely wonderful, isn't she? With an insane smile, he warned hyena not to make that tired face. He revealed that a group from the vocational school next door was about to arrive, telling hyena to save her strength to entertain the guests, making her even more desperate. Jinwoo lectured his younger sister. Understood, Song Eun-jin? Next time, go pick on prettier girls. Eun-jin pouted, and reluctantly agreed, feigning understanding to get more allowance from her brother. The girl sneered, saying that thanks to hyena, she had earned enough to buy a brand new designer bag. With a twisted expression, she thanked hyena, calling her the best cash cow she had ever offered to her brother. She whispered into the trembling hyena's ear, ordering her to continue being her mobile ATM. Department head Baek reported over the phone. The Song siblings bribed the school guards to organize humiliating exhibitions in the gym every night. Their customers were a bunch of trashy thugs who flocked from all over, such as Seoul, Bucheon, and Incheon. They collected money from those bastards to turn hyena and 4 other victims into perverse entertainment. Anyone who dared to speak about this would be threatened with having explicit photos uploaded online or sent to their families. Department head Baek reported nonchalantly, "We have identified all 218 bastards who purchased the exploitative materials and have hired a group of homeless people to crush their testicles." Karma, with blazing red eyes, received orders over the phone. "Your mission is to judge these siblings." A giant guillotine appeared on the school's rooftop, announcing the character execution ceremony for the Song siblings, with a D1 countdown. In the schoolyard, a group of male students carelessly played soccer, completely unaware that the purge was about to begin. Song Eun-jin, her face covered in bandages but still arrogant, sat alone on a bench, awaiting the approaching storm. In the middle of the schoolyard, Sihu, the heartthrob among the male students, was showing off to his teammates with a smug look. Song Eun-jin sat alone on a bench, her face covered in bandages, but her eyes were dreamy, like a young girl in love. Karma suddenly appeared, leaning close to Song Eun-jin's ear and teasing. "Eun-jin, you look like you're in love, don't you?" Song Eun-jin jumped, shrieking, "Ah, what the hell?" Karma chuckled gleefully at her praise reaction. "I've been here since the universe was born," leaving Song Eun-jin speechless. The demon continued her taunting. "Even though you've only been absent from school for 1 day, you've kept an eye on you, and it seems you're not integrating very well. And so, I accidentally discovered that our Eun-jin is falling in love," Karma declared, while Song Eun-jin's face turned pale. Song Eun-jin stammered in denial. No, that's not it." But Karma put her arm around her shoulder, a sinister smile on her face. Hey, nothing to be shy about." Karma leaned closer, her voice full of innuendo. "I don't even need to look to know who you're staring at." With a devilish smile, Karma whispered, "Eun-jin, you like Sihu Appa, don't you?" The clincher question left Song Eun-jin stunned on the spot. Song Eun-jin panicked, her voice trembling. "How do you know about Sihu Appa?" Karma only replied with a nonchalant smile. Karma nonchalantly revealed, "I asked Sehee and Yoon, and they told me everything," causing Song Eun-jin to grit her teeth and curse her 2 gossiping lackeys under her breath. "Hee. You've liked him since the beginning of the semester, haven't you? So fresh and adorable, isn't he?" Karma continued to exploit her weakness. Song Eun-jin could only silently bow her head, while Karma declared that she would sincerely support her love interest. Immediately after, Karma's eyes turned blazing red. Her friendly smile vanished, replaced by an icy expression. Karma sat down next to Song Eun-jin, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. With blazing red eyes, Karma made a deadly offer. "Shall I help you win over Sihu Appa?" Song Eun-jin was still bewildered when Karma confidently declared, "I, Karma, can be the bridge between you and Sihu Appa." Karma raised a finger, confidently boasting of her achievements. "Believe it or not, back in the north, I never failed as a matchmaker." Karma thumped her chest confidently, declaring, "Just trust this Karma. She promised to shoot a love arrow for Song Eun-jin, leaving the blonde girl utterly speechless. Song Eun-jin thought to herself, "What kind of Cupid's arrow, you crazy girl?" Then consoled herself that at least she wasn't using a real arrow to shoot people. She shivered, recalling how Karma had sprayed bear spray directly into her face yesterday, realizing that this girl was absolutely not someone to be trusted. Song Eun-jin hadn't intended to go to school, but Karma's vague, threatening message had terrified her into dragging herself there. Now she's even playing matchmaker. What exactly is this demon planning? She muttered to herself with a look of exasperation. Seeing her prey silent, Karma urged, "Hey Eun-jin, why aren't you answering?" With bloodshot eyes, Karma leaned close to Song Eun-jin's ear, her voice full of power. "I said it's fine. I'll help you two become a couple, understand?" Overwhelmed by the demon's aura, Song Eun-jin could only well up with tears, completely helpless. Meanwhile, in the second-year classroom, a group of shirtless male students were joking around under the air conditioner. Two friends, having just finished playing soccer, walked arm in arm, one praising, "Today's game was awesome. With Sihu on the field, it's a completely different level." His friend turned to tease Sihu. "Hey, Lee Sihu," he continued to needle. "Why don't you just quit the band and only play soccer during lunch?" Sihu ran a hand through his hair, replying wearily, "Shut up, there's a competition during summer break. We have to practice our butts off." His friend poked again. "I heard there are 5 all-female teams in the competition. Are you planning to practice to pick up girls?" "Didn't you say you were already texting someone?" Sihu nonchalantly replied. "With girls, the more the merrier. You idiot." His friend could only shake his head. "Wow, you're a real piece of trash. You'll be punished by heaven, you fool." Suddenly, Sihu froze, his gaze fixed on the classroom door. "Oh, wait a minute." All the boys in the class turned their eyes towards Karma, who stood imposing in the doorway, one whispering, "Isn't that the weird first-year girl? The crazy one from North Korea?" Karma flashed a meaningful grin, greeting her target directly. "Hello, Lee Sihu." Karma confidently introduced herself to the boys. "I'm Yoon Karma, first year, class 6. The demon grinned, announcing, "I'm here to deliver a message from a friend." Sihu pointed to his own face in confusion, while his friends around him began to murmur, "A message for me?" Immediately, the popular boy's attitude shifted, a smirk of self-satisfaction and a hint of curiosity appearing on his face. Karma's eyes flashed with a deadly red, and she smiled eerily. "What is it about?" Karma dropped a bombshell right in the middle of the classroom. "My friend wants to confess to you publicly, and is waiting at the indoor gymnasium." She continued her act, feigning innocence as she invited. "So, my friend asked you to come to the gymnasium for a visit." The male students around them began to openly gossip. "Did you hear that? A public confession. Something's happening. Let's go watch." Sihu appeared flustered by his friend's excitement. "This kind of thing usually only happens online. I can't believe it's real life." He asked directly, "Who's confessing?" But Karma just sneered in response. Hey, if I tell you beforehand it won't be fun, will it?" Karma nonchalantly added, "You'll find out when you get there anyway," leaving Sihu speechless amidst his laughing friends. With a chilling smile, Karma concluded, "So, you absolutely must come, Sihu Sunbae." She turned, adding a meaningful remark. "My friend has prepared many things." Having said that, Karma turned and left, leaving Sihu frozen with a flushed face. Immediately, his friends swarmed him, yelling into Sihu's ears. "Whoa, Sihu's so lucky," making him snap. "Shut up, you idiots. You're bursting my eardrums." His friends wouldn't let up, urging Sihu to go watch. He feigned a sigh. "I hate these kinds of stunts." Though inwardly he was thrilled. The news spread at lightning speed as one guy yelled across to another classroom. "Hey, class 4, Sihu's getting a confession." Hearing the hot news, all the students in that class immediately swarmed out like a disturbed beehive to gossip. The female students were no exception, their eyes sparkling as they invited each other. "Handsome Sihu from the upper grade is getting a public confession at the gymnasium. Let's go watch quickly." Park Min-woo, the blonde bully, and his bowl-cut lackey heard this and smirked. "Oh, a show this entertaining can't be missed." Sihu was surrounded by a crowd of male students, buzzing as if going to a festival. He casually remarked, "Let them be. It's a festival." His friends began to speculate. "Do you think the girl is pretty? A public confession like this means she must be genuinely beautiful." Sihu smirked triumphantly, clearly thrilled inwardly, as he heard his friend exclaim, "Wow, Sihu really is lucky." The whole group aggressively dragged each other to watch the good show, their morale soaring as if they were going to battle. Leading the way was Sihu with an impossibly mischievous smile, ready to enjoy his dream confession. But upon arrival, Sihu's smile vanished. His face went blank, and his eyes widened in horror at the scene before him. Scene change. A cold female doctor informed patient Song Jin-woo. Today is the day for your testicular reconstruction surgery, correct? Song Jin-woo, his entire body wrapped in bandages, asked in confusion, thinking it was tomorrow. But the female doctor confirmed today was indeed the correct day. He was utterly bewildered, trying to rack his brain to remember if he had been hospitalized for too long and become disoriented. Song Jin-woo mumbled, certain there was a misunderstanding because his parents had said they would come after the surgery. The female doctor delivered a chilling statement, crushing all his hopes. In this entire hospital, you're the only one undergoing that particular surgery, Jin-woo. Song Jin-woo was silenced, unable to utter a single word against the harsh truth. The female doctor continued her psychological torture. Now, to implant the artificial organ, we need to take measurements. So we will proceed with photographing your testicles. Song Jin-woo froze, hearing this perverse procedure, and quickly protested. Ah, that's right. You have difficulty moving, don't you? The female doctor called in 2 nurses to help him undress. The 2 nurses, without a word, approached and began to tear open his patient gown. Song Jin-woo let out a pained groan as his wounds were disturbed. He gritted his teeth, silently cursing in his mind. Yoon Karma, just wait until I get out of this hospital. You're definitely dead. The female doctor, her glasses glinting menacingly, ordered. All right, now, prepare for the photo shoot. A phone mounted on a tripod pointed directly at Song Jin-woo's lower body, ready to capture the most humiliating moment of his life. Song Jin-woo's face went pale, and he stammered in protest. Wait, is it normal to take these pictures with a phone camera? The female doctor snapped, her attitude like a slap to his face. What did you expect? A high-speed camera, perhaps? Being cursed directly, Song Jin-woo was speechless, only able to stare in horror at the doctor's brazenness. The female doctor coldly ordered him to lie still and wait for surgery, ignoring the patient screaming behind her. Feel free to watch some entertainment on TV, she said, then took the remote and pressed a button. Click. The hospital room door slammed shut, leaving Song Jin-woo alone in extreme bewilderment. He roared in helplessness. What the hell is this? Does that crazy hag treat patients like this? Song Jin-woo cursed furiously. He still couldn't believe it, questioning reality. Is she even a real doctor? Suddenly, the TV in the room turned on, and what caught his eye was his younger sister, Song Eun-jin, dressed like a cat, her face covered in bandages and muzzled. Song Jin-woo froze, his eyes wide as he stared at the screen. He couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. He burst into raucous laughter, mocking, "Ha ha ha, what is that idiot doing? She looks like a ridiculous bitch, so funny." But then his laughter died down. Wait a minute, he noticed something unusual, muttering, "Why is Song Eun-jin on the hospital TV?" Song Jin-woo's entire body went cold. He froze when he realized this was no joke. He stared at the image of his younger sister being humiliated on TV, his mouth agape. What the hell is going on here? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of male students gathered to watch a public confession, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The crowd whispered, "What's happening? Is it cosplay? Wow. Public confessions are intense these days." But Sihu, the target of the spectacle, narrowed his eyes, realizing something was terribly wrong. No, that's not it. The gossiping female students laughed gleefully, raising their phones to record. Wow. Is that Song Eun-jin? She usually walks dogs, but now this is great. Ha ha ha. Turned into a laughingstock, Song Eun-jin's face went pale as the crowd mocked. Chihuahua Eun-jin is so cute. Cute? She looks utterly disgusting. Amidst the humiliation, Song Eun-jin desperately glanced up at the stands, where Karma stood observing from afar. From the control room, Karma flashed a sly, half smile, looking very pleased with herself. The monster pointed at the laptop, ready to press the button for the next act. Click. Her finger pressed the enter key, activating the public torture spectacle. The arena's speakers began to emit piercing sounds, signaling that the show was about to begin. A cheesy pink text appeared, "Love letter for Senior Sihu," and the entire crowd gasped in excitement. Song Eun-jin was forced to kneel on stage like a pet, while the entire school gathered, raising their phones to record as if at a circus. The crowd began to jeer and mock. What's the point of dressing up so nicely? Show us your talent. How will you win over Senior Sihu like this? Pushed to her limit, Song Eun-jin began to bark, and the screen translated her words. "Hello, Senior Sihu." She continued to bark pitifully, claiming to be Unro School's famous Chihuahua, making the entire crowd burst into laughter. A crude drawing appeared, illustrating her in a dog costume looking at Sihu, and the entire hall erupted in another fit of laughter. Amidst the laughing crowd, Sihu's face was ashen, looking utterly disgusted. Song Eun-jin let out pathetic barks, which translated to her expressing admiration for Sihu. The screen then showed an even more disturbing image. Eun-jin the dog, marking her territory on Sihu's house wall. Sihu froze, his face changing color, then he screamed in horror, "What the hell is this?" While his friends around him laughed maniacally, Sihu snapped, "What are you laughing at? Shut your mouths, you bastards." Sihu broke out in a cold sweat, completely unable to comprehend this twisted spectacle. The crowd began to realize whose work this was. It's definitely Yoon Karma's doing. That girl is truly brutal. The gossiping students burst into laughter, wondering why Song Eun-jin barked so well, as if she had dog genes in her DNA. Song Eun-jin continued the act, barking with the meaning, "Senior, what do you think? Is my confession cute?" A crude drawing appeared, showing Sihu hugging puppy Eun-jin, while she still cried out, "I want to be your precious puppy forever." She continued to bark desperately, pleading, "Please." Song Eun-jin knelt on the ground like a puppy before Sihu, barking her final offer, "Please become my master." Sihu's face was ashen, sweat pouring down him, completely frozen by the twisted scene. From the control room, Karma smiled with delight as she watched the spectacle she had orchestrated, while students crowded the railings to watch the show. Song Eun-jin suddenly froze, her face changing color. She trembled, tears welling in her eyes, gritting her teeth as she called out the name of the one who had orchestrated everything. "Yoon Karma, Yoon Karma." Her face contorted in horror and rage, screaming the name, "Yoon Karma." The scene shifted, and Song Eun-jin was directly confronting Karma, stammering, "You. What did you just say?" Karma, holding the collar and cat ears, smirked provocatively. "What's wrong? Doesn't it look cute?" Song Eun-jin growled, thinking that no one in the world hated puppies, so this trick would surely be effective. She began to play the victim, crying out, "Please stop bullying me. You said you wouldn't bother me anymore, so why do you keep lying to me?" She continued to complain. "Last time you promised to delete the compromising photos if Moon Ye-jin got beaten, but you didn't delete them. You also said you wouldn't bother me at home. Then you sprayed bear spray in my face." Song Eun-jin screamed in indignation, "I'm sick of being tricked by you." While Karma just listened silently, with an impassive expression, Karma's eyes suddenly turned fiery red, radiating killing intent, and she growled, "Huh?" Song Eun-jin flinched, falling silent before Karma's attitude, as the latter laid her cards on the table. "Hey, Eun-jin, when have I ever lied to you to make you cause a fuss?" Karma stepped closer, her voice icy. "I said I would delete the photos if you got beaten by the class president. You were the one who refused that deal. Not me, Eun-jin." Karma continued to expose her. "And yesterday, I clearly stated that you wouldn't be bullied at school anymore." Karma laid her cards on the table. "Did I ever say I wouldn't bully you at home?" Leaving Song Eun-jin speechless and stammering, unable to retort, Karma casually retorted, holding some cheap cosplay items. "Stop playing the blame game. Is this really bullying?" Slinging an arm around her victim, Karma sarcastically remarked, "What's wrong with helping an introverted friend confess their feelings?" Leaving Song Eun-jin utterly dumbfounded by her shamelessness. With a devilish smile, Karma enticed, "You can trust me this time, Eun-jin. We're just making special memories with friends." Karma smirked, laying down her final condition. "If you play your part well in this event, then I'll delete all your compromising photos," Karma concluded, forcing a tearful Song Eun-jin to grit her teeth and accept the rotten deal. She cursed silently to herself, vowing to tell her father if Karma dared to go back on her word again. Shoving that thought aside, she stammered to change the subject, her face flushed with anxiety. She only cared about one thing. What must Sihu's reaction be right now? Song Eun-jin began to delude herself, thinking that Sihu might even find her adorable in this getup. In stark contrast, Sihu was seething, veins bulging in his neck, his face contorted with extreme disgust. His close friends tried to push Sihu into the trap, teasing him to just accept it to spare the girl, but Sihu only felt so ashamed he wanted to disappear into the ground. "Truly pathetic," Sihu growled, unable to hide his revulsion towards the troublesome girl. Hearing the harsh words, Song Eun-jin froze, her face turning pale with humiliation. At the same time, in a hospital room, Song Jin-woo was watching his sister's entire farcical performance on TV. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Song Eun-jin, why are you there? What kind of hellish situation is this?" Song Jin-woo roared in helplessness and fury. Back at the scene, Karma smirked with satisfaction. Everything was going according to plan. She stood there, calmly observing the drama she had orchestrated, slowly reaching its climax. In the crowd, students unaware of the full story began to feel uncomfortable and quietly left, abandoning the stage to those involved. While the disheartened students left, those who wished to see Song Eun-jin utterly ruined, led by Park Min-woo, remained in the hall with triumphant smiles. Karma smirked devilishly, her eyes glowing red, thinking to herself that it was time to execute the plan her stepfather had instructed. Her finger glided over the keyboard, ready to press the button that would activate the reputation-destroying spectacle prepared on the laptop. Suddenly, the large screen in the hall displayed a blazing red text, exposing Song Eun-jin and Song Jin-woo for sexually exploiting 5 female students, 2 of whom committed suicide. Song Eun-jin froze, tears welling in her eyes, unable to comprehend what the hell was happening. Sihu and the male students froze in shock, mouths agape. What the hell? Is that true? Sihu mumbled, finally realizing. I knew Jin-woo was involved in some scandals, but I never expected both siblings to be such lunatics. Hearing the whispers of, "They're truly trash" from the crowd, Song Eun-jin completely collapsed. The words, "starting now," appeared, signaling that the psychological torture had only just begun. The screen transitioned, starkly announcing, "There will be a public character execution of the Song siblings' pimp gang." In the hospital room, Song Jin-woo was also watching the live stream, and froze in shock upon reading those words on the TV. He couldn't believe his eyes, stammering in his mind. Character execution? A phone placed on a stand panned over, showing that this entire spectacle was being live-streamed for the whole world to see. Song Jin-woo frantically screamed in helplessness. No, it can't be. Karma, the orchestrator of it all, smiled with satisfaction and decisively pressed the enter key. All the students in the hall, even Park Min-woo's gang of bullies, looked up at the screen with expressions of extreme astonishment. Park Min-woo and a female student beside him gaped, unable to blink at the heavy drama unfolding. Song Eun-jin's world turned upside down. Her image, crying in despair, was inverted into a negative, symbolizing her complete collapse. On the livestream, Song Jin-woo frantically screamed from his hospital bed, cursing everyone. "You damn bastards." Seeing his enemy publicly humiliated, Park Min-woo burst into savage laughter. "Ha ha ha. That bastard Song Jin-woo." The gossiping students chuckled, confirming that the rumor about him being broken on one side was true. On the screen, Song Jin-woo lay bedridden, his face contorted with rage and helplessness. Park Min-woo, his enemy, burst into savage laughter. The female students raised their phones to record and mock. "So big and tall, yet that thing is so cute." The comments continued to rub salt into Song Jin-woo's wounds, mocking his pretense of masculinity as now a lifelong, humiliating joke. Song Jin-woo burst into bitter sobs of resentment as he was called out as a damn sex offender. He frantically screamed through the screen, threatening to kill all those bastards. Suddenly, Karma appeared on the TV screen in the hospital room, her devilish smile commanding, "Tisk, shut up." Song Jin-woo froze, stammering the name of his sworn enemy. Yoon Karma? Karma casually countered with an innocent expression. "Besides that, who else were you planning to kill?" The devilish girl's glowing red eyes shone with extreme delight as she watched her prey squirm. Song Jin-woo completely lost control, cursing, "You bitch. Do you think you can do this to me and get away with it?" Karma nonchalantly replied in a syrupy sweet voice, "Oh Appa, why are you getting so angry? This is just the media art you love, isn't it?" The girl continued her masterful taunting, claiming she was enacting vengeful justice through media technology. Song Jin-woo could only groan in despair, completely crushed mentally. He gnashed his teeth, growling out each syllable of the name of the one who had ruined him, Yoon Karma. The scene shifted back to the hall, where Song Eun-jin was also collapsing, screaming, "Don't look, I told you not to look." In her humiliating cat costume, she frantically fled from the barrage of phones pointed at her like a hunted animal. Song Eun-jin shrieked Karma's name in a frenzy, questioning, "This isn't what we agreed upon." Karma merely responded with a scornful smile, ignoring the defeated foe's curses of deceitful dog. A gray-haired male student clutched his head, complaining, "Ugh, I came to receive a confession, but now I have to watch this farce." The whole group decided to make a quick escape before getting caught in the crossfire. Karma smirked with satisfaction. Before the teachers arrive, I should prepare to bail out." She decisively pulled the cable from the laptop. The livestream screen in Song Jin-woo's hospital room immediately became distorted and then went black. Song Jin-woo, his entire body wrapped in bandages, collapsed on the hospital bed, moaning in pain and humiliation. He gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face as he cursed, "Damn you, you dead bastards. His rage reaching its peak, he screamed, "Doctor, where the hell are you, you bastards? Show yourselves." Bang! The hospital room door suddenly burst open. Song Jin-woo was startled, whirling around to look. Two cold-faced nurses rushed into the room like a storm. Following them was a female doctor with a ponytail and glasses, sprinting with a murderous expression. The female doctor flashed a deranged smile, a syringe clutched in her hand, alarming even the nurses. "Doctor, wait!" Song Jin-woo's eyes were wide with horror as he struggled to resist. "Wait, you wicked woman." The two nurses pinned him down on the bed, allowing the female doctor to deliver a lightning-fast injection aimed directly at his jugular vein. Scene change. An airplane landed at Iguana Airport. Section Chief Bake and his subordinates in black suits were striding powerfully through the VIP lounge. Section Chief Bake's phone rang, the screen displaying an incoming call from Ji-Yul's mother. Lee Myung-jun, vice president of Hyundai Group, answered the phone with a professional tone. A sinister smile spread across his face as he received the report from the female doctor over the phone. "Vice President, preparations for the surgery are complete." Section Chief Bake and his lackeys in black suits stood in formation, awaiting orders at the airport. Over the phone, the female doctor sneered as she reported on Song Jin-woo's condition. Meanwhile, Song Jin-woo was in a dazed state, babbling like a drug addict after being injected with the drug. Vice President Lee Myung-jun listened to the report, his face expressionless, simply waiting for the opportune moment. He uttered a concise word, giving the green light to the plan. "Good." The female doctor was overjoyed, as if she had struck gold upon hearing the order. "Proceed with the surgery." She was sobbing with delight, her voice full of gratitude, yet her face looked like a demon's. "How can I ever repay this kindness?" Lee Myung-jun replied, his voice carrying a profound undertone. "Don't speak of kindness. Ji-Yul's mother. We are comrades in shared pain." His eyes blazed with hatred. The pain of losing a child does not diminish when shared, but the joy of revenge multiplies manifold, doesn't it? The female doctor fully agreed, her smile growing even more sinister. "You are absolutely right, Vice President." Lee Myung-jun reassured her, promising to handle all consequences. "I am the one who needs your help. Just take care of it cleanly. Don't worry about the aftermath." With a devilish smile and her glasses glinting, the female doctor accepted the order. "Leave it to me, Vice President," she growled, her voice in a frantic tone, slowly and painfully. "I will make him taste hell with my own hands." Lee Myung-jun was absolutely satisfied, his voice commanding, "Excellent. I trust you will handle it." With that, he hung up, his phone screen still displaying Ji-Yul's mother. The young subordinate asked curiously, and Section Chief Bake confirmed that she was the mother of another victim caused by that monster. Section Chief Bake revealed a move that had been planned. "Because today, I transferred her to our group's hospital. It turned out that Ji-Yul's mother was a surgeon with 15 years of experience, and now she stood before the hospital bed in surgical scrubs, inquiring kindly about Song Jin-woo. Song Jin-woo was muttering in panic, trying to signal that he was still conscious, and the female doctor coldly confirmed it. She held up a syringe, her voice sweet as honey, but laced with venom. "Of course, because what we injected you with wasn't an anesthetic," the female doctor explained to Song Jin-woo, who was staring in horror, that what had been injected into him was a muscle relaxant. She emphasized, "You're not anesthetized. You're just unable to move." The sharp, cold scalpel glinted as she growled, "That means the pain. You will feel it most clearly." She pressed the scalpel and dragged it across his chest, making Song Jin-woo scream in silent agony. The female doctor morbidly reassured him that he needn't worry about suffocating to death, even though his respiratory muscles would soon be paralyzed. Two other female assistants appeared, introduced as Ji-Yul's older sister and aunt, who would personally attach the ventilator to him. The electrocardiogram screen showed Song Jin-woo's heart rate was stable, and the female doctor vowed to keep him alive so he wouldn't die from pain shock. She leaned close to Song Jin-woo's face, promising to let him savor pain equivalent to death for as long as possible. "Well then, let's begin," she declared. "The unanesthetized testicular reconstruction surgery." Then she corrected herself with a sinister smile, joined by her two assistants. No, it's testicular removal surgery." A silent scream echoed throughout the operating room as the cold blade began its work. Scene change. Sehee's father and his wife were leaving a building, and he gloatingly said it had been a productive and satisfying trip. His wife smiled brightly in agreement, boasting that all the stress of the past few days had vanished. Sehee's father praised Vice President Lee Myung-jun profusely for being so generous, having transferred 10 billion won on the spot immediately after signing the contract. He triumphantly declared that they were now on the same boat with a major power and no longer needed to fear retaliation. His wife immediately showed her greedy nature, whiningly demanding her husband allocate 100 million won from the investment fund to buy her a new designer bag. Sehee's father's smile faded, and he warned with a serious face. Normally, yes, but not this time. He explained the extremely strict contract clause. If they misused the funds, they would have to compensate double the invested capital. Sehee's mother turned pale, realizing that embezzling even a small amount would be enough to bankrupt the entire family, but she still tried to argue stubbornly. She began calculating, muttering that the account was for equipment and construction payments, with tens of billions of won to be withdrawn multiple times over the next few months. Song Eun-jin's mother still tried to scheme, planning to embezzle 100 million won, but Song Eun-jin's father snapped. Not this time. She pouted and grumbled, comparing herself to her friends whose husbands were big bosses, claiming everyone did the same. Song Eun-jin's father held his head, helpless before his wife's greed. He turned to sweet-talk her, putting his arm around his wife and advising her not to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. The husband continued to entice her, promising that once the deal with the vice president was done, 100 million won would be nothing. Song Eun-jin's mother immediately changed her demeanor, smiling as she confirmed the promise, while her husband just wanted to drop the matter and get home quickly. Both entered the elevator, pressed the button for the 6th floor, preparing to return to their apartment. The elevator doors opened, signaling their arrival on their floor. As they walked towards their apartment, Song Eun-jin's mother suddenly remembered. Oh right, tomorrow is Jin-woo's reconstructive surgery. Song Eun-jin's father reminded his wife not to forget to go to the hospital as a guardian, but she brushed him off, claiming such an important matter couldn't be forgotten. The couple arrived at their door, swiping the keycard to unlock it while still chatting. As the door barely opened, a pungent, stinging gas, like pepper spray, immediately rushed out. Both coughed violently, the husband covering his nose and grumbling about the acrid smell that made his eyes water. Song Eun-jin's mother wondered if her daughter, Song Eun-jin, was cooking something, even though she normally never cooked for herself. She glanced down at the floor and saw Song Eun-jin's sneakers, confirming her daughter was definitely home. The father, showing affection, called out loudly, "Daddy's princess," and playfully chided her for not coming out to greet them when they returned. He continued to call into the closed room. "Eun-jin, what are you doing in there? Are you sulking because mom and dad went on a trip?" Inside the room, a chilling silence was the only answer. The father still hadn't noticed anything unusual, continuing to ramble. "I even brought souvenirs back for Eun-jin. You're getting more and more disrespectful to your father, aren't you?" Song Eun-jin's mother thought her daughter might be sleeping, but then found it illogical as it was still too early to go to bed. Song Jin-taek, the father, pressed his ear to the door, scoffing that his daughter must be too tired and fast asleep. Suddenly, a strange noise from inside made him freeze, his smile vanishing. Song Eun-jin's mother flinched upon hearing a clattering sound, asking her husband what was wrong. Song Jin-taek spun around, his face grim as steel, and growled, asking his wife where their daughter's room key was. The impatient father roared, ordering his wife to hand over the key immediately, making her stammer in fear that she didn't know. Seeing his wife flustered, Song Jin-taek shoved her aside, declaring he would handle it himself. He took a deep breath, his muscles tensing, preparing to use force. Bang! He delivered a thunderous kick to the room door. The wooden door shattered, splintering under the enraged man's power. Song Jin-taek burst into the room, shouting his daughter's name. His eyes widened in horror, deeply shocked by the terrifying scene inside. Song Eun-jin was sitting on the floor, holding a utility knife, her wrists covered in countless cuts. The father screamed in despair, unable to believe his eyes as he saw his daughter harming herself. Without a second's hesitation, he lunged forward and snatched the knife from his daughter's hand. Whoosh! The utility knife flew, embedding itself into the floor. Song Jin-taek grabbed his daughter's shoulders, shaking her wildly and roaring, "Song Eun-jin, what the hell are you doing?" He continued to yell at her face, questioning why she was doing such a deadly, dangerous thing. He suddenly froze, realizing something even more horrifying. "You," he stammered, horrified to see his daughter's face covered in even more bandages than before. Song Eun-jin looked up with tear-filled eyes, whimpering "Dad" before bursting into sobs. Song Jin-taek and his wife froze, their eyes wide with horror at the scene before them. Song Eun-jin sobbed, raising her phone as if to expose something horrifying. A flashback rapidly showed Hyena being tortured, doused with water, and stripped by Song Eun-jin and her accomplices, exactly as they had done to other victims. The scene ended with Hyena being humiliated in front of the entire school, filmed, and ultimately jumping to her death, while Song Eun-jin merely watched with a wicked smile. Back in the present, Song Eun-jin wailed in extreme pain and humiliation. Song Eun-jin's mother also couldn't hold back, covering her mouth in horror, her eyes welling up with tears. Song Jin-taek stood with his back turned, his entire body shrouded in shadow, signaling an impending explosion of rage. The father's face contorted with fury, veins bulging, his eyes stark white as if he wanted to devour anyone who had harmed his daughter. The scene shifted. Song Jin-taek, now dressed in a suit, was frantically calling on his phone, but the other end only reported a busy signal. He roared in helplessness. Damn it! Why isn't any of those wretched reporters answering their phones today? While the father was still raging, the mother could only embrace her distraught daughter. Out of options, Song Jin-taek ran his hands through his hair in frustration, deciding he had to act himself. He turned to his wife and daughter, ordering, "Both of you, get ready quickly, and let's go out." He shouted, his objective clear. "We have to go check if Jinwoo is safe." The whole family stepped into the elevator, the atmosphere as tense as a stretched string. Inside the elevator, Song Jin-taek began to piece things together, his voice filled with panic. According to her, the hospital tested Jinwoo's balls. He concluded firmly, and that hospital belongs to the Hyundo group, so it must be Lee Myung-jun's doing. His fear peaked as he realized the sinister plot. Those bastards will definitely ruin Jinwoo's surgery. We have to get him out of there immediately. As soon as they exited the building, he opened the car door and ordered his wife, "Take Eun-jin to Jinwoo right away." When his wife asked back, bewildered, he simply replied curtly, his face radiating murderous intent, "I have to go somewhere else." Se-hee's mother, her face tense, waved her daughter away. "I'll call you back later, now get out." While Se-hee remained bewildered, the car trunk slammed shut, headlights flashing as the engine roared to life. Behind the wheel, Song Jin-taek gnashed his teeth, veins bulging on his neck in utter fury. "Lee Myung-jun." He frantically screamed his enemy's name, his face contorted with extreme rage. "Lee Myung-jun." Suddenly, a young subordinate's phone lit up, signaling a new message. The subordinate immediately stood up, his voice serious. "Vice President." He reported to Section Chief Baek. Song Jin-taek and Park Yoon-hee have left in their private car, and was immediately asked about their direction of travel. The subordinate looked at the navigation screen, answering clearly. According to the GPS installed in the car, Park Eun-hee's vehicle is heading towards the hospital. He hesitated for a moment, then reported the remaining information. As for Song Jin-taek, he is on the bridge, he concluded as the image of Song Jin-taek's car speeding on the highway appeared. Inside the car, Song Jin-taek's screen showed an outgoing call to an HBS reporter, but no one answered. The voicemail played coldly, and he furiously slammed his hand on the steering wheel, cursing incessantly. The subordinate continued his analysis. Based on the people Song Jin-taek is trying to contact, Section Chief Baek interrupted, his gaze sharp. It seems his destination is that place, the main headquarters. As expected, the scope has narrowed down to one of the 5 suspicious locations. He muttered with satisfaction. Just as expected, a flashback appeared. 2 subordinates secretly installed hacking software onto the phones of the Song family while they were fast asleep in the hotel. The young subordinate confirmed the plan's perfect success. That's right. Thanks to the application we installed, all of Song Jin-taek's calls are disconnected. The tycoon's phone screen still showed the ringing call interface, and the sound played as usual, but in reality, no calls were being made. He was merely shouting into a disabled phone, "Pick up, you bastards." The subordinate further explained the perfect trap. Not just calls, but all messages, emails, and social media suffered the same fate. The young subordinate concluded. By now, Song Jin-taek has completely lost contact with the outside world via phone. Vice President Lee Myung-jun spoke, his eyes sharp and cold. But, the subordinate confidently replied, "Of course. We intentionally left one communication channel open, didn't we?" Section Chief Baek stood beside him, listening in silence, as Lee Myung-jun's phone began to vibrate. The phone screen clearly displayed the caller's name. Song Jin-taek, Nyungun Group, just as predicted. Lee Myung-jun ordered, "Section Chief Baek, you are to proceed to the designated location. I will speak with this man." Section Chief Baek obeyed, while Lee Myung-jun calmly accepted the call. As soon as the call connected, Song Jin-taek screamed from the other end, "You goddamn bastard." Lee Myung-jun retorted with an icy, sarcastic tone. "You have the wrong number, Mr. Song. I am not a bastard. I am Lee Myung-jun." Song Jin-taek furiously yelled back, not realizing he was being trolled. "Shut up, you scoundrel. Can you still joke at a time like this?" Lee Myung-jun maintained an impassive expression, asking a fatal question. "Is that so?" As Song Jin-taek screamed that his daughter had just slit her wrists, Song Jin-taek finally realized, seeing his opponent's true face. "Ha, So you've shown your true colors. From the very beginning, this was all about revenge, wasn't it? The tycoon continued to scream in his car, bitter about being tied down by the investment contract. You intend to enjoy this one-sided beating, don't you? Lee Myung-jun continued to listen in silence, letting his prey struggle in despair. Song Jin-taek confidently declared, "But do you know what? That kind of contract can be torn up easily." He continued to ramble about the law, believing he would at most face a minor penalty for breach of contract, completely unaware of what he was truly up against. Lee Myung-jun finally spoke, his voice full of contempt. "Mr. Song, do you think a contract is a joke?" As Song Jin-taek yelled, "Go ahead and sue, you bastard." Song Jin-taek screamed, revealing his trump card. "Do you know where I'm going?" His car was speeding down the highway, heading straight for the HBS television station skyscraper. Lee Myung-jun held the phone, his expression unchanging, as if everything was unfolding exactly according to his script. President Song gloated, thinking about the media crushing Hyundai Group, and growled into the phone. "This time it's your turn, you bastard." He smirked, confident that with the pile of documents in his hands, HBS could easily turn Lee Myung-jun into the sole villain in public opinion. From the other end of the line, Vice President Lee coldly asked a question that struck straight to the heart of the matter. "Turn me into the sole villain?" Lee Myung-jun delivered another fatal blow. "So you also admit that your children are worthless, don't you?" Making President Song gnash his teeth in anger. He was seething with rage, only able to utter a meaningless growl. Song Jin-taek roared like a wounded beast. "After beating my daughter and taking one of my son's testicles, is that still not enough? What more do you want, you dog?" Amidst his opponent's fury, Lee Myung-jun responded with a harsh truth, his voice icy cold. Lee Myung-jun stated directly, "From the beginning, you were the one who taught your daughter to act like an outlaw, so why are you now taking your anger out on us?" Losing all reason, he screamed loudly, declaring his identity. "Get ready. I'll show you whose daughter you've messed with." He continued to roar while frantically pressing the accelerator. "I am Song Jin-taek of Nguyen Group." Crash! Just as he finished speaking, a truck suddenly sped out, slamming directly into the side of Song Jin-taek's car. Screech! The car was flung away, spinning multiple times in the air amidst a chaotic mess of metal and shattered glass. The truck braked sharply, while the luxury sedan skidded a long distance on the road. The mangled car lay sprawled in the middle of the road, thick smoke billowing from its completely destroyed engine. Ambulance sirens wailed loudly as it quickly approached the scene. The ambulance screeched to a halt, its rear doors flying open. Section Chief Baek stepped out of the ambulance with another subordinate, their demeanor completely unlike medical personnel. The new subordinate looked at the wrecked car, his voice slightly uncertain. He asked, "Is he still alive?" Section Chief Baek adjusted his tie, replying curtly, "The boss ordered him brought back alive. We have special business to conduct with him." Manager Beck smirked at the new subordinate. "Don't worry. We are professionals. Haven't you heard what our company used to do back in the day?" The new subordinate looked dumbfounded as his boss explained. "We specialize in car crash tests, putting mannequins inside and smashing them at full speed." With a sinister smile, Manager Baek affirmed, "From the car model, speed, and impact angle, everything has already been meticulously calculated." He further revealed about the truck. "The driver is a retired professional racer, and someone else will go to jail in his stead." A traffic camera flashed, as Manager Baek explained that they had an insider feeding live images to time the collision perfectly. He smirked. "Just a slight bump to the rear of the car, enough to make it spin, will suffice." The new subordinate broke into a sweat, stammering. "But the car looks completely wrecked, indicating the plan might have been a bit excessive." Amidst the wreckage, Song Jin-taek let out a weak groan, while two subordinates watched from a distance. Manager Baek crossed his arms, a triumphant expression on his face. "See? I told you so." The new subordinate finally accepted the truth, nodding. "All right," he ordered with cold eyes. "Transport him to where the deserving one awaits." The scene shifted to a dark room, where a figure was already seated. Lee Myung-jun sat there, holding a cane, his gaze as sharp as a king, awaiting his prey to be presented. The vice president's eyes gleamed with cruelty, signaling that a torture session was about to begin. The ambulance siren wailed as it sped towards an abandoned warehouse, the final rendezvous point. Screech! The vehicle stopped. The rear door swung open, preparing for the handover. A puddle of blood stained the ground as Song Jin-taek was mercilessly dragged out by two subordinates. Song Jin-taek, his face bruised and covered in blood, could only groan meaningless sounds in pain. Through his blurred eyes, the path leading up the stairs appeared like a descent into hell. Being dragged up the stairs, Song Jin-taek let out a desperate, pathetic scream. Thud! Song Jin-taek was thrown like a sack of garbage at Lee Myung-jun's feet, who sat regally on a chair like a crime boss, with 2 bodyguards standing guard on either side. Lee Myung-jun looked down with feigned pity. Dragging your broken, decrepit body all the way here, you must have struggled quite a bit, didn't you? He leisurely rested his hand on his cane, continuing his prelude. Considering our current relationship, with a thud, Lee Myung-jun stood up, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. And since I'm 2 years older than you, I don't think it would hurt to speak a little informally, would it? He approached, the cane in his hand looking as if it was about to strike, the old man lying prostrate on the ground. His head covered in blood, Song Jin-taek still strained his neck. Damn it. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're rich? He screamed desperately, even invoking the law to threaten him. In 21st century Korea, do you think you can get away with these things? Lee Myung-jun smirked, his voice full of sarcasm. An interesting question indeed. He looked directly at his writhing prey. Your question is ridiculous for 2 reasons. Do you know what they are? The first reason was given along with the silhouettes of Song Jin-taek and his daughter. 1. Both you and I know a father-daughter pair who specialize in doing things far more disgusting than this. Lee Myung-jun's face darkened, his eyes sharp as knives. So, you're asking if I think you'll get away with it. The answer is already obvious, isn't it? Song Jin-taek was speechless, unable to retort. Lee Myung-jun laid his cards on the table, preparing to deliver the final psychological blow. And 2. His voice was ice cold, filled with pain and resentment. In the life of a father who has lost his daughter, he leaned down, enunciating each word into Song Jin-taek's face. There is no such concept as getting away with it, is there? Song Jin-taek completely collapsed, only able to remain silent before the brutal truth. Lee Myung-jun stood up straight, his face expressionless after having decreed his enemy's fate. He turned to call his subordinate, Manager Baek. The young subordinate immediately responded, "Yes, Vice President." Lee Myung-jun ordered, "You brought his phone, didn't you?" The subordinate confirmed, while Song Jin-taek looked up with an expression of extreme bewilderment. Lee Myung-jun ordered his subordinate, "Show that to Old Man Song." Song Jin-taek still didn't understand what was about to befall him. The subordinate placed a phone on the table, the screen lit up, and Lee Myung-jun announced, "What you're seeing is your company's account balance. Open your eyes wide and look carefully," Lee Myung-jun growled, while Song Jin-taek remained bewildered, not understanding anything. Song Jin-taek's eyes widened in shock. He stammered in horror. What the hell is this?" The phone screen displayed Noongun Group's account balance, 01. Song Jin-taek screamed in disbelief. An account balance of 01? The old man completely collapsed, his face drained of all color, only able to gape and stammer. "What?" Lee Myung-jun coldly looked down at his prey, his hand still tightly gripping the cane, preparing to explain the old man's ignorance. "Well then," Lee Myung-jun began to recount, "at 1:49 p.m. today, you withdrew the entire account balance, claiming it was to invest in cryptocurrency." Song Jin-taek froze, his eyes wide and blank. He screamed as if being slaughtered. "What? Cryptocurrency?" Song Jin-taek frantically denied the accusation, saliva flying everywhere. "Nonsense. Cryptocurrency? I never did that." Lee Myung-jun smirked, casually admitting, "Yes, perhaps you never actually did." His glasses glinted with a deadly light as he delivered the finishing blow. "But on paper, it will be recorded under your name." Song Jin-taek could only gape in horror. Lee Myung-jun turned to call his trusted subordinate, Manager Baek. The subordinate immediately bowed. "Yes, Vice President." "Old Man Song still seems confused. Explain it to him," Lee Myung-jun ordered. The subordinate promptly obeyed. Manager Baek began to report nonchalantly. "At approximately 2:11 a.m. Thai time today, my team, including the successor bodyguard, broke into Mr. and Mrs. Song's hotel room and secretly installed a hacking application on your phones," he concluded, while Song Jin-taek lay sprawled on the floor, realizing he had been stripped bare to the bone. Manager Baek continued his report, showing a transaction screen where 10 billion won had been successfully sent from Song Jin-taek's account. He explained nonchalantly, because Chairman Song had previously submitted documents and raised the company account's transaction limit to 10 billion, so withdrawing the 10 billion investment fund was not difficult at all. Song Jin-taek lay sprawled, blood flowing from his head, only able to stammer in utter horror. Manager Baek continued the psychological torture. "That 10 billion from your account has been deposited into an illegal private cryptocurrency exchange, and as soon as they received the money, they immediately shut down the website." Song Jin-taek stammered in despair, asking about the whereabouts of the 10 billion and the exchange owner. Lee Myung-jun coldly replied, "Ah, that money will eventually return to my hands after a complex money laundering process." The old fox gripped the stick tightly in his hand, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Lee Myung-jun leaned close to Song Jin-taek's face, growling. But the important thing is that the whole world will see you as a scumbag who squandered investors' money on crypto. He reiterated the contract's clause. Article 2. Section 4. If Party B uses the investment fund for purposes other than those stipulated in the contract, then the compensation amount will be double the initial investment. Song Jin-taek froze, sweat pouring down him like rain. Lee Myung-jun smirked. That's right. This means after returning the 10 billion to me, you will still have to pay an additional 20 billion. Song Jin-taek finally couldn't bear it anymore. His face contorted with shock and rage. He screamed in despair. This is fraud. This is a financial crime. He continued to yell frantically. My phone was stolen. 10 billion embezzled. Are you messing with me? Lee Myung-jun calmly admitted. Of course, if you can prove you were hacked, that clause becomes void, but Manager Baek will erase all traces. Song Jin-taek could only crawl on the floor, utterly helpless. Manager Baek coldly confirmed over the phone. All traces of the hacking application on your phone today. Lee Myung-jun continued in a deadly tone. And I will erase you from existence. Song Jin-taek's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe his ears. Lee Myung-jun laid out the perfect scenario. Officially today, you lost 10 billion of investors' money in an illegal crypto scheme and died in a truck accident while fleeing. The old fox continued sarcastically. Congratulations, Mr. Song. You're leaving your children a fortune of hundreds of billions. Lee Myung-jun's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he emphasized, if debts are also considered a fortune. Song Jin-taek was stunned, speechless, his face as white as paper. Grab! Song Jin-taek clutched Lee Myung-jun's pant leg, his voice trembling. Wait! He screamed in desperation. Please, Vice President, hear me out. Song Jin-taek laughed maniacally, trying to salvage the situation. Debts can be renounced through inheritance. Why go to such extremes? Lee Myung-jun coldly retorted. You don't need to worry about that. Your wife is already dead. Another completely wrecked car appeared, extinguishing all of Song Jin-taek's hope. He collapsed, unable to utter a word. What? Lee Myung-jun held a sledgehammer, casually explaining the law. Do you know? During the process of renouncing an inheritance, simply answering a trivial debt collection call can be considered implicit acceptance. Think about who else you owe money to. Song Jin-taek was utterly terrified. Lee Myung-jun revealed his trump card. The loan sharks I introduced you to are experts at operating on the edge of the law. They are masters at invalidating inheritance renunciation rights. He asked a finishing question. Do you think your naive, inexperienced children can withstand the debt collection tactics of professionals? Song Jin-taek completely collapsed, only able to stammer in horror. Lee Myung-jun adjusted his glasses, his voice devoid of emotion. Well, even if they could endure it, Lee Myung-jun coldly declared the fate of the Song children. They will still end up as penniless orphans. Old Song Jin-taek's face went ashen, and he cried out, begging. Grabbed by the collar by Vice President Lee, old Song Jin-taek wept miserably. Please, don't do this. It's too cruel. He frantically sought excuses, calling out Assemblyman Cha and Director Han's names. Why are you only targeting me? Lee Myung-jun turned his back, the sledgehammer on his shoulder looking like a grim reaper's scythe. Completely ignoring the old man's pleas, he spoke in an icy voice, beginning to lay out the charges. Because you called my daughter a whore. Old Song Jin-taek froze upon hearing the reason. Then he twisted the knife. Did you think I wouldn't know? Lee Myung-jun exposed his precious son, Song Jin-woo, a piece of trash who committed sexual offenses yet still brazenly attended school. He recounted Song Jin-woo's filthy scheme, forcing Hyena to take a portion of the money earned from exhibiting her explicit photos. Afterward, old Song Jin-taek himself used that excuse to defame Hyena publicly, spreading rumors that everything was consensual. Lee Myung-jun continued to reveal his hand. Then you even used Assemblyman Cha's connections to pressure the judge. The result was a ridiculous verdict. Your damned son was only fined for exhibiting pornographic material and received a suspended sentence, while your entire Song family gloated. Lee Myung-jun growled, each word like a knife. Because of you, my daughter was branded a whore in her judicial record. His eyes were bloodshot and bulging. Don't talk to me about cruelty, when you yourself trampled on my deceased daughter. Old Song Jin-taek could only let out a pathetic scream. A new subordinate in a beige suit stepped forward, cracking his knuckles and speaking in a professional tone. Now, esteemed client. The new subordinate, along with two other bodyguards, began instructing Lee Myung-jun. What follows will be the announcement of a perfectly disguised hit-and-run murder. He smirked, explaining forensic law. If you use a sledgehammer to strike areas unrelated to the traffic accident, forensics will immediately become suspicious. He continued his lecture with relish. Therefore, crash! The new subordinate delivered a thunderous kick, beginning the staging of the scene. President Song let out one last pathetic scream as he was pinned to the floor. The new subordinate smirked, instructing, "You just need to focus on striking the already broken areas to finish him off." The sledgehammer was handed to Lee Myung-jun, ready for the execution. Lee Myung-jun coldly reiterated his old promise. "Hey, Mr. Song, didn't you promise in Thailand?" He pressed the sledgehammer against old Song's utterly terrified face. "That you would do anything I told you. Then, convey my regards. To Hyena, please." Lee Myung-jun swung the hammer with all his hatred, ending his prey amidst heart-wrenching screams. Fresh blood splattered onto the wall under the cold moonlight. The sledgehammer was now stained red, dripping blood onto the floor. The young subordinate stood frozen. Blood splattered all over him. His face was pale, utterly terrified by the raw violence before him. Thud. The blood-soaked hammer was thrown to the floor, concluding the act of revenge. Lee Myung-jun, covered in blood, let out a long breath, loosening his tie. He looked down at his handiwork, his hand still gripping the hammer's handle. A savage smile appeared on his face. "This feeling is even more exhilarating than I imagined." The young subordinate could only swallow hard, sweat pouring down him like rain at his boss's madness. The hammer's handle tapped lightly on the floor, a dry sound echoing in the silent space. Lee Myung-jun looked down at President Song's mangled corpse, muttering, "At least for my revenge, I felt suffocated just watching from afar." He adjusted his collar, his expression much more relieved. "At least by doing this, my troubled mind feels somewhat eased." Lee Myung-jun, covered in blood, asked the man with the sinister smile, "Is that enough, Mr. Wang?" The other man replied smoothly, "More than enough, sir. If you are pleased, leave the cleanup to us." Lee Myung-jun turned to his subordinate, his eyes still holding a trace of madness. "Section Chief Beck, I'm taking a break now." Section Chief Beck promptly obeyed. "You just assist Mr. Wang with the cleanup, then report back." "Yes, Vice President." Lee Myung-jun patted his subordinate's shoulder, his blood-soaked hand leaving a stark red smear on the clean suit. Section Chief Beck swallowed hard, sweat streaming down him as he saw the bloodstain on his shoulder. Vice President Lee Myung-jun silently turned his back and walked away, his retreating figure exuding satisfaction after the massacre. Section Chief Beck stood, rooted to the spot, watching his bosses retreating back. The subordinate let out a faint, inscrutable laugh, perhaps one of relief or horror. Wang's crew approached, and a man with a bandaged face spoke up. "It's been a long time since we've had such an interesting client." The bandaged man looked directly at Section Chief Beck. "You are Section Chief Beck, aren't you?" The other man's smile grew wider, exuding a morbid air. "It seems we'll be seeing a lot more of each other in the future." He grinned, his eyes gleaming with savage delight. "I look forward to working with you." Section Chief Beck could only remain silent, his face stiff before these corpse cleanup specialists. A man wearing sunglasses approached from behind, calling Section Chief Beck. The man named Yu-jun remarked, "You look very tired. Why don't you leave this to the cleanup crew and go get some fresh air?" Section Chief Beck looked utterly exhausted, nodding in agreement. "All right, thank you, Yu-jun." The subordinate walked out to a secluded area, fenced off by yellow safety barriers. Click! He flicked his lighter, lighting a cigarette to relieve stress. Section Chief Beck took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of white smoke into the night. Section Chief Beck took a drag, pondering about the vice president. Has he truly fallen to this extent? He recalled that before the young lady's death, his boss was not this kind of person. In Beck's memory, Lee Myung-jun was one of the most upright men, a leader respected by all employees who sought his advice. Unlike his peers who only vied for power, Lee Myung-jun worked with a high sense of responsibility and was considered the most promising candidate for the chairman's seat. Despite working over 70 hours a week, he regularly took his daughter, Hyena, on outings so she wouldn't feel the absence of her deceased mother's love. He was both a skilled businessman and a devoted, wholehearted father. And most importantly, for a worthless person like Beck, Lee Myung-jun was the savior who gave him a new life. For such a man, to transform into a savage demon with a morbid smile, covered in the blood of his enemies. As one who had sworn to dedicate his life to the vice president, Beck wondered if his loyalty was still on the right path. Or was he merely watching his boss slide into ruin and collapse? The subordinate was confused, unsure of what to do, or how to proceed now. He extinguished his thoughts, telling himself this was a crucial moment to conclude the vice president's first act of revenge. Beck's eyes became sharp and resolute, At least for now. I will become the hammer wielded by the vice president. The scene shifts to a funeral home, where funeral wreaths were lined up along the corridor. The funeral information board clearly displayed. The deceased were Song Jin-taek and Park Yoon-hae. The bereaved family were son Song Jin-woo and daughter Song Eun-jin. The purge had yielded results. At the altar, with the couple's portraits, the mourners whispered. Both were hit by drunk drivers, one by a truck, the other by a tourist bus. At the funeral home, a crowd of mourners began to murmur, suggesting that the streets these days were like a battlefield. Otherwise, how could the Song couple have met with accidents at the same time? An old man clicked his tongue, showing sympathy for the Song children for losing their parents at such a crucial time. The younger man, however, saw a silver lining in the misfortune, as at least Mr. Song had been quite successful in business, leaving behind assets for his children. The old man immediately cut him off, asking pointedly, "What are you talking about? Haven't you heard the news?" With a serious expression, the old man revealed shocking information about the recently deceased President Song. The young man was utterly shocked upon hearing the news. President Song was fleeing after embezzling 10 billion won from investors when he met with an accident. The old man confirmed the information was true and warned the other not to talk nonsense about inheritance anymore, as the family was now drowning in debt. Two elderly women stood whispering, not understanding why the daughter was allowed to be the chief mourner. In the funeral hall, Song Eun-jin stood alone, looking pathetic with her arm in a cast and a neck brace, while the crowd wondered why her brother was nowhere to be seen. Two gossiping women continued their chatter, one mentioning that she heard Mr. Song's son had also been hospitalized for the past few days. Song Eun-jin lifted her lifeless eyes, playing the role of a shattered child, whose entire family had collapsed in the blink of an eye. People around began to feel pity, whispering to each other that the girl had witnessed her mother's accident firsthand from the back seat. Another group of mourners commented that she was still incredibly lucky, only breaking her arm despite being in the same car. Truly, heaven has eyes. A few old men stood watching with crossed arms. One still pondered if it was appropriate for the daughter to be the chief mourner, while another told him to stop gossiping now that he was old. A man with a buzz cut and sharp eyes spoke up, suggesting that the deaths of Mr. and Mrs. Song were suspicious. Another man immediately agreed, pointing out the absurdity. Exactly, they weren't even in the same car, yet they had accidents almost simultaneously. The man with the buzz cut narrowed his eyes, posing the ultimate hypothesis. If someone orchestrated all of this, could it be? A man with glasses immediately guessed the name everyone was thinking of. Was it Lee Myung-jun? He chuckled at his own naivety, then analyzed like an expert. Think about it. If it were about money, he would have squeezed every last embezzled penny before acting, not handled it so cleanly. The old mourners began to analyze the situation. Logically speaking, if the debtors refused to inherit, Lee Myung-jun would only get the company's debts. The man with glasses dismissed it, arguing that keeping President Song alive for long-term exploitation would have been far more beneficial. The man with the buzz cut nodded, admitting that with Myung-jun's fortune, losing 10 billion won was like a mosquito bite, so money wasn't the primary motive. So, blaming Myung-jun is completely wrong, the man with glasses concluded. The man with the buzz cut narrowed his eyes, offering another theory. Someone else is benefiting from President Song's death right now. Another man immediately asked curiously, "Who is it?" The man with glasses growled, revealing the mastermind's name. Assemblyman Cha. He began to review the past. Remember how fiercely he targeted the Hyundo group last year to attack the opposition? A flashback showed Assemblyman Cha, in the shadows of power, seizing the opportunity when the Lee family was embroiled in a bribery scandal to carry out a brutal political purge. He revealed shocking news. During that chaotic period, rumors circulated that President Song had run a few errands for Assemblyman Cha's shady business dealings. The entire group was heavily shocked, unable to believe that a corporate president would act as a minion for a powerful politician. The man with glasses confirmed the news was true, while also analyzing President Song's connections. He once held great influence in Unro district, and even sponsored a local council member. The man with the buzz cut immediately connected the dots. Ah, I see. That Unro district council member is an old schoolmate of Assemblyman Cha. They're all connected. The man with glasses pointed towards the mourners. Exactly. That's why a bunch of government officials are here to offer their condolences. One man still didn't get it, asking directly, "But what does President Song acting as an errand boy for Assemblyman Cha have to do with this accident?" "Good heavens, you still don't see it?" The man with glasses grumbled, annoyed by his companion's slow comprehension. He began his final lecture, reiterating Vice President Lee's caliber. Lee Myung-jun is the one who repeatedly escaped Assemblyman Cha's traps and even managed to send him to prison. He narrowed his eyes, emphasizing the crucial point. For President Song, a man who was once his minion, to betray him like a bat and switch sides. The other men immediately turned pale, finally understanding this life-or-death game. Amidst the funeral, the old mourner with glasses continued his political analysis. Do you think that old man would just sit still and take it? A silver-haired man looked pensive, wondering what he would do in that situation. The man with glasses asserted confidently. Even the 10 billion won embezzlement by President Song was orchestrated by Assemblyman Cha. The younger mourner scoffed, teasing, "Oh, come on, old man, are you serious? Stop watching so many gangster movies." The man with glasses cursed under his breath, annoyed that the other man was so naive to think politicians nowadays don't play dirty. He growled, his eyes sharp. "You clearly don't know what kind of person Assemblyman Cha is." The young man was speechless, muttering under his breath that the old man was a political fanatic who liked to cause trouble. Another silver-haired man, arms crossed, interjected, remarking that the man with glasses seemed to enjoy twisting everything into a political conspiracy. The man with glasses retorted with a smug look. "Then what do you think? The answer is much simpler. Has no one heard the rumors?" The silver-haired man smirked, dropping a bombshell. About President Song's children participating in bullying Lee Myung-jun's daughter? He continued his analysis, suggesting that everyone was blinded by the 10 billion figure and had forgotten the true nature of the incident. With a knowing smile, he concluded, "If this is truly a murder, then it's a bloody act of revenge by a father who lost his child." And Lee Myung-jun's image, full of murderous intent, appeared behind him. The silver-haired man suddenly turned and approached the man with glasses. He pressed his face close to the other man, growling, "Could you please give me some space?" All three mourners turned pale. The atmosphere suddenly became as tense as a violin string. Just then, Mr. Wang and his subordinates in black suits entered, their overwhelming aura silencing everyone. In the ceremonial area, Song Eun-jin and an elderly woman stood as chief mourners. Song Eun-jin suddenly snapped her head up, her eyes wide with terror, her face deathly pale with horror. A foot in a dress shoe just stepped forward, and Song Eun-jin trembled, her mouth agape as if she had just seen the Grim Reaper. Lee Myung-jun, along with his stone-faced subordinates, entered, their final boss aura dominating the entire funeral. Meanwhile, at home, Karma was pouting with puffed cheeks. The girl grumbled, "Seriously, even my stepfather is treating Karma outrageously. He went to the funeral and left Karma home alone," she said, crossing her arms in annoyance. Karma screamed in her mind, complaining bitterly about losing sleep all night just to research what to wear for the proper funeral dress code in Korea. She continued to lament that her stepfather didn't care about her feelings, only taking Section Chief Beck and leaving directly. Lying stretched out on her bed, Karma began to ponder. She realized, well, if I went with my stepfather, then that girl Eun-jin's attention, which should have been entirely on him, would be diverted because of me. Karma changed her stance in a flash, her face showing understanding. The reason stepfather went to the funeral was to hold a celebratory ritual for the fruits of his revenge. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed, she admitted, but then decided, but I must let this be my stepfather's solo stage. Back at the scene, Lee Myung-jun stood tall, his gaze, sharp as a dagger, sweeping over his prey. Song Eun-jin trembled uncontrollably, her face drained of all color. The girl screamed in her mind, this very man killed my parents." She glanced at the mourners, a burning thought forming. Hurry, I must expose him in front of everyone. But when she tried to open her mouth, only stutters escaped. This situation. The lifeless gaze of a subordinate swept over. The ice-cold faces of the remaining bodyguards made the atmosphere thick with tension. Song Eun-jin was completely suppressed, too terrified to speak coherently. These people are too scary. I can't speak anymore. Lee Myung-jun narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze locking onto his target. He unexpectedly placed a hand on Song Eun-jin's shoulder, his tone full of concern. Eun-jin. Lee Myung-jun pulled the girl closer, continuing his act. You must have suffered greatly. He feigned empathy. The pain of losing your parents at this age. Song Eun-jin stiffened, her face pale, unable to utter a word under the terrifying pressure. The tycoon continued his profound act. As someone who has lost both his wife and daughter, I understand your feelings perfectly. His tone suddenly hardened. But Eun-jin, you must be strong. He leaned close to the girl's ear, whispering eerily. Because the hardest part is only truly beginning now. Lee Myung-jun exposed the harsh truth. Unfortunately, your father squandered my 10 billion won, plus another 10 billion borrowed from loan sharks, all on cryptocurrency. He continued his hypocritical act, recounting their friendship and his intention to forgive the girl's father's debt. Then he concluded with a sarcastic remark. But sadly, your father didn't give me time to do that, and simply passed away. Lee Myung-jun painted a hellish future for Song Eun-jin. Now you will have to work part-time to pay for your crippled brother's hospital bills. He added another psychological blow. Or perhaps drop out of school entirely to earn a living yourself. The tycoon warned with a threatening tone. But no matter how difficult life becomes, even if you wish to die, you must not give up on it. He repeated Hyena's name like a curse. I do not wish to witness another tragic choice. Lee Myung-jun declared chillingly, his eyes stark white and filled with murderous intent. I will take responsibility and ensure that you do not abandon this life. Song Eun-jin froze, utterly horrified as she realized she had fallen into the devil's hands. Several funeral goers began to whisper, wondering why a prominent figure like Vice President Lee would care about someone rumored to be a school bully. Cornered, Song Eun-jin could only scream in silent agony, while Lee Myung-jun continued to play the role of a virtuous adult, completely controlling the situation. Lee Myung-jun delivered a psychological blow, asking Song Eun-jin to look directly at her parents' memorial portraits. Can you look at the portraits over there? He continued to twist the knife. How do those pictures make you feel? Making the girl turn pale with fear. Doesn't your heart shatter just by looking? He sneered, while Song Eun-jin was drenched in sweat. The tycoon recalled his daughter's death, stating that Hyena also once had such a radiant smile in her memorial portrait. Leaning close to the trembling girl's ear, he whispered, Do you now understand how it feels to cruelly lose one's family? Lee Myung-jun's eyes flashed with bloodlust, his murderous aura exploding like a true demon. Song Eun-jin was utterly stunned, her soul seemingly drained from her body under the terrifying pressure. The hallucination began. The girl's mother's memorial portrait remained, bearing a forced smile. But then the eyes in the picture began to change, becoming lifeless and haunting. Two streams of blood tears flowed from the corners of the portrait's eyes, a scene of ultimate horror. The smile in the memorial portrait stretched into a grotesque, savage grin. Suddenly, the face in the memorial portrait transformed into Hyena, covered in blood, wearing a vengeful smile. Song Eun-jin finally shattered, letting out a horrifying, throat-ripping scream. The girl screamed hysterically amidst the crowd of mourners, completely losing control. Eun-jin's grandmother angrily questioned Lee Myung-jun. Hey, you! What did you just whisper to my granddaughter? Lee Myung-jun merely turned back coldly, his expression unchanged, exuding an overwhelming aura. He calmly replied, Nothing to be concerned about. The tycoon continued his charade, feigning concern. It just seems the girl is having difficulty accepting her current circumstances, he finished, while Song Eun-jin was still in extreme panic. In the middle of the street, Song Eun-jin stumbled and fell. The girl fell face first to the ground, groaning in pain and panic. She lifted her head, eyes brimming with tears, stammering someone's name. Eun-jin looked up blankly, not understanding what was happening. A ghostly apparition appeared before her. Hyena, her face smeared with blood, eyes stark white, and a sinister smile, asking, Are you all right? Song Eun-jin let out a piercing scream, utterly terrified as she faced her victim. She clutched her head, screaming madly, her sanity completely shattered. Amidst her panic, she repeatedly cried out, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. A passing woman witnessed the scene, her face blank with confusion, not understanding what the girl was doing. A report screen appeared. Final individual punishment report for Song Eun-jin. Result: difficulty in daily life due to the death of the economic pillar. Psychological hallucinations due to extreme stress. Revenge. Mission against perpetrator A. Song Eun-jin completed. The scene shifted. Song Jin-woo lay on a hospital bed, his mouth agape, screaming meaningless sounds. The school's former boss now had a face distorted by fear, screaming like a wounded animal. A female doctor and two nurses stood before the hospital bed, coldly announcing, You're finally awake. She called out patient Song Jin-woo's name directly, while he was still mumbling in a panic. He was so scared that he wet himself right there on the hospital bed. The female doctor began the main task. Unfortunately, I have to deliver some regrettable news, even though you've just woken up. She continued with an emotionless tone. Due to a communication error among our medical staff, your healthy testicles were mistakenly replaced entirely with implants. A regrettable medical accident. Song Jin-woo froze, his soul having departed. Song Jin-woo stammered incoherently, trying to process the words medical accident. Once the shock passed, he erupted into insane screams, unable to accept the cruel truth. He cursed the doctors, asserting that they had intentionally done this without any anesthesia. Physical pain flooded his mind, and he screamed that he had been tortured for hours with a scalpel. The female doctor coldly pushed up her glasses, calmly stating that he was merely delirious because the sedatives had worn off. He continued to scream in despair, insisting that he had never been given sedatives and would not be fooled by this cheap psychological manipulation. Still deluded by his perceived power, Song Jin-woo threatened to use his father's connections to sue them all and send them to prison for life. In response to his threat, the female doctor merely curled her lips into a contemptuous smile. Her sinister laughter echoed, making Song Jin-woo freeze, and he stammered, asking why she was laughing. The female doctor shrugged, challenging him. Go ahead, try to sue. But then she delivered a fatal psychological blow, her eyes sharp and cold. But do you have the money to pursue a lawsuit? Song Jin-woo was completely bewildered by the question, not yet understanding what was happening. The female doctor continued with another devastating blow, a sinister smile on her face. Your parents left behind a debt of billions of won before they passed away. The shocking news stunned Song Jin-woo, his eyes wide and vacant, tears and drool streaming down his distraught face. She even suggested maliciously, if you don't believe me, why don't you try calling your sister, the one presiding over the funeral? He could only gape and mumble, his entire worldview collapsing before his eyes. The female doctor approached, delivering the finishing blow. Oh, and one more thing. With your limb injuries, rehabilitation is extremely important. She smiled with satisfaction as she watched her prey completely collapse. But without money, without parents, will you truly recover properly? Song Jin-woo screamed in helplessness. You! What kind of nonsense are you talking about? While the female doctor merely offered a venomous smile. He shrieked wildly, his eyes rolling back. Just you wait. Thud! Trying to force himself up, Song Jin-woo lost his balance and fell face first onto the cold floor. Lying sprawled on the floor, he could only groan and curse in extreme agony. He roared, unable to accept the cruel truth. It's all nonsense. Looking at his bandaged body, Song Jin-woo still mumbled in despair. My parents are dead? No way. Tears streaming down his face, he whimpered pitifully. Someone, please help me up. A sinister smile appeared as the final report was announced. Permanent ligament damage, and most importantly, loss of sexual function due to testicle removal. The system notification appeared coldly. Criminal C. Song Jin-woo. Revenge complete. Accompanied by the sound of two fists clenching in satisfaction. The scene shifted. Moon Ye-jin was clutching her head in extreme panic, sensing death approaching. I'm going to be killed, she cried in fear as she realized Song Eun-jin's family was gone. They're going to kill me. I'm next. The image of Karma with bloodshot eyes in the gym flashed back, her old threat echoing. You will also pay for causing Lee Hyena's death. Moon Ye-jin completely collapsed, convinced that she would be brutally executed. But then, she gritted her teeth before the laptop screen, refusing to die. I can't die like this. I have to do something. In a flashback, Ye-jin explained her plan. I snatched a small Fry's phone, and now Il used the confession video she recorded as evidence. She drafted an email exposing Lee Myung-jun's personal revenge, attached the video evidence, and prepared to send it to HBS television. With eyes full of determination, Ye-jin declared her final trump card. As for me, I will seek protection from Bae-doa's grandmother. Click. The mouse was pressed, the send button selected. Moon Ye-jin sat before the computer with a tense expression, the desperate struggle of the final target officially beginning. Snap! Moon Ye-jin clenched her fist, preparing for her final move. She sat silently before the screen, her eyes filled with calculation. But then, Ye-jin's expression suddenly changed, revealing her confusion. The laptop screen abruptly changed, displaying dazzling text. Moon Ye-jin's laptop has been hacked? Lol, ha. You're busted. Ye-jin's face contorted. Sweat poured down her like rain. She couldn't believe her eyes. She trembled, stammering to herself. What? Hacked? Could Lee Myung-jun have hired a hacker? Fear surged. Ye-jin thought of an even more terrifying possibility. Or is that girl, Yoon Karma, a North Korean cyber warrior? A new message from the hacker appeared, the tone full of sarcasm. Well, Moon Ye-jin, how disappointing. Don't you recognize me? The hacker continued to hint. Don't you remember the hero who wiped clean all those exposé posts about you on social media when the school violence scandal broke out? Ye-jin froze. A faint memory suddenly flashed in her mind. She gnashed her teeth, recognizing this familiar mocking tone. The silhouette of a guy in a hoodie appeared in Ye-jin's mind as she identified the enemy, the digital undertaker and hacker, Bae-doa's cousin. The hacker confirmed, Haha, look at your face. It seems you finally recognize who I am. Yejin was furious, yelling at the screen. Shut up! What the hell are you doing snooping around in my laptop? The hacker replied coldly. Why, you idiot? If you hadn't been hacked, you'd be gone by now. Yejin was stunned as the hacker bluntly declared. I just saved your life, understand? The hacker continued his lecture. Do you think Grandma doesn't know the current situation at Unro High? Yejin bit her lip tightly, knowing he was right. They are deliberately trying to suppress everything to avoid public attention. A silhouette of Bei Doa appeared as the hacker reminded her. You know our Doa's web drama is really popular these days, right? The hacker concluded his reasoning. Right now, with Doa's stock at its peak, what do you think would happen if she got involved in a scandal? Moon Yejin strained her neck to argue back at the hacker. Do you think I have any reason to cause trouble? She began to panic, realizing she had been read like an open book. What the hell? I didn't even mention Bei Doa in the email. Yejin continued to yell at the screen, but only received cold sarcasm from the hacker. The video only has Song Eun-jin and Song Jin-woo. Why make a fuss? Huh, are you really that stupid? The hacker explained to the simple-minded one. You guys are like a combo, stuck together. He continued his lecture. If anyone digs deeper into the Unro High incident, then you know full well the scandal will drag all of you down. Moon Yejin trembled, gnashing her teeth. Damn it. They just love to make things up because it's not their business. The hacker exposed Yejin's amateur move. Even if you sent an email, why didn't you send it directly to Grandma, but instead sent it to the station's news inbox? He emphasized the foolishness of the plan. Everything could have been ruined if anything went wrong. Yejin was silenced as the hacker asserted his role. If the news got out online, I'd be the one who had to clean it up, understand? The final command appeared on the screen, short and overwhelming. Yejin. Stay quiet, damn it. The hacker delivered a fatal psychological blow. Oh. Or perhaps you also want to end up like Hyena? That name was like a knife stabbing directly into Moon Yejin's fear, making her cower. Yejin exploded, screaming in despair. So what the hell am I supposed to do now? Going out means death. Staying put means death. With tears in her eyes, she yelled. You say you know what happened at Unro High? Don't lie. You don't know a damn thing. Her true obsession spilled out. Brother, you don't know how crazy Yoon Karma is. Those explicit photos are nothing. She recalled the nightmare of being tormented by that monster. That psycho bitch attacked me with a crab. Then she stuffed seaweed and all sorts of things into my mouth. The hacker replied with an ice-cold taunt, driving Yejin even crazier. Is she a seafood chef? Ugh, you really don't know anything. Damn it, ugh. Completely broken down, Moon Yejin collapsed onto the floor, helpless and exhausted. Moon Yejin screamed in utter despair. If this continues, I'm dead for sure. Please do something. The hacker coldly replied through the screen. As for Doa, you don't need to worry. We've taken care of everything on this end. He concluded with a harsh statement, pushing her to the brink. Go deal with your own problems. Moon Yejin gnashed her teeth in rage, but the hacker wasn't finished yet. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to format your laptop right now so you don't do anything stupid. He delivered another fatal blow, boasting that he had wiped all videos from her phone and cloud, making Moon Yejin scream in horror. What the hell? Moon Yejin only managed to blurt out a meaningless curse before the hacker bid her a sarcastic farewell. The laptop screen displayed the text, performing low-level format, wiping all data amidst Moon Yejin's helpless screams. In just 5 minutes, Moon Yejin's last struggle was mercilessly crushed. She completely collapsed. In the luxurious car, Vice President Lee Myung-jun's phone vibrated, signaling a message. Manager Baek turned back to report. Vice President, we just received a call from the hacker we hired from China. Manager Baek continued. It seems Moon Yejin intended to send the video to HBS station. Vice President Lee asked back with interest. And how did he handle it? The subordinate recounted the masterful outplay. He impersonated Bei Doa's cousin and then completely wiped the girl's data. Vice President Lee smirked contentedly, nodding. Oh, he handled it cleanly, didn't he? Truly worth every penny. He began to calculate his next move, realizing that Bei Doa's cousin would be a trump card in the cyber warfare against HBS station. Manager Beck fully agreed. The hacker team we hired will be a strategic asset in the future, Vice President. The subordinate revealed even more terrifying information. Not only Moon Yejin's video, but all videos recorded by students during the public execution of the song's siblings were now under control. Everything started when the gym's Wi-Fi router had been taken control of by the hacker team beforehand. All the phones of the students recording were infected with malware. Any attempt to share videos would be blocked, and the files deleted immediately. With a sinister smile, Manager Baek concluded that the act of revenge at Unro High School was under absolute control. Lee Myung-jun, the vice president, nodded with satisfaction. Good. The boss immediately moved on to the next target. What about the situation with the remaining perpetrators? Manager Baek began his report. According to intelligence from the spies planted around each of them, Bae-doa seems to be engrossed in the success of her film, shouting orders at the makeup artists. Her grandmother, the director of HBS station, is also busy using the entire media apparatus to promote the girl. As for the Kang Ah-hyun family in Busan, they don't seem to care about any news from Seoul. The subordinate appeared tense. The problem lies with Cha So-hyun's family. He began to explain the complex situation and the power of the Cha family. The subordinate's expression clearly showed that this was an extremely formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Lee Myung-jun maintained an ice-cold, expressionless face. He smirked. Just as expected. It's truly chilling. Everything is exactly as we calculated. Manager Baek remained skeptical. But whether that's good fortune or bad, I'm truly not sure. Lee Myung-jun stated firmly. It's definitely good fortune, because it means Cha So-hyun's arrogance and recklessness haven't changed at all. The boss reassured him. There's nothing to worry about. If things go awry with the Cha family, we still have an ace up our sleeve. Lee Myung-jun revealed his ultimate goal. Though Assemblyman Cha is my ultimate target, he is also an enemy of the public. Manager Baek fell silent, his mind processing the true scale of the plan. Let's go. I'm starting to feel a bit tired, Lee Myung-jun ordered, and his subordinate promptly obeyed. Manager Baek thought to himself, a flash of understanding in his eyes. Indeed, it's clear now. He realized a horrifying truth. The vice president completely disregards life after revenge. In his mind, an image appeared of Lee Myung-jun and his formidable bodyguards at the funeral, an act so reckless it was insane, showing that he had bet everything on this gamble. The subordinate realized that the funeral spectacle was merely a pure performance driven by a mad thirst for revenge. In his mind, Vice President Lee Myung-jun appeared as a blood-soaked demon, holding a sledgehammer and his daughter's portrait, asserting that his life now held no meaning beyond revenge. Sitting in the car, the subordinate clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. But Vice President, I won't let things continue like this. A flashback emerged. He recalled that 10 years ago, Vice President Lee himself had given him a reason to live, and now he was determined to do the same for his boss. He told himself that his mission was to find his boss another purpose in life beyond revenge, a mission that he, as the closest aide, had to undertake. The car sped away into the night, its taillights glowing red like the loyal subordinate's determination. The luxurious car zipped along the deserted road, signaling that a new act was about to begin. The scene shifted to a modern, luxurious villa, bathed in daylight. Thump, thump, Moon Ye-jin's mother pounded on the room door, her voice filled with worry. Ye-jin. She continued to call her daughter, questioning why the girl was acting strangely and refusing to go to school. Inside, Moon Ye-jin cowered, clutching her head with both hands, her face utterly panicked, screaming, "Damn it, I'm not going anywhere. If I go outside, I'll die." The former taekwondo fighter was now just a frightened child, unconsciously repeating that she wouldn't step outside even a single pace. Her mother stood outside, sweating profusely, completely bewildered by what was happening to her daughter at school. Suddenly, Ye-jin's father appeared from behind, his voice ice-cold. "Come out." He said no more, pulling out his private key to unlock his daughter's room door, ignoring his wife's astonishment. Click. The room door swung open under the authoritarian father's hand. Moon Ye-jin flinched, utterly terrified to see her father standing imposingly at the door. He stared directly at his distraught daughter, growling. "Moon Ye-jin, how much more do you intend to disappoint me?" He continued to berate her, scolding her for daring to curse in the house in the morning, and now having the audacity to skip school. Moon Ye-jin crawled on the floor, clasping her hands in tearful supplication, her voice trembling. "Father, I don't want to die." Moon Ye-jin screamed through her tears. "If I go to school, I'll really die." Her father began his lecture. "You know Song Eun-jin's parents just died, right? Lee Myung-jun killed them." She continued to babble in a panic. He even ordered his adopted daughter to crush Song Eun-jin's brother's testicles. And then he planned to torture me by making my stomach burst with seaweed. Moon Ye-jin wept bitterly. "I'll truly die if I go back to that school, father. Save me," she pleaded, while her father's face darkened, filled with murderous intent. He let out a sigh of utter exasperation. "Honestly, how many more of your messes do I have to clean up?" he snapped, his face veined with anger. His eyes gleamed with extreme contempt. "This useless child. You've even put the entire family in danger with your delinquent antics," he chastised. leaving Moon Yejin only able to sob. Father. Yejin's mother stood behind him, her face drained of color, frantically asking what was happening, and was curtly informed by her husband that Lee Myung-jun was initiating a purge. He turned to order his wife, "My dear, go to a very public place today," and asserted that public places were now safer than their home. He continued to instruct clearly, "Take the most crowded public transport, go to an unfamiliar shopping mall, and wander around the busiest area. During the day, I will try to contact Vice President Lee Myung-jun," he said, leaving his wife to hesitantly agree in fear. The father turned back, calling his daughter's name with a stone-cold expression. "As for you, Moon Yejin, go to your cram school." Moon Yejin froze, unable to believe her ears. The father explained his meticulously calculated plan. Yes, the cram school. No one would expect a high school student to be at a cram school at this hour. He stated firmly, "I will speak with the director first. You will study there with the repeat students," he ordered, leaving Moon Yejin utterly speechless. The father delivered the final blow, his eyes wild. "Whether I remove your name from the family registry will depend on the outcome of this situation." Moon Yejin could only tremble and call out, "Father," in despair. The old director roared, ordering his daughter to take public transport to the academy immediately. At Doable Academy, a nerdy teacher greeted Moon Yejin, saying he had been informed by the director. Moon Yejin lowered her head, feigning pitifulness as she confirmed she would be studying here independently for a while due to school violence issues. The teacher showed sympathy, thinking she must have had a hard time encountering trouble right before her final exams. He reassured Yejin that it was very quiet here, because all the students retaking exams were already in class. The teacher waved goodbye, telling Yejin to call the vice director if she needed anything, then went into the classroom. Moon Yejin stood alone in the quiet hallway. Her old man's escape plan seemed to have succeeded. She sighed in relief, wondering how long it had been since she felt such peace. Click! The doorknob of a nearby classroom suddenly twisted open. Poking her head out from the door was Karma, her blood-red eyes and a demonic smile welcoming her prey. Moon Yejin froze on the spot, her pupils constricting in extreme horror. Karma flashed a sick, wide grin, her gaze no different from a predator that had found its target. Fear enveloped Moon Yejin. She was completely petrified before the hunter. Regaining her senses, Moon Yejin opened her mouth, intending to scream for the vice director to save her life. Whoosh! A hand appeared from nowhere, clamping tightly over her mouth before any sound could escape. Karma easily lifted Moon Yejin and dragged her into the classroom. Slam! The classroom door slammed shut, cutting off all escape routes. Inside the empty classroom, Karma held Moon Yejin tightly while her prey struggled in vain. Moon Yejin could only whimper in despair, completely helpless against Karma's strength. Karma whispered into her panicked prey's ear, her tone both sweet and deadly. "Shh, class president. Don't scream or struggle like that." With her blood-red eyes, Karma whispered a threat into Moon Yejin's ear. "You know, if you keep this up, in the food court in the basement of Unro Mall." Karma continued to sow terror, pointing directly at her petrified prey. "An unfortunate incident might befall your mother who is choosing fruit there." Moon Yejin froze, her mind screaming, "What? How does Yoon Karma know my mother's location?" She began to realize the horrifying truth as the image of a surveillance center flashed in her mind. Could it be that we're being monitored in real time? Karma still held Yejin tightly, uttering a sarcastic remark. "Hey, class president, your panting is making my hand itch." Karma laid down a condition. "If I let go, will you behave?" And a weeping Moon Yejin could only nod frantically in despair. As soon as she was released, Moon Yejin immediately bolted, running for her life. She let out a piercing scream and ran headlong out of the classroom. Moon Yejin looked back as she ran, her face filled with extreme horror. Karma stood at the door, flashing a wicked smile, and calling out after her, Hey, class president, how can you run away without paying your debt?" Moon Yejin ran into another classroom, but as soon as she turned around, she saw Karma standing there imposingly. She stammered in terror. "How are you here?" Moon Yejin frantically asked how Karma knew she would come here, and the demon merely sneered. Hey, there are ways, class president." Karma casually revealed. "According to what I heard from the Moon Yejin surveillance team, this is the only empty classroom at this hour." Karma stood right behind Moon Yejin, continuing her predatory monologue. The demon pointed out the window, casually stating, "And that's why I snuck in through the window." Moon Yejin was stunned, speechless, her mind screaming, "You bitch, this is the 4th floor." She completely collapsed, realizing the extent of her opponent's madness. What the hell is this Moon Yejin surveillance team? These sick criminals aren't even bothering to hide it anymore. In a panic, Moon Yejin grabbed a school desk to use as a shield. She trembled and backed away, raising the desk and shouting, "Don't come here, I know you're here to kill me." Moon Yejin tried to act tough, threatening, "If you lay a finger on me, I'll scream so loud that all the cram school students will hear." Karma grinned, calling out to Moon Yejin, Hey, class president, it's not a big deal, don't be so wary." With a sick smile, Karma began to explain, "The reason I'm here is to negotiate with you, class president." Karma finished her sentence, leaving Moon Yejin stunned. Negotiate? Moon Yejin was bewildered, and Karma then added, My stepfather has decided to grant you a special favor, Yejin." Karma laid her cards on the table. "Just looking back at when you talked to Yoonjin in the schoolyard, it seems you know the truth about Hyena's death. Provide useful information, and your life will be guaranteed, Yejin." Karma concluded, leaving Moon Yejin dumbfounded. A faint glimmer of hope sparked in Moon Yejin. She mumbled, "I'm safe? I won't be killed?" But then she paused. Her mind started racing. No, something's wrong. Why did they suddenly change their attitude like this? Yejin mumbled, analyzing. Just the other day, they were screaming for revenge for Lee Hyena, and Karma even threatened to make me die of stomach cancer. She gritted her teeth, her mind reeling. Yoon Karma, Lee Myung-jun. What the hell are these bastards plotting? Suddenly, Moon Yejin's eyes widened as if she had just realized a horrifying truth. Karma stared blankly at Moon Yejin, who suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Karma asked, while Moon Yejin continued to laugh hysterically behind her defensive desk. Moon Yejin looked up with a wicked smile, mocking, "Oh, this? Your new stepfather must be worried sick, huh?" Karma's face darkened, her eyes turning blood red, exuding intense killing intent. Yejin continued her brilliant analysis. Killing Song Eunjin's parents like that was a foolish move. Cha So-hyun's family will definitely be suspicious. She laughed gleefully. Suddenly trying to entice someone you intended to kill means there's already been a move from Cha So-hyun's side, right? Furthermore, even if I cooperate, there's no guarantee you'll spare me, Yejin stated bluntly. Just look at Song Eunjin's fate. Cooperating gained her nothing. Yejin frantically realized the life or death game. On the contrary, if I cooperate with your new stepfather, Cha So-hyun will probably see me as a traitor, and kill me too. Moon Yejin burst into maniacal laughter, declaring her final gamble. If that's the case, I'd rather bet on Cha So-hyun's side winning. Karma listened in silence, her eyes glowing crimson, signaling the monster was about to break free. Moon Yejin continued to boast, challenging, What are you going to do to my mother? Stab her in a place full of cameras, I suppose?" Mocking that Karma was being watched. She smirked, confidently declaring, "Your hasty actions are proof that your side is completely flustered." Karma merely glared silently, letting her prey dig its own grave. With her glasses glinting, Moon Yejin chuckled gleefully, concluding, "That's right, killing me is too risky." Moon Yejin puffed out her chest, confidently stating, "You can't harm me." No sooner had she finished speaking than Karma struck, swiftly pinning Moon Yejin onto the table and choking her prey with a perfect lock. Moon Yejin's eyes widened, gasping in despair as the air was squeezed from her lungs. Karma, with emotionless crimson eyes, continued to tighten her grip, ignoring her struggling prey. Moon Yejin could only let out a pathetic cry before slowly fading, her consciousness sinking into darkness. She lost consciousness, completely collapsing before the overwhelming power. Moon Yejin jolted awake, screaming in panic. She panted, slumping onto the table after having just experienced a near-death sensation. Moon Yejin was still stunned, wondering, "Did I just pass out?" She flinched upon hearing the call. Class president, turning sharply with a terrified expression. Karma was perched casually on the desk, smiling devilishly. "Awake already?" Moon Yejin shrieked in fear, her voice trembling. "What did you do?" Karma rested her chin on her hand, casually asking, "How was it, class president? So fast you couldn't even scream, right?" Karma's smile grew more sinister as she revealed, "My specialty from the juvenile detention center was choking inmates unconscious, without the guards ever knowing." Moon Yejin froze as Karma boasted her nickname. "That's why I'm nicknamed the Sleeping Fairy, this crazy bitch." Karma spoke of a former victim in the center, asking Moon Yejin if she knew what had happened to that girl. In a flashback, Karma, with a savage grin in her inmate uniform, revealed, she turned into a drooling idiot. Back in the present, Karma rested her chin on her hand, smirking, and began calculating in her mind. Karma's crimson eyes gleamed with a deadly light as she wondered, how many times will I need to put this class president to sleep before she starts drooling? Moon Yejin broke out in a cold sweat, hastily raising her hands in surrender. "All right, let's negotiate. Well, negotiate." Karma smirked. That's more like it. Karma abruptly changed the subject, stretching on the windowsill. It's hot these days, isn't it? After all that commotion, I suddenly crave something sweet. Moon Yejin froze, stammering at the sudden question. Do you know any famous shaved ice shops around here? Karma's eyes lit up, excitedly sealing the deal when Yejin mentioned there was only one shop. Take me there right now. Moon Yejin's face contorted in a frown, speechless at the insolence of this devil disguised as a schoolgirl. The two arrived at a neighborhood, but the shaved ice shop had a preparing sign. Moon Yejin frantically explained, fearing Karma's rage. Are you defying me, class president? No, but this is the only shop. What am I supposed to do? Karma glanced at another dessert cafe nearby, remaining silent. Click. Karma said nothing, simply pushed the door open and walked into the shop. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed, and Karma waved her hand, calling out loudly. Is anyone here? While Moon Yejin stood behind her with a helpless expression. A middle-aged man, seemingly the owner, turned around startled, grumbling. What is it? The owner irritably pointed to the sign. Little miss, don't you see the preparing sign? Karma nonchalantly replied. But the door was open, so I just came in. Karma suddenly switched to cute little sister mode, her eyes sparkling with a pout. Uncle, I'm craving shaved ice so much. She clasped her hands, using her puppy dog eyes to attack the owner. Uncle, could you please make it for me just this once? The owner immediately blushed, melting before Karma's charming act and agreeing to make it for her. Karma grinned widely in thanks, while Moon Yejin stood beside her, scowling, secretly cursing. Damn it, I have to watch this Yoon Karma flirt with men in broad daylight. Karma added, I'll pay double for the shaved ice, okay? With Yejin's money. At the cafe, Moon Yejin sat opposite Karma, screaming in her head. What karma did I create in my past life? Moon Yejin scowled, asking in a low voice. Anyway, what information do you want to extract from me? Karma smirked, feigning innocence. Calm down, class president. Take your time. Moon Yejin broke out in a cold sweat, her mind in turmoil. Damn it, this girl is making me so tense. While Karma nonchalantly declared that business matters could wait until after the shaved ice, the cafe owner brought out a tray of items, announcing, Here is your shaved ice. Karma cheered excitedly upon seeing her giant bowl of chocolate shaved ice piled high with sweets. The owner turned to Moon Yejin, confirming, And yours is mango shaved ice, correct? Making her only able to meekly agree. He placed the mango shaved ice bowl in front of Moon Yejin and wished her a good meal. Moon Yejin froze, her eyes wide as she noticed something unusual. She recalled in shock. Wait a minute. I was the one who personally ordered at the self-service machine earlier. Moon Yejin began to panic. So how the hell did he know who ordered what? The owner turned back with a sinister smile, as if he had read her thoughts. Karma coldly called out, Class president, making Moon Yejin flinch. Karma casually ordered, Pick up your spoon. Karma's eyes glowed with a deadly red, a devilish smile evident on her lips as she spoke of the shaved ice. It's melting, Karma threatened, scaring Moon Yejin so much that she dropped her glasses. In a panic, Moon Yejin hastily swapped the two shaved ice bowls. Karma feigned surprise, asking, What the hell are you doing, class president? Karma suddenly shoved a spoonful of chocolate shaved ice close to Moon Yejin's face, growling, Hey, taste mine. Forced to take a bite, Moon Yejin was utterly horrified, stammering, What did you put in there? The cafe owner was pale-faced, speechless before the intense psychological battle. Karma coldly declared, her words like daggers, Your paranoia is quite severe, class president. Provoked, Moon Yejin lost control and screamed, Shut up and try it. While Karma advised her to visit the psychiatry department at her father's hospital, Karma's eyes turned crimson red, silently watching her prey reveal its own foolishness. Moon Yejin gritted her teeth, confident that she had seen through everything from the start, believing Karma's intrusion into an unopened shop was premeditated. She continued to deduce that Karma deliberately chose a time with no customers and had surely bribed the owner to poison the food. Moon Yejin muttered Yoon Karma's name, telling herself that if that girl didn't finish her shaved ice bowl, she would put all her effort into fleeing headlong, her legs already in a starting position. Suddenly, Karma casually scooped a spoonful of her own shaved ice and ate it with relish, leaving Moon Yejin frozen. Karma chewed with puffed cheeks, clearly enjoying it, showing no unusual signs whatsoever. With a gulp, she swallowed the shaved ice with relish. Karma opened her mouth wide, sticking out her tongue like a child, her crimson eyes challenging. See, class president? Moon Yejin was speechless, her mind blank, seeing that the shaved ice bowl was clearly fine. Karma extended her hand, switching to a whining tone. Now that you know it's not poisoned, give Karma back her chocolate shaved ice. Cornered, Moon Yejin silently stared at her own shaved ice bowl. The owner played along with the act, crying out pitifully, "No, Karma's chocolate shaved ice," while Moon Yejin was forced to scoop a bite. After tasting it, Moon Yejin realized it was not only safe, but also delicious, and she muttered, "So it really wants to negotiate with me." She immediately recalculated in her mind, deciding to throw out some seemingly valuable information as bait first. After that, she had to find a way to contact Cha So-hyun, the true mastermind, to report the entire situation. Moon Yejin ate while contemplating. Even though she knew a world-class figure like Cha So-hyun might not even bother to answer the phone of a small fry like her, Moon Yejin gritted her teeth, telling herself that if she wanted to live, she had to at least try a bite. Crunch! The moment the spoon of shaved ice entered her mouth, a horrifying sound echoed, and fresh blood splattered. She frantically covered her mouth, but blood continued to gush through her fingers. The shaved ice bowl on the table suddenly shattered into fragments. Moon Yejin stared at her blood-soaked hand, horrified as she realized what she had just chewed. This is... On the table, shimmering shards of broken glass mixed with shaved ice and fresh blood. Her mouth mangled, Moon Yejin trembled, her eyes wide with shock and pain. Sitting opposite, Karma smirked, her blood-red eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of a demon. The menu for Moon Yejin's last supper was announced. Glass shaved ice. A bodyguard grabbed Moon Yejin's hair, roughly yanking her head backward. The bodyguard held her tightly, leaving no room for resistance or escape. Completely restrained, Moon Yejin could only stare at her enemy, her mouth agape, calling out class president. Karma began her twisted explanation. No matter how you look at it, forcing you to eat seaweed to pay for hyena's vomit doesn't seem very fair. Its crimson eyes gleamed with madness. At least what I'm feeding you is still edible ingredients, class president, while what you forced hyena to eat was foreign objects. Moon Yejin stood frozen between the two bodyguards, half her soul already fled. Karma grinned widely, her voice full of excitement. That's why we prepared this dish. It proudly presented the pinnacle of foreign object cuisine, glass shaved ice. Karma's face at this moment was no different from a fiend's. How is it, class president? Is it delicious? Moon Yejin could only tremble uncontrollably, her entire body paralyzed with horror. The bodyguard leaned close to her ear, his voice as cold as ice. Miss Yejin, this shaved ice was specially prepared for you by the vice president himself. The bodyguard spoke coldly, his voice full of hidden meaning. We hope you won't refuse and will finish it, out of respect for the vice president's dedication. Moon Yejin's face turned ashen, blood gushing from the corners of her mouth, her mind reeling. Damn it, it's clear now. These lunatics really intend to kill me. Looking at the shimmering plate of glass-shaved ice in front of her, she made up her mind. I must escape from here at all costs. She glanced behind her, analyzing the situation. There's only one male and one female bodyguard. Yejin realized no one was blocking her chair. A glimmer of hope sparked in her mind. With legs trained by Taekwondo, she tensed all her muscles, preparing for a life-or-death sprint. Whoosh! Moon Yejin used all her strength to kick off the ground, propelling herself and the chair backward. She landed cleanly, without a moment's hesitation, her sole goal to run for her life. After creating a safe distance, she looked back, mentally preparing for a chase. But strangely, no one moved. Both Karma and the two bodyguards merely watched her indifferently. Yejin was completely frozen, sweat pouring down. What the hell? Why aren't they chasing me? Karma called out sweetly, full of eerie charm. Class president. The blue-haired demon flashed a twisted smile. So hasty, you look like you've lost your mind, haven't you? She casually pointed at the abandoned chair. If you're going to leave, shouldn't you take your bag with you? Moon Yejin stood frozen at the door, her school bag still dangling from the chair. Her eyes widened in horror, her mind blank, unable to comprehend what was happening. She muttered in panic. What is this? Why aren't they stopping me? Is this also a trap? Yejin's mind was a tangled mess, trapped in a dilemma. Damn it. Caught up in these psychological games, I can't tell anything anymore. Should I go or not? Karma smirked, a malicious glint in her eyes, as she began to drop the next bombshell. There's a video. She looked directly at Moon Yejin, her voice full of delight. A video starring none other than the class president. With blazing red eyes and a devilish grin, Karma growled. If you knew what I was going to do with that video, Karma concluded, asserting confidently that even if she were expelled, Moon Yejin wouldn't dare to step out of here. The blue-haired demon picked up the camcorder, gesturing to Yejin. Sit down, class president. Karma smirked, declaring she wouldn't force Yejin to eat the glass-shaved ice anymore, but before she left, she had to watch a very interesting video. Karma raised the camcorder, her eyes full of challenge. Moon Yejin gritted her teeth, sweat poured down, her mind completely disoriented by the terrifying pressure. Yejin turned on the camcorder, telling herself that she was also a murderer, and wondered if it was all right to provoke another murderer. The camcorder screen lit up, showing Song Eun-jin being brutally assaulted by someone. Moon Yejin froze, her pupils constricted as she recognized the main character in the violent video. Karma casually asked, "Well, class president?" While Yejin was still in deep shock, Karma pointed at the screen, her tone filled with delight. "This brutal assault scene contains evidence proving you're a murderer." Karma's bloodshot eyes widened as she proposed a malicious hypothesis. If this video were sent to a few people, wouldn't that be very interesting? Her rhetorical question completely shattered Moon Yejin. Moon Yejin stammered, blood still trickling from her mouth, her voice trembling. "No, no way." She screamed in despair, asking in a voice full of fear, You're going to send this to my father?" Karma burst into delighted laughter, mockingly. "Haha, what's wrong? Afraid the old man will disown you?" The blue-haired demon narrowed her eyes, her smile growing even more twisted. "I clearly said I'd send it to a few people." Karma delivered the finishing blow, recalling yesterday's event. "Yejin, yesterday your laptop was hacked by Doa's cousin, right?" Moon Yejin was stunned, and Karma revealed the harsh truth with a triumphant smile. "Actually, that was a Chinese hacker we hired." Karma further explained, reminding Yejin that she had personally witnessed the hacker's skill, proving that everything had been prearranged. Karma pressed the camcorder into Moon Yejin's face, declaring coldly, "I will send this shocking video of yours to that Chinese hacker." The blue-haired demon's eyes glowed with a deadly red hue as she explained the next step of the plan. "And then that hacker will spread this video to everyone around you, every time you try to start a new life." A future scenario was painted. Moon Yejin happily walking through the university gates with new friends. A male friend in the group received a notification on his phone and curiously opened it. His smile vanished, his face turning pale with extreme horror. On the phone screen was a scene of Moon Yejin being brutally beaten, covered in blood. The friend's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he had just seen. All the new friends turned to look at Moon Yejin with disgusted eyes, leaving her utterly frozen on the spot. Karma continued to outline another future. Or, when you start working, Moon Yejin in a white lab coat, smiling and waving to colleagues. But then a pair of doctor colleagues also received a similar gift on their phones. Both were stunned, their faces contorted in a frown, looking at Yejin as if she were trash. Moon Yejin could only stand there, her eyes welling up with tears, her spirit completely shattered by the prospect of being shunned by the entire world. The torture still wouldn't stop, even when you get married. Yejin, in a magnificent wedding dress, happy beside her groom. She smiled contentedly, thinking she had finally escaped her past. But below, all the guests in the hall were frozen in shock, their eyes fixed on something behind the bride. Moon Yejin's smile vanished. She frantically realized something was wrong. Karma emphasized each word. At every important moment in your life, it will appear and haunt you. The large screen behind the bride and groom suddenly showed Yejin being brutally beaten, destroying the most important day of her life. Karma delivered the final blow. "Just so you know, all payments for this were made via a blockchain platform on the deep web." Karma smirked with a sinister smile. "That means, even if my new stepfather disappears the day after tomorrow, the mercenary hackers will continue to hunt you for the rest of your life." Moon Yejin gasped in horror, blood gushing from her mouth as she heard Karma's sentence. The future scenario unfolded. Moon Yejin sat alone in an armchair, living a miserable existence until she became a grumpy old woman and died in solitude. Karma's eyes flashed with deadly red light, her smile growing even more savage. Unless she ends her own life before that happens. Moon Yejin completely collapsed, tears streaming down her face at the two hellish choices. Thud! Moon Yejin collapsed to her knees on the floor, screaming in despair and begging a female bodyguard in a black suit standing nearby. The class president cried pitifully, "Karma, I'll do anything. Tell your stepfather I'll obey his every word." Karma rested her chin on her hand, smiling with amusement at her prey's pathetic state. Anything, you say?" Karma's smile grew even more devilish. A crazy idea just popped into her head. "Then, eat it." Before Moon Yejin was a giant bowl of shaved ice mixed with sparkling glass shards. Karma laid out the condition, her smile never fading. "If you eat all the glass shaved ice on the table, I promise not to spread the video and to delete it completely." Karma's blazing red eyes bored into Yejin, pressuring her. Believe it or not, it's up to you, class president. We won't stop you if you want to leave. Karma pointed towards the door, delivering an ultimatum. The only certainty is that the moment you walk out that door without eating, you will regret it forever, always tormented by the thought, I should have eaten it, even if I was tricked. Moon Yejin sat frozen in her seat, backed into a corner, while the female bodyguard stood guard like an emotionless jailer. A twisted glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in Yejin's mind. She recalled a strange TV show she had once watched. She remembered a man with a bizarre eating habit, chewing on glass shards with relish and living healthily for many years. Moon Yejin stared intently at the bowl of glass-shaved ice, her sanity completely gone. If that man could do it, why can't I? Karma smirked with satisfaction, seeing her prey had taken the bait, while Moon Yejin tremblingly brought a spoon full of glass shards to her mouth. Karma rested her chin on her hand, smirking devilishly as her prey had completely fallen into the trap. In Moon Yejin's shattered glasses, glittering shards of glass reflected her extreme horror. Dark memories flooded back. Hyena had her hair grabbed, forced to swallow something amidst desperate cries. Tears streamed down Moon Yejin's bruised face. Her sanity had completely vanished. A roll of toilet paper and crumpled pieces of paper were scattered haphazardly on the floor, recalling a disgusting crime. In the past, Moon Yejin, with a savage smile, held out a roll of toilet paper, her eyes as crazed as a demon's. She shoved pieces of toilet paper directly into Hyena's mouth. Despite the victim struggling in humiliation, Moon Yejin tightly closed her eyes, trying to swallow her fated meal. Kneeling on the ground, Hyena desperately clasped her hands in supplication before Moon Yejin and her accomplices. The diagnosis paper in Hyena's hand clearly stated a cruel truth: terminal stomach cancer. Moon Yejin coughed violently, fresh blood splattering from her mouth. Crash. Karma, without a word, grabbed Yejin's hair and slammed her face onto the table, shattering it. Moon Yejin collapsed onto the floor, unconscious after the devastating blow. She woke up to excruciating pain, crying out miserably, My stomach is burning." Vice President Lee Myung-jun stepped forward, his leather shoes coldly crushing the shards. He grabbed Moon Yejin's leg, dragging her across the floor like a sack of trash. Lying curled up on the floor, Moon Yejin looked up with extreme horror in her eyes. In an eerie scene, Vice President Lee, Department Head Beck, and Karma stood before Yejin's bier like judging reapers. Moon Yejin stammered in pain, her voice trembling. "Oh, uncle." She screamed a belated apology, but Vice President Lee coldly ordered, "Yejin, apologize." Vice President Lee coldly ordered Moon Yejin to apologize, but directly to Hyena. He placed a white chrysanthemum on her chest, completing the final judgment ritual. Moon Yejin, her face bruised and battered, blood flowing from her eyes and nose, could only let out one last groan before completely losing her breath. Karma sat there, smiling contentedly beside the corpse, casually saying, "You've worked hard to pay your debt, Yejin." Karma's smile became even more devilish as she whispered, "Now you can rest in peace." Moon Yejin's eyes stared blankly, signaling that the revenge had officially concluded. The final report on Moon Yejin's disposal was released. Ingested a large amount of contaminated glass shards. Died of septic shock. Time of death 11:47 a.m. Revenge plan for perpetrator B completed. Immediately, the news report was broadcast, with a female anchor announcing a shocking case. The news reported, the owner of a shaved ice shop in Unro District was arrested for putting glass shards into food served to customers, causing the death of a 16-year-old female student named Moon. A middle-aged man, identified as the shop owner named Lee, was surrounded by reporters as he was escorted by the police. He confessed that he did it out of desperation due to mounting debts, wanting to randomly vent his anger on someone, and had no intention of murder. Criminologists warned the incident was an increasingly distorted form of random crime, while the victim's friend, Miss Yoon, was undergoing psychological treatment. Karma sat on the sofa, slurping a chocolate smoothie while watching the news with an extremely satisfied expression. Just as expected, Karma told herself. Chocolate smoothies truly are the best psychological therapy. Turning to Vice President Lee and Department Head Bake, Karma grinned and asked, "Hey stepfather, what if that shaved ice shop owner confesses everything?" Vice President Lee coldly reassured her. "No need to worry, Karma won't have to go back to the juvenile detention center." He explained the meticulously planned scheme. That guy will only be charged with manslaughter, with a maximum sentence of 8 years. In exchange for 8 years in prison, all of his debts amounting to billions of won will be cleared, making Karma smirk. Well, is this what capitalism in Korea is like? The young department head Baek asked curiously. By the way, Karma, How did you know Moon Yejin would eat that chocolate-shaved ice with glass? Karma turned back with a mysterious smile, replying cryptically, how would Karma know? Leaving the subordinate speechless. Karma nonchalantly explained. Of course, Karma put glass in both cups. The top layer was real shaved ice, but the bottom layer was glass. She smirked devilishly, asserting that from the start, no matter which cup Moon Yejin chose, there was only one path: death. The subordinate, Yu Jun, froze upon hearing this, his face turning pale as he realized the truth. So that's how it is. Karma, while sipping her drink, feigned sadness. Hee. That's why Karma is a little sad. Her eyes flashed with insane red, a savage smile on her face. Karma was very curious what expression that bitch Yejin would have if she had to eat the entire mango shaved ice after struggling to swallow the chocolate one. Yujun was speechless, not expecting this girl to regret that her prey died too quickly, before she could torment her to her heart's content. The subordinate broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking, "It's at times like these that I remember Yoon Karma is a genuine psychopath. Normally she's just like a mischievous younger sister." Suddenly, Karma's eyes welled up with tears, looking genuinely distressed. Both Yujun and department head Baek flinched, the subordinate frantically asking, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying?" Karma sobbed, pouring out a tearful monologue. Karma misses that rude little Yejin so much. "I miss Yejin happily playing with me." Department head Baek just stood still, his face expressionless, watching this Oscar-worthy actress perform. Karma secretly wiped away a crocodile tear, a sinister smile reappearing on her lips. Her bloodshot eyes. She cried and reveled in sick pleasure. But that bitch's face as she was dying was so exhilarating that Karma couldn't stand it. Yu Jun's face turned green, looking like he was about to vomit before Karma's insane monologue. Department head Baek ignored the act, going straight to the main point. "By the way, it's been 4 days since the last dinner." He turned to Yu Jun, his sharp eyes asking, "What's the situation with Moon Yejin's parents?" Yu Jun immediately became serious again, ready to report on the situation. The scene shifted. A man wearing a red headband was shouting before a crowd, "Corrupt hospital? Impossible. Disband the rotten leadership." A protesting crowd was surrounding Taewon General Hospital, holding up banners and shouting demands for the leadership to resign. Yu Jun, now in the role of a reporter, was holding a microphone and reporting live from the scene. "Right now, I am in front of Taewon General Hospital." Amidst the protesting crowd and swarming reporters, the drama to bring down Taewon Hospital officially began. Breaking news was released. Director Moon Peter was accused by an insider of serious misconduct. Confidential documents exposed Director Moon's collaboration with a ruling party assemblyman, using political pressure to force the government to convert 4 land plots into medical facilities. The scheme to divide profits from the land conversion was also exposed. A dirty deal clearly intended for personal gain while neglecting patients. The reporters tried to push through, but were firmly blocked by the hospital's security team, who openly displayed their uncooperative attitude. Meanwhile, Director Moon was reportedly holed up with his wife inside the director's office. Yejin's mother screamed through tears, clutching her clothes. "It's all because of that Lee Myung-jun." She wept miserably, her eyes wide with fury. "Our Yejin died unjustly. It must be Lee Myung-jun." Director Moon snapped, trying to remain calm. "Don't make baseless accusations. There's no evidence." Yejin's mother cackled maniacally, yelling at her husband. "Evidence? What the hell do we need evidence for to know this?" She shrieked, pointing out the suspicious coincidence between her daughter's death and her husband's scandal, asserting that it was all orchestrated by Lee Myung-jun. Then suddenly her rage spun 180 degrees, aimed directly at her husband. "Oh, that's right. It's all your fault. If you hadn't forced her to that academy, none of this would have happened." She continued to shriek in a frenzy, completely losing control. If you hadn't pushed her so hard, she wouldn't have associated with those bad friends and become a delinquent. She heaped all the blame on her husband, her voice filled with resentment. "It was your arrogant, patriarchal ways that ruined everything." Her eyes bulging with fury, she gnashed her teeth, pointing directly at Director Moon's face. "You killed Yejin." The final accusation was hurled, chilling the entire room. Clack! She slammed her handbag onto the table, her gaze now completely cold. "I'm going back to my parents' house. Prepare the divorce papers." Before leaving, she threw back a sharp threat, promising another revenge. "I'll get revenge on both Lee Myung-jun and you." After his wife left, Director Moon sat alone in his office, engulfed in a deadly silence. He clenched his fists, questioning himself in a panic. Did I kill her? He contemptuously thought of his wife, someone who only knew how to gossip at gatherings, even forgetting their daughter's elementary school graduation. He believed he was the one who watched over his daughter the most, because she was his exact replica. A flashback appeared. Moon Yejin inherited both an outstanding intellect and a cruel, violent nature from her father. He rationalized that having his daughter learn taekwondo was merely a way to restrain and channel that wild streak. He justified his harshness, claiming he was only guiding her strictly, just as his own parents had disciplined him with whips and the Bible. Looking at his daughter's graduation photo, he still believed that forcing her to live his way was the only path for her to succeed without becoming a criminal. As the director, he bitterly admitted it was the only path he knew. He stared at Yejin's photo, his voice full of resentment. Moon Yejin, why do you keep trying to stray from the path I laid out for you? His face contorted with anger and helplessness. Straying from the love I bestowed upon you. At the same time, outside the hospital, a protesting crowd was shouting, demanding the overthrow of the corrupt puppet director. The shouts of "resign" echoed everywhere, but Director Moon sat motionless, clutching the photo frame. He uttered a bitter remark, admitting defeat. At this point, all efforts are futile. Creak. The office door suddenly creaked open. Director Moon snapped his head up, grumpily asking who had managed to get in when security had blocked all outsiders. A bewitching female voice spoke, accompanied by a chilling, wide grin. Ah, that's because. Karma stepped out of the shadows, her smile still on her lips. I'm not an outsider. Director Moon froze, his pupils contracting in horror as he recognized the uninvited guest. Karma smirked, her tone like a whispering demon. You probably know why I'm here, don't you? Director Moon bitterly admitted that Karma was here to silence him. The old director exposed the true mastermind behind the land corruption scandal as Assemblyman Cha. Karma merely listened in silence with a half-smile, while the old director recounted how his entire family's lives had been threatened. But now, the director sneered, wondering if Assemblyman Cha's old silencing trick would still work on someone who had nothing left to lose like him. He bitterly announced that his wife had filed for divorce, and his daughter had been buried in the church cemetery last week. Having lost his entire family to coercion, the old director growled defiantly. Now that I won't keep quiet, what are you going to do to me? Karma maintained her eerie smile, gently twisting the knife. So, do you want us to throw your soon-to-be ex-wife into the East Sea, or hand her over to Manager Kang in Busan to deal with? The old director began to lose control, screaming maniacally, asking if they intended to desecrate his daughter's grave as well. Karma flashed a grin that stretched from ear to ear, her eyes disappearing behind her darkened brow, looking like a true demon. She leaned closer, whispering a deadly offer. At the very least, I can help you end this suffering permanently. The director fell silent, his trembling hand letting the family photo slide onto his lap. After a moment, the old director spoke, accepting his fate. I understand what you mean. Tell Assemblyman Cha. Karma stood there, awaiting the final verdict from her prey. There's no need to bother silencing me anymore. But suddenly, the old director changed the subject, adjusting his tie. By the way, there's one thing I've always wondered about. He looked directly at Karma, his gaze sharp. Are you truly Assemblyman Cha's subordinate? The old director analyzed, stating that although Assemblyman Cha occasionally confirmed Karma's messages, he had never seen the two of them together. His eyes narrowed, a bold deduction flashing in his mind. Or perhaps you are not Assemblyman Cha's subordinate. Karma merely remained silent, but her smile said it all, as the old director concluded. But Cha So-hyun's subordinate? Karma's eyes crinkled in a smile, her tone full of sarcasm, quite curious for someone who's about to forget everything. Director Moon laid down his final condition, his voice firm. Let me be clear. My wife knows nothing. I trust you won't touch her. He adjusted his collar, his eyes filled with resolve. Watch me keep my promise. Karma merely stood behind him, smiling devilishly, with no intention of intervening. Outside the hospital, reporters were clamoring like a pack of vultures. Let us in to interview the director. A young reporter suddenly froze, eyes wide as he noticed something unusual. The entire crowd looked up, a reporter pointing and shouting. Wait, is there someone on the rooftop? Under the dazzling sunlight, Director Moon's figure stood prominently on the hospital's rooftop. The crowd began to recognize the familiar figure, unable to believe their eyes. No way? Director Moon closed his eyes, accepting his fate, while all the reporters below looked up in stunned silence. Whoosh! A figure plunged straight down from the rooftop, leaving the reporters aghast. Screams of terror echoed everywhere. The director jumped. In the empty office, an inverted cross lay abandoned on the floor, signaling the curtain call of the play. As night fell, Vice President Lee sat alone in his office, silently gazing out at the city. Department Head Baek entered, reporting, Vice President. The subordinate inquired, Is something troubling you, sir? Vice President Lee replied, his voice sinking. I'm just recalling the contents of Hyena's diary about that fateful day. The memory replayed a horrifying scene. Hyena, tightly bound and gagged, lay helpless on the floor on the first day of her hellish ordeal, the 6th of September 2023. In the memory, Kang Ah-hyun, in a red tracksuit, cursed as she realized the truth. Damn it, the pathetic girl we've been messing with. The entire gang, consisting of Kang Ah-hyun, Cha So-hyun, Bai Do-ah, and Song Un-jin, stood surrounding Hyena, utterly shocked to learn their victim was a third-generation chaebol heiress. It turned out the reason Hyena dared not report the school violence was because these devils had threatened to harm her family. The memory returned to the 6th of September 2023, the first day of hell, with Hyena lying flattened on the floor, tightly bound and bruised. The entire bully gang, including Kang Ah-hyun, Bae Do-ah, Song Un-jin, and Moon Ye-jin, stood over her, their faces pale as they realized the truth. Kang Ah-hyun, the red-haired monster, clutched her head and screamed, "Holy crap! We beat her up only to find out she's a conglomerate's daughter?" She turned to question Moon Ye-jin. "Hey, Moon Ye-jin, how did you investigate this?" But the girl with glasses snapped back. "Check your own phone. I've told you countless times," Moon Ye-jin asserted firmly, her eyes sharp. "Absolutely. Lee Hyena is the only daughter of Lee Myung-jun, vice president of Hyundo Group." Kang Ah-hyun still couldn't believe it, growling, "No way. If she's rich, she should act like a rich kid." Meanwhile, Hyena lay on the floor, bitterly thinking to herself, "I just wanted to make friends like everyone else." Song Un-jin, the blonde ringleader, her face drained of color, said in a panicked voice, "What do we do? She really is a chaebol. Aren't we all screwed?" Bae Do-ah, the girl in the gray hoodie, immediately bristled. "Don't you dare say we. Get me out of this right now." She vehemently denied it, her voice trembling. "I didn't do anything to her. Why should I get into trouble for your mistakes?" Kang Ah-hyun snarled, immediately crushing her accomplice's attempt to escape. "Shut up. Haven't you heard that standing by and watching is also a crime?" The red-haired monster grabbed Bae Do-ah, threatening, "Do you think that Keeble girl will spare someone like you if she seeks revenge?" Moon Ye-jin, the only one still thinking clearly, intervened. "Hey, listen." Suddenly, Hyena looked up from the floor, her voice weak but clear. "I never intended to seek revenge or anything. I just want to resolve this with words." She continued to negotiate. "I'm living alone now, so my dad won't know I was beaten. Look, I'm not even seriously injured. Can you untie me?" Song Un-jin, the brainless one, brightened at this, waving her hands. "Hey guys," she said that. "So let her go. She's giving us a chance. We don't need to go that far." Moon Ye-jin glared at her, scorching her face, and cursed directly. "You're such an idiot. How can you believe her words?" Song Un-jin was speechless, her expression shifting from relief to extreme panic. Moon Ye-jin analyzed the situation with an ice-cold mind. What if she says that now and then stabs us in the back later, while Hyena desperately denied it from behind? The girl with glasses continued to sow doubt, her voice calculating. And even if she genuinely wants to let it go, Moon Ye-jin continued to analyze with a cold mind. Even if she agrees to stay silent, what if her father doesn't let it go? The girl with glasses pointed directly at the dim-witted group. "What does it matter if she lives alone? Do you think a chaebel's daughter doesn't have bodyguards watching her?" Moon Ye-jin's face was full of tension, warning that once Hyena's father found out, they would all be truly screwed. Kang Ah-hyun flew into a rage, snapping, "So what the hell are we supposed to do now? Are we going to keep her locked up here forever?" And called Moon Ye-jin a slow country bumpkin. Internal strife brewed. Kang Ah-hyun and Moon Ye-jin snarled at each other like cats and dogs, while Song Un-jin stood between them, helplessly trying to intervene. Kang Ah-hyun clutched her head in frustration, cursing as the situation worsened, the whole group overly stressed. Suddenly, Kang Ah-hyun remembered something, her voice full of sarcasm. "Wait a minute, where's Cha So-hyun? She's the one who told us to gather here." The red-haired girl screamed in anger. "Where is that bitch who set all this up now?" Bang! The warehouse door burst open, interrupting their rage. A figure appeared at the door, possessing a completely different aura, causing the entire gang of bullies to fall silent and turn to look. Cha So-hyun, the true mastermind, walked in with a scornful smile. "Why are you all panicking like a bunch of weaklings?" Lying on the floor, Hyena still looked up at the newcomer with an unyielding gaze. Cha So-hyun casually walked closer, her tone as if making small talk. "Hey, you chickens." She continued with a twisted logic. "If our new toy is a third-generation chaebol heiress, just think how much money we could save." Moon Ye-jin was the first to react, her voice trembling, but still managing to question. Cha-cha. So-hyun, what are you doing here? Cha So-hyun replied nonchalantly. I told you I went home to get something. Leaving Moon Ye-jin speechless, as she had clearly never heard that. She turned away, waving her hand dismissively. Whatever, I'm back now anyway. Cha So-hyun glanced at Moon Ye-jin with a condescending look. Why do you always have to make a mountain out of a molehill? Moon Ye-jin could only remain silent, breaking out in a cold sweat under the leader's overwhelming presence. Cha So-hyun turned to her victim, her smile more devilish than ever. So, our little darling is truly a third-generation Chibol heiress? Bound tightly, Hyena still raised her head defiantly. So what if my father is a magnate? Wham! A merciless kick landed squarely on Hyena's face. Cha So-hyun's shadow loomed over her, her voice full of power. My father, she snarled, boasting menacingly. He's the next presidential candidate, you worthless piece of trash. Cha So-hyun continued to insult and disparage the Hyundo group, calling it outdated and beneath their league. She ground her shoe into Hyena's face, contemptuously. A fool who can only maintain 30% market capitalization dares to call herself a magnate? Moon Ye-jin, the only one with a shred of sense, tried to intervene. Cha So-hyun, even if the Hyundo group is shaky, it's still a magnate. Cha So-hyun turned back, sneering. Bookworm, don't you watch the news? Moon Ye-jin froze upon hearing the shocking truth. All those old men we sent to prison were subordinates of her father. The red-haired demon Kang Ah-hyun sneered, adding a fatal blow. Just a few days ago, her grandfather was causing a scene at my father's office. Song Eun-jin and her cronies burst out laughing, realizing they had been afraid of an insignificant nobody. Cha So-hyun looked contemptuously at her lackeys. Now do you understand why I call you cowards? She continued to curse them directly. You follow me, yet you're afraid of someone like this? Aren't you ashamed? Hyena shouted in indignation. What? You're the one who should be ashamed, she continued her fierce retort. If your father is such a respectable person, then you shouldn't disgrace him. Hyena's gaze sharpened. With such powerful backing, all you do is bully those weaker than yourself. Cha So-hyun merely listened in silence to the final accusation. Aren't you ashamed in front of your father? After hearing this, Cha So-hyun burst out laughing with delight. Wow, so the filial daughter from a fairy tale has transferred to our school? She leaned down, her tone both sarcastic and dangerous. But listen, Shim-chong, you got one thing wrong. A devilish smile appeared, and she whispered a sentence that overturned the entire game. My father isn't my backing. Cha So-hyun concluded with a statement that stunned everyone. He is a pawn. Cha So-hyun sneered, her voice full of challenge. Oh, this seems a bit disrespectful for a filial daughter like you, doesn't it? It seems you still don't understand what I'm saying, she muttered, a murderous aura beginning to emanate. If you still don't understand, let me enlighten you. With a swift motion, Cha So-hyun held out a USB, her voice eerie. Hey, Hyena, guess what this is? Hyena replied blankly. A USB? But was immediately denied. Wrong. With a devilish grin appearing on her glowing purple silhouette, Cha So-hyun declared, This is my father's life. She began to recount. A year ago, during a gathering between my family and Beidou's family, I met her cousin, and from that hacker, I bought a rootkit. Cha So-hyun revealed her scheme. She continued the story coldly. Then, I installed it on my father's laptop for 6 months. As a result, I hacked the mnemonic phrase and swiped all 23 billion won of the political slush fund my father kept in cryptocurrency. She boasted of her achievement, but most importantly, Cha So-hyun emphasized, I got hold of all his dirty secrets. She held up the USB, her voice full of power. If I just release the data in here, my father's political career will be over. No, rather, his life as a human being will end. Cha So-hyun corrected herself, her smile growing more savage. Hyena was speechless, unable to believe what she had just heard. Trying to regain her composure, Hyena growled, What the hell are you trying to say? Cha So-hyun smirked, preparing to deliver the final blow. What I'm trying to say is, she leaned close to Hyena's ear, whispering a sentence that sent chills down the listener's spine. My father will kill someone if I order him to. Cha So-hyun's smile became utterly insane. Otherwise, he will be dealt with by me personally. Hyena was utterly horrified. Her pupils constricted in fear. Even though she was scared out of her wits, Hyena still forced herself to shout, Do you think I'll be scared by your wild story? Cha So-hyun merely watched her prey struggling in despair, not bothering to reply. Cha So-hyun slowly pulled out a photograph from her jacket. She threw the photograph onto the floor, right in front of her prey. Hyena, bound tightly on the ground, looked at the photograph with a puzzled expression. Her face changed instantly, from confusion to shock. Hyena's pupils constricted. Her entire body stiffened at the horrifying scene in the photograph. She couldn't bear it, vomiting violently on the spot while Cha So-hyun and her cronies watched. Cha So-hyun sneered, her tone full of sarcasm. Such a weak stomach, isn't it? She continued to taunt. Just looking at a few photos of corpses with smashed brains. And you're already throwing up? The fatal psychological blow was delivered. When you saw your mother's head shattered at the funeral after the car accident, did you vomit like that? Hyena completely collapsed, screaming in despair. What is this? What is this photograph? Cha So-hyun coldly revealed. Chairman Jang Tae-il of KAPL Retail Group, who died 5 months ago from a fall while mountain climbing. She smirked devilishly. But was it really an accident? Her voice was full of self-satisfaction. Mountains are one of the easiest places to commit murder in Korea. You can bribe someone to infiltrate the patrol team so they observe camera blind spots, and if the target passes through a blind spot alone, just a slight push ends the act. She concluded with a gruesome smile. And just like that, there's an accident due to slipping. Hyena trembled uncontrollably, her lifeless eyes staring at the perpetrator, only 2 words remaining in her mind. Mission accomplished. Cha So-hyun casually admitted. Killing the old KAPL chairman wasn't for any particular reason. She narrowed her eyes, her voice filled with sick excitement. I was just curious to see what level of murder my father would commit if I ordered him to. And it turns out, making him kill a financial magnate was surprisingly easy, she said, completely extinguishing Hyena's hope. Cha So-hyun began her interrogation, her voice ice cold. Speak, Lee Hyena. What the hell are you doing transferring here? She threw out a crazy hypothesis. Or did your father send you to set me up, then betray my father, making Hyena deny it frantically in fear? Hyena stammered an explanation for entering the art school, but Cha So-hyun dismissed it, seeing it as a cheap lie and sighing in exasperation. The demon, disguised as a schoolgirl, nonchalantly uttered a deadly threat. It seems I'll have to make your father disappear, won't I? She approached, her voice teasing and morbid. Which scenario should I use to deal with your beloved father? Dutiful daughter. Cha So-hyun proved she knew every move of her target. Every day at 7 a.m., your father drinks cereal powder instead of breakfast. She offered the first option, a slow and painful death. Or should I mix in some laundry detergent for a richer flavor? Her hand lunged, choking Hyena's throat for a moment. Hyena gasped for breath, speechless before the enemy's brutality. Cha So-hyun offered another scenario, targeting the father's hobby. Your father has a super huge private gym in Jamsil. Her smile grew more sinister as she outlined the detailed plan. I just need to loosen a few screws on the weight rack, and your father will get a free ticket to meet the king of hell under a pile of iron. Hyena cried and begged in despair. She pulled out her phone, swiping lightly. Or perhaps, I'll go on the deep web and spend 4 bitcoins to hire a Yanbian assassin for a quick and clean job. She grabbed Hyena, growling. Then let them chop your father into mincemeat like making blood sausage. Hyena could only whimper in pain and fear, while Cha So-hyun smirked. I've decided. Rip! She violently yanked Hyena's tie. Wham! A devastating kick to the stomach made Hyena double over. She tore the tie from her collar, making Hyena scream miserably. The demon smiled with satisfaction, but her next words were the finishing blow. Hyundai Group Vice President Lee Myung-jun. Cha So-hyun painted the perfect scenario. Unable to bear the pressure of the investigation, he hanged himself along with his 17-year-old daughter. She grabbed Hyena's chin, her voice devilish. What do you think? This scenario perfectly matches your father's current situation, doesn't it? Hyena screamed in despair, her voice trembling. No, I don't want to. The demon roared. You don't want to, you bitch. I'm giving you a chance to reunite with your dead mother. From the shadows, Kang Ah-hyun and Bai Doa burst into insane laughter, joining in the torture. Moon Ye-jin and Se-hee, standing nearby, also scoffed. One acting superior, the other fearful but still joining in. Hyena had completely collapsed, sobbing and pleading. Please, please don't kill my father. The girl took all the blame upon herself, only hoping to save her father, while Cha So-hyun silently observed. Thud. Cha So-hyun brutally threw Hyena sprawling onto the cold floor. Hyena coughed violently on the ground, while the demon Cha So-hyun stood there, coldly looking down at her prey. Cha So-hyun's glowing purple eyes shone with ultimate cruelty upon hearing the victim's weak cough. She slowly squatted down, whispering into the ear of the girl who had lost all will to resist. Hey, Hyena, from today, you are my toy, she declared, and you are never allowed to resist me. With a savage smile, she delivered the final psychological blow. If you resist, your father will die. Hyena could only cry in silence, her eyes completely dead, accepting her cruel fate. Scene change. Lee Myung-jun was consumed by torment. It's all my fault. He clenched his fists, regretting not thoroughly investigating the new school Hyena wanted to transfer to. In a flashback, he only buried himself in work, citing busyness, preparing for the national inspection. Lee Myung-jun bitterly admitted, I was the one who threw my only daughter into a den of demons. Under the moonlight, he whispered a belated apology, pained that his daughter had to endure hell to save her useless father. Lee Myung-jun pondered the demons who had harmed his daughter, silently declaring, this time it's their turn. His eyes blazed with bloodlust. He growled in his mind, I will drag all of them down to hell. Scene change. Karma silently walked away, the students watching and whispering, wow, she's really gone. Finally gone. A group of schoolgirls looked down from the classroom window, unable to believe it. She hasn't even been here a month, and she's already transferred out. Truly legendary. A long-haired girl said dejectedly, our class must be cursed. 3 students disappeared in the blink of an eye. A white chrysanthemum was placed on the empty desk, a reminder of Moon Ye-jin's death. The students continued to list. Song Eun-jin dropped out due to family matters, and now Yoon Karma has also transferred to another school. The long-haired girl concluded, it's like a huge storm swept through our school, not just a new student. Her friend, a schoolgirl with brown hair and a bun, could only remain silent before the horrifying chain of events. The long-haired girl turned to tease, well, anyway, we finally have peace, but you must be very disappointed, So Young. She continued to taunt. Because from now on, you won't get to admire that beautiful face anymore. Her friend quickly denied it. The brown-haired schoolgirl still maintained a forced smile, but, she regretfully admitted, I kind of regret not asking for a few selfies together, leaving her friend speechless. In another corner of the classroom, Sehi began to sniffle, then burst into sobs. She hugged Yeon tightly, both crying in joy. Yeon, we're free. Finally liberated, Sehi cried and warned. From now on, we need to be a bit more careful. The others will think we're easy prey. Yeon sobbed, but I heard the bullies in class 4 are targeting us. Hearing that, Sehi froze, a new horror dawning on her. Then what do we do now? While the other 2 were crying in panic, a bespectacled schoolgirl from the gossiping crowd earlier merely looked silently out the window. The bespectacled student, Jiun, froze in disbelief. No way. Did Karma really leave just like that? Jiun watched Karma's retreating back, her heart filled with regret. I haven't even repaid her for anything. She bit her lip, her gaze bewildered. How could she just leave without saying a word? Thump! Jiun suddenly sprang up and rushed out of the classroom, startling the other female students who called after her. Jiun and a few friends rushed down the hallway, gasping for breath. The scene shifts to a deserted bus stop, where Karma was waiting. Jiun shouted from behind her, Karma! Karma turned around, her eyes calmly meeting the gaze of the person who called her name. Jiun finally caught up, her hands on her knees, panting heavily. Karma gave a puzzling smirk. Jiun? Why are you so out of breath? Jiun gathered all her courage, her voice trembling. There's something I really want to tell you, Karma. She gritted her teeth, her face filled with determination. Jiun looked up sharply and shouted loudly, Karma! Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be standing here right now. She spoke, trying to hold back her tears. Life at school was nothing short of hell for me because of Song Eun-jin and her gang. Tears began to stream down as Jiun sobbed. I was so miserable that many times I just wanted to end it all. If it weren't for you, Karma, I don't know what would have become of me. Jiun choked out. To you, I might be nobody. But to me, you are my savior. She managed a radiant smile through her tears, pouring all her heart into those 2 words. Jiun bowed her head, shouting her most sincere thanks from the bottom of her heart. Karma stood still, her lifeless eyes staring straight at Jiun. Suddenly, Karma's eyes turned a blazing red, her pupils constricted like a beast's, signaling an impending outburst of madness. A horrifying flashback appeared. Young Karma, her face stained with tears, veins bulging, desperately calling for her father. Trapped in a cage like an animal, little Karma wailed, pleading with her father to look at her and speak to her. Her cold-blooded father merely stood there, coldly jotting notes in a medical chart, completely ignoring his daughter who was begging for attention. Karma forced a deranged smile, boasting that she had been very good today and hadn't asked to go outside. The little girl continued to beg for praise, boasting that despite the painful experiments, she hadn't cried. With a twisted smile, the little girl asked a heartbreaking question. Will father love Karma again? But only silence answered. Karma's smile vanished, replaced by desperate sobs. In the darkness, Karma's faint plea echoed, hoping for praise for enduring everything for her father. Back in the present, June was still tearfully happy, saying she just wanted to make sure she had thanked Karma. Karma stood still. Her bloodshot eyes slowly faded, replaced by an empty, inscrutable gaze. A cunning and calculating smile suddenly appeared on Karma's lips. In a flash, Karma embraced the bewildered Jian, grinning widely. Hey, between us, there's no need for thanks. Karma whispered into Jun's ear enticingly. You once said you wanted to eat tteokbokki with Karma, didn't you? She continued to tempt her, declaring she would pay for everything with her stepfather's card, making Jiun stammer in confusion that she was the one who should treat her. Karma squinted and smiled, making a final offer. If you want to repay Karma, let's skip school and hang out today. June completely froze at the audacious suggestion. But just a second later, the innocent girl's eyes immediately lit up, and she cheered. Okay. I've always wanted to skip school with a friend. Karma put her arm around June's shoulder affectionately, declaring, Excellent. Then today we'll have an all-inclusive fun day. From the school rooftop, a man in a suit, Yu Jun, was silently observing the entire scene with his arms crossed. The subordinate's gaze was sharp, focused on a single target, Yoon Karma. Yu Jun began his analysis. Yoon Karma's psychiatric evaluation conducted by the state institution was biased because it took place immediately after her near-fatal escape and relied too heavily on hypnosis. He continued to reveal his findings. Most importantly, that test was completely flawed because there was no comparative data from acquaintances, as Karma was a defector with no existing connections. Yu Jun posed the core question, so, is Yoon Karma truly a psychopath? The answer came from another study commissioned by the vice president himself. Based on long-term test results, it is clear that Yoon Karma possesses many characteristics of a psychopath. But here's the crucial point. However, at the same time, she has three distinct anomalies that completely separate Karma from a typical psychopath. A glimmer of hope flickered in Yu Jun's eyes. I have found hope in these three anomalies. The loyal subordinate affirmed his goal. A hope that he could give the vice president a new purpose in life. Yu Jun looked towards Karma, his eyes filled with resolve. Yoon Karma, you are. He concluded the monster's role. The key to a new life, and the crucial card for the vice president's revenge plan. The setting shifts to a deserted convenience store during the day. Inside, Song Eun-jin, the former school bully leader, now pathetic in a staff uniform, her face covered in bandages, was working forlornly. Ding! The doorbell chimed, announcing a customer. Song Eun-jin lifted her head wearily, uttering a reflexive greeting. Ah, welcome, customer. Her eyes widened in horror as she recognized the people who had just entered. Park Min-woo, the blonde-haired bully from the lower grade, and his lackeys swaggered in. The blonde-haired guy smirked maliciously, immediately recognizing his prey. Huh? It's the Chihuahua. Song Eun-jin's face went pale, and she stammered incoherently as fear overwhelmed her. Park Min-woo burst into a sick laugh. Wow, ha ha ha, what the hell is this? He stepped closer, his tone full of sarcasm. Can't believe it'd run into our school's celebrity here, huh? The lackeys behind him joined in, raising their phones to film and shouting, Hey, bark for us. You're so good at barking, Chihuahua. Park Min-woo sneered contemptuously, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Hey, Chihuahua. The blonde guy gleefully declared, From now on, we won't have to worry about alcohol and cigarettes anymore, right? Song Eun-jin could only cover her face and sob, pleading in vain, while the lackeys jeered, mocking the customers. Park Min-woo feigned generosity. I'll let you off today. But next time, remember to have alcohol and cigarettes ready for us. His face contorted with a twisted smile as he uttered a threat. Otherwise, I'll spread your photos everywhere. The threat struck directly at her greatest fear, leaving Song Eun-jin paralyzed. The blonde guy turned to the girl with hair rollers, signaling meaningfully with his eyes. Oh, and one more thing. Suddenly, the blonde guy delivered a devastating kick to the instant noodle shelf, shouting, Surprise! Dozens of instant noodle cups flew everywhere, crashing loudly onto the floor to Song Eun-jin's astonishment. Park Min-woo nonchalantly dusted off his foot. Oops, I just slipped, so clumsy. You're an employee, so clean it up. Utterly humiliated, Song Eun-jin could only grit her teeth and endure, tears streaming down her face. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore, collapsing to her knees on the floor and letting out a desperate, pathetic cry. The scene shifts, explaining karma, an ancient Sanskrit word meaning action. In philosophy and religion, it is the wheel of cause and effect, where every action leads to a corresponding result. In the East, karma is understood as retribution, punishing the wicked and rewarding the good, illustrated by the image of a demon. People say karma is the ultimate truth of the universe. But is that truly so? A motorcycle carrying 3 thugs is speeding down the road. Park Min-woo, the girl with hair rollers, and the bowl-cut lackey are laughing arrogantly, wondering if retribution truly operates in this world. The blonde leader glanced in the rearview mirror, starting to feel that something was wrong. Do actions and consequences truly correspond? A giant truck loomed into view right in front of their vehicle. 2 other female bullies are smoking cigarettes, standing on their beaten victims, posing the final question. What is the standard for retribution based on? Why is retribution for this person slow, like a brick slowly being picked up, while for another it comes instantly? A girl with a face full of bandages gets a brick to the face. Meanwhile, what about the influential ones? Breaking news. Cha So-hyun is about to reach 3 million followers on Instagram. Does retribution exist? Cha So-hyun's silhouette is taking a selfie amidst a sea of hearts from fans. Lee Myung-jun coldly declared, "The answer is no, it does not exist. Retribution is merely a product of imagination." The image of clasped hands praying appears, a futile belief that justice will come on its own. Lee Myung-jun turned his back, asserting firmly, "It's just a useless superstition." He tightened his tie, his eyes resolute. "That's why I will be the one to clean up this mess." Lee Myung-jun's voice echoed as Karma sat in the room. "The debt of retribution for those little devils has not been paid." Lee Myung-jun called his weapon's name. Karma. The girl turned around, her eyes sharp. "Department Head Baek," Lee Myung-jun ordered, "will brief you on the next target." Karma smirked savagely, her eyes glowing red. "It's hunting time." A new subordinate of Lee Myung-jun stood before the podium, his face tense. "Now." He began the presentation before Department Head Baek and Karma. "I will begin the report on the next target." Department Head Baek growled, concluding, "Yoon Karma's next target, the one she will aim for, is..." The screen announces the end of Season 1. Teaser scene transition. A male student is tied up tightly, tears and snot streaming down his face, moaning in despair. The poor kid is tied up standing in the middle of an empty room, completely helpless. A new gang appears, their necks tattooed, grinning twistedly as they look at the victim. The blonde leader mocked, "Idiot. Do you have to poop or something? Why are you groaning so much?" The subordinate next to him chimed in. "He probably peed his pants." The tied-up male student could only sob in humiliation and fear. A female martial artist with a savage smile and sharp fangs called out, "Yoon Woo." She stood in front of the tied-up Yoon Woo, boasting, "My mom is the director of Dosu's largest oriental medicine clinic, you know? I also know a bit about traditional martial arts techniques." She smirked maliciously, raising her boxing gloves provocatively, ready to begin. "You must have heard about the 5 blessings of the body, right?" she asked, while Yoon Woo's face was drained of color. She explained in a twisted way, 5 body parts, if healthy, will bring blessings for life." Without further ado, she lunged forward with terrifying speed, her eyes wide and bloodshot, exuding murderous intent. Wham! A devastating kick landed directly on Yoon Woo's stomach, and she screamed, "First is the stomach." The poor kid doubled over, his face smeared with tears from the extreme pain. She threw a punch straight to his face, not giving him a second to breathe. Next are the eyes. Another punch landed on his temple, making the kid dizzy. Ears. Yoon Woo staggered, the world spinning after several consecutive devastating blows. An extremely powerful uppercut made him bounce up, his teeth chattering. Teeth. The female martial artist laughed gleefully as if playing a game, preparing for the finishing blow. And the last one. She swung her arm, roaring excitedly. What was it again? Then threw another punch at the victim. Yoon Woo only managed to let out a pathetic cry before taking the full force of the final punch. Thud! The kid collapsed to the floor like a torn sandbag, with no strength left to resist. The female martial artist stood looking at her achievement, casually commenting, "See, if those 5 things are healthy, you're considered blessed. That's why they're called the 5 blessings." She leaned down, her voice full of sarcasm. "But what now, Yoon Woo? If you don't pay your debt soon, it seems your 5 blessings will all disappear." Yoon Woo lay curled up on the floor, only able to moan in pain and humiliation, as he listened to her lecture about the sin of filial impiety. Suddenly, she burst into insane laughter, delivering a fatal blow to his spirit. "Oh, that's right. You don't even have a family to be unfilial to." The female fighter propped her chin, flashed a twisted smile, and delivered a fatal psychological blow. "Because the only family you have is your senile, memory-lost old grandmother." She leaned in close to his face, her wide grin revealing sharp teeth, her eyes gleaming with pure malice. "Isn't that right?" Park Yoon Woo burst into sobs of humiliation as she called him that pathetic orphan. Park Yoon Woo, while her lackeys erupted in savage laughter. Despite being beaten black and blue, he still growled through his tears, trying to resist. "Don't insult my grandmother." Yunwoo screamed in despair, his tear-filled eyes burning with resentment. "She's the one who raised me all by herself." The female fighter found this amusing. She sneered. "Ha ha, such beautiful noble words, coming from a punk's mouth." She continued to expose the harsh truth, leaving Yunwoo speechless. "Who used his grandmother's name to borrow money from us?" He gritted his teeth, retorting in vain. "Grr. Even if you guys beat me and forced me to borrow money." The female fighter looked disdainful. "But look at how you're glaring at me now, just because I insulted your grandmother a little." She warned coldly, "Keep acting rebellious and see what happens." The next psychological blow was even more vicious. "I'll turn your grandmother into the most famous cosplay star in the nursing home." Yunwoo froze, utterly horrified by the sick threat, while the lackeys still snickered about the cosplay idea. He screamed in panic, his voice hoarse with fear. "Wait. Leave my grandmother alone." The female fighter laughed gleefully, with no intention of stopping. "Why? Why should we do that?" She offered an even more despicable solution. "If we livestream your grandmother having a fit at the nursing home, the donation money to pay off your debt will come in very quickly." Cornered, Yunwoo screamed in panic, abandoning all self-respect. "Please, I'll pay. I'll get a part-time job after school to pay it back," he pleaded desperately, only hoping to save his sole remaining family member. "I'll truly work hard to pay it back, so please leave my grandmother alone." The female fighter crossed her arms, shaking her head with a sneer. "Oh no, I don't trust you." She fabricated a ridiculous reason to continue her torture. "The way you looked at me with those lustful eyes just now wasn't innocent at all." Yunwoo had no idea what was happening, only able to stammer. "What do you mean by that?" Yunwoo crawled on the floor, his face drained of all color, screaming in despair. "Wait." He let out a piercing scream, his eyes wide with extreme horror. Whoosh! Yunwoo's uniform shirt was ripped off, and he could only scream in helplessness. The female fighter and the blonde bully put their arms around each other, laughing mockingly, raising a phone to take a selfie with their trophy. Click! The flash went off, capturing the victim's humiliating moment. The female fighter bared her teeth in a sick smile, calling Park Yunwoo's name and beginning her intimidation. "You know my uncle controls all the police in this area, right?" She raised her phone, threatening that if Yunwoo dared to expose them on social media, the police wouldn't protect him. Then his nude photos would be immediately publicized. Yunwoo lay curled up on the floor, moaning in pain and humiliation. In a delirium of fear, Yunwoo recognized the identity of the monster before him. Kang Ah-hyun. It turned out she was Kang Ah-hyun, the granddaughter of the Busan Shaft gang leader and the only daughter of the president of Dosu Marine Crankshaft Company. Yunwoo was stunned into silence, realizing he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. A true bitch. Kang Ah-hyun stared at her phone, her pale eyes gleaming with pure malice like a true demon. The blonde bully sneered. "You look so filthy. It's disgusting." Kang Ah-hyun chimed in. "If someone walked into this guy's room without knowing, they'd probably think he was raising a dog. Haha." Kang Ah-hyun threw her boxing gloves to the ground, declaring, "There's no other way." She turned and walked away, her voice full of condescension. "It seems like this big sister will just have to give you some special care." Kang Ah-hyun reached into a blazing barrel, pulling out 2 wooden sticks. The 2 wooden sticks burst into torches, and she casually commented, "Hair removal and sterilization, all at once." With a devilish grin, Kang Ah-hyun held the 2 blazing torches, calling it Big Sister's Special Clinic. The lackeys held Yunwoo tightly, who was tied up, while he screamed in panic as the flames approached. "Don't come near." Yunwoo let out a final scream in utter horror, tears and snot streaming down his face. Kang Ah-hyun laughed savagely, preparing to press the blazing torch against Yunwoo's face while he shrieked. Transitioning, a female anchor named Young Dak-young appeared on screen with a bright smile, greeting the audience and announcing she would deliver government news in a friendly manner. She cheerfully announced, "The news I have for everyone today is..." A politician named Cha Kang-hyun was introduced as the proposer of the Advanced Public Safety Infrastructure Project, scheduled for a trial run in November 2021. The female anchor explained that the core of this project was to apply AI technology to protect citizens from crime. The project was divided into 2 main parts: the AI CCTV network and the AI electronic bracelet. She began to elaborate on the AI CCTV network, a state-of-the-art surveillance system. All security cameras in an area would be integrated and managed by a single AI neural network. Once this project became a reality, artificial intelligence with tens of thousands of eyes would be able to track down criminals anywhere. Even more terrifyingly, this AI technology could also upgrade camera image quality in real time, transforming blurry images into clear ones. The female anchor emphasized that criminals would no longer escape due to poor video quality. For example, blurry license plates would also be made clear. She feigned astonishment. Truly impressive, isn't it? But the advertisement didn't stop there. She continued to introduce the AI electronic bracelet, an upgraded version of the electronic ankle monitor for ex-convicts. Its design looked no different from a regular smartwatch, the purpose being not to hinder the reintegration of former prisoners into society. This bracelet also monitored biometric signals such as heart rate and electromyography. Thanks to this, it could detect abnormal signs early. For example, a criminal attempting suicide would be promptly intercepted by the police. Furthermore, if anyone tried to remove the bracelet, it would activate a tightening function, constricting the wearer's wrist. Through voice recognition via its built-in mic and electromyographic signal analysis, it could thwart any criminal plans discussed verbally or in writing. The female anchor smiled contentedly, concluding that this was great news for keeping citizens safe. However, she also admitted that there were considerable concerns about the side effects and potential for abuse of this project, as another politician stood up in opposition. News anchor Jung Dak-young smilingly announced that the government would select a pilot district in each major city to test a new surveillance system. With a wicked smile, she announced the first two locations were Gwakwro District in Incheon and Dosu District in Busan. 3 years later, a student with a bruised face was crying miserably. The student, Park Yoon-woo, collapsed to his knees on the floor, groaning in pain before someone wearing expensive sneakers. Kang Ah-hyun, the female delinquent with a sick, fanged smile, bent down to look at her prey and called his name. Wow. Park Yoon-woo. Standing with her tattooed lackeys, Kang Ah-hyun looked around Yoon-woo's shabby room with disdain. Is being dirt poor the new trend now? The monster continued to mock. Why do all your trashy apartments look exactly the same? Park Yoon-woo could only sob when humiliated. Living in this filthy corner. How do you plan to pay me back? Kang Ah-hyun squatted down, getting straight to the point. You've probably heard what my uncle said, right? That thing on your wrist must absolutely not be removed. Its eyes widened maniacally as it introduced Shaft Capital's special item, an orange smart bracelet, called the Debtor Evasion Prevention Bracelet. Now it's a part of your body. Kang Ah-hyun grinned wickedly. So remember to wear it tightly. Its expression suddenly turned cold. Warning. If you dare to remove it or leave the restricted area, the monster's eyes suddenly glowed with a deadly red light, and it growled. Then your senile old grandmother will be in big trouble. The fatal psychological blow struck directly at Park Yoon-woo's weakness, leaving him stunned and utterly terrified. Completely broken, Yoon-woo begged with clasped hands. Ah-hyun, please. At least let me drop out of school. He cried out in tears, desperately explaining, that way, I can work part-time to pay you back. Kang Ah-hyun showed disgust and snapped. Damn it. What did this bastard just say? Then who will be my slave at school? Since when was a slave allowed to dream of escaping? She sneered, leaving Park Yoon-woo to bury his face on the floor and cry in despair. Kang Ah-hyun sneered at Park Yoon-woo, calling herself Big Sister and reminding him of the sick housewarming gift she had given. She continued to twist the knife in his wound. So that your senile old grandmother doesn't wander off somewhere. It turned out the gift was a pair of handcuffs, and they were tightly clamped onto Park Yoon-woo's pitiful grandmother. The old woman could only babble unconsciously, not understanding what was happening. Her old, wrinkled hands were shackled by the cold handcuffs, a sight of ultimate cruelty. Park Yoon-woo cried out in tears, shouting that Kang Ah-hyun's actions were utterly inhumane. The monster merely picked her ear in boredom, retorting that his grandmother was a debtor, and theoretically, also a criminal. She held up a key, setting a condition. Pay off all your debt, and then I'll give you the key. With a devil's smile, Kang Ah-hyun growled, ordering him to work like a dog from now on. Utterly desperate, Park Yoon-woo could only cover his face and sob amidst the savage laughter of the bullies. Kang Ah-hyun cheerfully said goodbye and left, leaving Park Yoon-woo kneeling on the floor. Slam! The door slammed shut, leaving the student in the dark room with profound humiliation. Park Yoon-woo sobbed in extreme pain and helplessness. He called out his grandmother's name in despair, while the old woman just sat there with vacant eyes. The student bowed his head to the floor repeatedly, continuously apologizing to his grandmother, whom he had implicated. Park Yoon-woo tormented himself, crying that he couldn't repay the person who had raised him alone. His pain peaked when he realized he was the one who had caused his grandmother suffering. He regretted not being strong enough to let Kang Ah-hyun force him to use his grandmother's name to borrow money. Park Yoon-woo cried out a desperate apology, his bruised face drenched in tears. In response to his apology was only the old woman's blank, drooling expression, a painfully stark contrast. The pathetic scene was recorded by a camera. Park Yun-woo collapsed next to his confused grandmother, his desperate groans echoing, "Grandma." Meanwhile, Kang Ah-hyun and her tattooed cronies laughed maniacally, holding up their phones to record the tragic scene and mocking, "Idiot." The next target's profile was revealed. Kang Ah-hyun, the only daughter of the CEO of Dosu Marine Crankshaft and the granddaughter of the Busan Shaft gang boss. A subordinate in a suit began his presentation with a serious expression. He pointed at the large screen, declaring loudly, "This girl is Yoon Karma's next target." The presenter began to analyze the target's personality in more detail with sharp, cold eyes. Kang Ah-hyun was described as an arrogant, aggressive monster who utterly hated being underestimated. Influenced by her uncle, a former Asian boxing champion, she joined a boxing club in middle school. She participated in the national competition in her second year of high school, appearing to be a true talent. But when a top opponent taunted her about her height, her berserk rage erupted. She dragged the poor girl out of the ring and beat her half to death, leaving the girl's face covered in blood. As a result, Kang Ah-hyun was disqualified and permanently expelled from the boxing association. After that, on her father's advice, she moved to Seoul for a change of scenery. There, she transferred to Seo High School, where the young lady was studying, and unsurprisingly, she immediately joined Cha So-hyun's gang, finding her true pack. The presenter emphasized, with a meaningful gaze. And Manager Baek listened silently as the presenter concluded. She became a professional school bully. Now, that monster has returned to Busan, enrolling at Dosu Commercial High School. Backed by her infamous uncle's Shaft gang, she is committing all sorts of vile acts, such as the scene of torturing another male student until he screamed. Suddenly Karma raised her hand, interrupting with a saccharine tone. "But, Manager Appa," Karma raised her hand, a knowing grin spreading across her face. "I have something I'm curious about." She cut straight to the chase, her eyes sharp. "This Shaft gang, is it really such a formidable gang?" The presenter fell silent, his face taut. He replied gravely, "It's more than just a formidable gang. In fact, to explain the risks of this mission, you need to understand the full extent of the Shaft gang's power. This is an organized crime syndicate," he continued, as images of an anchor and flower logo appeared. "With over 30 years of history, their territory is Dosu District, Busan." A flashback began, and he narrated, "Initially, they were just a small-time group of illegal labor brokers. But after the crackdown on crime wiped out other major gangs in Busan, they quickly filled the power vacuum." He emphasized, "Then, during the IMF financial crisis, Kang Moo-han, Kang Ah-hyun's father, a notorious loan shark, targeted a company on the verge of bankruptcy. The towering building of Dosu Marine Crankshaft appeared, a testament to his successful gamble. An elderly chairman, looking distraught, was forced by Kang Moo-han's henchmen to sign transfer documents. Immediately after his takeover, South Korea's shipbuilding industry recovered and experienced explosive growth." The presenter continued with a serious expression. "And now, more than 20 years later, Dosu Marine Crankshaft has a market capitalization of 1.328 trillion won and annual revenue of 789 billion won. He gaped as he read the staggering figures. Total assets are approximately 2.127 trillion won. Under Korean law, this is considered a mid-sized company. But because it accounts for 60% of Dosu District's GDP, its presence in the area is absolute. That's not even counting Kang Moo-han's personal real estate and the illicit funds from their illegal business activities." The presenter's eyes showed a hint of apprehension. "They are essentially on par with a chaebol, without a doubt." Manager Baek spoke, his voice deepening. Manager Baek's sharp eyes narrowed behind his glasses. "So you mean they are the true power in Dosu District?" The presenter confirmed. "That's right. The Kang family controls all core industries in Dosu District, so most residents are directly or indirectly financially affected, and even local law enforcement is entirely under their thumb." He pointed to the map, emphasizing, "What's worse, Dosu District is almost an island, with only one bridge connecting it to Haeundae. If they use their influence to blockade that bridge, escaping by land would be impossible." The presenter's expression became extremely tense. "Therefore, being targeted by the Shaft gang while living in Dosu is like being trapped in a giant prison," he continued. "Furthermore, they monopolize the local seaports, so almost all criminal activities take place there. In Dosu District, Kang Ah-hyun's father and uncle are essentially kings, and Kang Ah-hyun herself is the spoiled princess of that kingdom," he warned with a serious expression. "Therefore, Infiltrating this closed kingdom to carry out the mission could be extremely dangerous for Karma. Karma rested her chin on her hand, thinking nonchalantly, so if I touch Kang Ah-hyun in any way, she smiled, imagining herself tied up and thrown into the sea. Karma might have to sleep with the fishes, right? The presenter was speechless at her composure, only able to admit, crude, but you've understood correctly. Vice President Lee clasped his hands together, signaling for the meeting to continue. So, his sharp, cold gaze swept across them, his voice full of authority. What is your plan for this matter? The presenter quickly explained. First, we will deploy undercover security personnel around Karma's residence. He looked up, preparing to talk about the next step. And, Manager Baek interrupted, presenting the real plan. We will exploit the political situation in Busan, he explained, next to a photo of a politician. Last August, the Busan mayor died in a car accident, so there will be a by-election next April. The presenter exposed the political conspiracy. Kang Ah-hyun's uncle, Kang Tae-han, is trying to get his crony, the Busan police chief, into the mayoral seat. Their front is Shaft Capital, a flashy venture capital firm, but in reality, it's a loan shark den for the Shaft gang. Kang Tae-han is using the election campaign to whitewash his gang, transforming these mobsters into legitimate businessmen in the public eye. The presenter declared firmly, and we will exploit this very point. Vice President Lee growled, summarizing the plan in a single note. So, you intend to attack their organization while maintaining a clean political image. Vice President Lee turned, calling Manager Baek by name, who immediately responded, Yes, Vice President. He ordered, You will be in charge of the security team, dispatched to Busan with Karma. The presenter froze upon hearing this, his face turning pale. Karma smirked with delight as Vice President Lee emphasized, Protecting Karma on this mission takes priority even over my own security. His eyes sharp, he concluded, Go to Busan together, and assist her in completing the mission. The presenter was still in shock. Karma couldn't hide her excitement, her eyes shining brightly, her body trembling at the prospect of the upcoming hunt. She grinned widely, her cheeks flushed, clearly thrilled by the impending scenario. The presenter clutched his head, sweat pouring down. Damn it. Just thinking about going to Busan with Yoon Karma already gives me a headache. He pushed his thoughts aside, picked up his device, and changed the subject. Anyway, let's continue. He straightened his face, getting to the main point. The most crucial aspect of today's briefing is about the heinous crimes Kang Ah-hyun committed against the young lady. Images of a helmet, nunchaku, and adhesive tape appeared, hauntingly. Vice President Lee growled, cutting off the report. That's enough. Vice President Lee suddenly announced. That's enough for today. Leaving the presenter stunned, Manager Baek bowed in, thanks. But the presenter's mind was still struggling to process. The young employee was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what was happening. He stammered his boss's title, still reeling from the sudden change. Karma, the little devil, grinned and whispered, I'm so curious, just between us, tell me? But was met with a glare from her stepfather. As night fell, Vice President Lee lay on his bed, his eyes closed, but his mind was swirling with the past. The flashback began. In the car, he was nagging his deceased daughter, Hyena. He scolded his daughter, Hyena, how many times have I told you not to listen to your headphones too loudly? And don't lie down while looking at your phone. He continued his familiar lecture. That's why you have tinnitus and a herniated cervical disc. He had no idea that his words of concern were completely off the mark compared to the hell his daughter was enduring. The old vice president grumbled reproachfully. How did you end up like this? I let you live on your own. How do you feel about it? He said heartbrokenly. So young, yet you already have to suffer from such illnesses. Hyena just listened in silence, her face filled with sorrow, not knowing how to respond. Tears welled up in her eyes, her inner self torn. Should I just tell him the truth? She clenched her hands. The thought of revealing her bullying lingered in her mind. Images of Song Eun-jin and Kang Ah-hyun, torturing her in a twisted way, flashed before her, and she screamed in silence. It's too hard. I can't take it anymore. With tears in her eyes, Hyena made up her mind. That's right. I'll tell Dad everything. She whimpered, calling out, Dad! Actually, When a phone rang, cutting off everything, Vice President Lee answered immediately, his tone switching to business mode. Yes, this is Lee Myung-jun of Hyundai Group. Hyena froze. Her only chance to ask for help vanished as her father was busy answering a call from some director. Lee Myung-jun was on the phone, his face cold as he questioned the approval of the production line in Busan. After hearing the answer, his expression darkened, unable to believe what he had just heard. His rage began to flare, veins bulging in his neck, as he gnashed his teeth. He exploded, roaring into the phone right in front of a terrified hyena. "Are you serious saying that right now?" Hyena was utterly terrified, tears welling up as she witnessed her father's unprecedented rage. "Director Kim, what the hell are you talking about?" Lee Myung-jun roared, questioning the unacceptable mistake at such a critical moment. Hyena cowered, listening to her father worry about how to explain it to the legal team when the company was on edge, preparing for a government inspection. Lee Myung-jun was furious, his eyes bloodshot, roaring about how the reporters would seize this opportunity to tear them to shreds. His eyes were bloodshot. He growled that the company's internal affairs were rife with thieves, while outside, enemies were just waiting to throw him and his trusted subordinates into prison. The young driver in the front seat was also deeply shocked, glancing in the rearview mirror as his boss confessed to having been awake for 72 hours to clean up the mess. Lee Myung-jun gnashed his teeth, snarling sarcastically into the phone. "And you, Director Kim, go and make such a foolish mistake?" He let out one final roar, venting all his indignation. "Is this what I get, after sacrificing my entire life for this company? Is this all?" The entire car fell into an oppressive silence after the vice president's outburst. Lee Myung-jun panted, trying to regain his composure after unleashing his anger into the void. Hyena remained utterly silent, her eyes wide with horror, still shaken by what had just happened. He let out a long sigh, his rage completely dissipated. In a flash, Lee Myung-jun regained his cold expression, his voice calm. "I apologize, Director Kim. I lost my temper a bit." The young driver was astonished by his boss's incredible emotional control, unable to believe the 180-degree change. "I will speak with the legal team first," Lee Myung-jun ordered. "As for you, Director Kim, focus on damage control right now." With that said, he coldly hung up, ending the call with the demeanor of someone in complete control. Hyena stammered her father's name, her eyes wide with terror after his outburst. She frantically pointed at his nose. "Dad, your nose is bleeding," the young driver nervously reported. "Vice President, actually, you've been awake for 84 hours, not 72. The subordinate warned that his boss would collapse, but Lee Myung-jun coldly took a tissue, replying curtly, "I know." Hyena's small hand gripped her father's, a comforting gesture filled with worry. Lee Myung-jun called his daughter's name, making her flinch as she was still shaken. He turned to her, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Sorry, did I scare you by yelling?" Lee Myung-jun lifted his head, his voice filled with steely determination. "Don't worry, Hyena. I can get through all of this." His eyes were bloodshot. A grim vow echoed in his mind. "I will never have to go to prison and leave you behind, Hyena." The girl could only remain silent before the heavy promise. Deep down, Hyena realized this was the first time she had seen her father lose his temper with someone else. With tears in her eyes, she thought to herself, "Dad has also reached his limit." Clenching her hands, Hyena told herself that her father's burden was many times greater than her own, and she couldn't make him worry anymore. She gritted her teeth and endured, determined to try a little harder, to endure everything. The image of Hyena standing alone on a high ledge, her shoes neatly placed behind her. She leaned forward, her hair fluttering in the wind, choosing to end everything in silence. Lee Myung-jun shot up in bed, letting out a desperate cry from a terrifying nightmare. He panted, sweat pouring down him, his empty eyes still haunted by the last image of his daughter. The vice president sat on the bed, fatigue and sorrow evident in every line of his face. Lee Myung-jun stood before the bathroom mirror, splashing cold water on his face as if to wash away the recent nightmare. Lee Myung-jun agonized in silence. "I should have realized." Looking at his own reflection, the tycoon blamed himself. "If I had paid more attention, I would have realized." Rage began to swell in the vice president's eyes. He gritted his teeth, helplessness and anger transforming into a clenched fist. Crash! Lee Myung-jun's fist slammed straight into the mirror, blood splattering for such a trivial reason. He roared, blaming himself for whining right in front of his daughter. "It's all your fault." Lee Myung-jun punched himself in the face in the shattered mirror. "Because of you, Hyena couldn't tell anyone." His eyes bulged with fury. "My only daughter was slowly dying right beside me. And I, her father, was..." He ground his teeth, unable to finish the sentence. His rage peaked. He yelled, "Die, you bastard!" His fist swung up again, ready for another punch, but a hand stopped him instantly. Karma appeared, her voice icy. "Please don't do that, stepfather." She looked him straight in the eye, commanding, "Look at your hand. It's bleeding." Karma pointed at his blood-soaked hand. Lee Myung-jun froze, looking down at his injured hand. Karma still held his hand tightly, preventing him from continuing to harm himself. With the floor stained with blood and shattered glass, Lee Myung-jun called her name. "Karma." The tycoon had regained his composure, entrusting her. Please do your best at the new school. Karma smirked a promising smile, signaling that the hunt was about to begin. Karma smirked, her eyes glowing red with promise. Leave it to me, stepfather. A week later, at Dosu Commercial High School, the new stage was set. The male students in the class began to whisper, eagerly anticipating what was about to happen. The girls were no different, gathering in groups and chatting animatedly. Karma, in her new uniform, entered the classroom with the homeroom teacher, immediately drawing all eyes. Swish! The classroom door slid open, signaling that the play was about to begin. The teacher cleared his throat, ordering the class to be quiet. All right, everyone, pay attention. The teacher announced a new student had transferred from Seoul, and Karma offered a friendly smile to the class. The teacher instructed the students to treat the new student well and not to bully them. A male student with a bruised face immediately turned pale upon hearing this, clearly a familiar victim of the bullies. At the back of the classroom, a bully with a prominent red tattoo on his neck smirked mockingly, acting superior. Next to him, Kang Ah-hyun, in a bright red tracksuit with her hair tied up high, visibly showed her annoyance. She clicked her tongue loudly, her disdainful attitude unconcealed. She muttered irritably, "What the hell?" Kang Ah-hyun contemptuously thought of that cunning vixen, while Karma responded with an even more dangerous smile. Meanwhile, the other male students, their eyes sparkling, praised Karma as beautiful as a model. The girls also marveled, wondering if all girls from Seoul were that pretty, and decided to go introduce themselves later. Even the tattooed bully had to mutter a curse, admitting that Karma's beauty was truly the real deal. Karma just stood there, silently enjoying the class's attention with a smug expression. Suddenly, the tattooed bully flinched, his face changing color as he called out to someone, "Hey, op, pa." The tattooed bully's girlfriend flew into a jealous rage, questioning him. "Can't you control your eyes?" The bully vehemently denied it, but she snapped, "Not looking, my ass. You just watched an entire movie over there." The girlfriend continued to taunt and mock him for daring to lust after another girl right in front of her, even guessing that he was already thinking about having children with the new student. The bully broke into a sweat, hastily explaining that he only glanced over. Even though he explained that he just found the new girl quite interesting, his girlfriend still sulked with her arms crossed, her face swollen with anger. Sitting at the back of the classroom, Kang Ah-hyun clicked her tongue loudly, cursing inwardly. Kang Ah-hyun glanced at Karma with a contemptuous expression, thinking to herself, "That transfer student is already getting on my nerves." The homeroom teacher called Karma, informing her that he had to attend a faculty meeting. The teacher pointed towards the back of the classroom, telling Karma to take the empty seat there, and the demon obediently complied with feigned meekness. With a click, the teacher left, leaving Karma alone to face the new den of beasts. Karma scanned the classroom, curling her lips into a calculating smile. Her eyes flashed with a deadly red glow, signaling that a new act was about to begin. Karma thought to herself, a new school life was about to begin. She calmly walked towards her seat, ignoring the gazes fixed upon her. Suddenly, a shrill voice spoke up, blocking her path. "Hey, you soul bumpkin." Karma turned around, seeing the bully's girlfriend sneering at her. She coldly asked back, "Are you talking to me?" The girlfriend smirked. "Is there any other soul bumpkin here besides you?" The intimidation officially began, as she warned Karma not to act so arrogant just because she was from Seoul. She tightly hugged her tattooed boyfriend, declaring that she and her repeat-year Appa ruled this school. With a demonic expression, she growled a threat to Karma to know her place if she wanted to survive, and Karma merely bowed her head, feigning meekness as she tremblingly replied, "Yes, I understand." Kang Ah-hyun sneered, delighted by Karma's obedient attitude. "Haha, that's what I want to hear, you bitch." After asserting her dominance, the girl smirked and declared, "Okay, the transfer student has been dealt with." She spun around, calling out another boy's name. "Hey, Park Yoon-woo." The boy flinched, stammering his reply. Kang Ah-hyun stretched, feigning exhaustion. "I guess I was gaming on my phone all night. My shoulders are killing me." She jutted her chin, ordering, "Come here and give me a massage, sis." Park Yoon-woo's face turned pale, and he fearfully obeyed. The boy tremblingly asked if she wanted it as hard as last time, to which Kang Ah-hyun growled, "No, harder. If you don't do a good job today, shave your grandma's head bald." Amidst the chaotic scene, Karma merely sat in silence, her crimson eyes flashing with a deadly glint. Meanwhile, a teacher was trying to explain a polynomial problem on the board. "Now, if you look at this problem, it asks to find the maximum value, right?" The old teacher continued to ramble on. "First, you need to know the range of x, but it's not mentioned here." He pointed at a desk, feigning enthusiasm. So, let's assume x is any real number, and start by finding its vertex. Suddenly, the teacher flinched, letting out a loud curse. It turned out the old man was secretly gaming too, his eyes wide with frustration. Wow, are you kidding me? The students below paid no mind, one scoffing, "You played stupidly, missed a jump, and died in round 2. Kang Ah-hyun, you're really bad at games." Another boy blamed his teammate. "You bumped my arm just now. Is everything my fault? Why blame me just because you're so bad?" The other girl wasn't backing down, arguing, "You elbowed me while I was jumping." "Shut up, it's my turn, hand over the device." The teacher tried to clear his throat to restore order in the classroom. Ahem, ahem. Could you all please quiet down a bit? He tried to return to the lesson. Anyway, back to the topic. To find the vertex of this function, you need to. Bang. The teacher got a game over again, yelling in frustration. Damn it, failed again. The students below burst into laughter. One even concluded, "Just skip that round, it doesn't count. You can't do that. Drinks and cigarettes are on me today. Got it?" Overwhelmed with frustration, the teacher slammed his hand onto the desk in helplessness. After his fit of frustration over losing the game, the old math teacher finally noticed the chaos, growling, "Hey, what's going on over there?" The school boss's girlfriend smirked defiantly, replying nonchalantly, "What are we doing? Just playing games." This stunned the teacher. "What? Playing games? Right now?" The teacher exploded in rage, yelling, "Don't you know this is math class, not game time?" He aggressively stepped down from the podium, pointing at the students. "If you're going to cause trouble, at least do it quietly." The teacher's anger didn't subside. He continued to rant. He pointed directly at the school boss girlfriend, who was lounging on her chair. "And another thing, where's your uniform? Why are you dressed like this? Do you think you can get past the school gate dressed like that?" The more the teacher spoke, the more agitated he became, pointing at the girl's leg propped on the desk. "And what's with sitting like that while I'm talking? Who taught you to put your feet on the desk?" As the teacher was yelling, "Put your feet down immediately," the girl unexpectedly growled a curse. Ah, damn it. The teacher froze, stammering in disbelief. "What? Damn it? Teacher." The girl looked up, her bloodshot eyes full of provocation, turning the tables sharply. "Are you staring at my legs, teacher?" The teacher was completely petrified, his mind unable to process the sudden, outrageous question. He quickly waved his hands, his voice trembling. "No, it's not like that," while the school boss sitting behind them had already started paying attention. The tattooed boss immediately stood up, his eyes blazing, and growled directly at the teacher. "Hey, teacher, are you looking at my girlfriend's legs?" The teacher flinched, sweat pouring down him, completely overwhelmed by the student's intimidating aura. He took a step back, muttering, "Ah, this won't do." The school boss's girlfriend raised her phone, sneering maliciously. "I need to report this to the education department." She smirked, her tone sweet, yet venomous. "Our perverted teacher, Oh Dukbai. I'll make sure you lose your pension permanently." The girl concluded with a cruel curse, her eyes gleaming with sick pleasure. "May you spend the rest of your life picking up trash and die alone." All the students in the class fell silent, their eyes wide and mouths agape at the unbelievable display of disrespect towards a teacher. Everyone was terrified, silenced by the absolute power of the bullies in this rotten school. Teacher Oh Dukbei's face turned ashen, his eyes wide with extreme terror. He squeezed his eyes shut, sweat pouring down him, trying to swallow the humiliation and fear. Thud. The teacher collapsed to his knees on the floor, officially surrendering. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Kang Ah-hyun burst into insane laughter, her voice mockingly gleeful. "Forgiveness?" She continued to taunt the teacher, who was hanging his head. "It seems our upright teacher Dukbai is also afraid of losing his pension, huh? Why don't you keep lecturing us like before?" The girl's expression changed, and she growled with murderous intent. "But damn it, Dukbai, if you're going to apologize, do it properly." Cornered, the teacher stammered out his apology miserably. I'm sorry. It was my carelessness." Kang Ah-hyun leaned languidly into her tattooed boyfriend's lap, clearly bored. "How dull. If you want forgiveness, you need to try harder." The teacher tremblingly asked what she wanted, and Kang Ah-hyun merely smirked devilishly, signaling an even more horrifying humiliation to come. She ordered bluntly, her voice full of authority, "Bow your head. Say, Sister Ah-hyun, please forgive me just this once, then prostrate yourself before me." Her eyes gleamed with a sick red light, and she concluded with a delighted laugh. "Then I'll consider letting it slide, haha." The female students in the class gasped, completely frozen at the sight of their teacher about to be forced to kowtow to a student. Teacher Oh Dukbae snapped his head up, unable to believe his ears, stammering, What? Kang Ah-hyun pressed her face close to his, her voice full of challenge. Can't do it? The teacher completely collapsed, his face turning ghastly pale from extreme humiliation and fear. After a moment of internal struggle, he gritted his teeth, humiliatingly calling her name, Sister Ah-hyun. The teacher officially cast aside all dignity, prostrating himself on the floor, begging for mercy. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me just this once. All the students, even the bruised male student, were deeply shocked by the teacher's unimaginable cowardice. The blonde-haired Park Min-woo gleefully raised his phone to record the scene, scoffing contemptuously. Pfft. He's actually doing it. What an idiot. Kang Ah-hyun looked at the teacher kneeling at her feet, smiling contentedly. So, Dukbai, you know you were wrong, don't you? Kang Ah-hyun placed her slipper on old teacher Oh Dukbai's head, her voice icy. If you bother me while I'm gaming again. Resting her feet on the chair, she smirked, while her tattooed boyfriend beside her chuckled with delight. I'll send you straight to your own funeral. The old teacher, drenched in sweat, tremblingly called her Miss Ah-hyun and confirmed his understanding. She smirked, allowing him to stand. She slapped the teacher's backside, as if bestowing a favor, telling him to get back to his work. Old teacher Oh Dukbai stood up, his face dark with humiliation, while Kang Ah-hyun and her boyfriend burst into laughter as if watching a comedy. Other students began to whisper. One wondered why the teacher was foolish enough to provoke Kang Ah-hyun, while another explained that he was new and didn't know her reputation. Kang Ah-hyun turned to her tattooed boyfriend, fawning over him and praising him for being cool enough to stand up to a teacher, while he proudly declared himself her boyfriend, unable to let his girlfriend be bullied. Karma, sitting nearby, scrunched her face like a monkey eating chili after hearing their cheesy conversation, clearly disgusted by the couple. Karma stepped into the hallway. Other students immediately parted, whispering amongst themselves as they saw her. She glided past with a stone-cold expression, her sharp eyes showing disdain for everyone. A contemptuous thought flashed through Karma's mind. Watching that cheesy couple makes me sick. I need to crush Kang Ah-hyun's smug look immediately. But then her eyes glowed with a deadly red, acknowledging that this plan seemed far from simple. The flashback began. Manager Baek assigning a task to Karma. Listen, Yoon Karma. The plan to deal with Kang Ah-hyun that you proposed requires a lot of money and time. A colossal cargo ship appeared amidst the night sea, Manager Baek explaining. The execution equipment for Kang Ah-hyun, custom ordered to your specifications, will arrive at Busan port in a few days. Manager Baek emphasized that they couldn't just sit around waiting in vain. Manager Baek's eyes gleamed with indignation. Because young lady Hyena suffered bullying for too long, he bluntly ordered Karma, who was dressed in casual clothes. Karma, you also need to bully Kang Ah-hyun at school. Karma looked surprised, worried that provoking Kang Ah-hyun on her home turf would be suicidal, perhaps even leading to her being thrown into the sea for fish food. She widened her eyes, suddenly conceiving a crazy conspiracy theory. Karma grabbed Manager Baek's shirt, tears welling up as she cried, Are you trying to eliminate me to monopolize my stepfather's affection? But he brushed her off. What nonsense are you spouting? This is the vice president's order, you fool. Manager Beck analyzed the situation. The Shaft gang is busy supporting the election campaign, so they are more cautious than ever. As long as there's a legitimate reason, they won't dare touch you, even if you're an outsider. He outlined a sinister strategy. There are tons of ways to target her while pretending to be the victim. He placed his full trust in Karma, whose red eyes gleamed with calculation. With your unique skills and quick wit, you'll handle it smoothly. Manager Baek reassured her that an undercover bodyguard team was ready to provide support if things got out of hand. He concluded seriously, placing the entire responsibility on her shoulders. Therefore, Karma, please, I'm counting on you. The scene shifted to school, Karma in her new uniform, muttering with annoyance. Shh. In the end, they just dump all the dirty work on me. But immediately after, she puffed out her cheeks with a devilish grin, her eyes glowing red. Well, it's fine. Perhaps it's time to find a new game. She thought about the Porcupine Project, a plan where the tormentor ultimately becomes the one to suffer. Karma bared her teeth in a sinister smile, determined to execute this mission perfectly to win her stepfather's complete affection. Standing in the crowded hallway, Karma began to strategize. Now I need to become the bullied victim in front of everyone. She scanned her surroundings, looking for a way to provoke Kang Ah-hyun, creating enough drama to stir up the entire school. Her gaze landed on a heavily tattooed thug, who was arrogantly scrolling through his phone. A meaningful smile appeared on Karma's lips. The target was locked. The tattooed thug startled, looking up when he heard a sweet voice call out. Oh, Jin Seong, he asked, bewildered. What is it? New student? While Karma approached with a fake smile, Hey, what are you doing here, big brother? The guy named Jin Sung glanced towards the girl's restroom, replying, Oh, I'm just waiting for Ah Hyun to come back. He frowned, showing annoyance at Karma's overly familiar attitude. What's with your way of speaking? Karma nonchalantly replied as if it were obvious. Oh, I guess the teacher hasn't explained it to you yet. She puffed out her chest, declaring dramatically with a crazy look. The truth is, I'm a defector from North Korea. Jinsong burst out laughing, thinking she was joking. Stop it, you're acting, aren't you? Haha, but Karma only replied mysteriously. You'll find out what kind of person Karma is, eventually. Jinsong's face went blank, muttering, Eventually? Karma smirked devilishly, beginning her spiel. Actually, I have to admit. She suddenly leaned in close, pointing at the tattooed guy's chest and flirting. I'm a little interested in you, Appa. With her glowing red eyes, Karma confidently declared, You see, Karma absolutely loves muscular, well-built guys. As she spoke, she caressed Jinsong's bulging bicep, feigning admiration. Her hand glided over the guy's chest. And this explosive, muscular chest, too. Karma's red eyes shone with a morbid intensity. A real man like this. That's exactly Karma's type, she concluded, making Jinsong blush furiously. The school boss forced a laugh, clearly thrilled internally. He hesitated, feigning refusal but actually enjoying it. Heh, well, thank you for seeing me that way, but… Just as Jinsong mentioned his girlfriend. As you know, I already have a Hyun, Karma coolly retorted. Then just dump a Hyun. What's the big deal? Jinsong's jaw dropped, while Karma nonchalantly badmouthed. I'm a bit hesitant to speak ill of her behind her back, but honestly, she sneered contemptuously. About a Hyun, her body is quite boring, you know? Karma arched her back, confidently showing off. But look at Karma here. Her red eyes bored into Jinsong, full of provocation. Don't you feel there's something that you'll never get from a Hyun? She whispered, making the guy gulp. Gulp. Karma continued her brainwashing, her voice enchanting. You know it's true. The kind of woman truly suited for a strong man like you is someone like Karma, she rambled on, only to be cut off by a voice. Hey, Kang Ah-hyun had just stepped out of the restroom, her face stone cold, staring intently at Karma. Who the hell are you? Karma turned around, grinning widely as if nothing had happened, innocently replying, I'm the new transfer student, leaving Jinsong behind with a panicked expression. As if caught red-handed, Kang Ah-hyun's face was filled with murderous intent as she snarled. I'm asking what the hell you're doing here. Karma nonchalantly grinned, replying with a single word, flirting. All the surrounding students froze stiff, their faces drained of all color. Jinsong, the school's boss, also broke out in a cold sweat, speechless. Kang Ah-hyun's eyes bulged, signaling an impending storm. The atmosphere was taut like a bowstring, as Karma and Kang Ah-hyun faced each other amidst the circle of students and her boyfriend, Jin Sung. The door to class 1 to 6 flung open, ready to welcome a dramatic scene. As soon as they entered the classroom, blood splattered onto the bulletin board, and sounds of impact echoed continuously. The students in the classroom were utterly terrified, only able to watch the tragic scene in silence. Jin Sung's lackeys roared, ordering the entire class to look straight ahead, forbidding them from turning their heads or looking around. Kang Ah-hyun, the boxing monster, tensed up and unleashed a series of devastating blows. Karma was pummeled relentlessly, taking every punch like a moving sandbag. Kang Ah-hyun gnashed her teeth, revealing her bestial fangs, determined not to let her prey escape. Another punch was thrown with terrifying speed. Wham! The hook punch landed squarely on Karma's face, sending her flying straight into the wall. Having been thoroughly thrashed, her nose bleeding profusely, Karma still looked up with defiant eyes. The girl coughed violently on the floor, with Kang Ah-hyun and Jin Sung looking down at her like trash. Kang Ah-hyun lectured, Hey, wasn't I clear enough? Appa and I run this school, so you'd better stay away. Pinned tightly to the floor by 2 lackeys, Karma still smirked wickedly. Your words sound like a dog barking in my ears. She smirked, her voice eerily seductive. Do you think those trashy words can stop Karma's love? True love means being ready to face even death. Karma, her face covered in blood, smirked disdainfully. In this love triangle, do you only know how to use your fists like a chicken? The girl continued to provoke, her eyes glowing red. Ah-hyun, does that mean you're afraid you can't beat me with just your charm? Kang Ah-hyun froze, completely shocked by her opponent's verbal combat. The school boss's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. What the hell is this? Kang Ah-hyun's fangs gnashed together, so furious her eyes seemed to burst with rage. Jin Sung jumped when his girlfriend called him out. Kang Ah-hyun whirled around to her boyfriend, screaming, Appa, It's because you're so ambiguous that sluts like her keep lingering around. The girl continued to berate Jinsung, ignoring his attempts to deny everything. Are you still denying it? You've been drooling over her this whole time. Held tightly by two lackeys, Karma still didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. Dating a girl with such a boring body must be exhausting, right? Kang Ah-hyun roared furiously. Where did this filthy old fox crawl out from? Shut your mouth right now. Karma still grinned widely, challenging. I got punched until my face swelled up, but I didn't even flinch? Your punches must be as light as cotton, Ah-hyun. Her eyes gleamed with a sinister light. You wear boxing gloves just to look cool, but your punches are truly useless, aren't they? Kang Ah-hyun gnashed her teeth again, veins bulging on her face. Unable to bear it any longer, Kang Ah-hyun roared. Haven't you been beaten enough, you brat? Then swung her fist. Just as she was about to deliver a finishing blow, Kang Ah-hyun froze upon hearing a shout from the classroom door. Hey, what's going on over there? Everyone turned around. A teacher was standing conspicuously at the door. The homeroom teacher walked in, a ruler in his hand, shouting loudly, Why are you all gathered at the back of the classroom like that? Go back to your seats immediately. The teacher asserted his authority, trying to restore order. But when he realized the ringleader was Kang Ah-hyun, the teacher's bravado vanished, and his face went pale. The homeroom teacher swallowed hard, his voice trembling, stammering, Ah-hyun, you, Kang Ah-hyun smirked mockingly, asking the teacher in return, Oh, the transfer student? What are you doing to her? She calmly fabricated a story, pointing at Karma, who was being held tightly by two subordinates. She fell, so we're just helping her up. The homeroom teacher broke out in a cold sweat, stammering a reminder. But didn't your uncle tell you? Kang Ah-hyun interrupted, her voice icy cold. Not to bully others for a while, sir? Her eyes wide, she enunciated each word as if slapping the teacher's face. She fell. We are just helping her up. That's all. The homeroom teacher saw Kang Ah-hyun's blood-stained fist and immediately understood the situation. The fresh bloodstains on Kang Ah-hyun's bright red boxing gloves were a warning that couldn't be clearer. The teacher swallowed hard, sweat pouring down him like a shower, completely silenced. His voice trembling, he could only meekly agree. Oh, okay. Changing his tune faster than flipping a rice paper pancake, the teacher chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Ah, so you were just helping the transfer student, right? He hurriedly scurried away from the scene, waving his hand to the group. Everyone, just relax and go back to your seats. The tattooed boss and his subordinates sneered disdainfully. Heh, what an idiot. If he's going to lose anyway, why bother acting tough? Kang Ah-hyun clicked her tongue, clearly annoyed by the interruption. She glanced towards Karma, her gaze as sharp as a knife. Held tightly by two lackeys, Karma looked up directly at her enemy's face, her eyes bloodshot and defiant. Hey, transfer student, you must be having a blast stirring up trouble without knowing your place, huh? Kang Ah-hyun bared her fangs, her voice full of murderous intent. Get ready. She grabbed Karma, declaring bluntly. Starting today, I will turn your school life into a living hell. Despite her bruised face and blood-filled mouth, Karma still smirked a devilish smile. Another male student in the class witnessed the scene, his face pale, thinking to himself, it's over. If that psycho Kang Ah-hyun has gotten involved, there's no saving them. He looked towards Karma with eyes full of despair, sweat pouring down him. Held tightly by the lackeys, Karma still smirked like a demon, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, while the witnessing student could only think to himself, will she be okay? The school hallway was deserted, signaling an impending storm about to erupt elsewhere. The scene shifted to the teacher's lounge, where those supposedly in power were gathered. Inside the teacher's lounge, the atmosphere seemed peaceful, but the truth was otherwise. The old teacher, Oh Dukbae, sighed, his hand holding a coffee cup trembling violently, clearly having just endured an intense psychological shock. A heavier colleague approached and asked, Teacher Oh, is something wrong? Making the old teacher jump. The colleague pointed out, Your hand is trembling, causing Teacher O to visibly fluster. Teacher O replied irritably, Humph, what else could it be? It's those students, of course. The colleague clicked his tongue in agreement, taking a sip of coffee. Yeah, this school really does have a lot of troublesome kids, he condescendingly advised. But once you get used to it, it's no big deal. Just try to adapt. Teacher O gritted his teeth upon hearing this, unable to bear it. Teacher O exploded. No big deal? Do you have any idea what I went through today? He yelled, resentful that teachers' authority was now like trash. They say teachers have lost their power, but this school is truly outrageous. The colleague suddenly hit a nerve, asking, "Teacher, is there something going on with that girl in the red tracksuit in your class?" The colleague's expression suddenly turned serious, his eyes sharpening. "Teacher, did you just have a run-in with Kang Ah-hyun?" Teacher, oh, recounted in a panic. She threatened to report me to the education department. And then she said she'd make me live by picking trash and die alone. The old teacher continued to lament, while the colleague could only helplessly hold his head. "Oh, my goodness, teacher," the colleague growled, issuing a dire warning. "Honestly, stay away from Kang Ah-hyun. The further the better." Teacher O stammered, his voice filled with worry. "Yes, I was planning to. But," the colleague ruffled his hair in frustration, annoyed by the irresponsibility of others. "Good heavens, didn't they tell you anything when you first came here? Those other old teachers are truly terrible." He asked about Teacher O's experience. "Teacher, where did you teach before?" and received a weak reply. "Jung District." The colleague warned the old teacher. "Teacher, don't mistake Dosu District for a peaceful place like Young District." He emphasized with an extremely serious expression. "This isn't the safe Busan, you know. Here in Dosu, it's a kingdom ruled by the Shaft Gang," the colleague revealed, shocking the old teacher to his core. Just earlier this year, 2 teachers tried to stand against Kang Ah-hyun's group and vanished without a trace. The old teacher's face paled as he heard the grim advice. "You should be glad nothing worse has happened yet. From now on, never go against that girl, Kang Ah-hyun." Still naive, the old teacher cried out in despair. "Are you serious? This is the 21st century, not the 82nds. He continued to reason weakly. "Security cameras are everywhere. Are you saying teachers disappear just for offending a gangster's daughter?" To the question, "What about the police?" the colleague could only let out a frustrated sigh. The colleague silently walked away, leaving the old teacher stunned behind him. A local newspaper appeared, praising Assemblyman Cha Kang-hyun and his public safety project for reducing crime in Dosu by 88%. A perfect charade covering up the rotten truth. The setting shifted to an unfinished construction site under the sunset, where a new purge was about to take place. Kang Ah-hyun flashed a savage smile, revealing her sharp fangs, and called out, "Hey, new transfer student." Karma turned around to see Kang Ah-hyun and a gang of tattooed male students blocking her path. The ringleader speaking up, "Didn't I tell you not to push your luck too far?" Kang Ah-hyun slowly approached, her voice full of provocation. "Looks like getting beaten wasn't enough for you, huh?" With a twisted smile, she smugly declared, "Listen up. Big sis here knows better than anyone how to crush a girl's spirit. Sweetie." She gestured towards her grinning subordinates. "Look at these boys. You can guess what's coming next, right?" Kang Ah-hyun's eyes flashed with bloodlust, and she growled, "It'll make you feel every bit of humiliation." Without a hint of fear, Karma's eyes also blazed with a deadly red, ready for battle. Kang Ah-hyun let out an excited roar, giving orders to her lackeys. "Strip her naked!" The depraved command was issued, as the tattooed thugs began to surround Karma. Faced with the threat of being stripped, Karma remained unfazed, merely smirking before bursting into maniacal laughter. Kang Ah-hyun and her tattooed lackeys froze, unable to comprehend what bizarre trick their prey was pulling. Kang Ah-hyun was stunned, speechless. Her mouth, ready to spout fiery threats, suddenly silenced by Karma's unexpected reaction. Karma clutched her stomach, laughing heartily, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Well, I was wondering what you'd do to me. Is this really your best trick?" She delivered a chilling line that left Kang Ah-hyun speechless. "Ah-hyun, you really are an idiot, aren't you?" Insulted directly, Kang Ah-hyun flew into a rage, veins bulging in her neck as she screamed, "What did you just say, you bitch? Are you so scared you've gone mad?" Karma maintained her devilish grin, calmly replying, "Not at all, Ah-hyun." She smirked even wider, preparing to launch her psychological attack. Karma's eyes glowed with a deadly red hue as she pointed directly at her opponent. "What I mean is, I just want to warn you, what you're doing will only backfire on you." Karma casually tossed her red backpack to the ground, as if preparing for action. She stepped forward, looking directly into Kang Ah-hyun's furious eyes. "Why are you so bitter towards me today?" Karma smirked again, her tone as if lecturing a child. She delivered a provocative jab that hit a nerve. "To use the slang around here, Ah-hyun, you're insanely jealous of my body, aren't you?" Kang Ah-hyun and her lackeys stared blankly, their brains unable to process Karma's insane logic. Karma began to unbutton her vest, turning the tables sharply. "But in this situation, what would happen if I showed off my skin?" She smiled provocatively, her gaze sweeping over Kang Ah-hyun's subordinates. "Your hungry appas will fall for me instantly, won't they?" Karma said, slowly slipping her vest off her shoulders. Kang Ah-hyun stood frozen, eyes wide, utterly shocked by Karma's madness and shamelessness. Her face went blank. She couldn't believe her prey dared to turn her own weapon against her. The psychological attack was a resounding success. The tattooed boss, Jin-sung, flushed crimson, licking his lips in confusion. The tattooed boss, Jin-seong, flushed crimson, sweat pouring from him in torrents under Karma's psychological assault. His Neja-haired girlfriend, however, glared with fury, her jealousy boiling over. Smack! She didn't say much, immediately landing a thunderous punch on Jin-seong's face and screaming, "Are you crazy, Appa?" Jin-seong clutched his face, grimacing in pain, only to be met with a barrage of curses from his girlfriend. "What else, you bastard?" The girl continued to shriek in a fit of rage. "Why are you getting flustered over that slut?" Jin-seong awkwardly tried to defend himself, blaming the sunset for his flushed face, but his girlfriend roared. "What did you say? Imagining things?" Karma watched the drama unfold, adding fuel to the fire. Poor Jin-seong Oppa, having such a strange girlfriend, which made the other girl explode in fury. "What the hell did you say?" With a devilish grin, Karma continued to taunt. "Anyway, blaming the sunset for your flushed face sounds quite poetic, doesn't it?" She turned to Jin-seong, who was frozen in confusion, and dropped a fatal line. "I'm starting to like this romantic side of you." Karma clasped her hands together, her eyes full of invitation. She moved closer to Jin-seong, declaring confidently in front of all the lackeys, "To make you mine, Oppa, I can show you anything." "Don't be shy," Karma smirked, her eyes full of hidden meaning. Jin-seong was completely led by the nose, his face as red as a ripe gak fruit, eyes wide, not knowing what to do. Karma went all out, grabbing Jin-seong's collar with both hands, growling, "I'll even strip you myself if I have to, Appa." Her eyes glowed with an enchanting red, a sinister smile clearly visible, completely dominating the game. Jin-seong's girlfriend stood frozen, mouth agape, her brain unable to process the opponent's shamelessness. Snapping out of it, she lunged forward with a scream. "Stop, right now." The girl grabbed Karma's arm, howling like a mad fox. "You vixen slut, how dare you touch my man?" Karma merely smirked, retorting sharply, "Yours? He'll be mine soon enough anyway," which made the other girl boil with rage. Karma casually stretched, feigning boredom. "Tisk. Honestly, I'm utterly annoyed now." Signaling that the warm-up was over, Karma casually ripped off her necktie, her voice full of provocation. "If you keep getting in my way, then I'll just have to strip myself." Her words made the entire gang of bullies freeze, unable to understand what trick their prey was pulling. Kang Ah-hyun ordered her lackeys, her face darkening, "Hold her down." The subordinates looked bewildered, not yet grasping the situation. The jealous woman shrieked maniacally, her face contorted with rage. "Don't let that slut take off her clothes." Kang Ah-hyun turned to threaten her hesitant subordinates. "If you don't stop her, I'll skin every single one of you." Frightened, the tattooed gang rushed to restrain Karma, who began unbuttoning her shirt, revealing her underwear. Karma began her act, screaming like a true victim. "Let me go! Karma has the right to strip if she wants to. Let go!" She screamed directly into Kang Ah-hyun's face, her eyes filled with indignation as if deeply insulted. "Kang Ah-hyun, you bitch." Kang Ah-hyun was speechless at her opponent's madness, muttering, "Good heavens! Where did this devil woman crawl out from?" Challenged to her limit, Kang Ah-hyun gritted her teeth, accepting the game. "Fine." Kang Ah-hyun stepped forward, her voice full of sarcasm. "I get it, you're very proud of your beauty, aren't you?" But she had no intention of playing fair. Her gaze flickered elsewhere. Kang Ah-hyun reached into a blazing barrel, pulling out 2 flaming wooden sticks. With a devilish grin and a torch in hand, she growled, "If I ruin that pretty face, you'll have nothing left to brag about. Will you?" Jin-seong and his subordinates turned pale, realizing this woman wasn't joking. She intended to play to the death. Held tightly, Karma glanced at the torch, her glowing red eyes showing calculation. "Damn, getting burned would be bad. If my beauty is ruined, my life is over." She decided to stop acting. "I need to shake off these small fries first." The lackeys broke into a sweat, feeling the pressure. "Hurry!" Karma's glowing red eyes flashed, signaling she was about to explode. With a whoosh, Karma channeled power into her legs, preparing for an incredible burst of speed. Her eyes turned stark white, and a message appeared. Yoon Karma's physical ability. Level 1. Activating Berserker's Rage, Karma tensed her body, easily pushing back the swarm of lackeys trying to hold her down. The tattooed gang's henchmen staggered, their faces drained of blood. What the hell is this? With glowing, wide-open eyes, Karma made them wonder. How is this girl so ridiculously powerful? Kang Ah-hyun furiously yelled at her subordinates, torch in hand. You idiots, hold her tight. If you mess up, you'll get burned too. Jin-sung frantically shouted, trying to pull his enraged girlfriend back to reality. Hey, Kang Ah-hyun. That's enough. Ah-hyun spun around, seething with jealousy. Damn it, do you really like that bitch? Jin-sung quickly denied it. Jin-sung growled, repeating his superior's order. The big boss already said, don't mess with those who don't owe us money. Trapped amidst the lackeys, Karma, with her bloodshot eyes, calmly spoke, exposing their initial plan to take compromising photos to silence her. Jin-sung continued, asserting that burning the victim's face was 1,000 times worse than just giving them a few punches. The school's top dog continued to dissuade his girlfriend, warning that if she didn't release Karma, her uncle would go berserk. Kang Ah-hyun gnashed her teeth, her rage reaching its peak. Ignoring everything, Ah-hyun screamed a challenge to her entire family. To hell with my uncle, then swung the torch and charged. Jin-sung could only scream his girlfriend's name in despair, as everything spiraled out of control. Karma glanced at the approaching torch, her crimson eyes gleaming with deadly calm, calculating that her opponent was too late to dodge. The flame from the torch blazed brightly, closing in on Karma's face. Karma decided not to defend anymore. If it's come to this, then just kick it away. Whoosh! Karma unleashed a lightning-fast kick, giving her opponent zero chance to react. Kang Ah-hyun was sent flying backward by the devastating kick, her body completely losing balance. Ah-hyun's face clearly showed shock and fury at being humiliated by the counterattack. Clang! The torch dropped to the floor, its flame still flickering, marking Karma's spectacular turning of the tables. Karma was on the phone. Ah, uncle. On the other side are Kang Ah-hyun and Jin-sung, who seem to have been cut off mid-sentence. Jin-sung vehemently denied over the phone. What's wrong? I was just teaching an annoying brat a lesson. Karma also showed her annoyance, grumbling into the phone. Ugh, uncle, that's so unfair. Can't I deal with someone I hate my own way? Kang Ah-hyun, after receiving a call from her uncle, sighed and accepted. All right, I'll go there with you. Click! The call from uncle was mercilessly hung up. Jin-sung realized the situation. So, the big boss called. Kang Ah-hyun confirmed, still holding her phone. Kang Ah-hyun muttered a curse, her face scrunched up. Damn it, that old homeroom teacher tattled to uncle again. Jin-sung shot a contemptuous glance, muttering, that guy's about to get it from me. Kang Ah-hyun spun towards Karma, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Wow, a transfer student, huh? The crazy girl continued to provoke, her eyes wide. You're incredibly lucky, you know that? Karma retorted with a deadly crimson gaze. If it weren't for your uncle, you'd be wiped out here today. Kang Ah-hyun growled a warning. Don't think this is over. The girl stepped closer, face to face with Karma, threatening. Soon, I'll make your life a living hell, understand? Karma merely smirked, her bloodshot eyes gleaming with defiance. Just be ready. With that, Jin-sung and Kang Ah-hyun turned and left, leaving Karma still held tightly by the small fry. Karma watched the two figures walk away, her expression eerily calm. She turned to the subordinate, who was trembling like a leaf while holding her arm, and said in a chilling voice, Can you let go now? The scene shifted to a modern skyscraper, the headquarters of Shaft Capital, the gang's front. Inside a vast office, a powerful man sat alone, his back to the window, exuding the aura of a crime lord. A voice rang out, calling to the man, Uncle. The ultimate boss has officially revealed himself. Kang Ah-hyun brought Jin-sung to meet the boss, haughtily declaring, I'm here with Jin-sung. Kang Tae-han, the powerful uncle, narrowed his eyes at the two, sensing the tension. Why do you two look so tense? Little Ah-hyun immediately played the victim, her voice sulky. Are we fighting? Yes, because he dared to eye other girls besides me. Kang Tae-han froze, his face darkening. What? He glared, radiating killing intent. You brat, you dare to mess around while dating my niece? Jin-seong's face was drained of blood, and he quickly waved his hands in explanation. Oh, it's not like that, boss. Ah-hyun misunderstood everything. I'm not crazy. He turned to his girlfriend, pleading, Ah-hyun, why are you lying to the boss like that? But the girl just pouted. I'm not lying. Kang Tae-han cut through the cheap act with a growl. Enough. I called you here because I have something to say. Bang. Kang Ah-hyun slammed her hand on the table, turning the tables to speak first. No, uncle. Let me speak first. The girl gnashed her teeth, revealing her wolf fangs. About that new transfer student, her eyes gleamed with a bloody glint, and she ordered coldly, Throw them into the East Sea. Kang Tae-han merely looked up in silence, his expression unreadable. Kang Ah-hyun continued to stare at her uncle, awaiting an answer. The crime lord remained silent, the air in the room growing thick. Finally, Kang Tae-han spoke, his voice full of warning. Kang Ah-hyun. His killing intent erupted, his wide-open eyes full of menace. You no longer heed your uncle's words, do you? Kang Ah-hyun calmly retorted. Why wouldn't I? With your capabilities, this shouldn't be difficult at all. Her eyes flashed with an eerie red glow as she recalled her uncle's past deeds. Didn't you just dispose of 5 bodies earlier this year? Kang Tae-han was furious, his neck veins bulging as he growled. How many more times do I have to tell you that the situation is different now? He enunciated each word, emphasizing his supreme command. Until the election in a few months, do you think your uncle's instruction to lie low is a joke? Kang Ah-hyun argued defiantly. Seriously, this is utterly ridiculous. What does that have to do with me causing trouble? She strained her neck. If you're so worried about the election, then why did you send us to collect illegal debts in the first place? But you still did it. Slam. Kang Tae-han slammed the table, making sparks fly, unable to control his rage. The boss roared. That and your troublemaking are not the same thing. Kang Ah-hyun flinched, sweat pouring down her face at her uncle's fury. Kang Tae-han plopped down onto the chair, his voice icy. I've built a debt collection system, so there are no issues. He pointed directly at her. But I can't foresee your damaging actions. That's the real problem. Kang Ah-hyun muttered angrily, clearly resentful. Do you even know whose child that new transfer student from Seoul might be? Kang Tae-han growled, his killing intent flaring. Listen up. The boss clasped his hands, giving a decisive order. From today, aside from debt collection, I will not tolerate any acts of violence. His bloodshot eyes glared directly at his niece. Kang Ah-hyun. No matter who you are, I won't let this slide this time. Understood? Kang Ah-hyun turned her face away, clicking her tongue in annoyance. The boss shifted his attention to her boyfriend, and Jin-sung. The young man flinched, his voice trembling. Yes, boss. Kang Tae-han suddenly changed his demeanor, his voice becoming gentler. You've been doing very well lately. Your debt collection record is impressive. He added a compliment. If you were older, I would have entrusted you with corporate debt recovery as well. Jin-sung beamed, profusely thanking him. Kang Tae-han clasped his hands again, his voice full of cunning. Don't worry, Jin-sung. Since I reformed the system, not a single person has gone to jail. His eyes flashed with a cold light. And even if you do go to jail, I will take full responsibility for your life. Kang Tae-han brought up an example. Do you remember your senior, Young Hyun, who went to jail before? Jin-sung recalled. Yes, I saw online that he just bought a new watch and a new car. I heard the watch alone was over 30 million won. The boss leaned back, delivering a gangster philosophy. No matter what people say about changing times, or that we have lawyers for this kind of work, Kang Tae-han's sharp, cold eyes concluded. The essence of debt collection is still violence. Kang Tae-han placed his hand on the table, his voice icy. The problem isn't making them pay money they already have, but forcing them to cough up money they don't. The boss rested his chin on his hand, his gaze razor-sharp. The nature of that is always violence, and it will always be that way. He turned to Jin-seong, who was sweating profusely. That's why I place so much hope in guys like you, Jin-seong. Kang Tae-han stood up, his presence completely overwhelming his subordinate. I only consider guys like you family. He leaned down, his voice full of hidden meaning. Therefore, as family, never betray my trust. Killing intent erupted. Kang Tae-han growled, his eyes wide. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you make my Ah-hyun cry, I will kill you with my own hands. The spine-chilling threat left Jin-sung frozen, his face pale. Kang Tae-han looked directly into the eyes of his trembling subordinate. Do you understand, Jin-sung? Jin-sung was scared out of his wits, shouting his oath. Yes, boss, I will never forget. Kang Tae-han was satisfied, patting Jin-sung's shoulder lightly, his attitude doing a complete 180. The boss put his arms around both of them, ordering, That's all I wanted to say. Don't cause trouble anywhere else. Focus on debt collection. Kang Ah-hyun smirked devilishly, clearly having her own plans. She called back her uncle, who was about to leave. Uncle! Kang Tae-han turned, looking slightly annoyed. What is it now? Kang Ah-hyun crossed her arms, summarizing the matter as she saw it. So, as long as I'm in the system, I can do whatever I want, right? She rested her chin on her hand, her sly smile revealing her fangs. Absolutely. Kang Ah-hyun's eyes glowed crimson, her voice full of excitement. Then, I just need to drag that new transfer student into the system. And it's done. Kang Tae-han remained silent, but his enigmatic half-smile in the shadows showed that he tacitly agreed with his niece's plan. The scene shifted to a luxurious apartment building under the sunset. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the electronic lock echoed as someone entered the code. Click! The door swung open, revealing a dark space inside. Karma burst through the door, grinning widely as she announced, "Karma's home from school." A muscular man was sitting, unpacking boxes, and looked up to greet her indifferently. "Oh, hello," the manager asked perfunctorily. "You're back?" His hand still clutching a utility knife. Suddenly, his face went blank, his eyes wide as if he'd seen a ghost. It turned out to be Karma's battered face, one eye bruised black, but her mouth still grinning widely. The manager was speechless, thinking to himself, "Her face is completely messed up." He frowned, his expression turning serious. Clearly, the surveillance team's report couldn't fully convey how formidable this girl was. Karma suddenly changed her tone, whining, "Manager Appa, what the heck? You said you'd be done unpacking before I got back, didn't you?" The manager broke out in a cold sweat when questioned, but still tried to reassure her that her room had been cleaned exactly as requested. He added proudly, "And the Krant plushie you wanted. We had it custom made and placed it inside already." Hearing that, Karma's eyes lit up, her smile as radiant as a child receiving a gift. In a flash, she flew over and hugged the stunned manager tightly. "I knew I could count on you, Appa." The manager's face turned beet red, his eyes wide open, stammering incoherently. "You," he shrieked, using all his strength to push Karma away. "Get away from me," the manager panted, his face still heavily shocked. "Hey, you! How can you just hug a guy so casually?" Karma blinked innocently, licked her lips, and asked back, "Is that wrong?" Making the manager stammer in response. "Well, normally, yes." She looked thoughtful, her devilish smile returning. I know society doesn't like this, but I really don't understand why everyone has to make such a big deal out of it." The manager clutched his head in helplessness, snapping that she needed to rein it in for the mission, not to attract unnecessary attention. While Karma nonchalantly said she wanted to know what shame felt like, Karma merely smirked meaningfully, ignoring the manager who was at a loss for words. Her smile grew increasingly cunning. "But you know," Karma's eyes glowed with a deadly red. She leaned down, her voice full of enchantment. "For this mission, we had to completely change our identities, pretending to be siblings who defected from North Korea, didn't we?" Karma's eyes glowed crimson, her smile truly devilish. "If that's the case, to make our sibling act more natural then." The manager shrieked, his face pale, as Karma flirted. "Don't you think you should get used to a few intimate touches? Things will be awkward otherwise." The manager snapped, "We only have a professional relationship. Keep your distance." Karma froze, her face showing disappointment, but immediately, her crimson eyes darkened, radiating intense killing intent. The manager looked at his blood-stained hand, gritting his teeth, enduring the tense atmosphere. Both stood silently in the room, a clear distance established between them. Karma changed her tune, her voice full of sarcasm. "Why are you just standing there stiffly? You said it was a professional relationship. And I'm standing here professionally, aren't I?" The manager was speechless, stammering at her sharp turn of phrase. He suddenly remembered Karma's psychological profile, muttering about her attachment disorder or emotional deprivation, a rare psychological state, even among top-tier psychopaths. The manager frowned in thought, not understanding why she had been showing such a need for attention lately. His eyes narrowed. A terrifying hypothesis began to form in his mind. He wondered if all these strange behaviors were also part of Karma's calculated strategy. The manager clutched his head, realizing a harsh truth. Living with Yoon Karma might be more exhausting than I imagined. Karma suddenly turned back with a bright smile, nonchalantly remarking, "You look quite exhausted, don't you?" She offered to help clean up, making the manager quickly wave his hand in refusal, his voice hesitant. "No, it's fine. You're the one who worked hard today, Karma." Karma insisted on helping, plopping down onto a chair naturally. "Oh, just let me help. I don't have anything else to do anyway." She added a loaded remark. "Besides, Manager Appa, don't be so shy," making the manager break out in a cold sweat. The manager could only remain silent, his face contorted in helplessness at the monster's erratic behavior. He thought to himself, no matter how little pain Karma felt, she certainly wouldn't like having scars on her face. The manager recalled the security team's report. "The situation is quite bad. That lunatic, Kang Ah-hyun, tried to set Karma on fire with a torch. The undercover agents reported that Karma seemed capable of handling herself, so they didn't intervene, but the situation was clearly extremely dangerous." He muttered, "Initially, I was only worried about the Shaft gang's lackeys, but I didn't expect Kang Ah-hyun's gang to be even more out of control than I thought." The manager frowned, sweat beading on his forehead, a sense of unease rising within him. He told himself, even though worrying about a monster's safety was ridiculous, he still had to find a way to ensure Karma's safety even more. The manager began to waver, thinking of suggesting to the vice president to reconsider the entire plan. Suddenly, Karma spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Hold on. She turned, seeing right through the manager. You're not planning to change the mission just because of what happened today, are you? Karma shot him a sidelong glance, her voice full of disdain. If you think that, I'm truly disappointed. Do you really think Karma can't handle these petty matters? She commanded. Get rid of that hypocritical look, making the manager speechless, sweat pouring down him. Karma tilted her head back, declaring bluntly, Listen. This time, I intend to accumulate many achievements to make my stepfather owe me a favor. Her eyes glowed with deadly crimson, her voice hardening. So, don't stand in the way of Karma's ambition, with your useless pity. The manager could only remain silent under the terrifying pressure. Cornered, the manager could only mumble, I'm sorry. Karma turned back, her eyes still crimson, but a devilish smile bloomed on her lips. She suddenly changed her demeanor, chuckling. Heh. Well, perhaps I spoke a bit harshly just to make you understand the issue. Karma looked directly at the manager, her tone becoming terrifyingly gentle. But I actually don't hate that worried look in your eyes for Karma all that much. The manager was dumbfounded, his face slightly flushed at her sudden change of attitude, faster than flipping a rice paper. He let out a sigh, trying to regain his composure. Ha. Wait here. The manager stood up and turned away. I'm going to the pharmacy to buy some ointment. Karma smirked meaningfully, clearly plotting something in her mind. She turned to tease the manager. Hey, my fake brother, you're softer than I thought. With her mesmerizing crimson eyes, Karma joked, At this rate, I might just seduce you faster than expected, you know? But then she instantly changed her expression, her tone sharp and cold. Sorry, but you're my insurance in case things go south. Meanwhile, the manager stood at the pharmacy, seemingly still reeling from Karma's psychological warfare. Karma continued to be lost in her insane thoughts, determined to tame the manager into a slave who would only worship her. Scene change. The boss, Kang Tae-hun, was sitting in his office, asking about the plan to turn someone into a slave. Kang Ah-hyun confirmed with a wide-fanged grin. That's right, uncle. It's that transfer student. The arrogant girl speculated that Karma's transfer to this Busan backwater must be because her father was demoted or something, completely underestimating her opponent. Kang Ah-hyun began to outline her sinister plan. The plan is this. We'll target her family and trap them with our usury scheme. The girl's face looked utterly depraved. She laughed savagely, proudly declaring this was the Shaft Gang's familiar dirty business style. Ironically, at the same time, Karma was also planning to turn her enemies into debt slaves. Dusk fell over a residential area, signaling the end of the day. Karma walked slowly home alone on the deserted street. Another male student with a bruised face was also on his way home, secretly thinking that the transfer student looked truly beautiful. He recalled Karma's lively expression and seemingly friendly demeanor at first, but what impressed him most was how Karma showed no fear when bullied by Kang Ah-hyun, an incredibly cool display of courage. The self-conscious student thought that a pathetic loser like himself would never possess such courage. He quietly walked on, lost in thought about the difference between himself and that formidable girl. The bruised student worried about the new transfer student. Will she be all right? He told himself that no matter how formidable, there was no way a student could stand against the crazy Kang Ah-hyun and her gang. In a flashback, Kang Ah-hyun grabbed another victim by the hair, her voice sick. That bitch doesn't do it for money. She just wants new toys to torment. He recalled the rumor. Her uncle is a notorious loan shark, often throwing petty debtors her way to earn pocket money. The headquarters of that empire was the Shaft Capitol building, a name that reeked of danger. On the surface, they played the role of an exemplary financial company, specializing in supporting young businesses with flashy charity checks. In reality, however, it was a criminal gang specializing in usurious loans, bleeding debtors dry to the bone. Shaft Capital's loan contracts were meticulously drafted, adhering to all legal standards so that their prey could not escape. But the paperwork was just a farce. They used high-tech electronic ankle monitors, the kind for sex offenders, to control their victims. That way, they turned debtors and their entire families into slaves in the blink of an eye, threatening them with cold weapons. Once enslaved, debtors were forced to throw all the money they had just borrowed into gambling websites operated by the Shaft Gang itself, a trap with no escape. Afterward, the Shaft Gang calmly withdrew the money and used various tricks to launder all the dirty money the debtors had lost. The dirty money flow was thoroughly cleansed, ready for the next cycle of their blood-sucking scheme. Not stopping there, they continued to shove another promissory note in the victims' faces, forcing them to take out an entirely separate loan. As a result, debtors bore a double debt on the same original loan. one for Shaft Capital Company and one for the gang members. The Shaft gang's lackeys would then disguise themselves as random creditors to continue pressuring the victims, leaving them utterly confused. If debtors couldn't pay, the process repeated. They accumulated insane illegal penalty interest and disguised it as a new loan. Ultimately, debtors were saddled with an annual interest rate of up to 2,329%, an unimaginable figure. And no matter how insane things got, the debtors could only grit their teeth and endure in helplessness. The consequence of the debt. The entire debtor family was forced to wear smart bracelets and was monitored 24/7 via cameras like livestock. Park Yun-woo, his face bruised, secretly thought the new transfer student was surely doomed this time. Falling into the sights of that insane family meant her life was over. A faint thought flashed in his mind. Someone has to help her. But then he stood rooted to the spot alone in the deserted alley, utterly powerless. He cursed himself for being too cowardly, for not even having the courage to help someone else's daughter who was in danger. He scoffed at himself, thinking, what right does a guy like me have to help anyone else? Forget it. He decided to ignore it, figuring it was enough to just prepare for his evening part-time job. Creak. He opened the door and stepped into his dilapidated house. As soon as he entered, a familiar voice spoke up. Yun-woo? You're back? Making him jump. His eyes widened, unable to believe the sight before him. Before him was his grandmother, handcuffed to the window bars, but her eyes were unusually clear. He stammered, unable to form words, and called out tremblingly, Gee, Grandma. His grandmother looked straight into his eyes and asked calmly, Are you lucid again? She continued, her voice filled with sorrow. You must have suffered a lot because of me, haven't you? Which choked Yun-woo up. Overwhelmed with emotion, his tears streamed down as he called her name amidst sobs. She smiled kindly and comforted him. Come now, you're grown up, not a child to be crying like this. Yun-woo collapsed to the floor, wailing apologies for his uselessness as an incompetent grandson. His grandmother gently replied, No, I'm the one who should apologize. She blamed herself for not being able to leave anything for her orphaned grandson, and for her forgetfulness turning his life into a living hell. When she said, I wish I had died sooner so you could escape this hell, Yun-woo cried out in tears, begging her not to say such things. Park Yun-woo suddenly remembered something horrifying, his face turning pale. Oh, right, the handcuffs. He frantically ran back into the house, pulled a pair of pliers from his bag, and shouted, Grandma, I bought pliers. Just a moment. But his grandmother waved him off with a stern expression, ordering, No, Yun-woo, don't do that. She bluntly reminded him of the harsh truth. Have you forgotten that the crazy Kang Ah-hyun installed cameras? She urged him to put the pliers away before they both got into trouble, but Park Yun-woo still cried out in tears. But I can't leave you like this. His grandmother gritted her teeth and yelled, Are you trying to become an unfilial grandson? She screamed in rage, twisting the knife in his heart. Is it better for me to watch you get beaten like a dog right in front of me? Park Yun-woo froze, speechless before his grandmother's fury. He could only look at his grandmother, tears welling in his eyes, and utter a soft, Grandma. His grandmother calmed down, her gaze distant as she asked, How much do you remember now? She admitted that her memory was now just fragmented pieces, some there, some not. Then, her voice hardened as she laid down a condition. No matter what, you must promise me one thing. She delivered a tearful ultimatum. Never cut these handcuffs. If you do, I will tie myself up with rope. Park Yun-woo completely broke down, only able to sob helplessly. His grandmother was no less pained watching her grandson writhe in agony. She smiled kindly, trying to reassure him. Listen, Yun-woo, even in this state I'm fine. She gently suggested, Don't worry anymore. Let's talk a bit. It's been a long time. She stroked her grandson's hair, saying that just hearing his voice while she was still lucid was more than enough. Park Yun-woo lowered his head, hesitating, unsure what to talk about. Finally, he began to tell her about a new female student who had transferred from Seoul, which immediately piqued his grandmother's interest. Park Yun-woo, his face still swollen, awkwardly admitted the new female student was also good-looking when his grandmother pressed him. His grandmother chuckled delightedly, immediately seeing through him. So, she's caught your eye, hasn't she? I can tell just by looking at your face. How can you deny it? The boy blushed profusely, vehemently denying it, as his grandmother proudly declared she had raised him since he was little, so she knew exactly what he was thinking. Park Yun-woo quickly changed the subject to something serious, his expression becoming much graver. The boy delivered the bad news. Kang Ah-hyun noticed her on the very first day, which made his grandmother's smile vanish. His grandmother grew pensive, her expression heavy upon hearing the name Kang Ah-hyun. She called her grandson's name seriously, leaving Park Yun-woo bewildered and unsure of what was happening. The old woman looked at the handcuffs on her wrist and bitterly apologized for her helplessness. I'm sorry. I can't do anything to help you. She delivered a critical remark, her eyes sharpening. But listen, the harder things get, the more the weak must protect each other. With a gentle smile, she advised her grandson to try his best to protect the new transfer student. Park Yun-woo froze, stunned by his grandmother's weighty advice. He clenched his fists, resolving to act after hearing his grandmother's words. Despite his bruised face, Park Yun-woo flashed a bright smile and loudly promised his grandmother, I understand. A shocking plot twist. His grandmother's eyes suddenly became vacant, her voice icy. But who are you, and what are you doing in my house? Park Yun-woo's smile froze, and he was speechless at his grandmother's sudden change. He lowered his head, bitterly realizing his grandmother's dementia had returned. He quietly opened his bag, pulled out a bolt cutter, and whispered, Grandma, just a little longer. I'll try to pay off all the debt. Park Yun-woo promised to give her a comfortable life, but he was met only with the empty gaze of someone who no longer recognized him. The handcuff tightened around her frail wrist, a symbol of the deadlock both grandmother and grandson faced. The scene of the poor neighborhood was bathed in the sunset's glow, signaling the start of another long and weary night. Kang Ah-hyun, visibly annoyed, muttered, seriously. She grumbled to her tattooed henchman beside her that her uncle had been overly cautious lately, exaggerating everything. She clicked her tongue, disdainful of election season, and annoyed that her uncle made them wait before cornering the new transfer student. The henchman merely listened in silence as Kang Ah-hyun concluded that her uncle had turned into a coward. She reminisced about the old days, when a simple uncle, in a spoiled tone, would get her anything she wanted. The henchman tried to appease her. Come on, Ah-hyun, you can't say that. But she brushed him off, believing her uncle had changed due to political ambition. Kang Ah-hyun snapped, arguing that her family was originally local gangsters, so what good would it do to cling to politicians? The henchman gave a wry smile, explaining that she had misunderstood the situation, even though their family had taken over Dosu District's largest company. He analyzed that the entire town relied on the shipbuilding industry, and if the economy declined, not only would her father's company face hardship, but all their subordinates would also starve. That's why the gang needs to expand its territory before that happens, he continued. And to do that, we need the cops and politicians to cover for us, right? Kang Ah-hyun growled, understanding the issue but still resentful. Damn it. Her killing intent flared, her eyes wide as she glared at the henchman. You're really getting on my nerves today. The henchman broke out in a cold sweat as she snarled. Is it that hard to shut up and side with me? Kang Ah-hyun's eyes glowed crimson, full of possessiveness. If you hate siding with me that much, then why don't you just go date that new transfer student, she said, clearly jealous. The henchman, visibly flustered, quickly tried to explain. Wait, come on. Kang Ah-hyun huffily turned away, refusing to listen to his explanation. The henchman sighed exasperatedly, thinking to himself that his boss' mood had worsened since the new student appeared, and he knew he couldn't act recklessly. A pair of branded sneakers landed on the ground, signaling their arrival. Kang Ah-hyun and the henchman stood before a house, and she coldly asked about today's debt collection. This is the house, right? Click. The room door creaked open. An uncle with a bandage on his face visibly rejoiced, clasping his hands together to welcome them as if they were family. Kang Ah-hyun appeared with a sly smile, greeting him casually. Yo, Boss Cho, how have you been lately? The uncle forced a smile, lamenting that business had been very tough lately. Kang Ah-hyun's smile vanished, her demonic face instantly appearing. Making excuses again? Boss Cho broke out in a cold sweat, silenced by her sarcastic question about always having new reasons not to pay. Kang Ah-hyun declared bluntly, acting like a boss. All right, anyway. Before collecting the debt, I'll just drop by to check your home security. Asked about the bracelet, the uncle startled and stammered, quickly raising his wrist. Ah. Yes. She grabbed his wrist, checked the monitoring bracelet, which was 100% charged, and nodded. Good boy. But then, Kang Ah-hyun's smile turned sinister again, her fangs showing. That's good. But, her eyes widened, and she questioned sharply. Why have I seen you loitering within 30 meters of the police station lately? Is there anything interesting there? Her eyes flashed crimson, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Did you bury gold there, or is there an oil leak underground? Boss Cho trembled uncontrollably as she growled, asking if he was secretly sending out distress signals. Don't even think about playing tricks, Kang Ah-hyun warned. All the cops in Dosu District are on my uncle's payroll, understand? She stared directly into the debtor's face, declaring, It seems our boss Cho is having some foolish ideas, so let me make it clear. Whether you type on a phone, a keyboard, write on paper, or even use sign language, Even if you use a Ouija board to send coded messages, don't even dream of getting past me. The monitoring bracelet on the uncle's wrist lit up with a warning symbol. The moment any unusual muscle signals appear, the system at the Dosu District CCTV Monitoring Control Center will immediately trigger an alarm. Understand? She continued to threaten. And every phone store and internet cafe in this area is run by my people. Just try asking for help, and you'll see what happens. Her eyes gleamed with a deadly light. Furthermore, if you dare to cover the microphone of that caller with your hand again like last time, or stand in a camera's blind spot for more than 10 seconds to trigger my alarm, then next time, a beating will be the least of your worries, she growled. Understood, making Boss Cho turn pale with fear, and he quickly replied, trembling, Yes, miss, yes, ma'am. After the prelude, she held out her hand with a sinister smile. Now then, let me see your phone. She scrolled through the phone, remarking with delight, Okay, our spy app is working quite well, and your chat history is clean, isn't it? Boss Cho could only stand silently, sweating profusely, as she declared the security check complete. Scrape! Kang Ah-hyun pulled out a chair, preparing to get down to business. With a thud, she sat down, crossing her legs, asserting absolute dominance. She looked directly at the debtor, getting straight to the point. So, how much can you pay this month? Boss Cho's face was drained of all color, sweat pouring down him like rain. The debtor stammered, his mouth dry. This month, Boss Cho mumbled a figure, probably around 800,000 won, making Kang Ah-hyun's eyes widen as she roared. Huh? Are you out of your damn mind? She furiously cursed him directly. Do you want me to skewer you with a sashimi knife right now? Making him tremble as he explained. It's just that business has been terrible this month. I have no other choice. Before he could finish, Kang Ah-hyun snatched a porcelain vase, her eyes blazing. Smash! The vase struck Boss Cho directly on the head, shattering into pieces. The fragments of the porcelain vase scattered across the floor. Boss Cho clutched his face, covered in blood, groaning in pain. As she cursed, You damn bulging-eyed bastard. She snapped irritably. I was planning to use your payment to treat myself to a designer bag. And you dare to say 800,000? Boss Cho could only cover his face and endure as she contemptuously concluded. That amount isn't even enough for me to wipe my nose, you piece of trash. Creak. The door to a room creaked open. A little girl timidly peeked out, stammering her father's name upon seeing the horrifying scene. Boss Cho, his face covered in blood, standing before Kang Ah-hyun and the tattooed henchman, the little girl asked anxiously, I heard something break. Are you okay, Dad? Boss Cho's face was ashen, blood streaming down, as he frantically yelled his daughter's name, Da-som. He quickly waved his hand, his voice trembling. I told you never to leave your room, didn't I? While Da-som fearfully looked at her father's wound, Kang Ah-hyun sat with her legs crossed, coldly glancing at the scene with a look of disgust, muttering, You're bleeding. Her eyes gleamed with a predatory gaze, a wicked idea having just formed in her mind. Da-som stood frozen in place, her eyes welling up with tears from fear. Kang Ah-hyun smirked, a chillingly sinister smile spreading across her face. Boss Cho flinched when he heard her call his name in a sickeningly sweet voice. She rested her chin on her hand, her tone full of sarcasm. Boss Cho, your daughter is quite cute, isn't she? Kang Ah-hyun continued her psychological torture. How about I reduce your interest a little, for the sake of her pretty face? Boss Cho was stunned, speechless, unable to believe his ears. She smirked, asking again with a loaded meaning. How much would be enough? Her smile grew increasingly twisted. Kang Ah-hyun delivered her most cruel psychological blow. For every slap you give her face, I'll deduct 100,000 won. Da-som was utterly horrified, clapping both hands over her mouth to keep from screaming. Boss Cho froze, blood still flowing, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the torment in his heart. Kang Ah-hyun glared, growling impatiently. Well, are you going to do it, or not? The wretched man gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down him, completely collapsing before the inhumane choice she presented. Boss Cho gritted his teeth, enduring, blood and tears mingling in utter helplessness. He cried out in despair, Stop, please. How can a father lay a hand on his own daughter? Kang Ah-hyun smirked contemptuously, her bloodshot eyes filled with a twisted glee. I would never do that. How ridiculous. She laid her cards on the table, shoving it directly in his face. So, is it fine to bear a 170 million won interest debt when you don't have a single penny? Boss Cho stammered, explaining that he had only borrowed 10 million initially, while Kang Ah-hyun clutched her head, looking annoyed at having to hear the same old refrain. Suddenly, a crazy idea flashed in her mind. That's right, she declared coldly, making Boss Cho freeze in terror. Boss Cho, You just earned yourself an additional 100 million in interest. Kang Ah-hyun smirked sinisterly at his weak protest. You can't? Since when did our interest rates have a concept of fairness? She continued her psychological torture. Anyway, your interest just increased by another 100 million. Kang Ah-hyun sealed the new barbaric deal. So, to return to the original amount, you'll have to slap your daughter 1,000 times. Upon hearing this, little Dasom was utterly terrified, her entire body trembling uncontrollably from fear. Kang Ah-hyun sat with her legs crossed, smirking as she asked provocatively, So, Boss Cho, what's it going to be? Her blood-red eyes gleamed with cruelty as she continued to push him to the brink. Another 100 million. Or end this matter. By 1,000 slaps to your daughter's face? Boss Cho completely collapsed, his face contorted in horror. The wretched man could only groan in agony, tears and blood streaming down his face. Boss Cho clenched his teeth tightly, veins bulging. He was at the absolute limit of his internal struggle. Finally, he cried out an apology to his daughter in despair and raised his hand, while the little girl screamed piercingly. Slap! A sharp, stinging sound echoed, and Kang Ah-hyun merely smiled with amusement upon hearing the desperate screams. The sound of slaps and his daughter's screams continued to echo, but the perpetrator merely smirked, enjoying the twisted spectacle. Dasom clutched her face, sobbing uncontrollably, the shock and pain evident in every feature. That's right, that's exactly the expression. Kang Ah-hyun imagined Yoon Karma crying hysterically, muttering, This is the face Yoon Karma must show, precisely this expression. With a sinister smile, she declared bluntly, Who cares what that cowardly uncle says? I don't need permission. A flashback showed her punching another female boxer in the face, growling, Just like always, any bitch who looks down on me will be crushed. Her eyes gleamed with a deadly light, and she gritted her teeth. Just you wait, Yoon Karma. Perched on the table like a predator, she laughed maniacally. Tomorrow, I'll definitely make you cry. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Karma was fast asleep, clutching a stuffed crab with a contented smile. A blood-stained jump rope lay on the floor, and text appeared, announcing, Project Porcupine, 1 day before the bloodbath. Karma's older brother, the senior manager, was still fast asleep in bed in the new apartment. He slowly opened his eyes, starting a new day unaware of the storm about to hit. The manager looked at the wall clock. It was 7:55 a.m. The clock showed September 12th, and he thought to himself, Damn it. Sitting up and rubbing his head, he mumbled that he must have been too tired from unpacking yesterday and overslept. He quickly sprang up, his face panicked as he realized he had to prepare breakfast for Karma. Click. He turned the doorknob of the bedroom. Creak. He stepped out, ready to face the little monster. The manager froze, his eyes wide with surprise at the scene in the kitchen. Karma was already standing there, dressed in a neat uniform, wearing a chef's hat and apron, holding a ladle, waiting seriously. She dramatically spread her arms, proudly presenting the breakfast already laid out on the table. Ta-da! The manager's face went blank, stammering in his mind. What the hell is this? Karma squinted and smiled eerily, explaining, Hey, it's to celebrate our first morning here, manager. Karma proudly showed off her cooking, a pot of tofu stew that looked quite appealing. Karma's just showing off a little talent. The manager stood frozen, his face numb and speechless at the invitation. Come on, have a taste. In the manager's mind, a scene flashed of Karma holding pliers with bloodshot eyes, and he thought, Yoon Karma in the kitchen. A terrifying combo. Nevertheless, he tried to reassure himself as he looked at the elaborate meal. It looks decent on the outside. Well, it's the thought that counts. The manager tried to politely refuse, saying that Karma was the one working hard on the battlefield, so she didn't need to cook. Karma waved her hand, pouting in a terrifying way. Oh, come on. This is Karma's sincerity for Appa. Just try it once. Cornered, the manager could only stand silently, sweating profusely, while she continuously pleaded. With a scrape, he finally had to pull out a chair, accepting his fate. The manager sat at the table, cleared his throat, and thanked Karma. Preparing for the fateful bite, he scooped a seemingly harmless spoonful of tofu stew, steam rising from it. With a slurp, the manager put the spoonful of stew into his mouth, tasting her masterpiece. For the first moment, he closed his eyes, smiling contentedly, as if the dish was truly delicious. Immediately, the manager spat out all the food in his mouth, his eyes rolling back as if he were about to ascend. His entire world seemed to explode, his eyes bulging in extreme shock. Karma just stared blankly at her brother, who was coughing violently, not understanding what was happening. The manager screamed in pain, tears streaming down his face. Spicy. Damn spicy. A life hack appeared. Spiciness is actually a sensation of pain, not a flavor. And because Karma couldn't feel pain, she couldn't taste spiciness either, only finding it strangely delicious. The manager pointed at Karma's face, tears welling up as he yelled, "What in the world did you put in this?" Karma innocently held up a bottle of capsaicin chili extract, grinning. "I added this. The color is much prettier," leaving the manager speechless. "You think this is food coloring, don't you?" The manager screamed, tears streaming. "Why did you put that cursed thing in the kimchi stew?" Karma calmly replied, "I asked ChatGPT for a revolutionary recipe and just followed it," making the manager yell, "You're insane." The manager continued to cough violently, screaming for water while Karma clicked her tongue, looking disappointed. Well, the seduction plan failed. Ring ring, the alarm clock rang, interrupting the scene. The phone displayed 8 a.m., and Karma exclaimed, "Ah, brother." Karma changed into her uniform, put on her school bag, and cheerfully waved goodbye. Karma has to go to school now. She winked, giving a confident thumbs up. "Enjoy your meal." Meanwhile, the poor manager had to press his mouth directly to the water tap, trying to extinguish the inferno on his tongue. He hissed in pain, furiously yelling Yoon Karma's name, wondering what this demon was plotting and what she wanted from him. At Dosu High School, a new day began with a piercing scream echoing from somewhere. "Damn hot." Kang Ah-hyun and her tattooed lackeys blocked the way, looking Karma up and down before sneering. "What the hell is this? Are you cosplaying Deadpool or something?" Karma smirked, holding up a makeup compact. "Are your bruises all healed, sis?" Hehe. I watched a tutorial on YouTube for covering surgical bruises and followed it exactly. Smack. Kang Ah-hyun didn't say much, swinging her hand to slap Karma directly in the face, roaring, "Shut your damn mouth, you bitch." Karma fell, sprawling on the floor, her makeup compact flying out, while Kang Ah-hyun coldly called her name. Looking down from above, Kang Ah-hyun growled, "When I said hell starts today, did you think I was joking?" Kang Ah-hyun's face contorted with rage, her eyes bloodshot. "If so, today it'll make it a reality." Karma slowly raised her head, her eyes turning fiery red, gleaming with a deadly light. "You'd better get ready." Kang Ah-hyun pointed at two of her henchmen, calling them by name. Kim Bong-hyun, An Hyun-min. Both subordinates grinned sinisterly, jump ropes clutched in their hands. "Tie that bitch up, immediately," Kang Ah-hyun ordered, and the two lackeys eagerly rushed forward. Kang Ah-hyun stood watching with her arms crossed, a savage smile on her face, while her burly henchmen stood behind her as a backdrop. Kang Ah-hyun's smile grew increasingly grotesque, her fangs exposed, letting out a maniacal laugh. KKKKK. Kang Ah-hyun's two lackeys tied Karma up with jump ropes, mockingly asking, "Hey, Yoon Karma, doesn't it feel great to be tied up the moment you arrive at school?" Kang Ah-hyun faced Karma, sneering that there used to be a brat named Hyena who was just as stubborn. She bared her fangs savagely, growling that for those who like to show off, tying them up is all it takes. Karma remained silent, her crimson eyes gleaming with a deadly light in response to the provocation. The deranged boss declared she would keep Karma tied up until the end of the first period, regardless of her reaction. She added a sick remark. "As for going to the bathroom, just wet yourself and let it dry," which made her two henchmen cackle with delight. Kang Ah-hyun magnanimously said she would provide lunch, so there was no need to worry about starving. She pointed to a black plastic bag on the table and called it the special meal she had prepared. With a twisted smile, Kang Ah-hyun told Karma to look forward to this day. Karma maintained her icy expression, her bloodshot eyes staring directly at her opponent without a hint of wavering. The scene shifted to the classroom, where the South Korean flag was solemnly hung on the wall. On the blackboard was an unfinished English lesson about non-lethal weapons used since the Nazi era. A teacher was lecturing endlessly about grammatical structures, analyzing reduced relative clauses. The teacher cleared his throat, seemingly a bit flustered, but still trying to continue his lecture. It turned out that not only Karma, but also the student, Park Yun-woo, was tied tightly to his chair, his face bruised from anger and shame. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, "Kang Ah-hyun, you crazy bitch." Park Yun-woo was startled, realizing this boss was playing too big, daring to tie both of them up right in the middle of class. She even deliberately placed Karma's seat right in front of the teacher to assert her dominance. The old teacher was sweating profusely, clearly knowing everything but not daring to utter a single word. Meanwhile, at the back of the classroom, Kang Ah-hyun merely wore a sinister, triumphant smile. Kang Ah-hyun swaggered, flaunting her absolute power here, and asked Karma, "Well, aren't you humiliated yet?" She was confident that no matter how stubborn Karma was, she would eventually break after this mental torture. With a sick smile, Kang Ah-hyun declared it was too late for regret, and she was waiting to see when that arrogant face would shatter. To everyone's surprise, The boss display of power was met with Karma's peaceful snoring. As she was tied tightly to her chair, Karma leaned her head back, snoring blissfully as if she were at home, completely ignoring her bewildered classmate in the same predicament. The entire class, including the teacher, froze in disbelief at the new student's unbelievable audacity. Karma even smacked her lips, licking them as if dreaming of delicious food, completely disregarding Kang Ah-hyun's torture. Kang Ah-hyun and her tattooed henchmen behind her were utterly shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief at what they were seeing. The boss furiously screamed in her head, "What the hell is this? Is this girl mentally challenged?" She gnashed her teeth, clearly realizing her plan to humiliate her opponent had miserably failed. Losing all patience, Kang Ah-hyun grabbed a book from the table. She tensed her body, channeling all her strength and anger into the throw. Wham! Kang Ah-hyun hurled the book straight at the sleeping Karma and yelled, "You bitch, how dare you sleep in class?" Karma woke up, subtly tilting her head to skillfully dodge, causing the book to whiz past her and smack directly into the face of the unfortunate Park Yun-woo, who was sitting next to her. Kang Ah-hyun roared, "How dare you sleep in class?" Karma calmly retorted, "You were playing games in class yourself. What right do you have to yell at others for sleeping?" Struck where it hurt, Kang Ah-hyun was speechless, her face flushed with anger and shame, only able to gnash her teeth. Karma subtly dodged the chair Kang Ah-hyun had just thrown, sneering, "This bitch is truly unreasonable." The two began a verbal sparring match, Kang Ah-hyun yelling, "Stop it! Don't you feel bad for Woobin? He got hit because you dodged." The teacher could only shake his head helplessly as Karma nonchalantly retorted, "So you mean I should just stand there and take the hit?" While Kang Ah-hyun screamed, "Of course! I threw it to hit you." Park Yun-woo, his face still bruised, looked at Karma with adoring eyes. "This transfer student is truly amazing," he thought to himself. In this situation, the girl wasn't scared at all, and even talked back so sharply. Seeing Karma's coolness, he could only utter a sound, while Kang Ah-hyun thrashed wildly, wanting to fight to the death, but was held back by her henchmen and the teacher. The scene shifted, the fourth period began, and the atmosphere in the classroom was as tense as a violin string. Tied to the chair with jump ropes, Karma began to squirm, her legs rubbing together, showing discomfort. The girl's entire body was tightly bound, appearing helpless, yet her eyes were still full of defiance. Park Yun-woo, sitting next to her, broke out in a cold sweat as he noticed Karma making strange movements. Karma gnashed her teeth, tensing her body as if about to unleash her power to shatter the bonds. Her entire body trembled violently, her face turned skyward, letting out silent screams, looking as if she was about to transform. The jump ropes stretched taut as if about to snap, and a crimson aura emanated from Karma's back. Park Yun-woo turned pale with fear, sweating profusely at the supernatural sight before him. He was on the verge of tears, screaming in his mind, "What now, for heaven's sake?" Suddenly, Karma let out a sigh, completely relaxing, her previous strained posture vanishing entirely. The girl smirked mischievously. "This won't do. I really didn't want to do this." Karma looked up with lazy eyes, feigning reluctance. "But I guess there's no other way, is there?" Sitting behind, Kang Ah-hyun narrowed her eyes warily, sensing something ominous. Karma, still tightly bound, slowly began to lean backward, defying all laws of physics. Kang Ah-hyun's jaw dropped, unable to believe her eyes at her opponent's outrageous action. With a crash, Karma tipped over with the entire chair, landing directly onto Kang Ah-hyun's lap, who was sitting right behind her. Kang Ah-hyun froze, her eyes wide, completely unable to process the situation that had just unfolded. Kang Ah-hyun stammered, asking what was wrong, and Karma smirked. "Oh, you mean this?" Karma nonchalantly explained. "It's because you tied me up with a jump rope, so I haven't been able to go to the bathroom since fourth period." Kang Ah-hyun's eyes widened, and she stammered angrily. "But why are you sitting on me?" Karma sneered, her voice full of challenge. "Isn't it obvious?" The crazy girl continued to provoke. "If I can't hold it in anyway and end up wetting my skirt," Karma's eyes flashed crimson, her smile turning savage. "Then I might as well drag you down with me, right?" Kang Ah-hyun froze, her brain starting to shut down. The school boss's entire body stiffened, unable to believe what she had just heard. Her eyes were wide open, filled only with extreme panic. Kang Ah-hyun began to struggle frantically, screaming in despair, Get off me now!" The tattooed henchman also lost his cool, cursing loudly. "Damn it, you crazy bitch, I told you to get down." Frightened by the contagion, Park Yun-woo began counting down in fear, yelling, "All right, I'll untie you. I'm untying you now." The boy's face was pale, crying silently as the clock counted down to 0. "I'm untying it. Don't do that." Karma flashed a bright, angelic smile. Ding, time's up. An overwhelming feeling of blissful liberation, like drinking a cool glass of orange juice, washed over her. Kang Ah-hyun's eyes looked like they would pop out of their sockets, her brain officially short-circuiting. The school boss let out a terrifying shriek that echoed throughout the classroom. The entire class held its breath. Only the frantic screams of Kang Ah-hyun could be heard. A moment later, in the girls' restroom, there was the satisfying sound of trickling water. In the girls' restroom, the tattooed henchman was diligently washing clothes under the tap while Kang Ah-hyun stood with her arms crossed, supervising from a distance. Kang Ah-hyun's face contorted with rage, and she cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, that bitch Yoon Karma. The henchman was vigorously scrubbing the stained red jacket, while Kang Ah-hyun wailed regretfully. Arg! My favorite outfit. It's a limited edition. The school boss pointed at her subordinate, yelling, Appa, wash it thoroughly, understand? The henchman broke out in a cold sweat, reluctantly agreeing while Kang Ah-hyun continued to threaten. If the smell doesn't come out completely, you're dead. Still in shock, Kang Ah-hyun clutched her head and wondered, but seriously, what the hell is that crazy Yoon Karma anyway? She shrieked, her fangs bared in anger. How can there be such a completely insane person in this world? Kang Ah-hyun turned to her henchman, stating firmly, Let me tell you, that Yoon Karma is missing an important part of being human. The henchman could only sigh wearily at his young boss's madness. He squeezed his rubber glove tightly, calling the troublesome girl's name tiredly. Ah-hyun. The subordinate turned back, his face serious as he advised, Let's stop provoking Yoon Karma. He continued to explain, his face full of worry. After hearing the boss's words, I think we should stop here. Kang Ah-hyun's eyes widened, completely shocked by her subordinate's suggestion to surrender. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Wham! The school boss furiously landed a devastating punch directly on the henchman's face. Kang Ah-hyun shrieked, continuing to pummel her subordinate. Why did you just stand there watching it drain every last drop out of her? And now you're even defending that. Yoon Karma. Ah-hyun continued to vent her anger on the helpless subordinate. The henchman gritted his teeth, enduring each punch, while Ah-hyun screamed, Or do you like her more than me now? Is that it? Finally, his patience ran out, and the henchman exploded, roaring with bulging veins. Arg, damn it, shut up already. Kang Ah-hyun froze, utterly shocked to be yelled at by her subordinate for the first time. Appa. Did you just yell at me? The henchman clutched his head, looking like he was about to explode from stress. How dare you? That's enough. Ha! Kang Ah-hyun lowered her voice, her face grim. Sorry for yelling, but if you dare to yell at me again, I'll tell my uncle immediately. The tattooed henchman choked, his face turning pale at the mention of her uncle. The school boss gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with hatred. Damn it, you're done for, Yoon Karma. Ah-hyun crumpled a spice packet, her voice sick with malice. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after eating this special lunch. The scene shifted back to the classroom, where the atmosphere was eerily silent. Kang Ah-hyun flashed a demonic smile, calling out as if feeding birds. Coo-coo, my little pigeons. It turned out Karma and Park Yoon-woo were tied up, while Ah-hyun squatted, pouring instant noodles onto the floor and calling them to eat. With a devilish grin, Ah-hyun gloated. Didn't I tell you? There's a special meal today. The two victims knelt before two piles of scorching hot noodles on the ground, while Ah-hyun gleefully declared this dish was much better than cafeteria food. The school boss pointed at the ropes, explaining the rules. You're tied up with jump ropes, so you can't use spoons. So peck at it like pigeons, all right? The insult hit rock bottom. Ah-hyun raised a finger, her smile growing even more sinister as she laid out the final condition. The school boss Jin-sung cracked his knuckles, ready for action. Ah-hyun threatened. If you're picky eaters and refuse to eat, Jin-sung will personally force-feed you. Park Yoon-woo, his face bruised and battered, turned deathly pale with fear upon hearing the final warning. The boy screamed in his head, feeling utterly humiliated at being forced to eat noodles on the dirty floor. The pungent smell of capsaicin stung his nose, and he wondered how much chili the crazy girl had put into this. Yoon-woo gritted his teeth, determined. No way, I absolutely won't eat this. The boy was on the verge of tears when he suddenly heard a slurping sound beside him. He turned, utterly shocked to see Karma calmly bending down and slurping up the noodles from the ground. Karma nonchalantly devoured the noodles as if it were perfectly normal, sauce splattering everywhere, turning her enemy's humiliation into nothing more than a farce. After slurping down the noodles, Karma's face brightened as she casually praised, So delicious. Jin-sung's girlfriend and the entire group froze, eyes wide and mouths agape at the absurd sight. Karma chewed her noodles, analyzing like a food critic. Or is it because they were left on the cold floor that the noodles became chewier? Jinsung's girlfriend was dumbfounded, stammering, "Hey, what? What the hell are you?" Karma grinned widely, replying with an utterly irrelevant statement. "I'm a pigeon." The girl completely lost her composure, screaming, "I mean, why are you eating it so deliciously?" Karma shot a look, snapping back. "Ch, you told me to eat, so I'm eating. Now, what tune do I have to dance to?" Jinsung's girlfriend trembled with rage, muttering how difficult it was to please Ah Hyun. The girl pointed directly at Karma's face, yelling, "How can you act like nothing happened? We poured an entire bottle of chili sauce in there. How are you completely fine?" She continued screaming, pointing out the extreme absurdity. "Furthermore, why are you eating food off the ground so naturally? Huh?" In an imagined moment, Karma was tightly bound, questioned about her self-respect. "Don't you have any shame?" Karma lowered her head, muttering in a completely different tone. "Shame? Did you just mention shame?" Karma's eyes sharpened, her voice hardening. "How could you, South Korean princesses, living in luxury, possibly know how terrifying hunger is?" Karma began her lecture, pointing out that in North Korea, children had to eat even mud noodles made from dirty water just to survive. Her voice was ice cold, piercing the hearts of the bullies. For the children who starved to death because they didn't even have that to eat. Karma posed a deadly question, aimed directly at the scattered noodles on the floor. "Have you ever considered how precious these noodles on the ground are?" Park Yoon-woo, the initial victim, could only hang his head in silence, perhaps having understood something profound. Karma gritted her teeth, the long-suppressed anger and humiliation beginning to spill out. Karma burst into tears, screaming in helplessness. "Do you think I want to eat dirty noodles off the ground? I only ate them because I didn't want to be beaten anymore." She gritted her teeth, snarling through her tears, signaling an imminent outburst. "But," Karma, with tear-filled eyes, snarled about her starving compatriots, asserting that even dirty noodles were still edible. The school boss's girlfriend froze, eyes wide and mouth agape at this psychological reversal. Karma wiped her tears, her gaze shifting from anguish to razor-sharp. "The one who should be ashamed here isn't me, but you, Kang Ah-hyun." Karma pointed directly at her opponent's face, and the entire classroom held its breath. The entire group of lackeys, including the girl with white streaks in her hair and Park Yoon-woo, all looked contemptuous at Karma's theatrical performance. Kang Ah-hyun, after a moment of stunned silence, her pupils constricted, then she began to tremble with excitement. She began to giggle, then burst into laughter like a true madwoman. Back to reality, Kang Ah-hyun stood above, looking down at the bound Karma, sarcastically. "Mud noodles, huh?" She casually stepped past Karma and the kneeling bullied male student, heading straight for the back of the classroom. Kang Ah-hyun grabbed the vacuum cleaner stick. With a calculating expression, her smile grew increasingly twisted, her fangs showing. "Then, with this vacuum cleaner stick, I'll personally make you a serving," Kang Ah-hyun screamed, using the vacuum head to stir up the scattered noodles on the floor. A close-up of the filthy vacuum head, crushing and mixing the noodles with the bright red sauce. Karma and the bound male student could only watch in horror as the special dish was being prepared. Karma's face contorted with extreme disgust and rage. A rolling pen fell to the floor, signaling the onset of a deadly silence. Kang Ah-hyun extended her hand, inviting in a twisted manner. "Come on, have a taste. It'll remind you of your homeland," she said, while the slimy noodles on the ground looked no different from vomit. Karma gnashed her teeth, while Kang Ah-hyun sneered. "What's wrong? Don't want to eat it?" Kang Ah-hyun concluded with an utterly insane statement. With a straight face, "You racist." Tightly bound, Karma screamed, turning the psychological tables. "What? Kang Ah-hyun, you're the racist." Karma continued her impassioned speech, with wide, bulging eyes. "The assumption that all North Koreans eat like this. If that's not discrimination, then what is it?" She delivered the final psychological blow, pointing directly at her enemy's face. "A rotten personality, like yours, deserves to be destroyed." Karma's words made Kang Ah-hyun freeze on the spot. Kang Ah-hyun stammered, profusely sweating, trying to deny the accusation. "Huh? No. Huh? You just said North Koreans eat mud noodles yourself." Kang Ah-hyun's fangs gnashed together. Her madness began to erupt. Thwack! She scooped up a handful of filthy noodles from the floor. "Eat it!" Kang Ah-hyun roared, grabbing Karma's hair and shoving the disgusting noodles into her mouth. The monster screamed in a frenzy. "Shut up and eat all this nonsense." She pressed her face close to Karma's, her voice filled with malicious glee. "Just a minute ago, you were eating it deliciously off the ground. Why are you refusing now? Huh?" The slimy noodles were scattered everywhere, and Kang Ah-hyun screamed, "To put it humanely, this is already too much." That's precisely why I told you to eat it. You bitch. The bound male student witnessed the scene, his face pale with fear, thinking to himself, for the first time, the transfer student is cornered. What should I do? With her mouth stuffed full of noodles, Karma appeared completely helpless, unable to resist. Kang Ah-hyun let out a savage, delighted laugh. Heh. Look at you. Yoon Karma. You're finally showing me the face I like. Haha. Her smile grew even more twisted. It's only a matter of time before I break you. Now taste hell. Kang Ah-hyun used both hands to tightly squeeze Karma's mouth, forcing her to swallow. Suddenly, Karma's eyes flashed with a deadly crimson light. Crunch! A horrifying sound rang out as Karma bit down hard on the hand covering her mouth. Kang Ah-hyun froze stiff, her eyes wide with disbelief at what had just happened. A close-up of Kang Ah-hyun's utterly panicked eyes. The prey had officially bitten back at the hunter. Kang Ah-hyun let out a piercing scream, the pain from her hand making her writhe. Karma gritted her teeth, having no intention of letting go even as Kang Ah-hyun shrieked, begging to be released. The school boss's girlfriend also turned pale, clenching her fists and growling in utter helplessness. Kang Ah-hyun frantically punched Karma's face, but Karma still bit down hard, growling. I told you to let go. Blood gushed from Kang Ah-hyun's finger. This bite was no ordinary one. The biting force of a human, when exerted with full power, is already terrifying. That force can reach 40-80 kilograms, 4 to 8 times stronger than a crab's pincer. But Yoon Karma was different. She possessed a monstrous strength that far surpassed the ordinary. That strength gave her a superhuman biting force, reaching 272 kilograms. That pressure was equivalent to having one's hand crushed by an entire grand piano. This figure might not have broken any Guinness records, but it was more than enough to thoroughly crush bones. Kang Ah-hyun shrieked in utter panic, cursing, Stop! Stop it right now, you crazy bitch! She cried miserably upon seeing her wound. I see bone! My bone! The bite remained clamped tight, and Kang Ah-hyun's screams echoed throughout the room. Crack! A horrifying sound rang out as the monster exerted its final force, and Kang Ah-hyun's fate was a fractured thumb. The X-ray showed a complete fracture. A voice commented, Well, that was a close call. A little more, and the thumb would have been completely severed. The doctor looked at the X-ray, unable to believe his eyes. Are you sure this is a human bite? Kang Tae-han questioned the doctor with a cold expression. It wasn't a dog or a turtle bite, was it? In the corner of the room, Kang Ah-hyun sobbed, clutching her injured hand while her uncle growled in anger. She whimpered, tears welling up in her eyes, asking, Does that mean? Kang Ah-hyun anxiously asked the doctor, Will I not be able to use my thumb anymore? But he reassured her that there was no need to worry too much. The doctor explained that luckily the fracture was not too severe, and nerve and ligament damage was minimal because surgery was performed promptly. Hearing that she would need a cast for 8 weeks, Kang Ah-hyun gritted her teeth, filled with utter resentment. Kang Tae-han spoke up, interrupting the doctor. Doctor, the gang boss explained, My girl is a boxing streamer online. Can she continue to compete? He asked directly, making the doctor fall silent in thought. The doctor pondered for a moment, then offered his professional advice. From a medical perspective, I do not recommend it. Upon hearing this, Kang Tae-han's killing intent surged, and his face darkened. He simply replied with a concise yet powerful statement. Understood. Kang Tae-han led his niece away, despite the doctor calling after him. Chairman Kang, due to the risk of infection, we need to keep her for 2 or 3 days for observation. The boss coldly replied without turning his head. My sister-in-law, the director of an Oriental medicine clinic, can handle such minor matters. Then I'll leave it to you, he said, his final words before leaving. The clinic door closed, leaving the doctor standing bewildered. As soon as they left the room, Kang Ah-hyun immediately burst into tears, throwing herself into her uncle's arms, sobbing, Wah wah, uncle. Kang Tae-han comforted his niece, who was wailing in distress. I told you, that transfer student is a bitch. Kang Ah-hyun looked up, her face drenched in tears but her eyes filled with hatred. Uncle, to hell with the election. Deal with that bitch Yoon Karma for me, she screamed, demanding that Karma be thrown into the East Sea. While Kang Tae-han listened in silence, his face hidden in deadly shadows, Kang Tae-han coldly concluded, All right, I understand, Ah-hyun. The boss declared firmly, his eyes streaked with blood. The girl who did this to our Ah-hyun, I will deal with her. The scene shifted to Dosu Commercial High School, where a storm was brewing. Inside the school hallway, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Heavy footsteps echoed, one belonging to the boss, the other to his niece. The female students gathered, gossiping, suddenly turned pale as they sensed the killing intent. Kang Taehan and Kang Ah-hyun strode down the hallway, and the small fry students scattered as if they had seen a tiger. The boss stopped in front of Jin Seung, the school's top boss, who was standing guard outside the teacher's office door. Jin Seung, who had just been beaten by Karma, now had to face his father-in-law, sweat pouring down him like rain. Yes, boss. Slap. A thunderous slap was delivered without warning. Jin Seung, despite his muscular build, flew straight into the wall like a tattered puppet. Kang Taehan growled, questioning the useless school boss. You're Ah-hyun's boyfriend, so what the hell were you doing when she ended up like this? Jin Seung clutched his face, his voice trembling as he apologized, making excuses that everything happened too fast. The boss leaned down, his eyes wide as he warned. In front of others, call me chairman, understood? The big burly bully could only meekly stammer, sorry chairman. Kang Taehan gave him one last contemptuous look before turning away. Bang! The door to the teacher's office was violently pushed open by him. Kang Taehan and Kang Ah-hyun stood imposing at the doorway, their aura overwhelming the entire room. The boss's furious gaze swept across the room, searching for his target. In the middle of the room, Karma sat cross-legged on a chair, completely calm as she faced the boss's wrath, surrounded by trembling teachers. Karma perched on the chair, a challenging smirk on her face, her eyes glowing red like hellish headlights. Kang Taehan's gaze blazed, pinning the seemingly indifferent prey before him. The kingpin strode into the teacher's lounge, his predatory aura making the air thick and heavy. Karma merely glanced after him, showing no signs of flinching at the arrival of the ultimate boss. Kang Taehan pulled out a chair, preparing for the interrogation. The office chair spun once on the floor. The kingpin plopped down onto the chair, his bulging muscles beneath his suit filling the space. He growled, opening the confrontation. So, you're the one? Kang Taehan leaned forward, his eyes sharp as knives. The one who laid hands on my Ah-hyun? Karma suddenly switched to an innocent act, blinking rapidly, which even bewildered the teacher standing behind her. She grinned widely, beginning her performance. It was just self-defense, you see. Her red eyes flashed again, her smile turning devilish. Are you trying to turn the victim into the perpetrator? Kang Ah-hyun stood behind her uncle, gritting her teeth in fury at Karma's deceitful attitude. Kang Taehan growled, his killing intent radiating thickly. Do you know who I am to dare speak to me like that? Karma maintained her bright smile, nonchalantly replying, Of course. You're the head of the support committee. She recited his profile fluently, for candidate Kim Sung-duk, the former Busan police chief, right? Kang Taehan froze, not expecting his identity to be so easily exposed by a mere schoolgirl. Karma continued to provoke, her tone honeyed, but each word like a dagger. I heard you're so busy campaigning that you've neglected your main job. The kingpin's face darkened, a bad premonition striking him as she mentioned his main job. Karma laughed gleefully, delivering a fatal blow to her opponent's psyche. Hee. I heard the neighbors gossiping loudly about a certain gangster trying to dabble in politics. Kang Taehan glared at Karma, his eyes blazing, thick killing intent, radiating as if to devour her. Karma remained nonchalant, raising a finger to interrupt. Oh, wait a minute. I also heard rumors about. She leaned close to the kingpin, her voice syrupy sweet but filled with tension, that you often throw people into the East Sea. With a devilish smile and eyes flashing deadly red, Karma asked directly, Are you planning to dunk me in the water too? Kang Taehan was silent, his facial muscles twitching, clearly trying to suppress his rage and keep a cool head. The kingpin smirked, his voice deepening menacingly. If this business of throwing people into the sea isn't just a rumor, he growled, his eyes wide with fury, the pressure skyrocketing. Then how do you plan to deal with it? Behind them, the teachers stood rooted to the spot, sweat pouring down like rain, scared out of their wits. Karma's eyes glowed red. The true demon had awakened. It was time to reveal her hand. She reached into her shirt, a decisive gesture signaling the curtain call for her act. She pulled out a smartphone, a forbidden item in this school. Karma raised the phone in front of Kang Taehan, its screen glowing. She asked coldly, without a trace of emotion, Do you see this? On the screen was a crystal-clear video. Kang Ah-hyun was violently assaulting another student in class. Kang Ah-hyun, standing behind him, froze stiff, her face drained of all color, stammering, What? What? The girl couldn't believe her eyes, shouting in panic. How is this possible? A flashback appeared, showing Kang Ah-hyun herself confiscating Karma's phone this morning, even placing her foot on the girl's head to assert dominance. In fact, the entire school had received orders from her uncle to confiscate all electronic devices from students not affiliated with the Shaft gang. Kang Ah-hyun trembled, completely bewildered by what the hell was happening. Karma merely scoffed, the smile of someone holding the upper hand. Heh, very curious, aren't you? When was this video filmed? Karma smirked sinisterly, her eyes glowing red, and began to explain her strategy. After you bullied me yesterday, I anticipated something like this. She revealed that she had secretly hidden an old phone inside a whiteboard eraser early this morning. The phone was perfectly disguised, recording Kang Ah-hyun's entire charade. Karma provocatively smirked, asking Kang Tae-han directly. Well, Chairman Kang? She continued to provoke. If the video of your niece bullying a classmate gets leaked, Kang Tae-han was dumbfounded, his face paling at the unforeseeable turn of events. Karma launched a psychological attack, dragging out the police chief candidate as a shield, reminding him of the old man's past commitment to fighting school violence. Then she posed a fatal question. But it turns out the niece of your closest ally is a brutal bully? Karma pressed further. That's not all. Take a look at this footage from a secondary angle. The video showed Kang Ah-hyun brazenly assaulting a student right in class, while the English teacher merely remained silent and ignored it. Karma posed a rhetorical question, exposing the corruption. What terrifying power could make an entire school fear intervening? She scoffed, confidently declaring, a headline like this is sensational enough on its own, isn't it? All the teachers in the room were stunned into silence, their faces drained of all color. Karma continued to paint the media scenario. Staff at Dosu Commercial High School, out of fear of the power of candidate Kim Sung-dok and his close associates, turned a blind eye to school violence. The entire group of teachers trembled like a leaf. Karma smiled triumphantly, holding the phone containing the evidence. If that happens, then naturally, Karma's bloodshot eyes flashed with a deadly glint. The media manipulation scheme you orchestrated to suppress rumors 3 years ago about the Shaft clan's ties to organized crime will highly likely be dug up again, won't it? Kang Tae-han and Kang Ah-hyun froze. Kang Tae-han's blood boiled, his veins bulging, as he could only grit his teeth and curse. You damn bitch. Karma, with bloodshot eyes, posed a fatal question. Won't candidate Kim Sung-dok sever ties with you all? The girl sneered, continuing her psychological warfare. A headline like this is already sensational enough on its own, isn't it? The teachers, led by the female disciplinary teacher, turned pale upon hearing the scenario Karma painted. The vision appeared. Kang, Tae-han, and Police Chief Kim, 2 hidden powers, standing before the decaying school. Fearing candidate Kim's power, they had turned a blind eye to the school violence. All the teachers trembled uncontrollably. Karma smiled triumphantly, holding the phone containing the evidence. If that happens, then naturally, Karma's bloodshot eyes gleamed with a deadly light. The media manipulation scheme you orchestrated to suppress rumors 3 years ago about the Shaft family's ties to organized crime will most likely be dug up again, won't it? Kang Tae-han froze, speechless. Karma leaned in, her voice full of menace. If this video is released, then Chairman Kang, the girl concluded, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. Won't candidate Kim Sung-dok immediately sever ties with you? Kang Tae-han lost his composure, roared, and reached out to snatch the phone. Give it to me, now. Karma bared her teeth in a savage grin, growling. Don't you dare touch me. The entire room was tense. Kang Tae-han paused at Karma's defiant attitude, while the teachers and Kang Ah-hyun could only watch. Karma sat cross-legged on the chair, pointing at the phone screen, her voice full of challenge. Just try to touch a single hair on Karma's head. Her glowing red eyes narrowed dangerously. And the very moment you do that, the phone screen displayed a recipient list. I've already arranged to send this video to 12 top media outlets and investigative agencies via email. Karma raised her phone, smirking at the old teacher's horrified expression. To be clear, I've set up a timed email. Her smile grew more sinister. Even if you throw Karma into the East Sea, that unstoppable email will eventually be sent. She held out the phone, stating firmly. Furthermore, the account for this timed email is shared with a third party who can continuously monitor Karma's safety. Karma's eyes blazed like 2 coals, concluding the game. So, don't even think, or even dream. Karma delivered her final threat. About threatening or torturing Karma to cancel that timed email. She smirked devilishly, her voice challenging. Now, do you understand who truly holds the power here? Karma's glowing red eyes shone brightly as she pressed the boss. In this situation, Kang Tae-han was speechless. Sweat began to pour, his expression shifting from arrogant to utterly shocked. The old man began to rack his brain, unable to believe it. Who is this brat? What is her identity? A barrage of questions flooded his mind, anger rising. Where did she come from to ruin my campaign and cause this chaos? Kang Tae-han, along with the teachers behind him, realized this game was not simple. This isn't something a high school girl could orchestrate on her own. Someone is definitely backing her. The old man frowned, sweat dripping profusely, trying to analyze. But who could it be? Kang Tae-han considered the first possibility. Is she a spy sent by the opposition faction? But then he dismissed it. No. If it were them, they would have released Ah Hyun's video as soon as they got it. Why would they negotiate with me? He thought of another, more terrifying possibility. So, is she from Assemblyman Cha or Cha So-hyun? Are they trying to eliminate me to monopolize the underworld crime network? But he shook his head, denying it. No, that matter was resolved last time. Moreover, causing trouble during election season like this is even more illogical. Kang Tae-han began to mutter, the truth slowly revealing itself in his mind. And from the very beginning, he recalled the orders from his superiors. Kim Seung-dok is just a puppet pretending to be an independent candidate, and Cha Kang-hyun and Cha So-hyun themselves ordered me to ensure he gets elected at all costs. Kang Tae-han was utterly bewildered, growling in his head. What the hell is going on? What in the world is happening here? He began to calculate his escape route in a panic. If this video gets out, how am I supposed to deal with it? Memories of an old scheme flooded back. Do I have to bribe HBS again to manipulate the media? Like 3 years ago, when I needed to suppress rumors about the Shaft gang? But he quickly realized the situation was different. No, this time it's different. The by-election is a race against time. Just one new scandal erupting during this brief campaign period would be a disaster. He envisioned the worst-case scenario. Even if HBS manages to cover it up, by the time everything is resolved, the election will have long been over. Kang Tae-han gritted his teeth, realizing he was in a tight spot. This is bad. Finally, the boss understood the true game. This Busan mayoral election is a test from Cha Kang-hyun to assess the usefulness of our Shaft gang. Kang Tae-han broke out in a cold sweat, his brain working at full capacity. In such a close race, if that video gets out and Kim Seung-dok loses, the boss gritted his teeth, realizing the catastrophic consequences. Then I will. In his mind, he saw Assemblyman Cha sitting on a throne, surrounded by bodyguards with stone-cold faces. The supreme boss gave a thumbs down, a clear sign of Kang Tae-han's failure and uselessness. An illusion appeared. Cha So-hyun, with a sinister smile hidden behind a pink energy screen, was the one pulling all the strings. Her energy strings hung Kang Tae-han, his brother Kang Moo-han, and other puppets like a scene of judgment. Kang Tae-han startled, escaping the nightmare, and awoke to reality. Karma, with blazing red eyes and a challenging smile, spoke mockingly. Chairman Kang, you seem to have a lot on your mind, don't you? Kang Tae-han regained the cold expression of a boss, standing tall to face the insolent girl. He growled, trying to regain the upper hand. What do you want? Karma immediately switched to acting mode, raising her phone and shouting, ensure Karma's safety. Let Karma go to school without being bullied. She continued her victim act perfectly. Honestly, Karma's family circumstances aren't very good, so we can't move elsewhere. With a feigned innocent smile, Karma concluded the prelude. Therefore, she pointed directly at Kang Ah-hyun, who was fuming with rage. Please ensure Ah-hyun doesn't bully Karma anymore. Karma turned back to look Kang Tae-han directly in the eyes, making an offer he couldn't refuse. If you do that, Karma will secretly support your political career. A threat wrapped in sugar. Cornered, Kang Tae-han was forced to back down, nodding in acceptance. All right, I understand. Kang Ah-hyun froze, shouting in confusion. Uncle? Kang Tae-han turned, acting for everyone. This time, ill let it slide, as it's a fault on both sides. Kang Ah-hyun could only grumble petulantly. Oh, come on, uncle. But as he turned away, the boss's expression became vicious, and he whispered just loud enough for his niece to hear. But, if you don't want to die, it's best not to cross the line. Understood? Karma perched, her eyes glowing red with a sinister grin, declared, I'll be watching. Swish! The counseling room door slid open, the game already decided. The teachers, pale with fear, hastily fled, slamming the door shut behind them. Slam! Karma let out a savage laugh, relishing the terrified expressions of the two teachers who had just escaped. She smirked, thinking to herself, with this, I have another way to silence that madwoman, Kang Ah-hyun. Karma pictured her prey fuming with rage. Starting tomorrow, I can turn that brat into an even easier toy. In the hallway, Kang Ah-hyun furiously ran after her uncle, yelling, Uncle, Uncle. She blocked Kang Tae-han's path, challenging him. Are you really scared of her bluff? How would that girl dare upload the video? Kang Ah-hyun persisted. Are you just going to let that bitch get away with it? but the boss merely brushed her off. Ah-hyun, stop it. Kang Tae-han coldly ordered from behind her. I told you not to bully others anymore. The boss added sharply, leaving Kang Ah-hyun stunned. You're no pushover yourself, so don't push your luck. Kang Ah-hyun's face turned purple with anger, gritting her teeth, unable to believe she was being unfairly suppressed. The girl screamed in resentment. How can you do this to me? My finger was almost torn off because of her. In the past, this would never have been let slide so easily. She sobbed, putting all the blame on her uncle. It's all because of your damned political ambition. Kang Tae-han roared, cutting off the stubborn girl. Kang Ah-hyun. The uncle and niece stood facing each other in the hallway, the air thick with tension. Kang Tae-han growled, his patience completely run out. That's enough. My patience has its limits, he warned, silencing Kang Ah-hyun. Kang Ah-hyun looked up at her powerful uncle, her voice full of disappointment. Uncle, you've changed. Finally, she exploded, shoved him aside, and ran off. I won't be your errand girl anymore, get lost. Kang Tae-han sighed, thinking to himself that his niece was truly naive, not understanding that he did everything for her future and safety. His gaze sharpened, shifting his focus to another, more serious matter. He thought about Yoon Karma, the girl who could scare the teachers out of their wits just by sitting still. He muttered, not understanding why, but it was clear that girl had targeted him from the very beginning. The fact that she even provoked Ah-hyun. Well, this girl is dangerous in many ways. Kang Tae-han analyzed the situation. He gritted his teeth, determined not to tolerate this girl. Acting on his thought, he pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and immediately selected a name. Hacker. The phone rang as Kang Tae-han held it to his ear, his face stone cold. The other end picked up, and a confident voice rang out. Digital Undertaker Han Sojun speaking. Kang Tae-han gave a polite, mocking laugh. Oh, Chairman Han, this is Kang Tae-han. I trust you're doing well these days? Haha. He continued to taunt. You must be very happy. I hear your niece's movie is a huge hit. Ha ha ha. The hacker on the other end seemed to lose patience. I'm sure we're both busy, so please get straight to the point. Kang Tae-han immediately dropped his fake smile, his expression becoming serious and dangerous. The boss's eyes gleamed with determination, without a trace of jest. He crossed his arms, looking out the window contemplatively. I want to hack an email account. Kang Tae-han got straight to the point, his voice cold. The hacker seemed surprised. You want me to block a schoolgirl's emails? The boss replied curtly. That's right. He sneered, recounting. That brat broke my niece's finger at school, and then brazenly threatened me. She said if I kill her, she'll send a pre-scheduled blackmail email, he explained, his face full of contempt. Kang Tae-han tapped his finger lightly on the windowsill, smirking. But honestly, this trick sounds too amateurish. Kang Tae-han frowned, remarking, strange. This trick has the hallmarks of Cha So-hun. The hacker on the other end scoffed, stating that once you have leverage over an opponent, preparing a few backup plans is common. The boss laughed loudly, flattering the hacker named Han before criticizing. But this timed email trick is truly childish, too inexperienced. The boss's expression immediately hardened, his voice growling. But this childish trick is currently quite troublesome. Kang Tae-han ordered bluntly. Chairman Han, with your skill level, hacking her phone and extracting all her information today should be a small matter, right? The hacker was silent for a moment, a sinister smile clearly appearing on his face. In the boss's imagination, the hacker replied in a professional tone. Chairman Kang, hacking is not a magic wand. He explained that if the girl had weak security and easily clicked on silly comic ad links, it could be handled easily within the day. But if her security is formidable, the hacker said, as an image of a team of professional hackers appeared, then I can't promise it will be done quickly. Kang Tae-han broke into a sweat, unable to believe it. Is it that difficult? It's just hacking a schoolgirl, isn't it? The hacker replied nonchalantly. It's precisely because she's a student that it's difficult. He analyzed that working adults can be targeted using company information for email scams, known as spear phishing, making them more susceptible. Kang Tae-han scratched his head in frustration, muttering, I don't understand a thing, while the hacker concluded that hacking an unemployed person or a student is actually more difficult. The hacker continued his logic. Clearly, this girl has a backer, meaning her security level far exceeds that of a normal student. Kang Tae-han fell silent in thought, understanding that the situation was not as simple as he had imagined. But then the hacker played his trump card. However, if it's Chairman Kang who controls Dosu Commercial High School, there's a guaranteed way to get the job done by tomorrow. Kang Tae-han's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, What way? Tell me quickly. While the hacker admitted the method was a bit extreme, through an update to the app managed by the school itself, the hacker revealed as the logo of the Dosugo app appeared. The plan was laid out. Using the excuse that the Ministry of Education requires software synchronization, the school will send a link asking students to update the app. The entire school will obediently comply without any suspicion, but only Karma, the sole target, will receive a special version containing malicious code. The hacker explained, the update link will contain malware, but the phone will display a warning about installing from an unknown source. It only took us a few hours to patch the update. Then we implanted a remote control module to control the target's phone remotely. Kang Taehan chuckled over the phone, his voice full of confidence. I can handle it. That school's principal is one of our biggest debtors. But the hacker warned that if this incident were exposed, it would be very difficult to clean up, and a news report about the Dosu school hack appeared as an example. An official from the Ministry of Education declared a thorough investigation, highlighting the severity if the plan were uncovered. The hacker concluded, so, unless it's extremely urgent, I don't recommend this method due to the excessively high risk. He continued his analysis. That girl has investigated the chairman very thoroughly. She might already know about the relationship between you, the principal, and even me. It's possible she's setting a trap for us. Kang Taehan ruffled his hair, letting out a long sigh upon hearing about the unforeseen risks. Han So-jun, the hacker, asked directly. So there's no safer alternative? The hacker hesitated. Well, another method is... Kang Taehan stood in silence, waiting, the atmosphere as tense as a stretched bowstring. The hacker asked again. Chairman Kang, from my perspective, this doesn't need to be resolved by tomorrow, does it? Kang Taehan replied impatiently. That's true, but the sooner the better. The hacker finalized. Then wait until next Monday. I'll send you a package to resolve this smoothly. Kang Taehan was dumbfounded, not understanding a thing. He asked again. What's in the package? The hacker replied mysteriously. I'll explain once you receive it. Before Kang Taehan could collect his thoughts, the hacker abruptly hung up. The old man glared angrily at his phone, muttering, Damn these brats. Calling him Chairman Han for show. But his attitude is insolent. But then he calmed down, admitting, Still, he's reliable. I guess I'll just have to trust him. Kang Taehan turned around with a pensive, calculating expression. In the old man's mind, the name Yoon Karma appeared, his eyes blazing with hatred. He imagined Karma being pointed at, and growled. Once the timed email is disabled and all copies of the video are deleted, Kang Taehan's eyes glowed with a deadly glint, ready to finish off his target. I'll feed you to the fish immediately. Night fell upon a commercial building in Busan. The sign for Shaft Boxing Gym lit up, a place managed by a former Asian heavyweight champion. The tattooed henchman, with a bruise on his cheek, asked worriedly, Ah-hyun, are you all right? Kang Ah-hyun raised her injured thumb, dismissing him. No way! My subscribers are skyrocketing. I have to seize this opportunity. The henchman suggested she rest if the injury needed 8 weeks to heal, hinting she could do other work instead of boxing. Kang Ah-hyun showed disgust at the idea of doing mukbang, yelling that doing strange things could ruin the channel's algorithm. The henchman was half convinced, but Kang Ah-hyun insisted she had heard that information somewhere before. She bared her fangs in a wicked smile, explaining her view-grabbing strategy. Besides, people love these kinds of dramatic stories. Kang Ah-hyun put on a show, praising herself. Even with a broken finger, I'm still live-streaming. One of the few true and passionate fighters left of this era. The henchman clutched his head, sweating profusely with worry, thinking that even with painkillers, this was too much. But Ah-hyun only saw it as a golden opportunity to attract views. The henchman confessed his true fear. If your injury gets worse, the big boss will tear me apart. Kang Ah-hyun immediately changed to a coaxing tone, reassuring him. Oh, come on, Appa. Don't worry, I'll be careful. She even teased him, placing her hand on the henchman's cheek. Did Uncle hit you hard today, Appa? Poor thing, making him awkwardly admit his mistake. Kang Ah-hyun finalized the plan. I'll just be shadowboxing, not hitting the punching bag, so just film me, okay? Then she dreamed of reaching 50,000 followers. The henchman helplessly agreed, and Kang Ah-hyun excitedly told him to start the livestream immediately. Click! The tattooed henchman pressed the button, and the livestream officially began. Kang Ah-hyun went live with a bright smile, introducing herself as the lovely female boxer from Busan, Amy. Netizens in the chat channel immediately responded, praising her cute local accent. Viewers quickly noticed her bandaged hand, and wondered about the splint. Kang Ah-hyun began to act dramatically, recounting that on her way home from school, a mad dog had bitten her finger. She explained that was why she had a broken bone and had to wear fingerless gloves, causing the entire chat channel to panic. With her characteristic fanged smile, She reassured everyone not to worry because the doctor said it wasn't too serious. She continued her act, clutching her chest and declaring that her connection with her viewers was more important than her own life. From another angle, the tattooed henchman sat behind the computer, with a speechless expression, completely unfazed by his boss's performance. Kang Ah-hyun praised herself as inspiring, but netizens had already started taking sides, some believing her, others cursing her, acting as terrible, making her secretly curse in frustration. Zap zap, 2 fake item spam accounts were instantly removed, and she promised to upload the doctor's note as proof. She announced that because of her broken thumb, today she would switch to shadowboxing instead of punching bag training. Immediately, an account named Old Man Boxing Association donated 10,000 won, along with a challenge to replicate a match highlight. Kang Ah-hyun's eyes lit up, accepting the 100,000 won challenge and inviting everyone to watch the highlight video together. As she was preparing, she paused with a puzzled expression. Another donation notification for 1,000 won just popped up on the screen. The new donor made an inappropriate comment, asking if she wore a sports bra to keep warm. Killing intent flared. Kang Ah-hyun growled, ordering the administrator, "Mod, ban this user immediately." The tattooed henchman, his face still expressionless, silently double-clicked. The pervert was banned in an instant. The entire chat channel erupted in laughter, and Kang Ah-hyun threatened to ban everyone if they kept laughing. After dealing with the troll, Kang Ah-hyun let out a sigh of relief, regaining her composure to continue the stream. She cleared her throat, adopting a professional demeanor. "All right." After watching the video a bit, Kang Ah-hyun began her tactical analysis, demonstrating as she spoke. First, Ryan probed with a jab, luring Haney to focus on defending straight punches. A wicked smile appeared on her face as she continued to explain. At this point, after retracting his arm, Ryan deliberately exaggerated his shoulder angle and movement. She raised her fist, describing the spectacular feint. He pretended to throw another jab. Whoosh. Kang Ah-hyun threw an incredibly fast air hook, then suddenly switched to a devastating left hook. While performing enthusiastically, she paused, a new donation notification catching her attention. A viewer named Mightiest Emperor Crab just donated 1,000 won. This guy started taunting. "Amy, are you wearing makeup on your lower abdomen?" The troll continued typing with a sarcastic tone. "I bet if you wipe that area, something hidden will show up." Kang Ah-hyun froze, her eyes wide, clearly hit where it hurt. Even the tattooed henchman acting as a moderator was stunned by this viewer's audacity. Kang Ah-hyun quickly changed her expression, flashing a sinister smile and feigning innocence. "Something hidden?" The viewer didn't let up, getting straight to the point. "Perhaps a tattoo?" He delivered another critical blow. "Like some gang tattoo?" Reaching her limit, Kang Ah-hyun exploded, yelling for help. Moderator, the tattooed henchman, expressionless, tapped the keyboard twice, sending the troll to the ban island in silence. Kang Ah-hyun immediately returned to her acting mode, waving her hand with a forced smile. "Everyone, it's not real. I don't have any tattoos." The chat exploded. Viewers started speculating as if they knew the truth, ignoring her helpless cries. "I told you it's not a tattoo." Kang Ah-hyun began her slippery act, fabricating a story that her tattoo was to cover an appendectomy scar for aesthetic reasons. The chat immediately exposed her. Viewers trolled her relentlessly for shamelessly lying, demanding to see the scar. Kang Ah-hyun was speechless, only able to sigh helplessly at the stubborn anti-fans. The girl quickly changed the subject, continuing to comment on the boxing match as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, a donation notification appeared. A bombshell was dropped directly in her face. "You killed someone, and you still have the nerve to stream?" The tattooed mod sitting behind the computer also froze, his eyes wide at the harsh question. Kang Ah-hyun, meanwhile, was drenched in sweat, her pupils constricting in terror. Another ding, and the viewer continued to pour money into the girl's mouth. This time, it was a full exposé. "I'm exposing Amy here. Her real name is Kang Ah-hyun, a former Seo High student, a bully who drove a classmate to her death." The viewer delivered another fatal blow, calling out the victim's name directly. "It's because of you that Hyena died." He concluded with a sharp accusation. "Murderer." The entire chat exploded with shocking comments. Viewers couldn't believe their ears. The tattooed mod also broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, unable to comprehend what was happening. While the crowd began connecting old scandals, Kang Ah-hyun stood frozen in the middle of the gym, illuminated by the spotlight like a criminal dragged into the light. With the gang tattoo scandal and now school violence, the girl knew she was truly doomed. She lowered her head, her voice icy. "Everyone." Then she looked up, forcing a fake smile. "I'm not feeling well, so I'll be ending the stream now." The tattooed mod could only remain silent, helplessly watching the quick curtain call. Click. A decisive hand clicked the mouse, ending the live stream. The screen went dark, displaying live broadcast ended, officially bringing the play to a close. The tattooed mod approached, his voice full of worry. Ah-hyun, he asked with a panicked expression if his boss was all right. Kang Ah-hyun gritted her teeth, her rage erupting fiercely. Wham! The girl screamed a curse and lunged, pummeling the sandbag. She unleashed a flurry of punches, pouring all her madness and humiliation into the inanimate object. Each punch was stronger than the last. The monster had completely lost control. Thud, a final punch, delivered with all her might. The two sandbags were sent flying, clanging against each other. The tattooed mod's face went pale, and he shrieked. Wait, Ah-hyun! He pointed at her hand, shouting. Your thumb! Kang Ah-hyun froze, looking down to see her thumb grotesquely bent. The girl let out a desperate scream, the physical pain finally overriding the madness in her head. She turned to the mod, yelling accusatorily, Are you crazy? Why didn't you stop me? The subordinate was at a loss for words, stammering helplessly. How was I supposed to know you'd suddenly do that? Kang Ah-hyun gritted her teeth, refusing to accept the explanation. She tore at her hair, screaming in despair. Why is everyone dumping all this garbage on me lately? The tattooed mod tried to calm her, proposing their usual crisis management plan. Calm down, Ah-hyun. Just like before, find their address and phone number, threaten to sue for defamation, and then pay them off to keep quiet. Kang Ah-hyun turned her back, coldly telling her subordinate, Don't worry too much. The tattooed henchman quickly offered a suggestion, believing this was a good opportunity to build her image as a bad girl who bullies. He grinned, explaining that online stream-addicted losers absolutely love strong girls who can dominate them. Smack. Without a word, Kang Ah-hyun immediately delivered a thunderous slap to his face, then growled. You. She spun around, demanding, her neck veins bulging. So now you want me to be some cheap online exhibitionist? The subordinate clutched his face, his voice distorted, but still tried to argue. Yes, damn it. That's precisely the core issue. Kang Ah-hyun ignored him, turned her back and walked away, ordering, I'm going into the office to rest, don't come in. The office door slowly closed, leaving the henchman standing stunned outside. Inside, Kang Ah-hyun stood alone in the dark room, her face etched with extreme annoyance. Thud. She collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted and irritated. Lying sprawled on the couch, she let out a long sigh, her gaze unfocused. She muttered to herself, bitter about Lee Hyena's name suddenly resurfacing from nowhere, resurrecting old, worn-out issues. The scene shifted, and text appeared. Over a year ago. In a flashback, a school-aged Kang Ah-hyun, with a savage smile, holding a helmet, said to Hyena, Today, you're my training partner. Got it? Hyena appeared, tied tightly to a chair, her eyes filled with both resentment and fear, but utterly helpless. Kang Ah-hyun smirked, baring her teeth, sickeningly corrected herself while Song Eun-jin stood beside her, laughing gleefully. Ah, no. More accurately, you're a punching bag, aren't you? Kang Ah-hyun said, her hand still gripping the helmet like a weapon. She leaned close to Hyena's face, her voice full of menace. You know my family is very close with the police, right? With an increasingly deranged smile, she recounted a police interrogation method she had just heard about, called the truth chamber, and she wanted to test it immediately on Hyena. Hyena's mouth fell open, unable to believe her ears upon hearing the name truth chamber. She stammered, repeating that bizarre name, sensing something ominous. Kang Ah-hyun smirked, baring her fangs, wondering what she should force Hyena to confess to. Perhaps some gossip or bad-mouthing behind her back? The deranged girl listed absurd reasons, like criticizing her accent or calling her short, her bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent. Hyena froze, completely unable to understand what her tormentor was talking about. Tied tightly, Hyena screamed in denial. What are you talking about? I never said that. But Kang Ah-hyun only sneered mockingly. Hyena gritted her teeth, realizing this was just an excuse to bully her, but was powerless to do anything. Kang Ah-hyun laughed gleefully, declaring that following the police's method was too boring. She flipped the helmet over, revealing the inside covered with countless glittering golden bells, a sickeningly upgraded version. Hyena's eyes widened, terrified by the grotesque torture weapon. Dozens of shamanic bells were carefully glued inside the helmet's lining, ready to ring out deafeningly. Kang Ah-hyun proudly explained that her family had a superstitious tradition, believing in shamanic practices. She recounted how she coincidentally bought a bunch of shamanic bells at a spiritual goods store. With a devilish grin, she boasted that she had disassembled each bell, and used them to redecorate the helmet a bit to make it more lively. Kang Ah-hyun bared her fangs, asked the victim a challenging question. How does it look? She raised the helmet, her eyes wild. If I put this on your head and then beat you to a pulp. Hyena broke out in a cold sweat, her brain almost shutting down as she imagined that horrifying scene. Kang Ah-hyun concluded her introduction with a savage smile, explaining that the deafening bells right next to the victim's ears would make their brain explode. Kang Ah-hyun sickeningly explained that in just 30 minutes, a person could go completely insane under the effect of the sound. With a wicked grin, she wondered how many minutes her prey, Hyena, would last before going mad. Hyena, her face drained of all color, stammered desperately, begging for her life. The insane girl ignored her pleas, raising the bell-filled helmet before the screaming victim. Clang! The glaring red helmet was slammed straight onto Hyena's head. The girl could only whimper in panic. Kang Ah-hyun turned to call her subordinate, Song Eun-jin, while Hyena remained tied tightly to the chair, utterly helpless. Song Eun-jin grinned widely, gleefully picking up a roll of green tape, ready to assist in the torture. Okay, I get it, Ah-hyun. The blonde girl pulled the tape taut with an expression of extreme delight, preparing to seal the helmet. Swish, swish. Song Eun-jin wrapped the tape around Hyena's neck, sealing every gap in the helmet. Inside the sealed box, Hyena began to suffocate, tears streaming down her face from lack of air. All right then, Kang Ah-hyun said, slipping on a pair of red boxing gloves, her smile growing even more savage. She crouched, took an offensive stance, and triumphantly declared, "Let's begin." Truth chamber, Kang Ah-hyun roared, charging towards Hyena, her fists ready. Hyena's eyes widened in terror, trapped in the darkness of the helmet. She could only await the devastating punch. Wham! Kang Ah-hyun delivered an extremely powerful straight punch to Hyena's head, sending both the girl and the chair flying, while Song Eun-jin cheered from behind. Jingle, jingle! The golden bells inside the helmet clanged wildly, creating a torturous sound that reverberated directly into Hyena's eardrums. Wham! Another punch landed, and the deafening sound rang out again. Hyena could only crane her neck and endure the assault, her mind torn apart by the frantic ringing right next to her ears. Kang Ah-hyun had no intention of stopping. She furiously unleashed a flurry of punches, determined to turn the victim into a mentally crippled wreck. Jingle, jingle. Each thunderous punch from the insane Kang Ah-hyun made Hyena's head shake like a temple bell, the deafening sound ringing out incessantly. Being tied up and taking continuous headshots was not only painful, but also severely damaged her neck muscles and spine. Hyena's brain was violently shaken inside her skull. A severe concussion was forming, her eyes wide with horror. Kang Ah-hyun grinned sickeningly, punching and mockingly asking, "Whoa, isn't the sound of the punches music to your ears?" While Song Eun-jin giggled from behind. The brown-haired girl even joked, "A bit early for Jingle Bells season, isn't it?" Making Song Eun-jin burst into uproarious laughter, her mouth taped shut. Hyena could only whimper in extreme agony as the punches continued to rain down. Quick analysis. Normal sorcerer's bells already reach 80 to 90 decibels, enough to cause discomfort. But the sound intensity increases exponentially as the distance narrows, and these bells were ringing right next to Hyena's eardrums. The meter showed the volume had exceeded the dangerous threshold of 120 decibels, an insane figure. This level is equivalent to a birthday party popper exploding right next to one's ear. And at this moment, Hyena was enduring a sound equivalent to 42 party poppers exploding every second, her body convulsing in pain. Her endurance limit shattered. Hyena let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Please stop." Blood began to seep from her ears, but the torturous ringing of the bells continued amidst her desperate pleas. Witnessing the scene, Kang Ah-hyun merely curled her lips into a savage smile, her eyes gleaming with extreme delight. The eerie jingling of the bells echoed throughout the empty classroom, a symphony of cruelty. After unleashing her assault, Kang Ah-hyun finally stopped, wiping sweat from her boxing gloves with a look of utter satisfaction. She bent down to look at her handiwork, smirking. "How's that?" Hyena had completely collapsed, her body limp on the chair, no longer able to resist as Kang Ah-hyun asked, "Are you ready to confess now?" With her last ounce of strength, Hyena whispered with difficulty, "I can't breathe." Kang Ah-hyun nonchalantly laid out her condition, her tone both sweet and malicious. "Remove the tape? No can do, sweetie. You can breathe only if you confess." Tortured to her limit, Hyena finally gave in, whispering, "All right, I'll confess." Hyena stammered her confession. "Ah-hyun, I talked behind your back, said your accent was countrified, and that you were short." Upon hearing this, Kang Ah-hyun feigned sarcastic surprise. "Huh? Really?" Hyena screamed in despair, realizing her confession was just an excuse. "No, please, this is nonsense." Kang Ah-hyun turned to Song Eun-jin with a sinister smile. "If you do something wrong, you have to be punished, right, Eun-jin?" and the blonde girl immediately chimed in. Exactly. If you mess up, you get beaten. With a devilish grin, Kang Ah-hyun assumed a fighting stance, growling. So, to make sure you never talk behind my back again, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Whoosh! Kang Ah-hyun unleashed an incredibly powerful hook punch aimed directly at Hyena's stomach. Thud. The devastating punch landed squarely on her stomach, making Hyena gasp for air. Hyena could only let out a choked cry of extreme pain. Witnessing the sight, Kang Ah-hyun and Song Eun-jin burst into delighted laughter as Hyena began to vomit. Both continued to mock the victim's pain. Haha, look at that pathetic bitch. One punch and she's already throwing up. So disgusting. Kang Ah-hyun came up with a new game, turning to order Song Eun-jin with an excited expression. Hey Eun-jin, I just thought of something fun. Kang Ah-hyun's bloodshot eyes gleamed with perversion as she commanded. Lift up the chair that girl is sitting on. Kang Ah-hyun continued to instruct. Then hold her upside down until all the blood rushes to her brain. Song Eun-jin's face paled, and she stammered, pointing at herself. Huh? Me? Kang Ah-hyun simply called her name, cold as ice, Eun-jin, while the blonde girl tried to refuse. She's really heavy, I don't think I can lift her. Kang Ah-hyun's eyes flashed with murderous intent, as if warning. You're not going to say you're too good to do a friend's request, are you? Song Eun-jin turned green with fear, hastily waving her hands in compliance. All right, I'll do it right away. See him doing it. Then reluctantly approached Hyena. Hyena swayed precariously in the chair as Song Eun-jin lifted her up. Kang Ah-hyun laughed savagely, ignoring the victim's desperate screams. Song Eun-jin strained with all her might, her face contorted like a monkey eating chili peppers, to hold the chair upside down. Hung, upside down, Hyena cried out in pain. My neck hurts so much. Kang Ah-hyun casually explained her perverse game. Just imagine, if I punch her stomach right now and make her throw up. The monster Kang Ah-hyun's eyes glowed with a maniacal brilliance. Would our hyena drown in her own vomit inside this helmet? Kang Ah-hyun curled her lips into a sneer, ignoring Hyena's desperate pleas. The demon slowly approached, despite the victim screaming. Please. Kang Ah-hyun delivered a direct kick to the stomach of the inverted hyena. The incredibly powerful kick made the entire chair shake, sending Song Eun-jin stumbling backward. Hyena immediately vomited profusely, while Kang Ah-hyun burst into delighted laughter. Inside the helmet, a large area was stained with vomit, and Hyena groaned in despair. Please, no. Kang Ah-hyun coldly commanded. Again. The demon delivered another kick, ignoring the victim's scream of daunt. The second kick landed squarely on its target. Hyena continued to vomit, the contents inside the helmet increasing. Kang Ah-hyun laughed perversely. Oh wow, she's really choking on her own vomit. Disgusting brown liquid streamed down the inside of the helmet's visor, while a hand slowly gripped the lever on the chair. In the empty room, Song Eun-jin trembled as she held the chair with Hyena bound upside down, facing Kang Ah-hyun who crouched like a predator. Song Eun-jin's face was drained of color, and she stammered Kang Ah-hyun's name as her strength gave out. Kang Ah-hyun coldly declared, I think she passed out from suffocation. Following the command put her down, Song Eun-jin released her grip, causing Hyena's head to hit the floor hard. Kang Ah-hyun unfastened the straps and slowly removed the helmet from the victim's head. Hyena's face was revealed, smeared with tears and vomit, her eyes tightly shut in unconsciousness. The helmet, filled with the disgusting liquid, was flung onto the floor, splattering everywhere. Song Eun-jin stood behind her, panicked. What do we do now? While Kang Ah-hyun casually asked, Did she really drown? The blonde girl frantically suggested. Should we do CPR or something? Causing Kang Ah-hyun to snap irritably. It's CPR, you idiot. Song Eun-jin, still in shock, grabbed the demon's sleeve, but it brushed her off. Calm down, don't overreact. Kang Ah-hyun turned back with a savage smile, her fangs peeking out. Why would I need to perform CPR? Her eyes gleamed with extreme madness as she declared, What's the big deal about this? Wham! Kang Ah-hyun grabbed Hyena's collar and yanked her up forcefully. The victim's head was thrown back, filth still clinging to her face. The demon roared, her rage reaching its peak. Stop pretending and get up now, you bitch. Slap. A thunderous slap landed on Hyena's face. You didn't drink that much. Slap. The second slap was even stronger. Get up now. Kang Ah-hyun continued to scream in madness, her eyes bloodshot as if she was about to devour the victim alive. Slap. The final slap knocked Hyena's head sharply to the side, ending the brutal torture. After the thunderous slap, Hyena jolted awake, her eyes wide with terror, letting out a horrifying scream. Kang Ah-hyun cackled gleefully, proudly showing off her achievement to Song Eun-jin. Haha, see, I just revived Hyena. She continued to boast like a psychopath. Killing her, then bringing her back to life. I truly am a savior, ha ha ha. While Hyena could only groan in pain. Thwack! The wicked girls shoved a mop directly into Hyena's face. Kang Ah-hyun pressed the mop down, laughing morbidly. How disgusting, covered in vomit like this. This is a fated encounter between the dirtiest person in school and the mop, she continued her savage jest. The mop was tossed aside after completing its task of humiliating the victim. Kang Ah-hyun bared her fangs, calling the victim's name in a threatening manner. Hey, Lee Hyena, she ordered with a devilish grin. Remember to clean this helmet thoroughly by tomorrow? Understand? The demon's eyes blazed, her smile becoming more insane than ever as she growled. Because tomorrow we'll do this again. Hyena was utterly stunned by the hellish pronouncement. With tears welling up, the poor girl could only whimper in despair. Utter helplessness and extreme terror were evident on Hyena's face. The victim's desperate screams echoed in the torture chamber, which they called the Room of Truth. It was where Kang Ah-hyun frequently carried out her brutal acts of violence, and Hyena had endured this hell a total of 9 times. The consequences of the torture included tinnitus, cervical disc herniation, aspiration pneumonia from inhaling vomit, and brain fog due to continuous concussions. Back in the present, Kang Ah-hyun sat perched, clicking her tongue condescendingly. Humph, calling me a school bully is truly ridiculous. She began to twist logic with the reasoning of a monster. Is there any bully in this world who puts a helmet on you before beating you? Even sparring partners aren't allowed to wear motorcycle helmets. She sneered, casually shifting all blame. School violence is the business of Cha So-hyun, Moon Ye-jin, and Bae Do-ah. Eunjin and I were just playing a little too rough. Kang Ah-hyun bared her fangs and sneered, uttering words of contempt. That's not it at all. Those idiots. She sprawled casually on the chair, her hands behind her head, declaring that everyone was just overreacting. Night enveloped the Bada frozen fish market, moonlight shining down on the deserted building. A burly man in a suit, Kang Tae-han, stood alone on a deserted road, pulling out his phone to check it. He lit a cigarette, took a long drag, then exhaled smoke while his eyes remained fixed on his phone screen. The screen displayed a conversation with my beloved niece, Kang Ah-hyun, with unanswered messages. He had messaged her. Is my Ah-hyun angry? Why aren't you answering? The uncle continued to coax. I'm doing all of this for you, aren't I? When you take over my and your father's company, our organization needs to have influence throughout all of Busan, doesn't it? He ended his sweet talk with an urging plea. Cheer up, Ah-hyun. Please reply to your uncle, okay? Kang Tae-han let out a sigh, a hint of annoyance on his face as his niece still hadn't replied. His gaze turned sharp and cold, filled with calculation and murderous intent as he thought of the next plan. He began typing a new message, deciding to play his trump card to appease the girl. He promised, as for that brat Yoon Karma, once this election is over, he'll definitely take care of her. I've already told Bae Do-ah's cousin to hack her account. When the time comes, well, throw her into the East Sea. So don't be mad anymore, okay? The man continued to tap away on his keyboard, his eyes still fixed on the screen. He threw in another bait. And when the election ends, I'll give you anything you want as a souvenir. Anything at all. What do you say, Ah-hyun? An exclamation mark appeared, signaling that the bait had been taken. Kang Ah-hyun finally replied, her tone full of suspicion, but also unable to hide her excitement. Really, uncle? You won't go back on your word this time, will you? Kang Tae-han smirked cunningly and smugly, his plan to appease his niece a success. He replied confidently, Of course. Have I ever broken a promise? Promising to buy her anything she wanted, and his niece immediately cheered up, apologizing for being grumpy. Kang Tae-han sneered, clearly pleased with his recent sweet talk. He messaged his niece, giving an order. I'm having dinner with VIP guests at a sushi restaurant in Songdo District. If it's convenient, drop by and say hello. Kang Ah-hyun, after being promised, immediately became as docile as a puppy. Yes, dear uncle, I'm on my way. Kang Tae-han replied with a concise message, feigning concern. All right, be careful on your way. Putting his phone away, Kang Tae-han let out a sigh of relief, telling himself he had quelled one worry. No sooner had he finished his thought than a call came in, and the boss's eyes turned sharp and cold once more. A henchman with a buzz cut entered to report. Chairman Kang, candidate Kim Sung-deok is arriving soon. Kang Tae-han looked up, a smile full of condescension and power on his face, ready to receive his puppet. A lavish banquet table with various sushi and delicacies was already set, demonstrating the importance of the meeting. Kang Tae-han spread his arms wide, welcoming his guest with a hearty tone. Ah, candidate Kim is here. Kim Sung-deok, the old police chief, looked tired, replying politely, Yes, it's all thanks to your help. Kang Taehan continued to taunt, feigning understanding. A lifetime in law enforcement, and now you have to shake hands with everyone. That must be exhausting, huh? Ha ha ha. Kim Sung-duk could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Yes, something like that. The smile on Kang Taehan's face vanished, and the atmosphere immediately grew tense. He picked up his wine glass, signaling that the casual conversation was over. Kang Taehan got straight to the point, his eyes sharp as knives. So, you said you had something private to discuss with me? Kim Sung-duk began with pleasantries, flattering Kang Taehan about the loyalty he had witnessed. But then, the police chief suddenly changed his tone, his eyes growing serious. I have a few concerns, so I wanted to meet in person to discuss them. Kang Taehan narrowed his eyes slightly, feigning surprise that his puppet dared to have its own opinions. What are these concerns? Police Chief Kim Sung-duk began to reveal. You said you'd gather 1.2 billion in campaign funds by mid-month, didn't you? Kang Taehan took a sip of tea, calmly replying, Ah, that matter. While Police Chief Kim continued. But so far, there's only 700 million. Kang Taehan chuckled, beginning to equivocate. Well, you know, corporate donations have to circumvent political laws. He explained the money laundering trick. We have to split the money into small amounts and send it through a series of ghost accounts. Kang Taehan feigned difficulty, mobilizing all our connections, sometimes just to extract 5 million won per person. It's not easy, you know? He concluded his excuse. It's true we're behind schedule. I apologize. But the money is all there. It's just a slight delay in delivery. Police Chief Kim remained silent, his face scrunched up, clearly not buying this ridiculous excuse. The old police chief snapped. Even so, this is a by-election. Speed is everything. Kang Taehan smirked, feigning reassurance. Come on, don't be so tense. While Police Chief Kim, still not appeased, retorted, You're already behind schedule, so how can I not be worried? Kang Taehan began to retort, his voice full of self-satisfaction. Then who do you think mobilized all the personnel at the campaign headquarters? They're all my company's people, working for free, you know. Police Chief Kim boiled with rage, slamming the table. What? Weren't those personnel supposed to be volunteers? Paying them is illegal. What are you talking about labor costs? The old police chief pointed directly at him. Don't act like you're doing me a favor. Keep your promise. Leaving Kang Taehan speechless, his face turning cold as stone. Kang Taehan changed his tone, trying to appease him. All right, we'll sort out the money transfer network soon. Don't rush us. Just wait a bit. Police Chief Kim wasn't finished. Moving on to another topic. I also just set up a network of about 100 people the other day. The old police chief narrowed his eyes, his voice full of implication. Well, that's fine. But didn't I tell you already, Chairman Kang? His voice grew sharp and full of warning. Throughout the campaign period, Police Chief Kim's eyes blazed with fire, enunciating each word. Keep your thugs on a tight leash. Kang Taehan looked bewildered, asking innocently, What's wrong? Did something happen recently? Police Chief Kim exposed the second incident. You don't know? One of your debtors was loitering just 30 meters from the Dosu District Police Station, performing a silent protest for days, and you didn't even know? Police Chief Kim continued to expose. That guy even made a scene on the very day an inspection team from headquarters arrived, almost ruining everything for all of us. He growled, pointing directly at Kang Taehan. Didn't I make it clear? During the campaign, minimize illegal debt collection and assaults. Kang Taehan merely listened in silence, his face devoid of emotion. He took a sip of wine, his voice soft. Well, we didn't intend to cause you so much trouble. Kang Taehan bowed his head in apology. My apologies, Candidate Kim. I will ensure strict orders are given to my subordinates so this doesn't happen again. Police Chief Kim cleared his throat, crossing his arms, but seemed to have calmed down. I trust you'll handle this. Swoosh. The wooden door of the room was suddenly pulled open with force. Kang Ah-hyun suddenly appeared with a radiant smile, waving and calling out loudly, Uncle! Kang Taehan turned around, a cunning smile appearing on his face. Oh, our Ah-hyun is here? Kang Ah-hyun scampered in, grinning widely. Heh. When Uncle calls, I come running right away. While Police Chief Kim sat behind them with a displeased expression. Kang Taehan turned to his puppet, beginning to introduce Candidate Kim. He pointed towards his niece, who was striking a cool pose. This is my niece, Ah-hyun. Police Chief Kim's eyes were wide, mouth agape, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Kang Taehan commanded proudly, Ah-hyun, introduce yourself, dear. And the girl immediately replied, Ah, yes, Uncle. Kang Ah-hyun bowed deeply and politely. Hello, Uncle. I am Kang Ah-hyun, your niece. Police Chief Kim narrowed his eyes, his face full of suspicion and discomfort. Kang Taehan laughed heartily, boasting. The girl already has a sense of responsibility, you see. She knows how to help her uncle with his work, haha. He continued to entice. Later, our Ah-hyun will support your campaign in small ways, leaving Police Chief Kim dumbfounded. Kang Ah-hyun answered her uncle's question. On my way home, after finishing a live stream with Jin Sung, Kang Taehan subtly reminded his niece. You know there's important business at home today, right? Kang Ah-hyun grinned widely, playing the role of a good girl. I know. I'll be back in time. I won't stay out late. I'll come home early. The girl waved goodbye to the two old men, promised them a good evening, then slipped away. Click. The room door closed, returning the space to the two powerful figures. Kang Taehan laughed with delight, turning to boast to Police Chief Kim. Haha, that's my niece. Isn't she adorable? Police Chief Kim's face was swollen with anger. He grumbled. Adorable, haha. Chairman Kang, what is the meaning of this? The old politician began to scold the crime boss. We are discussing serious matters, not running a neighborhood stationery store. Kang Taehan silently listened to the complaints about him daring to bring a stranger in without prior notice. Police Chief Kim exploded, pointing and yelling, Please speak with some sense. What the hell can that girl do for me? He continued to rant, criticizing everything from Kang Ah-hyun's attire, the tattoo on her stomach, to her immature attitude. Kang Taehan's face was cold as stone, his voice deepened, cutting him off. Candidate Kim. His eyes turned stark white, killing intent, radiating intensely. Do you have a problem with my niece? Police Chief Kim was speechless, sweat pouring down him like rain as he realized he had just stepped on a landmine. He stammered out denials, but Kang Taehan had already stood up, and the pressure intensified to its peak. Kang Taehan growled, reminding him of his place. Listen carefully, Candidate Kim. What you've been saying just now was a bit unpleasant. We are now family, in the same boat together. Police Chief Kim's mind was still reeling, unsure how to answer the question. What's wrong with introducing my niece to my family? Kang Taehan gritted his teeth, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. And there's one more thing. His eyes blazed with a deadly red as he challenged him directly. What's with the tone you're using with me? He stated firmly, asserting who was truly in power. You're not funding us. We are funding you. Kang Taehan exposed him bluntly. To be frank, you don't even have any party backing you. Without us, how will you win the election? He laid his cards on the table, recalling an old matter. By the way, remember that infrastructure project 3 years ago? I helped you pocket a sum from Assemblyman Cha's slush fund. His eyes widened in contempt, his voice full of scorn. I took the fall so you could profit, and now you don't even remember? Are you going to whine like a child just because the money is a little late? Police Chief Kim was furious, his face turning purple, speechless and unable to retort to the stinging question. If you want to confront me, why don't you fund your own campaign? Kang Taehan rubbed his forehead, feigning annoyance. Tsk. Honestly, I didn't want to bring this up, but he narrowed his eyes, beginning his psychological warfare. Have you ever wondered if something was strange? Police Chief Kim was bewildered, not understanding what he meant. Kang Taehan began to link the events, his voice full of hidden meaning. In Busan, where the opposition party always held the upper hand, when the incumbent mayor had only 1 year left in his term, he continued. A promising candidate from the opposition party suddenly had a love scandal exposed by reporters out of nowhere. Next, the incumbent mayor suddenly died mid-term in a car accident, and a by-election was announced immediately. A ruling party leader appeared on TV, sealing the deal with a surprising announcement. His party would not put forward any candidate for the Busan mayoral race. Kang Taehan's eyes blazed with fire as he concluded. And somehow, all of those events created a perfect stage for you, an independent candidate. Police Chief Kim broke out in a cold sweat, struck dumb by the fatal question. Do you really think that was just a mere coincidence? Kang Taehan smirked, his voice condescending. Go home tonight, and think carefully. He stood up, leaned closer, and growled each word, full of murderous intent. Think about how on earth such perfect coincidences could happen. Having been thoroughly intimidated, Police Chief Kim stepped outside, sighed heavily, and lit a cigarette. He took a long drag, his face still resentful, muttering curses. That arrogant bastard gangster. Still trying to appear tough, he reassured himself. If he's trying to intimidate me, he should at least make it a little more believable. Is he implying they eliminated the Busan mayor themselves? He crushed the cigarette, still unable to believe his ears. What on earth could these Dosu district thugs do outside their turf? Still resentful, Police Chief Kim clicked his tongue in disdain, believing the Dosu district gangsters were just disorganized, inexperienced trash. He opened the car door, preparing to leave with his ego still intact. Sitting in the back seat, he slammed the door shut in annoyance. He adjusted his tie, growling to himself. Just you wait, you scum. Once I become mayor, you'll be the first ones to be dealt with. He ordered the driver, let's go. But the space inside the car was dead silent. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice from the driver's seat spoke. Candidate Kim, suppose I could help you. Police Chief Kim froze when he heard the sarcastic question. If you were to clean up the gangsters, what would you do? The police chief was stunned, and sweat began to pour. A completely unfamiliar, ice-cold face of a young driver emerged from the darkness. The police chief shouted in panic, his voice cracking. You! Who the hell are you? Why are you in my car? Where's my driver? The car door opened, and a man in a black suit and sunglasses coldly announced. Your driver went home. Police Chief Kim was frozen stiff with shock, stammering, What? What the hell is this? Who are you people? Before he could collect himself, he was pinned down in the back seat by two bodyguards, shouting in helplessness. What are you doing? Who the hell sent you? In his panic, he could only think of one name. Is it Chairman Kang? One of the bodyguards silently drew out a pistol, and the cold glint of metal flashed. Police Chief Kim was speechless, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the dark muzzle of the gun. The unfamiliar driver spoke calmly, his voice devoid of emotion. Please don't move while I'm driving. It will be very dangerous. Fasten your seatbelt, he continued, his voice full of authority. From now on, the entire escort team was revealed, from the driver, the female bodyguard in the passenger seat, all the way to Vice President Lee, who was sitting in the very back row, concluding, We will be taking you to Seoul.